Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 1 of the series. Chapter 1. Chapter 1, Surviving, 1. March, the beginning of spring. At a corner of the eastern part of Nanhuang * continent. The hazy sky was a stretch of gray and black, emitting a heavy sense of oppression. It was as if someone had splattered ink on drawing paper, allowing the ink to soak the sky, smudging the clouds. The clouds folded over each other, merging together. After that, streaks of red lightning could be seen shooting out, accompanied by thunderous rumbling sounds. The sounds were akin to the low-sounding roars of gods reverberating through the mortal world. The blood-colored rain emanated sorrow, falling onto mortal soil. In the vast land, there was a ruined city. It looked devoid of vitality as it sat silently under the hazy blood-colored rain. Within the fragmented city walls, desolation and dilapidation painted the scene bleak. Everything was withering, and collapsed houses could be seen everywhere. One could also find numerous greenish-black corpses and torn flesh around that resembled crumbling autumn leaves as they silently withered. The once bustling streets were now in shambles. The sandy paths that were once crowded with people were now silent. The only things that remained were shredded flesh, dust, and paper mixed with blood-soaked mud to the extent that one was indistinguishable from another. It was an extremely shocking sight. Not far away, a broken carriage could be seen deep in the mud. Degrees of deterioration could clearly be seen on it, and the only thing there was an abandoned bunny puppet that was tied onto the carriage's shaft, gently swaying with the wind. Its white-colored fur was long dyed red, exuding a gloomy and eerie aura. Its cloudy eyes seemed to contain some resentment as it stared lonely at the mottled stones ahead. A figure could be seen lying there. This was a youth that seemed around 13 to 14 years old. His clothes were tattered and filled with dirt. Also, there was a damaged leather pouch tied to his waist. The youth squinted his eyes as he lay there unmoving. The bone-piercing chill seeped through the holes of his clothes from all directions, enveloping his entire body, gradually causing his body temperature to dip. But even when the rain fell onto his face, he didn't blink. He was coldly staring at a place far away like an eagle. If one followed his gaze, at a location roughly 7 to 8 zhang * away, there was a skinny vulture currently chewing the rotting corpse of a wild dog. It would occasionally cast a vigilant glance at its surroundings. It felt like in this ruined city where danger abounded, the moment a slight gust of wind caused the grass to sway, the vulture would instantly soar into the air. The youth was like a hunter, patiently waiting for his chance. A long time later, an opportunity came. The greedy vulture finally completely buried its head into the wild dog's stomach to feast. Hence, the youth instantly narrowed his eyes as a cold light could be seen gleaming within. His body shot forward like a fired arrow, dashing rapidly ahead for the vulture. His right hand stretched to the leather pouch on his waist and pulled a black-colored iron stick out. The tip of the iron stick glimmered with cold sharpness. Maybe it was the vulture's perception of killing intent, but at the moment the youth dashed forth, it immediately became aware. Due to fright, it flapped its wings and wanted to take off for the safety of the air. However, it was too late. The black iron stick, as the youth with a face devoid of emotions lightly tossed it, transformed into a black line that erupted forth. Pooh! The sharp iron stick instantly pierced into the vulture's head, breaking its skull and killing it in one strike. The powerful impact blasted the vulture back, finally pinning it onto the horse carriage not far away. As a result, the blood-soaked bunny puppet also moved due to the collision impact and began swaying. The youth showed a calm look. From the start until now, his speed didn't reduce at all. He dashed toward the horse carriage and grabbed the vulture's corpse and iron stick. His strength was great enough to break apart a small piece of the carriage at the location where the vulture was pinned earlier. After doing all these, he didn't even turn his head as he rapidly headed toward the streets. At this moment, the wind here seemed to blow even stronger. The blood-colored puppet on the carriage seemed to be observing the departing back of the youth as it swayed in the wind. He moved further and further. The wind indeed grew stronger. It brought along the chill in the rain and blew past the thin clothes that the youth was wearing. The youth involuntarily shivered. After that, he furrowed his brows slightly and wrapped his clothes tighter around him as the sound of breathing could be heard. He hated the cold. and the solution to resist the cold was to find a place that could block the wind and rain to rest. However, the currently running youth didn't reduce his speed at all as he passed by numerous tattered-looking shops. He didn't have much time left because the hunting of the vulture had taken too much time. He still had a place he had to go today. It shouldn't be far now, the youth muttered to himself and continued sprinting in the streets. On his way, numerous greenish-black corpses could be seen everywhere. Their faces that were devoid of hope were filled with malice, causing them to emanate an aura of despair that threatened to taint the youth's spirit. However, the youth treated this as normal and didn't even bother to spare a glance at them. Some time passed. The youth would occasionally glance at the sky as anxiousness appeared on his face. It seemed like the darkening sky was more frightening to him compared to the corpses. Luckily, he saw a medical shop in the distance not long later. The youth then heaved a sigh of relief and rushed over there. The medical shop wasn't big and many medicine cabinets were lying on the ground, emitting the stench of mold. It was like a tomb that had been forced open by others, and everything in there was a mess. Also, there was the corpse of an old man in the corner. It was completely greenish-black and sat there with its back to the wall. The corpse's eyes were wide open as though the owner didn't die peacefully. It was listlessly staring at the world outside. The youth shot a glance at it when he entered, and he immediately began to search. The vast majority of the medicinal herbs had turned greenish-black like the corpses. Only a few were still normal. Among these normal medicinal herbs, the youth spent a long time identifying them. He seemed to be recalling his past experiences. Eventually, he picked a strand of golden swordgrass up and removed his thin clothes, revealing a large wound across his chest. The wound hadn't completely recovered, and one could see the sides of the wound already starting to turn black. There was even some blood seeping out of the wound. The youth lowered his head to glance at the wound. After crushing the grass, he inhaled deeply and gritted his teeth before lifting his hand to smear the grass paste on his wound. In an instant, intense pain akin to a surging tide gushed forth from the wound, causing the youth to involuntarily shudder. However, he forcibly endured it. Even so, there was no way for him to stop the sweat from emerging on his forehead. The droplets of sweat then began flowing down his face, dripping onto the dark ground. 1. Nanhuang can be literally translated as Southern Phoenix. 2. 1 Zhang equals 3.3 meters. Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Surviving. 2. The tears formed small spots of water akin to ink on the dark ground. The entire process persisted for over 10 breaths. After he finished smearing the medicinal herb paste over his wound completely, the youth seemed to have lost all his strength. He grabbed hold of a cabinet beside him and rested for quite some time before he exhaled deeply and slowly put on his clothes. He glanced at the sky outside again. After some contemplation, he took out a fragmented map from his leather pouch and opened it carefully. The map was very elementary, depicting the layout of this city. The medical shop's locations were all marked. In fact, in the northeastern area, many areas were crossed out by someone's fingernails. Only 2 areas on the map weren't crossed out yet. After searching for these few days, it should be inside one of these 2 remaining areas. The voice of the youth was hoarse. He muttered in a low voice and was about to leave after putting the map away. However, before he left, he turned and glanced at the old man's corpse. His gaze then fell onto the clothes that it was wearing. That was a leather coat. Maybe it was because of some special quality of the leather, the degree of corrosion wasn't severe. The youth pondered and decided to walk over and remove the leather coat from the corpse before wearing it on his body. The coat was somewhat large, but after it enveloped his small and skinny frame, the youth finally felt a hint of warmth. Hence, he lowered his head and looked at the opened eyes of the old man and lifted his hand to gently brush across them, allowing the old man to close his eyes in death. "Rest in peace," said the youth lightly. He tore down the curtains of the shop and covered the old man's corpse before turning to depart the medical shop. When he walked out, a weak glint of light flashed before his feet. The youth lowered his head and saw a palm-sized fragmented mirror piece in the blood-coated mud. In the mirror, he saw the reflection of his face. Although the face in the mirror was covered in dirt, one could still faintly see an extremely exquisite-looking face under the layer of dirt. However, it lacked the juvenile aura of the other ordinary 13 to 14-year-olds. The immaturity was replaced by coldness. The youth silently looked at his reflection. A moment later, he lifted his foot and stomped down. Ka. Numerous cracks appeared on the fragmented mirror. After smashing the mirror, his body moved as he sped into the distance. On the ground, although the fragmented mirror had even more cracks now, it still reflected the sky. The reflected sky resembled half of a vast fragmented human face from the gods that seemed to cover the entire world and all lives. The fragmented face had its eyes closed with a cold and lofty expression. Strands of withered curly hair draped down below. This fragmented face was a natural existence akin to the sun and moon of this world. It was as though it was saying that all existences below the gods were ants and insects. The living habits and lifestyle of the myriad of creatures had no choice but to change under their influence. And at this moment, the sky also gradually lost its light under the face of gods reflected in the mirror. The shadow of the setting sun was like a black mist that pervaded the ruins in the city, covering the entire land as though wanting to devour it. After that, the rain grew even heavier. As the dark night gradually devoured everything, the wind was as strong as ever and would occasionally cause sharp whimpering sounds to ring out. The sounds resembled the howls of malicious ghosts, awakening all the bizarre existences in this city. The wind then continued making bone-chilling creepy noises one after another. Hearing this, the running youth ran even faster and his movements grew more hurried. He agilely passed through the streets, trying to outpace the descent of the night. Just as he passed a collapsed house and was about to continue speeding ahead, the eyes of the youth abruptly narrowed. From the corner of his eyes, he spotted someone amidst the rubble. From afar, the person's clothing was neat and there seemed to be no injuries on his body. That person was seated there with his back against the wall. The most important thing was that the revealed skin of that person was normal-colored and not greenish-black. In this city, unless one was alive, it was impossible for such a figure to appear. And people who were alive, during these few days, the youth had not met a second living person other than himself. This scene caused his mind to stir. Very soon, it seemed that he thought of something and his breathing grew hurried. He had the intention to go forward, but the darkness of night behind him akin to smog appeared and was about to engulf him. The youth hesitated a little. He then made a mental note about this location before he quickly left. He sprinted all the way and finally returned to his temporary dwelling in this city before the night caught up to him. This place was a cave with a very small interior, and it was filled with bird feathers. The gap that was the entrance wasn't large. Adults had no way to come in, and only youths might be able to enter forcibly if they squeezed. After entering, he blocked the entrance with miscellaneous items such as books and rocks with great familiarity. Right after the gap was completely blocked, the darkness of the night gushed over. At this moment, the youth didn't let go of his vigilance. His hand forcefully clutched the iron stick as he held his breath, squatting there to listen for a long time. Gradually, the roars of mutated beasts and a piercing sound rang out, occasionally mixed in with eerie laughter. After that, there was even a clearer-sounding roar that echoed out in reply. Because of the nervous state of the youth, he only relaxed and sat at the side after the voices passed him by and faded into the distance. The interior of the cave was covered in complete darkness. The youth silently sat there, and it felt as though time could stop at this moment. He then fell into a daze and calmed his frayed nerves. After that, he grabbed a water flask beside him and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water, ignoring the sounds outside as he took the vulture out from his pocket. In the darkness, he began to chew on the vulture bit by bit. A disgusting bloody and fishy stench then gushed forth from his throat, but he calmly chewed on and swallowed, forcing the food down to his stomach. And at this moment, his stomach was forcefully churning, trying to digest and alleviate the feeling of hunger. Very soon, he finished the entire vulture. The youth then drew in a deep breath as waves of fatigue flooded his body. His eyes also slowly closed. However, his hand still held the black-colored iron stick tightly, as though he was a lone wolf taking a nap. Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Surviving, 3. It was as though he would open his eyes instantly the moment there was anything strange. At this moment in the outside world, darkness was like a curtain, enveloping the city, the land, and the sky. The world under the sky was extremely vast. The Nanhuan continent, which was situated overseas, was just one of the continents. Only a few people knew exactly how large this world was. However, the imposing, fragmented face above the sky emanated intense intimidation, and everyone could see it by lifting their head. It was no longer known what was the exact time the fragmented face arrived in this world. Humans only knew that very long ago, From the descriptions recorded in some texts, this world that was filled with immortal chi was prosperous and flourishing with vitality, but it only lasted until this gigantic fragmented face, which brought with it destruction, was attracted over from the depths of the void. In the process of its arrival, all lives in this world used all their methods and attempted to stop it, but everyone failed. In the end, only a few ancient kings and sovereigns brought part of the human race to relocate, abandoning the rest of the life forms here. Not long later, the fragmented face arrived. It hung suspended in the sky, and from then on, a nightmare descended. The aura from the face permeated the entire world. Mountains, seas, all objects, and the myriad of life, even cultivators and the spirit energy they used to cultivate were tainted. Everything withered, and all lives were extinguished. The survival rate was less than 1%. From then on, the humans who survived with great difficulty from this calamity referred to this fragmented face as a god. They also termed this world as end soil. As for the places the ancient kings and sovereigns relocated to, they were known as holy lands. These terms of address had lasted through many eras and were passed down through each generation. Also, the disasters brought by the gods weren't just these. The fragmented face's imposing intimidation would oppress all sentient beings constantly. Every few years, a few decades, or even a few centuries, the fragmented face would open its eyes once for several breaths. Every time it opened its eyes, the area it was staring at would instantly be tainted heavily by its aura. After that, all lives in that area would perish, and it would become an eternal forbidden zone. For the past few centuries, the number of forbidden zones in this world was increasing, and the places where the living could stay had become increasingly fewer. And 9 days ago, the god once again opened its eyes, and the location the fragmented face was staring at was none other than the area where the youth was staying. In this area, all species and over 10 human cities, regardless of their locations, including the slums inside or outside the cities, were instantly tainted heavily and became forbidden zones that prevented lives from existing. Under the terrifying taint, all lives directly dissolved into blood. Some of them mutated and became mutated beasts with no intellect. Meanwhile, the others turned into greenish-black corpses whose souls had thoroughly dispersed. Only very few humans and beasts managed to survive due to luck. The youth was one of these lucky survivors. At this moment, outside the dark cave, a shrill cry drifted from the distance and moved closer and closer to the cave. As a result, the youth who was asleep quickly opened his eyes. He instinctively lifted his hand that held the iron stick and stared at the blocked entrance gap warily. Only when the source of the shrill cry circled once in the vicinity and gradually moved further did the youth heave a sigh of relief. He had lost all desire for sleep. He then touched his leather pouch and removed a bamboo slip from within. In the darkness, he gingerly touched the words carved on the bamboo slip, and there seemed to be a gleam in his eyes. After that, he sat upright and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. This youth's name was Su Qing. He grew up alone and led an arduous life in the slums outside the city. 9 days ago, when the calamity suddenly appeared, he hid in this cave behind the gap between the rocks. Different from the frightened and crazed masses, he calmly looked at the fragmented face in the sky that was opening its eyes. From the god's gaze, he could see unique pupils that were in the shape of a cross. After that, he seemed to have lost the emotion of fear. It lasted until he saw a beam of purple light descending from the sky, landing in the northeastern area of the city. At the next moment, he slipped into unconsciousness. When he awoke, he became the only lucky survivor, be it inside or outside of the city. However, he didn't leave immediately. This was because he knew that when the god opened its eyes, this area would become a forbidden zone. At the start, it would be shrouded by blood rain and a boundary would be formed. Because of it, the people inside couldn't get out, and the people outside couldn't enter until the forbidden zone was completely formed. And the sign for completion was when the blood rain stopped. This calamity was nothing much to Su Qing, who grew up in the slums. This was because, in the slums, everything, be it a vagrant, wild dogs, sickness, or a cold night, could easily cause one to lose their life. One could only survive with great difficulty. As long as he survived, nothing else mattered. Naturally, despite the cruelty in the slums, there would occasionally be a trace of warmth. For example, some scholars who were down on their luck would teach kids how to read for a living. Other than this, there were also the memories of his relatives. It was just that in Su Qing's mind, the memories of his relatives faded as time passed. Despite him trying his best to remember, as he was afraid that he might forget, the memories he had of them gradually grew blurry. However, he knew that he wasn't an orphan and still had relatives somewhere. It was just that they had lost touch long ago. So, his dream was to continue surviving. If he could live slightly better, if he had the chance to meet with his kin, that would be for the best. Hence, he who had luckily survived chose to enter the city. He wanted to head to the dwellings of those rich men in the upper echelons of the city to find the things rumored in the slums, cultivation arts and methods that could strengthen one's body, as well as the beam of purple light that landed in the city. The shortcut to growing stronger had been circulating in the slums as rumors, and everyone thirsted for it. They called this practice cultivation, and those who grasped the methods of cultivation were known as cultivators. Hence, becoming a cultivator was Su Qing's greatest wish other than meeting his relatives. Cultivators weren't a common sight. During these years at the slum, he had only seen cultivators entering the city once from afar. Cultivators had a typical characteristic. When ordinary people were observing them, their bodies would instinctively shiver. In fact, Su Qing had even heard people saying that the city lord was a cultivator. Some of his guards were cultivators as well. Hence, after searching in the city for a long time, he finally found this bamboo slip on a corpse inside of the city lord's residence. However, that place was very dangerous. He suffered a wound on his chest at that time as well. Fortunately, the information recorded on the bamboo slip was the cultivation method he thirsted for. All its content had been memorized completely by him. In fact, he had begun attempting to cultivate during these few days. Su Qing had never seen other cultivation arts before. This bamboo slip was his only gain. He also had no idea how to practice cultivation correctly. Luckily, the information on the bamboo slip was recorded in simple and easy-to-understand terms. It emphasized visualization and one's breathing. So, he proceeded step by step and had a few gains. This art was named the Mountains and Seas art. The method of cultivation was to visualize the totem carved on the bamboo slip and combine that with a special way of breathing. The picture of the totem was very strange, looking like a mutant. It had a large head and a tiny body with only a single leg. Moreover, its entire body was black and its face was as malevolent as a malicious ghost. Su Qing had never seen such a life form before. The bamboo slip termed it as a Shao asterisk. At this moment, as he cultivated, the picture of the Shao appeared in his mind, and Su Qing's breathing gradually changed. After that, undercurrents formed in the nearby air. The spirit energy in the surroundings flowed over and slowly entered his body, coursing through it. He also felt waves of bone-chilling coldness coursing through his body. Everywhere the cold feeling flowed, it felt like that body part was submerged in ice water. Su Qing was afraid of the chill. However, he endured it and didn't give up, continuing to persevere. After a long time, when he finally ended this cultivation session after meeting the requirements on the bamboo slip, his body would be drenched in cold sweat. And despite having eaten a vulture not long ago, the sensation of hunger appeared once more in his stomach. Su Qing wiped the cold sweat away and touched his stomach as determination flashed in his eyes. Ever since he cultivated this art, his appetite had evidently increased by a lot. His body was also more agile compared to the past. All of these allowed him to have a higher resistance to the icy chill that appeared during his cultivation. At this moment, he lifted his head and peered through the gap to look at the outside. In the outside world, it was pitch black. Only the sounds of terrifying roars that were sometimes weak and sometimes strong echoed in his ears. He didn't know why he became a lucky survivor. It might be due to luck or it might be due to the fact that he saw that beam of purple light. So during these few days when he was searching for cultivation arts, he was also trying his best to find the location where the purple light fell in the northeastern area of the city. Sadly, he hadn't found anything. As he pondered, Su Qing listened to the roars outside. His mind then involuntarily recalled the time before sunset when he saw the corpse that was leaning against the wall. His eyes slowly narrowed. The location of the corpse was in the northeastern area, and that body seemed like someone alive. Could it be that it has something to do with that purple light? 1. A supernatural being from Chinese folklores. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Anomalous substances. If that person is alive, it might really have something to do with the purple light, but it might also be a trap. Su Qing contemplated as he muttered to himself. During these few days in the ruined city, he deeply understood that those existences, who had transformed into mutated beasts due to the corruption by the god's aura, were all incomparably savage and boundlessly strong. However, maybe because the Forbidden Zone hadn't completely formed, these mutated beasts would be sleeping during the day. Unless it was like back then when he had obtained the bamboo slip. He had barged into the external perimeter of the location where they were sleeping. If not, as long as one was slightly more careful, there wouldn't be much problem. As opposed to them, Su Qing was warier of living humans because sometimes, the human heart was even more treacherous compared to savage beasts. After pondering, his gaze slowly turned cold and sharp. Regardless of whether it was a living person or a trap, he was prepared to enter that area once again. But before he headed over, he had to be fully prepared. When he thought of this, Su Qing clutched the cultivation bamboo slip in his hand tightly. During the cultivation these few days, the changes to his body allowed him to gain some confidence. The content of the bamboo slip involuntarily appeared in his mind. Other than the cultivation method, there was also an introduction to cultivation. Cultivation had been passed down from ancient times long before the god's fragmented face appeared. Now, although there were some changes, the overall system was still the same as in the past. It was categorized as qi condensation, foundation building, core formation, and nascent soul. As for the stages after nascent soul, maybe the cultivation realms were too high so the bamboo slip had no records. However, this clearly enlightened Su Qing to the helplessness cultivators felt. This was because the god's aura had contaminated spirit energy, causing spirit energy to be tainted. This taint was like poison to all living things. It was unknown when it began, and everyone referred to the god's aura as anomalous substances. Su Qing was very clear that the icy chill he felt during his cultivation earlier was actually due to the fact that the spirit energy he absorbed contained these anomalous substances. Once the anomalous substances were accumulated to a certain degree in the body, it would cause the cultivator to mutate. Either the cultivator would explode in a burst of blood or they would transform into a mutated beast with no intellect. As for the area the god gazed at when its eyes opened, the anomalous substances there would instantly increase explosively. In reality, it simply hastened the speed of the transformation. Danger existed in cultivation. If one didn't cultivate, the lifespan of humans in this end soil world that was polluted by God's aura was more to the lower end. In addition, sicknesses and diseases were more prevalent. It was as though they were living in the 9 levels of purgatory, almost no one could have a good ending. The so-called cultivation became the only path. There were no more choices left. Hence, for countless years, humans inferred the cultivation methods through the generations based on what was passed down. The knowledge that was currently being disseminated was that when one absorbed the spirit energy, they should also make use of their cultivation art to separate the anomalous substances that mixed into the spirit energy before compressing them inside a certain part of their bodies. This location was known as the mutation point. Thus, the degree of separation for anomalous substances also became an important criterion to judge whether a cultivation art was good or bad. In addition, all the cultivation arts that could provide high degrees of separation were controlled by huge forces or powerful clans. These were their important resources. For this point, things were the same regardless of whether the gods arrived in this world or not. Since people would practice various cultivation arts, the degree of separation for anomalous substances would be different as well. Naturally, the locations of their mutation points would differ as well. However, no matter what, as long as one cultivated, their bodies would contain anomalous substances, and they would slowly form their mutation points. In theory, the mutation couldn't be reversed. One could only cleanse it through some medicinal pills, but the pills could only treat the symptoms and not the root of the problem. As for the method to completely purify the mutation point, the bamboo slip did have a sentence about it. In End Soil, other than the non-Huang continent, there was an even vaster continent named the Huanggu continent. It was the place of origin for the human race. Although the god's aura had also polluted that place, there seemed to be a way to completely cleanse the taint in the Huanggu continent. But evidently, this solution couldn't be quantized. Only people of extremely noble statuses could enjoy it. Ordinary cultivators could only hope for it but never obtain it. To the rogue cultivators at the lowest level of the social ladder and also the class with the most number, it was even more impossible for them to obtain it. The cultivation arts practiced by rogue cultivators usually had an extremely low degree of anomalous substances separation. In this case, not only was it difficult for them to cultivate, but their risk of mutation was also greater. However, despite the risk of cultivation being so great, the vast majority of people would still choose to become a cultivator. For example, Suqing knew that the current him could be considered a rogue cultivator. According to the records on the bamboo slip, the cultivators of the end soil were walking on a path of no return that was filled with difficulty and immense danger. They were akin to mortals swimming toward the other side of the deep sea, rushing toward the unreachable other shore. But no matter what, before they could even see the legendary other shore, they would have died of exhaustion. However, for Suqing, who had grown up in the slums, he deeply understood that every single conflict and illness could cause one to lose their life. So, rather than worrying about mutation in the future, I might as well be worried about my survival tomorrow. Suqing mumbled. He gingerly touched the wound on his chest as he stared at the sky outside the entrance gap. At this moment, dawn was about to arrive in the outside world. The howls and mournful cries also became fewer in number. If the blood rain still continues and I haven't found the purple light, I have to consider leaving this place to search for medicinal herbs in other cities. Suqing lowered his head and looked at the wound on his chest. Due to the god's aura permeating the atmosphere and the continued falling of the blood rain, almost every item in the city was heavily polluted. The medicinal herbs were naturally among them, and this place was very lacking in terms of resources. Suqing lifted his hand and pressed down at the wound on his chest, causing some blood to seep out. His countenance was somewhat pale. He drew in a deep breath and removed his inner shirt, wrapping it around his body to use as a bandage for his wound. After that, he drummed himself mentally and silently waited for dawn. Not long later, the roars and mournful cries outside became scarcer. This lasted for a while before all sounds vanished completely. Through the entrance gap, Suqing could see that the sky outside was starting to become bright. Time was tight. According to his past experiences, he could already head out now. However, he didn't move immediately. Rather, he stood up to flex his somewhat stiff body first. Only after his body was warmed up did he remove the stones and miscellaneous items blocking the gap. He borrowed the aid from the faint light seeping in through the gap to open his leather pouch for a search. A dagger covered with rust was then taken out and tied to his thigh. That black-colored iron stick was placed in a location where he could grab it freely. There was also a snake head that was wrapped by him in sackcloth. He carefully opened it to do a check before cautiously keeping it. After he finished doing all this, Suqing closed his eyes for a few breaths before opening them again. His gaze was now replaced by a cold calmness. He rapidly squeezed his way out of the cave and paused for a moment outside the entrance. After vigilantly surveying his surroundings and ensuring that there were no troubles, Suqing rushed ferociously ahead. As the sky gradually brightened, he arrived in the outside world. He then sprinted ahead. Because the blood rain was still falling, the dense clouds completely covered the sky. Hence, even in daylight, one wouldn't even be able to see the sun, let alone have any chance to experience intense sunlight. Dawn and dusk were like an aged old man filled with age spots and were heavily ill. Hence, Suqing's cloudy gaze contained the frost of the night. Also, the breaths he exhaled transformed into the clear wind that was filled with the stench of death. It was very cold and very frosty. If Suqing didn't warm his body up earlier, he would involuntarily shiver once the wind gusted past him. But to Suqing, because his body still retained the warmth earlier, he wasn't too affected. Hence, his speed didn't reduce as he sped toward the area where he saw the seemingly alive man yesterday. If one stared at him from afar, in this spacious city, Suqing's figure was like a leopard, leaping across broken walls and sprinting smoothly forward with no hesitation. There were also a bunch of birds flying through the air that accompanied him. It was just that their altitude was very high, so it was tough to capture them. As he sprinted, Suqing lifted his head and stared at the soaring birds while licking his lips. He also had no idea why, but after the god opened its eyes, all life forms were tainted and almost everything died, including beasts. However, the bird species had the most survivors. Hence, these birds became the main solution for him to satisfy his hunger by hunting them during this period. At the same time, the birds were also trapped in the blood rain, but they seemingly could instinctively seek out a shelter with some modicum of safety. For example, the cave Suqing stayed in had been found by him by following the tracks of birds. This shelter also couldn't be considered completely safe, it was only safer comparatively. Also, it seemed easier for those mutated beasts and bizarre existences to neglect it. During this period, Su Qing found two shelters. One was the stone cave and the other was a place outside the city lord's residence. Right now, he merely swept his gaze through the sky before retracting it. His eyes locked onto a certain area in the city as he moved closer and closer. Very soon, Su Qing arrived at the area he saw yesterday. He didn't head over immediately but circled one round to look for a tall vantage point. After cautiously climbing up, he lay down unmoving as he squinted his eyes, trying not to reveal the light within as he slowly lowered his head to take a look. Su Qing cast a gaze over and his pupils narrowed. Once again, he saw the person from yesterday. The other party was seated down with his back facing a wall. His clothes were tidy and his skin was normal. The most important thing was that his demeanor, his body, and everything about him were exactly the same as what he saw yesterday. It was like during the entire night, he didn't move or wasn't moved in any way at all. This was extremely illogical. If the person was a living human, he couldn't possibly ignore the dangers that emerged during the night. If the person was dead, his undamaged body would be the favorite food for mutated beasts. So it was impossible for his body to have remained untouched until now. Su Qing fell silent. After pondering, he decided to remain unmoving. He, who grew up in the slums, didn't lack patience. Just like this, under his careful observation, time slowly flowed. Even when afternoon arrived, he still remained immobile. Su Qing, who had waited for 6 hours, slowly lifted his right hand now. He held a stone in his hand and tossed it toward the location the other party was in. The speed of the stone was very quick and the impact wasn't small. When the stone hit the person, there was a loud bang. That figure trembled from the impact before falling down to the side like a corpse. And at the instant he fell down, a flicker of purple light flashed. The source of the light was on the ground where the person sat down previously. The moment he saw the purple glow, Su Qing's eyes immediately gleamed as his breathing grew hurried. He had been searching for so many days for no other reason than the purple beam of light that had fallen into the city. At this moment, he forcibly suppressed his impulse to rush over immediately. He waited for some more moments with great difficulty and only rushed out rapidly after confirming that it was safe. His speed was extremely quick as he erupted forth with all his strength. His entire person was like a hunting eagle, directly heading to the location of the purple light. After swiftly rushing over, he grabbed the source of the purple light and retreated far away immediately with no hesitation. The entire process happened extremely quickly. Su Qing only stopped and panted after he had retreated for over 10 zhongs. He then glanced at the item emitting purple light that was clutched in his hands. That was a shiny purple crystal that had a dazzling beauty. Su Qing's heart pounded rapidly. When he tilted his head, he saw that the corpse that had fallen to the side was currently rotting rapidly after losing the purple light's protection. Its skin instantly turned greenish-black. This scene caused Su Qing to instinctively tighten his grasp on the purple crystal in his hand. He then turned in the direction of his cave and rushed there speedily. Not long after he sprinted, Su Qing suddenly paused. A puzzled look appeared on his face. He lowered his head and undid the button on his coat to glance at his bandaged wound. Right now, there was no longer blood seeping out. On the contrary, he felt waves of itchiness from the wound. Hence, Su Qing's gaze turned heavy. He removed the inner shirt that he used as a bandage, and the moment he saw his wound, he felt an intense shock. He clearly remembered that when he checked this morning, his wound hadn't healed yet and the blackening had increased by a certain degree. But now, more than half of the wound on his chest had healed. Only a very thin scar remained at the sides of the wound. This, Su Qing panted. After that, he fiercely stared at the purple crystal in his hand. 1. The words Wangu in more liberal translation can mean staring at the past, gazing back at ancient times, etc. Chapter 5. Chapter 5, I wish for you all to rest in peace. 1. This item. An intense gleam appeared in Su Qing's eyes. The image of that perfectly undamaged corpse before he had taken the purple crystal away appeared in his mind. It can allow corpses to be undamaged and allow the living to heal quicker. Su Qing grabbed the purple crystal as he surveyed the surroundings rapidly with an increased heart rate. Although he knew that there shouldn't be other people alive in this area, he was still instinctively vigilant due to obtaining a treasure. At this moment, he couldn't stay here anymore. He swiftly sped off back to the cave where he stayed earlier. On the journey back, he faintly discovered that not only did his injuries heal at a rapid pace, but even the physical fatigue he felt was much lesser. In the past, when he sprinted like this, he would have to slow down roughly an hour later. But now, despite having sprinted for over an hour, he still felt that his body was warm and he had an abundance of stamina. In fact, on his way back, he even casually caught a bird that landed on the ground. He didn't kill the bird but knocked it unconscious instead because the preservation period for living things was longer. Even after doing these, the amount of time he used to reach the cave was much quicker than before. There was still some time before nightfall, but he already saw his cave in the nearby distance. Sumo's mood was unprecedentedly good. However, he wasn't careless. Because he knew that maybe it was due to the god opening its eyes, or when the Forbidden Zone was initially formed, the nearby areas during the night would have other bizarre existences appearing other than the awakening of mutated beasts. When in the slums, he heard people saying that many places in the world where death gathered would eventually produce such bizarre existences. For example, the eerie laughter that rang out during the night from outside the cave was precisely from such an existence. With regards to such existences, everyone knew not to look, not to touch, and not to meet them. Although his past experiences told him that these existences only appeared at night, Suqing couldn't be sure whether they would occasionally appear during the day or not. Hence, he didn't reduce his speed in the slightest. He soon arrived at the cave, and the moment he entered, he immediately blockaded the entrance. After that, he sat down cross-legged and opened his palm that was tightly clenched. The purple light spread from his palm, illuminating this tiny cave. Under the light, Suqing's eyes and face seemed to be dyed purple as well. He stared at the purple crystal in his hand unblinkingly. This crystal was rectangular-shaped and roughly the size of his finger. There was some floccule in the crystal, and that was the source of the purple light. Healing wounds. Suqing observed for a long time. He then opened his shirt and glanced at the wound on his chest. He discovered that the wound was now 90% healed. Right now, the remaining wound seemed like it would heal completely after a short amount of time. In fact, even the scar at the edge of the wound was disappearing. He then thought back to his sprint and the feeling of being much less fatigued compared to the past. After that, Suqing roughly had an initial judgment of this purple crystal. The effect of this item was evidently recovery. It caused his wound and stamina to recover, including his vitality. I wonder if it has any other effects, Suqing mumbled as contemplation shone in his gaze. He didn't know whether this purple crystal had a connection with the act of the god opening its eyes. But most probably, there should be one. No matter what, this was a supreme treasure. At the very least, ever since Suqing was young until now, he had never heard of any items that possessed such shocking recovery prowess. By having such an item on him, the help it provided was equivalent to him having a second life. However, Suqing was very clear that he was able to possess this item only because there was no one alive other than him in this city. Once the blood rain ended and he exited this place, he most probably wouldn't have the strength to protect such a treasure. So, the only solution was to hide this purple crystal. Suqing fell silent for a long while. He cast a glance at the unconscious bird he had caught and lifted his hand to grab it over. After squeezing its beak to ensure it couldn't make any sound, he then took out the dagger on his thigh and directly sliced open a wound on the bird's body. As the bird struggled, Suqing stuffed the purple crystal inside it. After that, he observed it with meticulous attention. He saw that at the start, the bird was still struggling. But very soon, undercurrents surged from all directions. It was as though spirit energy was being drawn over. In fact, the amount of spirit energy was even more in comparison to what Suqing had gathered when he cultivated. The spirit energy then gushed into the bird's body. And right now, the intensity of the bird's struggle grew stronger by many times. Despite Suqing using his full strength, he felt that he actually could no longer control the bird so easily. This scene caused the light in Suqing's eyes to intensify. In the past, he could easily crush the neck of a bird with a gentle squeeze. But at this moment, he had to use the entirety of his strength to squeeze it several times before he managed to crush the bird's neck. He then swiftly took the purple crystal out and wiped it before closing his eyes to contemplate. The bird didn't die. On the contrary, spirit energy flooded its body and its strength suddenly became extremely great. There should be no worries. A moment later, Suqing opened his eyes. His eyes now gleamed with determination, and he directly stuffed the purple crystal into his wound that had yet to recover fully. The process of stuffing it inside was somewhat painful, but Su Qing endured the pain by gritting his teeth. There was no place safer than hiding something inside the body. Also, he did a simple test and it seemed that this item would have better effects by placing it within his body. As the purple crystal fused into his body and as his wound closed up, a rumbling sound echoed from within his body before Su Qing could take a closer look. An even greater amount of spirit energy compared to what the bird had absorbed earlier began flooding forth directly from all directions, even seeping through the soil to reach him. The spirit energy was too shocking. Hence, Su Qing's body instantly glowed with a faint blue color as an indescribable chill coursed through his entire body. This was due to the great amount of anomalous substances within the spirit energy. However, Su Qing was long prepared. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to directly circulate his energy according to the mountains and seas art. Chapter 6. Chapter 6, I wish for you all to rest in peace, too. As he circulated his energy according to the mountains and seas art, the spirit energy flowing into his body suddenly filtered out a large amount of anomalous substances. After that, the cleansed spirit energy that remained coursed through his entire body through his energy channels, and this caused Su Qing's body to emit popping noises at this moment. It was as though some previously congested areas in his body were now instantly opened. His blood and flesh were tempered and nourished at this moment. He visualized the Shao image in his mind. At this moment, the Shao seemed to come alive and was adopting all sorts of different postures. Although the mountains and seas art was known as a cultivation art, it didn't cultivate laws. But rather, it was a type of body refining method. There were a total of 10 levels that matched the 10 levels of the Qi condensation realm. The bamboo slip clearly introduced that every level a cultivator attained would grant them an additional tiger's worth of strength. 5 tigers made up 1 Shao and 2 Shaos made up 1 Kuei star. The introduction continued to say that Shao could move mountains, while Kuei could shift seas. This was why the cultivation art was known as the mountains and seas art. At this moment, the purple crystal that was buried in his chest was like a vortex that continuously absorbed spirit energy, and it flowed toward the crystal with absurd ease. As a result, Su Qing's cultivation speed greatly increased. After an unknown amount of time, the popping sounds in Su Qing's body intensified and a lot of impurities within his body flowed out of the pores of his entire body. A pungent smell then permeated the cave. As the impurities flowed out, Su Qing's body actually became more crystalline than before. Even his dirt-covered face looked more exquisite now. The popping sounds and the spirit energy flowing in gradually ceased after some time. After that, Su Qing opened his eyes. A hint of purple light flashed past his eyes. After he recovered, Su Qing's mind turned sluggish for a moment. Right now, the dark cave actually looked somewhat clearer in his eyes. He then hurriedly lowered his head to survey his body, and a look of disbelief gradually appeared on his face. This feeling. A trace of excitement flashed on Su Qing's face. He stood up and punched out, actually creating the sharp gushing sound of wind from the blow. Because the cave was very small, he couldn't test his speed. But the feeling when he lifted his legs and punched out allowed him to know that there was a great improvement in all the various aspects of his body. After that, he immediately rolled up the sleeves on his left arm. When he saw a fingernail-sized black dot appearing there, Su Qing drew in a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. So, this is the first level of Qi condensation. According to the description of the bamboo slip, this black dot was none other than a mutation point of someone who cultivated the mountains and seas art. It was located on their left arm. Moreover, there would be an additional black dot for every level the cultivator attained. He touched the mutation point on his arm. At this moment, Su Qing was evidently excited with regard to his sudden improvement in strength. He then lifted his head and glanced at the entrance gap, waiting in anticipation for dawn so he could go out and test his speed. But very soon, Su Qing's expression was filled with suspicion. He moved closer to the entrance gap and listened attentively. The outside world was as dark as ever, but there were no strange sounds at all. This was something he had never encountered despite his many days here. In the past, even if dawn had broken, although there were no more sounds from the mutated beasts and strange existences, the sound of falling rain would still exist. However, right now, even the sound of falling rain was gone. Can it be that? Su Qing's mind was stirred as a conjecture rose in his heart. He silently waited until he saw a beam of resplendent light streaming through the entrance gap of the cave. The light reflected in Su Qing's black pupils was as though it illuminated his entire world. The instant he saw the light, Su Qing's body trembled. He lifted his hand and slowly approached the ray of light before he basked his body with it. He felt a warmth in his palm. This sensation, which he had not felt for a long time, slowly awakened his spirit that had been sleeping. Sunlight. A long time later, a bright luster appeared in Su Qing's eyes, and he began to shift the blockage away. As more light streamed in, he slowly squeezed his way out of the gap. The instant he exited the cave, he lifted his head and what he saw was no longer the dense layer of dark clouds but the bright and resplendent sun. It was as though the old man in the morning suddenly regained his vitality after being ill for many days. The curtains of dark clouds finally parted, allowing freshness to descend upon the world again. The rain has stopped. Su Qing took a deep breath of the air that contained the warmth of the sun as he silently gazed at the city under the shadow of the rising sun. Everything in the city seemed to shine with a different splendor under the resplendent red-tinged sky. The morning glow of the sky cascaded down from the gaps of the cloud. The rays of light were like countless whales spewing out golden waterfalls, cleansing away the darkness and mist in the city, revealing its mottled scars. The collapsed buildings everywhere, the numerous greenish-black corpses, the blood-colored puddles that constituted a shocking sight, everything seemed to be reminding Su Qing that a calamity had happened here. A hint of complication appeared in Su Qing's gaze. He had lived for 6 years in the slums outside the city, and he had also seen this city for 6 years. Although the number of times he entered was very few, this place was ultimately the place he had wanted to stay in the most for the past 6 years. I obtained a cultivation art here. I obtained the purple crystal here. I survived here. Su Qing mumbled and fell silent. Only after a long time later did he sigh lightly and walk toward the greenish-black corpses. He lowered his head for some time and carried one of the corpses before he walked forward. He then headed to a public square nearby and placed the corpse down. After that, he turned and continued to carry the second corpse, the third, the fourth. Some of the corpses were at the end of the street, and some were even crushed underneath the rubble. Even so, he still carried all the corpses in the surrounding area to the public square. Right now, the corpses here were stacked up like a small mountain. Some were complete corpses, and others had parts of their bodies missing. Su Qing stood there and started a fire. Maybe it was because of the anomalous substances, the flames grew increasingly intense the longer they burned, and thick smoke was soon emitted. Next to the thick smoke, Su Qing gazed at the burning bodies for a very long time before he silently walked away to the second area. Very soon, another column of thick smoke spiraled upward, and the columns of thick smoke began to increase in number. Just like this, on the first day when the sunlight streamed into the city, other than the sunlight, there was only black smoke that arose from the burning corpses. The columns of black smoke rose to the skies, blotting out the sunlight. At this moment, the red morning glow was also filled with helplessness. The reddish hue darkened into a dark red, and it felt as though the sky was sighing. It also seemed that the columns of smoke had become the tears, and the shadow cast by the smoke on the ground transformed into tear stains. The last tear stain was at the location Su Qing discovered the purple light. Over there, Su Qing placed the corpse of the old man from the medical shop down. As he burned the body, heat waves gushed forth and he stood silently at the side. The roiling flames were reflected in his dark pupils as they flickered unceasingly. His disheveled and dried long hair also slowly curled from the heat. A long time later, Su Qing's body bent as he lowered his head to pray. I wish for you all to rest in peace. At this moment, the flames suddenly flared intensely and the heat grew increasingly stronger. Sparks akin to dandelion seeds were generated, and they floated in the sky along with the wind. Only the spiraling smoke still contained reluctance and regret that was impossible to diffuse. Even the wind couldn't disperse the emotions. As the smoke rose higher, it felt like wounds had appeared in the sky. They were insignificant and filled with helplessness. A long time later, as the sounds of chaotic steps rang out, a strange voice drifted over behind the youth. I was saying why we didn't see any corpses when we were on our way here. So, there's a silly brat who didn't mind wasting his strength and stamina to cremate these corpses. Might as well. Since your longing cannot be cut, I shall help you and toss you inside the fire to let you accompany them. Su Qing then abruptly turned his body to face these people. 1. Supernatural being from Chinese folklores. Chapter 7. Chapter 7, Uninvited Guest, 1. The instant Su Qing turned, he quickly observed the situation behind him. He saw that 7 to 8 zhongs asterisk away, there were 7 people in different locations moving closer to him. There were adults, males, and females in this group of 7. They mainly wore deep gray leather coats, and they had many leather pouches attached to their waists. All of them possessed weapons as well, and they spread themselves out in different directions. 3 of them had bows and 2 wielded blades, but none of them showed their backs to each other. It was as though they were wary for some reason. There was also another person who wore boxing gloves. He moved forward alone, standing in the centermost location. As for the person who had spoken in an eccentric way earlier, he was a tall and muscular dude. This man carried a gigantic axe, and his distance was the closest to Su Qing. He had a sturdy frame, a full beard, and a malevolent-looking scar on his face. At this moment, his gaze shone with cruelty as he smiled maliciously while striding forward with huge steps toward Su Qing. All of these were seen by Su Qing in a single glance. His pupils narrowed as his mind instantly analyzed the fact that these people weren't a single entity. Rather, it seemed that they had grouped up on the spur of the moment. He could tell this from the locations they stood in and the wariness they exhibited toward the others. Besides, Su Qing had guessed these people's identities. They were all scavengers. The Nanhuang continent didn't lack scavengers. The majority of them were cruel and didn't have any bottom lines. Everything was a case of the strong eating the weak. Evidently, now that the blood rain had stopped in the Forbidden Zone and the boundary had opened, the scavengers in the surroundings were all drawn here. To them, although the Forbidden Zone was dangerous, their lives were already balanced on the edge of a blade. Hence, the resources contained in an empty city were enough to make their eyes red with envy. Even if some items were tainted, they would still have some storage value. As Su Qing's thoughts rapidly flitted across his mind, his body moved as he was about to leap to the side. However, that burly dude who was moving closer to him immediately rushed forward when he saw that Su Qing wanted to flee. The cruelty in his eyes intensified, and his malevolent smile contained a hint of bloodthirst. Wanting to flee. I love abusing and killing brats like you the most. You should have plenty of items in your leather pouch, right? Captain Lei, let me handle this kid. The burly dude's eyes flashed with cruelty. It felt like the cruelty within his eyes shot out and transformed into intimidation. Combining that with his tall, muscular figure and his battle axe, the sense of oppression he exuded was exceedingly strong. At this moment, he rushed forward with large strides and leaped in the direction Su Qing was in before tossing his battle axe. Over. With a whooshing sound, the battle axe whistled through the air and closed the distance between them, instantly approaching its target from the air. The muscular dude had great strength and his movements weren't slow either. However, Su Qing's speed was even quicker. At that instant the battle axe arrived, his body had fiercely sped up as he dodged to the side. The battle axe harmlessly whistled past the area in front of him. However, the wind from the momentum blasted into Su Qing's face, causing his disheveled hair to flutter a little, revealing his cold wolf-like gaze underneath his hair. At the next moment, Su Qing's body borrowed the momentum of his dodge to roll onto the ground. However, he didn't choose to flee. Rather, he moved closer to the burly dude and lifted his right hand while a raven-black-colored iron stick directly appeared in it. Borrowing the advantage that his height was shorter than the other party, Su Qing furiously leaped, and the iron stick in his hand stabbed upward from down below, aiming to pierce the burly dude's chin. Everything happened too quickly. The skinny body of Su Qing as well as his earlier act of fleeing was all to naturally mask his intention to attack. As for the burly dude, he also felt a sense of life and death crisis at this instant. After all, he was extremely experienced. At this moment, his upper body furiously leaned backward and his countenance drastically changed. He narrowly avoided the iron stick, but the iron stick still caused a wound on his chin. However, before he could fester the anger in his heart, Su Qing swiftly pulled out the dagger from his thigh with his left hand, looking extremely cold. At the moment the upper body of the burly dude leaned back, Su Qing directly stabbed the dagger into the instep of the burly dude's right foot. A plopping sound then echoed out as the dagger penetrated the straw sandals and the flesh, directly pinning the burly dude's foot into the soil. As a result, the expression of the burly dude contorted, and intense pain swept through his entire body. A tragic cry abruptly rang out. He was then about to counterattack, but Su Qing was too nimble. After Su Qing attacked, his body instantly shot toward a broken bunker for cover. He crouched there and was ready to attack again. When the flickering flames illuminated his face, it made his entire person look a little indistinct. His wolf-like gaze was something the flickering flame couldn't conceal. It was filled with wariness and ruthlessness as he stared at the scavengers. All of these happened too quickly. Su Qing's young age and skinny body frame confused many of the scavengers, causing them to be careless. Hence, they didn't manage to react immediately. At this moment, a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of everyone. Particularly, the gazes of the three people with the bows turned even sharper. Su Qing, who was hiding behind the bunker, didn't bother to glance at the burly dude not far away who was screaming tragically, struggling to pull out the dagger from his insole. His gaze swept through the three archers and eventually landed on the man with the boxing gloves in the center. This man was an old man. Although his clothing was similar to the others, his gaze was the sharpest. Also, Su Qing could sense the hidden undercurrents of spirit energy from his body. From the old man's position as well as the way the gazes of others instinctively gathered on the old man, Su Qing had a guess in his heart. This old man probably was the temporary leader of these scavengers. Su Qing looked at the old man and analyzed, while the old man also looked at him. There seemed to be a hint of strangeness in his gaze. Very soon, the old man shifted his eyes away. He only looked at the burning flames not far away and remained silent. At this moment, the burly dude who had removed the dagger had flames of anger in his eyes. He let out a loud roar and was about to rush at Su Qing. "Brat! Watch how I make you die." Su Qing narrowed his eyes, which were gleaming with sharpness. Just when he was about to act, an aged voice calmly rang out at this moment. 1 zhang equals 3.3333 meters. Chapter 8. Chapter 8, Uninvited Guest, 2. Enough. This single word was filled with intimidation, causing the burly dude who was roaring to halt his steps. He then turned his head toward the speaker. The person who had spoken was none other than the old man wearing boxing gloves whom Su Qing had seen earlier. "Captain Lei. That kid should be a lucky survivor from the slums outside. Since the gods have spared him, you shouldn't act against him. Let us leave." But a strong reluctance could be seen in the eyes of the burly dude. He believed he was just careless earlier. If he really acted seriously, he was confident he could crush Su Qing's neck in the span of a few breaths of time. Just when he was about to speak, the old man calmly glanced at him. "Do you need me to repeat myself?" The burly dude's expression showed a struggle, but he ultimately lowered his head. It was just that when he lowered his head, he glanced at Su Qing, who was hiding in the bunker, from the corner of his eyes, and killing intent flashed in his expression. After that, his countenance turned gloomy as he turned and limped in the old man's direction. Su Qing sensed the killing intent. His eyes narrowed slightly as he warily gazed at this group of scavengers who were walking further away. However, just when they moved tens of zhang away, the old man in the center suddenly stopped. He turned his head, and it was unknown whether he was looking at Su Qing or the flames from the pile of burning corpses as he suddenly spoke a long time later. "Kid, are you willing to leave here with me?" Su Qing started. He noticed the other party's tone. The old man said "me" and not "us." Hence, Su Qing fell silent as his gaze swept through the crowd. The old man was also someone with patience, so he didn't rush Su Qing. He stood far away and waited for Su Qing's answer. Tens of breaths later, Su Qing once again swept his gaze through these people. He then looked at the old man as well as the gloomy burly dude whom he injured. A strange light flashed in the youth's eyes. He slowly stood up and didn't speak, moving nearer to them. Upon seeing Su Qing walking over, the old man smiled and turned to continue walking. The others also cast deep looks at Su Qing as they departed together. Just like this, Su Qing followed this group of scavengers and watched them search through and collect all the valuable items in the city. In the meantime, he also learned that the nickname of the burly dude was Broken Ox. This person had swept his sinister gaze many times toward Su Qing. However, he was evidently suppressing his murderous urge. It seemed like he wasn't anxious and wanted to wait for a chance to act when the old man wasn't present. Also, it was like he was very sure that there would be such an opportunity appearing on their journey. Suqing contemplated for a while and thought of the burly dude's greed before coming up with a plan. Hence, with his familiarity with the city, he provided some aid to these scavengers. Suqing assumed a very humble demeanor and helped these scavengers to find more valuable items at an even quicker speed. As for Broken Ox, his greed was clear to all. Even though the load he was carrying was full and the weight had exceeded what he could bear, he still wanted to grab more items. Hence, he who was already injured searched more places than others and also carried an increased load due to having more items. At the start, this couldn't count for much. But as time flowed, the stamina of the burly dude was greatly exhausted. The sense of fatigue he felt also soon exceeded the others. As for the area around the city lord's residence, Suqing thought of how the old man named Captain Lei had helped him. So, he decided not to lure them over. They continued doing this until the night was about to descend. The group then finally left the city and set up a campsite in the slums outside the city. Their actions were very proficient, and they soon set up 6 tents. Other than the 2 people wielding blades sharing a single tent, the others were all solo. They lit up a stick of incense outside their tents, and some even took out some powder and sprinkled it in the surroundings. Seeing that the sky was growing darker and the various roars in the city started echoing out, these scavengers all entered their tents. Only Captain Lei swept his gaze toward the lonely Suqing. He took out a sleeping bag and tossed it over to him. Lighting the incense can dispel the mutated beasts, and the powder can stop the bizarre existences from coming nearer. Given your contribution today, Broken Ox won't dare to target you when I'm here. This place can still be considered safe. After the old man finished speaking, he no longer cared and entered his tent. Suqing didn't speak. He merely cast a deep glance at the old man's tent before opening the sleeping bag and snuggling inside. However, he didn't seal it completely, leaving a slight gap facing the direction of the scavenger's tent. During late night, the roars and mournful cries outside grew even more intense, and an eerie crying sound also reverberated through the air. The terrifying atmosphere seemed to be inundated everywhere in the outside world. No one was willing to leave the safety of their current dwelling place. Except Suqing. In the sleeping bag, he opened his eyes and remained immobile as he silently waited. Time continued to flow, and when it was deep in the night, when most people were soundly sleeping, Suqing slowly climbed out of his sleeping bag. His movements were very careful and he did his best not to make any sound. The roars and mournful cries inside the city echoed in his ears, but they didn't cause him the slightest bit of distraction. After Suqing climbed out carefully, he silently walked toward the tent that the burly dude nicknamed Broken Ox was in. He wouldn't allow a concealed danger near him that would threaten his life to exist. Even though it was a concealed danger, he had to think of a solution to resolve it immediately. This was a rule Suqing had learned by surviving in the slums through lessons paid in blood. This was the true reason why he had agreed to follow the old man. In fact, all the help he provided these scavengers during the day to allow them to have a greater harvest was because he saw Broken Ox's greed. He wanted the injured Broken Ox to be even more fatigued and lose his wariness. Hence, he intentionally adopted a humble demeanor to numb the other party, to make him unprepared. All of this was for the sake of taking action right now. Currently, Suqing's expression was calm as he softly approached the tent. He wasn't reckless at all. He first squatted there to listen attentively for a long while. Chapter 9. Chapter 9, Uninvited Guest, 3. The breathing sounds that entered his ear had a regular rhythm and it didn't seem fake. After confirming this, Suqing narrowed his eyes and slowly took out his iron stick. He then softly opened the zip to the tent and slowly entered. The interior of the tent was dim, and Suqing could faintly see Broken Ox lying there. He was in a very deep sleep. Clearly, his exertions in the day, in addition to being injured, caused him to be incomparably fatigued. Besides, his mentality was that of an expert, and this caused Broken Ox to be unable to imagine in his wildest dreams that the cooperative youth during the day would dare to take the risk to enter his tent when all the other scavengers were present. So at this moment, he had no idea that there was an uninvited guest in his tent. Suqing stared at Broken Ox, who was in a deep sleep. His cold gaze was as calm as the deep seas as he approached softly. When he finally arrived beside his target, Suqing didn't hesitate. The dagger in his right hand glinted with cold light as he sliced the neck of the utterly ignorant Broken Ox ruthlessly. His strength was exceedingly great and the head of his target was almost cleanly separated from its body. Fresh blood instantly gushed forth. The intense pain caused the eyes of Broken Ox to snap open. When he saw Su Qing's emotionless face, his expression became one of disbelief and dread. Just as he wanted to struggle, Su Qing's left hand rapidly lifted and pressed down on his mouth, causing him to be unable to utter a single sound. His struggle grew increasingly intense. Broken Ox's eyes were wide open as his entire body twitched madly. However, Su Qing's arm was as though it was made of steel, pressing down on his target with a strength death would envy. He also lifted his right leg and directly stomped on Broken Ox's stomach. Su Qing's body adopted the posture of a bow, and he borrowed the stance to stabilize his strength, causing Broken Ox's struggle to be futile. As blood continued gushing forth, Broken Ox was like a fish that was out of the water. Slowly, the look of despair flared intensely in his gaze, there was even a pleading expression. However, what he saw was still Su Qing's calm face. As for the sounds his body produced during the struggle, it was completely masked under the roars and mournful cries of the outside world. Time slowly flowed and tens of breaths later, Broken Ox's struggles grew gradually weaker. Finally, his body trembled and completely relaxed into an immobile state. Only his eyes, which were still open, showed the terror and anger he felt before his death. Su Qing didn't release his grab immediately. He waited for a while more to confirm that the other party had really died before he released his hands. After wiping away the blood on his hands, he opened his leather pouch. He then cautiously took out the snake head wrapped in a sackcloth and carefully used the poisonous fangs of the snake head to pierce Broken Ox's skin. At the next instant, as the poison spread, green bubbles were generated from Broken Ox's corpse, and it slowly melted. After the amount of time it took for an incense stick to burn out, the corpse completely dissolved into a puddle of blood that seeped into the mud. Su Qing silently watched everything. After that, he started to clean the scene up and cleared all of Broken Ox's belongings, creating an illusion that the other party had gone missing. Only then did he leave the tent. The cold wind blew at his face, blowing some of the smell of blood that lingered on his body away. Su Qing lifted his head and looked at the dark night. After that, he took a deep breath of cold air before slowly walking back to his sleeping bag. The moment he lay down in the sleeping bag, his heart state finally felt more solid. This was the sense of safety generated from removing the concealed danger, and it allowed him to close his eyes in peace and fall asleep. However, he still held the iron stick in his hand securely, his grip wasn't relaxed at all. The night was silent. On the next morning, when rays of the sun streamed down and illuminated the land, Su Qing opened his eyes. He then quietly climbed out of his sleeping bag and casually glanced in the direction of Broken Ox's tent. At the next instant, his eyes narrowed slightly. Broken Ox's tent had actually vanished. Hence, Su Qing's heart sank as he grew even warier. Very soon, the other scavengers continuously exited their tents in the early morning and discovered this matter. All of them felt puzzled and some began searching the surroundings. 4 clues. However, because Broken Ox had vanished thoroughly and his tent also disappeared, everyone eventually came to the conclusion that Broken Ox had left halfway through the night due to his greed for the items in the city, or he left for some other reasons that he didn't want to make public. In any case, in this forbidden zone, there were too many reasons why one would disappear. This group was originally a team that was formed temporarily. Moreover, Broken Ox was a loner, so a short time later, these scavengers no longer cared about this matter. Some of them glanced at Su Qing, but somehow, they felt that it was impossible for this matter to have a connection with him. Besides, they had no obligation to investigate, so they retracted all their conjectures. Only the old man known as Captain Lei shot a glance filled with deep meaning at Su Qing when he took Su Qing's sleeping bag back. He then calmly spoke. "Now, are you still willing to leave with me?" This sentence was inundated with many meanings, so Su Qing fell silent. The old man didn't say anything more. He then called out to everyone to hurry since there was light from the sun. Qing Su stood dumbfoundedly for a moment at his original location. He instinctively turned his head to look at the ruined city. Ultimately, he turned back to stare at the back view of the old man. After thinking for a moment, he strode forward and his footsteps gradually grew more determined. 6 scavengers and a kid. Their shadows under the sunlight were lengthened. Far away, the wind gusted, blowing away their sighs and rueful emotions as they continued with their journey. This is a calamity of the gods. The entire city was annihilated. There's one more forbidden zone in this world. This cannot be counted as anything much. Have you guys heard about this story before? About 7 to 8 years ago, there was a major city in the northern region. The god opened its eyes and glanced over there. After that, that area, including the city, directly vanished in a bizarre manner. It was as though they had never existed before. The sound of conversation grew weaker and weaker. Under the sunlight, together with the figures trekking on a long journey, the youth remained silent. He quietly listened and continued to walk. Further and further into the distance. Chapter 10. Chapter 10, Scavenger's Campsite. The Forbidden Zone formed in this part of the eastern region of the Nanhuang continent wasn't very big. The ruins that Su Qing's group had left were at the edges of the Forbidden Zone. This was also why the scavengers were able to rush over to the city on the first day the sunlight came. Therefore, when the sky was gradually turning dark, they were almost out of the Forbidden Zone's perimeters. They had encountered some mutated beasts on the way, but the beasts were quickly taken care of by these scavengers. Su Qing came to an assessment after observing them. He felt that if he were to make a move, amongst the 6 scavengers, he would have a chance against any of them other than Captain Lei. They aren't cultivators, but the viciousness when they fought, their grasp of timing, as well as their indifferent attitude toward death in critical moments allowed their killing prowess to be enhanced. Su Qing assessed these people and analyzed the situation. He reckoned that he could fight against any one of them in a one-on-one battle, other than Captain Lei. In fact, it might not be impossible for him to take on 2 of them at once. But he probably couldn't handle 3 in one go. Su Qing became increasingly cautious after he made this judgment. At the same time, he was also sharp enough to notice that as the distance from the external world grew closer, those scavengers' expressions became a lot more relaxed. They even started to chat and joke with each other on the way. Only the old man who was called Captain Lei didn't say a word along the way. The others treated the old man with a lot of respect, and this made Su Qing feel a little curious about his identity. However, this curiosity didn't reduce his wariness. Even though they were almost out of the Forbidden Zone, Su Qing continued to be on his guard. So, even when he was following these scavengers, he didn't get close to them completely. Instead, he kept a suitable distance and followed cautiously as he listened to them talking. When the sky was almost completely dark, Su Qing paused in his footsteps as a sensation of warmth gushed over him. He then turned and stared at the desolate land behind him, before looking at the world in front of him. Between heaven and earth, the place he was standing in seemed to have an invisible boundary. Within the boundary was a rudimentary forbidden zone that had just been formed. It was extremely cold. Outside the boundary was the normal world that was filled with vitality and warmth. They finally walked out of the forbidden zone. Although it was nighttime outside, the starry sky was dazzling and the bright moon hung high up in the sky. Although the land outside also reeked of desolation, it was a far cry from the coldness in the forbidden zone. There'd also be occasional cries from ordinary birds and beasts. Su Qing even saw a rabbit in the bushes far away, and it was looking at them warily. Everything here made Su Qing feel a little in a daze. At this moment, those scavengers' expressions became completely relaxed. Even Captain Lei's brows were no longer knitted. We're finally out. This trip is considered quite smooth. If it's possible, I wouldn't want to take another step into the Forbidden Zones. Don't go to the Forbidden Zones. If you want to survive in this damned world, if you want to live a better life, you must risk your life in the Forbidden Zones. Sooner or later, I'll buy a residency right in a 7 Blood Eyes branch city. Now that they were out of the Forbidden Zone, these scavengers were clearly in a more relaxed mood and kept chatting with each other. Su Qing kept quiet but listened attentively. From the conversations he had heard on the way, he had gained a lot of information that he wouldn't have heard of in the past. Take the 7 Blood Eyes for example. He had heard these scavengers mention them many times. They seemed to be a very powerful influence. Also, the name Purple Earth had been mentioned by them many times. You only have such a small ambition. There are many 7 Blood Eyes branch cities. Antler City, which is nearby, is one of them. However, the qualifications there can't be bought with just spirit coins. You still need the recommendation of a 7 Blood Eyes' disciple. Residency rights. My goal is to obtain the qualifications to enter the 7 Blood Eyes and become a 7 Blood Eyes' disciple. If you go to the Seven Blood Eyes, you won't be able to survive for more than 3 days. Who doesn't know how to boast? Why don't you say that your goal is to head to the Wangu continent overseas? The place of origin for the human race can be found there. When Su Qing heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He had seen the name Wangu on the bamboo slip. Wangu. You think that I wouldn't go if I had the capability to ignore those forbidden creatures in the sea? Two of the scavengers seemed to have some verbal conflict and started arguing. As Su Qing perked his ears and was about to continue to listen to their conversation to obtain more information, the old man named Captain Lei threw a glance at them. He then spoke for the first time on the journey. It's not impossible if you want to go to the Wangu continent. There are 4 ways to do so, and you guys can give it some thought to see which method is suitable for you. Firstly, achieve foundation building by the age of 15 years old, becoming a rarely seen heaven chosen. Secondly, pay 300,000 June * worth of spirit coins and purchase a migration quota from Purple Earth, 7 Blood Eyes, or the Litu sect star. Thirdly, make an outstanding contribution in alchemy for the human race. Fourthly, be taken in as a personal disciple by one of the great clans from Purple Earth, or by one of the 7 Blood Eyes as Peak Lords *, or the Litu sect master. Oh, there's a 5th way, which is to become a treasure nurturer. Think about it. Which method is suitable for you? All the scavengers fell silent, especially when they heard the 5th method. Their expressions became very unnatural and their gazes revealed horror. Su Qing focused his gaze. He had heard of the term treasure nurturers before. Back when he was in the slums, he had a few close companions with him who were taken away by some people dressed in luxurious clothes. It was said that they wanted to nurture them into treasure nurturers. Back then, the other children in the slums were very envious. Therefore, he hesitated a moment before looking at Captain Lei and asking softly, "May I ask, what are treasure nurturers?" Captain Lei's gaze landed on Su Qing and he slowly spoke. Using one's body to nourish magic treasure and cultivate unique techniques, using one's flesh and blood to dilute the anomalous substances in magic treasures. This will help to ease the anomalous substances increment with each use of the magic treasure. While it allows the continuous usage of the magic treasures, the treasure nurturers' bodies will gradually wear out and they'll die. Su Qing's eyes narrowed and he fell silent for a long while. Everyone seemed to have lost interest in chatting because of the words, treasure nurturers. They then continued to walk silently in the dark night. It was until they had left a distance away from the forbidden zone and arrived at a stretch of plains that Captain Lei chose to set up camp. Unlike how they had done things in the forbidden zone, when they set up camp in the external world, they not only set up tents but also started a campfire. As the flames burned, the warmth grew stronger. These scavengers then sat around the campfire, each taking out their food to roast. Fragrance gradually permeated the air out as they cooked. Su Qing gulped when he saw their food. Meanwhile, he sat in the far distance and took out half a piece of tough meat jerky, putting it into his mouth and chewing it off with great effort. Captain Lei, who was next to the campfire, looked over. He then got up and went over to where Su Qing was. As Su Qing abruptly raised his head, Captain Lei tossed over a leather pouch. There were a few hot buns within. Su Qing's eyes widened the instant he saw these buns. He held in his urge and spoke up in a low voice. "Thank you." Captain Lei didn't say anything and returned to the side of the campfire. A scavenger next to him laughed and asked, "Captain Lei, why are you treating this kid so well? We're all pitiful people. Since we met each other, we are fated. If I can help, then I'll help a little." There were 3 buns in the bag and they felt very warm to the touch. Su Qing hesitated for a moment. He saw that everyone next to the campfire was also eating the same buns. Therefore, he first pretended to take a bite while he continued to observe those scavengers. After noticing that they were all fine after a while, he continued to hold his impulse in for a very long time before he finally took a small bite, keeping the food in his mouth and waiting for a moment. Only after ascertaining that it was fine did he slowly chew it thoroughly and swallow it slowly. And after another long period of waiting and confirming again that it was fine, he completely relaxed and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He couldn't hold it in any more and finished one of the buns in big bites. Then, he hesitated for a moment and finished the second one as well. Although he was still hungry, he still wrapped up the last bun and carefully placed it in his leather pouch, as if he was storing a precious treasure. As it quickly got later into the night, the scavengers returned to their tents in succession. After that, Captain Lei acted the same as yesterday and passed a sleeping bag to Su Qing. He then said a sentence before he left. "This is a gift for you." Su Qing raised his head and looked at Captain Lei before he suddenly spoke. "Why? What do you mean why? Are you talking about the 3 buns and 1 sleeping bag? There's no reason for that. If you feel grateful, just get me some food in the future." Captain Lei turned and headed toward his tent. "What do you like to eat?" "Me." Captain Lei stood next to his tent and thought about it. "Snakes. Those things don't taste bad." After saying that, he entered his tent. Su Qing held onto the sleeping bag and looked at Captain Lei's tent for a very long time. He then nodded heavily in agreement before entering the sleeping bag and closing his eyes. However, he didn't fall asleep immediately. Instead, he quietly circulated the mountains and seas art with his eyes closed. This had already become a habit of his. Even though it felt extremely chilly when cultivating, he didn't give up at all. He made use of all the time he had to work hard in his cultivation. This was especially so after Captain Lei had mentioned the point of achieving foundation building before the age of 15. Although he couldn't compare with those heaven-chosens mentioned in books, he still had some hope. "I'm 14 this year," Su Qing mumbled and then continued cultivating. Just like that, time slowly ticked on and very soon, 5 days passed. Su Qing followed these scavengers to cross over mountains and travel across plains. 3 people had left midway through the journey. This also verified Su Qing's assessment previously that these people had grouped together on a temporary basis. By the 7th day, after the 2 blade-wielding scavengers left as well, only Su Qing and Captain Lei remained. On this night, at the foot of a mountain, Captain Lei looked at Su Qing. The latter took small bites of a bun next to the campfire while keeping some of the buns for later. After that, Captain Lei slowly spoke. "Kid, we'll be able to reach our destination tomorrow at noon. That's the place I live at and it is also a campsite where scavengers gather." Su Qing looked up at the old man. The old man gazed into the far distance and continued speaking. Scavenger campsites tend to be set up next to forbidden zones. Therefore, the area on that side of the mountain next to the campsite is also a forbidden zone. Compared to the rudimentary forbidden zone you were in previously, this one has existed for a very long time. Not only do ferocious beasts exist there, but there are also dangerous places, and the density of anomalous substances is extremely high. If an ordinary person doesn't come out from there after 1 day, they'll definitely die. Even I can only hang on for 7 days at most there. However, that place produces 7-leaf grass in abundance. It is a necessary ingredient in refining white pills. White pills are the foundational alchemy pills that cultivators use to neutralize the anomalous substances in their bodies. Therefore, many outsiders come to this place. They care for their lives and aren't familiar with the terrain, so they rarely go pick the 7-leaf grass themselves. They usually tend to spend spirit coins to get the native scavengers to enter the forbidden zone and pick the grass. After saying this, the old man looked at Su Qing. "Do you understand what I mean? You're saying that the native scavengers in the campsite are people who can do anything for the sake of money." When Su Qing heard about the white pill and its effects, he squinted his eyes and said this after some thought. Captain Lei's gaze had a hint of surprise and he smiled. "Your answer is partially correct." "What I want to tell you is that the rule in scavenger campsites is simply the survival of the fittest. Strength is above everything else. However, it is still a place of residency at least. Moreover, it has a marketplace where one can purchase or sell living necessities. There'd even be merchant groups who would come occasionally. Therefore, the housing at the campsite is quite valuable. As such, not everyone can enter as they please. For an unfamiliar face to gain residency rights, they must go through a beast fight. This was a rule decided by the camp leader. And if you pass it successfully, I can allow you to stay at my place for a fee," said the old man slowly as he looked at Su Qing. Chapter 11. Chapter 11, Kid. The Nanhuang continent was very vast. If one gazed down from above, one could see that the Nanhuang continent looked like an irregular oval-shaped chessboard that was surrounded by seas. It was separated by a boundless sea from the Huanggu continent and appeared more like an island. However, its area was very vast, and many people wouldn't be able to finish traversing it even if they used their entire life. It was just that the vast majority of the places there were difficult for the human race to enter. They were separated by the Truth Mountain range that ran obliquely through the entire Nanhuang continent. Moreover, there was an extremely vast forbidden zone in the southwest region of the Truth Mountain range. That place occupied almost 70% of the Nanhuang continent. Hence, only the northeast region of the Truth Mountain range had suitable places for the human race to stay in. But even so, the population of humans here wasn't small. In the northeast region, the minor and major cities were as densely packed as stars in the sky. There were sturdy ones and simple ones. However, these cities were all built while avoiding the small-scaled forbidden zones that could be seen everywhere in the northeast region. If there was a choice, no one would be willing to live in the surroundings of a forbidden zone. Staying there meant that one would constantly be in danger. Only outlaws would gather near there as a last resort. Their eyes were red with jealousy as they licked the edge of their blades while struggling to survive. Hence, scavenger camps were formed. In the surroundings of almost every forbidden zone, there would be such a campsite. From the perspective of the entire human race's territory, the location of the scavenger camps was very mixed. At this moment, such a campsite was perfectly reflected in Su Qing's eyes as he stood on a mountain peak. By staring from afar, the campsite wasn't considered very large. There were merely several hundreds of people living there. Maybe it was due to the time being in the early morning, the smoke that arose from cooking was thick. Although this place wasn't as prosperous as a city, it was still very lively. There were sounds of shouting, insults, peddlers' trade, and even unbridled laughter mixing together. These sounds were then transmitted to a very far distance. For the valuable housing Captain Lei had been talking about, Su Qing could see that ranging from the inner part of the campsite to the outer part, the structure of the houses grew increasingly simpler. The houses at the external perimeter were basically tents. And at a distance not far away behind the campsite, there was a pitch-black jungle. That place was shrouded by mist as though it was hiding some terrifying existence. Even if the sky was filled with bright sunlight, the rays of the sun had no way to shine through there. It was as though there were gods and devils within, and they exuded cold intimidation in all directions. It looked like the black-colored mutation spots on the human body. It was a shocking sight, and at the same time, it was isolated from the other parts as well. How do you feel after seeing it? On the mountain peak, Captain Lei asked. It's about the same as the slums. Su Qing thought about it before answering. Honestly. Captain Lei smiled and didn't reply. He then continued to walk forward. Su Qing retracted his gaze and followed behind Captain Lei. The two of them descended the mountain, and their distance to the campsite got nearer and nearer. On their way there, they encountered people in small teams of 2s and 3s who had exited or entered the campsite. Their clothes were all similar, and they mainly wore leather coats of a deep gray color. Su Qing noticed that after these people saw Captain Lei, they all revealed looks of reverence on their faces. The majority of their gazes also contained curiosity as they glanced at Su Qing. This made Su Qing have even more guesses about Captain Lei's identity. Just like this, when the sun was high in the sky, Su Qing followed Captain Lei and entered the plains underneath the mountain. They then got to the scavenger campsite. The campsite had no walls and the layout was very chaotic. Clouds of dust, withered leaves, and garbage could be seen everywhere, and there was a feeling of smog and miasma. As Su Qing went deeper, the sounds he heard from the mountain also grew clearer as they entered Su Qing's ears. What then entered his vision were numerous simple-looking buildings and a multitude of scavengers. Some were like broken ox, muscular and incomparably sturdy, but there were also skinny scavengers who had sinister and venomous gazes. A portion of them were old people who were so advanced in age that they could barely open their eyes, yet no one dared to antagonize them. Other than them, Su Qing could see youths like him cowering in a corner and listlessly staring at the sky. A portion of them were cripples. All in all, there were plenty of people here. After Su Qing saw them, his eyes narrowed slightly. He could sense spirit energy fluctuations from their auras. There were people of all shapes and sizes. Some were trading, some were sparring, and some were lying on large rocks and basking in the sun. Some had just hoisted their pants up as they walked out of the tents with brightly colored feathers on top. Their expressions were one of lust being satisfied. Su Qing followed Captain Lei into the camp. From the perspective of an outsider, it was like walking into hell. However, other than the vigilance in his heart, he didn't wear any strange expression. In fact, he even felt a faint familiarity. Indeed, it resembles the slums a lot. Su Qing mused in his heart. His gaze swept past those tents with feathers hanging on them, and he saw the scantily clad figures within. In fact, in one of the tents, a young woman even walked out half-naked. She had a lazy expression on her face as she smiled and waved her hands at Su Qing. "Don't look randomly." Captain Lei swept his gaze at Su Qing. "I know what sort of place that is," answered Su Qing as he retracted his gaze. The wrinkles on Captain Lei's face squeezed together into a half-smile. He didn't say anything and continued to lead Su Qing to the campsite until he arrived at his destination. That place was a gigantic building constructed from wood at the center of the camp. It was ring-shaped and appeared to be a coliseum for fighting beasts. On the way here, Su Qing had been observing. In his mind, half of the map of this campsite had already formed. This was his habit. Many times, familiarity with the surroundings could become an advantage to aid one in resolving a crisis. At this moment, he lifted his head and looked at the Colosseum-like building. He noticed that other than the gigantic field in the center, there were many crudely built tall chairs arranged around the field. Other than this, waves of roars from ferocious beasts could be heard from within the building. There were also rows of wooden sheds in the surroundings of the building. A few scavengers with clean clothes were faintly smiling and chatting outside the sheds. As Captain Lei arrived, a skinny middle-aged man soon walked out of the beast fight arena to greet him. This man's clothes were clearly different from scavengers. He had a three-stroke beard, and spirit energy fluctuations could similarly be felt from his body. After he arrived, his face showed a perfunctory smile as he glanced at Su Qing before looking back at Captain Lei. "Newbie." "He already knows the rules," Captain Lei slowly spoke. "What is his name?" asked the guy with the three-stroke beard casually. "He's just a brat. How would he have a name?" "Just call him Kid," answered Captain Lei calmly. "Follow me then." "Kid, your luck isn't bad. There are already a few people before you. You should be able to fight in one of the matches tomorrow." The guy with the three-stroke beard laughed as he turned and walked toward the wooden sheds. Now, Su Qing looked at Captain Lei. "Go. I will come and fetch you tomorrow." Captain Lei looked at Su Qing with some anticipation in his eyes. Su Qing then cast a deep glance at Captain Lei before nodding. He didn't continue to speak and began to follow the guy with the three-stroke beard. When they arrived before the wooden shed, the guy with the three-stroke beard gave a few instructions to the scavengers at the side before turning around to depart. And as for Su Qing, he was arranged to stay in one of the wooden sheds and was told that he couldn't leave here without getting permission. The moment he stepped into this wooden shed, 4 pairs of eyes from different locations inside the house gathered on him. These eyes belonged to 4 youths whose ages were similar to him. There were 3 guys and 1 girl. 2 of the youths seemed to be a few years older than him. At this moment, their eyes swept over Su Qing and surveyed him, but they didn't care too much. As for the girl, she was slightly younger than Su Qing. She cowered in a corner and a large scar could be seen on her face. She nervously stared at everything in her surroundings warily, including the 3 male youths, as well as Su Qing who had just arrived. As for the oldest youth here, he was originally a scavenger, but he changed to another campsite. So, after seeing Su Qing, his lips curled as he felt some disdain. He then shifted his gaze. His eyes were filled with invasive intent as he stared at the girl while licking his lips. However, he who clearly hadn't obtained the residency right in this campsite didn't dare to be too impudent with his actions. Su Qing ignored them. He found a location near the door and sat down cross-legged with his eyes closed as he quietly meditated. Time slowly passed. Maybe it was because Su Qing's arrival was too quiet. Gradually the 3 male youths in the shed neglected him and began to chat among themselves. 2 of the youths clearly had hints of flattering in their tone when they chatted with the oldest youth. The content of their conversation was mostly about the martial training they had to go through this time around. Through their conversations, Su Qing knew that this campsite would regularly organize a session of martial training when they had accumulated enough people who wanted to obtain residency rights here. The rules of the martial training were very simple. Because the camp leader of this campsite reared many mutated ferocious beasts, the martial training that would allow one to obtain a residency right would simply be a beast fight. The combatants would draw lots and fight against the ferocious beasts they drew. Either they lived, or they died to the monsters, becoming prey. Those who were alive could bring back their battle spoils and gain residency rights. Those who died would become food for raising the ferocious beasts. And every martial training would be organized in this place named the Beast Fight Arena. At the same time, most of the scavengers here would purchase tickets to watch this bloody show, and while obtaining satisfaction from it, the camp leader would also start bets to make a profit. In this cruel world, human lives were worthless. If one wasn't qualified to enter the city, and also couldn't enter the camp, they would have no choice but to live in the wilderness. Their risk of dying would then become even greater. Naturally, going to the slums was a choice. But evidently, those who had chosen to join a scavenger campsite had their own reasons and stories. Suqing sat at the side while he listened. When their conversation steered to the god opening its eyes many days ago, one of the youth suddenly asked, "When I came here, I heard people saying that you are the lucky sole survivor from that calamity." As these words rang out, Suqing slowly opened his eyes. When he glanced over, he noticed that the youth wasn't talking about him but the little girl at the corner instead. The girl's body trembled and she silently nodded. Suqing's gaze landed on the little girl. Everyone only heard about the story, but he had experienced everything. So, he deeply understood that those who could survive in the calamity and arrive here wouldn't be so simple or fragile even though their appearances indicated that they were so. The little girl seemed to have noticed Suqing's gaze. She then lifted her head and looked at Suqing. However, Suqing closed his eyes again and continued to meditate. He had to grasp all available time to cultivate. This was the only thing he could depend on to live a better life. Just like this, a night passed. The next morning, as the clamor and hooting of the outside world rang out, the door to the wooden shed was opened by someone. Sunlight streamed in. The scavenger who opened the door stood in the doorway, and his figure caused his shadow to be cast into the house, enveloping the figure of the little girl in the corner. This man then coldly spoke. "Pack up and leave with me. The good show you guys are putting up will be shown soon. I've waited long enough." The scavenger youth was the first to rise. He smiled and walked over, greeting the person at the door. The two other youths also hurriedly followed him. Suqing was the fourth person to go out, and the little girl was the last one. The scavenger at the door was acquainted with that scavenger youth. After they chatted for a while, he ignored the others and led the youth to the beast fight arena. The nearer they got, the louder the clamor. Hooting and cheering rose forth in waves, growing in intensity. This lasted until the group of them stepped into the beast fight arena. The moment they did so, the commotion thoroughly erupted. They could see that on the surrounding tall chairs inside the beast fight arena, there were currently over 100 people spectating. Males and females grouped together rowdily as they prepared themselves to watch a good show. Their voices were very loud. Upon seeing this scene, the little girl's body evidently shivered and the two youths also had pale expressions. The only exception was the scavenger youth whose eyes gleamed with excitement as he stared at the audience. Next was Suqing. His expression didn't change much, and he started observing the environment of the fighting area inside the beast fight arena. The space isn't very large, so it's unsuitable for kiting. Since there is no cover, it is also unsuitable for hiding. The surrounding wooden fences are very tall, so it's unsuitable to draw the danger to the audience. But there are signs of a few gates, there should be tunnels there. So, either I borrow the cheers and shouts of the audience to frighten the beast, while I find an opportunity to act, but that might end up backfiring as it could cause the ferocious beast to rage, or I end things as swiftly as possible as that would be the most advantageous. 1. Image of how a 3-stroke beard looks like, https://www.163.com/and/article/BAH277P500031H2L.html. Chapter 12. Chapter 12, My Treat to You, 1. While Suqing was observing the environment of the fighting area, the sounds of cheering from the crowd echoed out. The entrance, where Suqing and the others had walked into earlier, now let out a booming sound as a huge gate slammed down. It smashed heavily against the ground surface, causing clouds of dust and soil to kick up. This sound was like a bugle horn being blown and caused the surrounding scavengers to become even more excited. Suqing also noticed that on that tall platform right in front of him, there was a middle-aged man clad in cotton clothes. A group of people followed him, and he sat in the highest seat. Because the distance was very far, his appearance was somewhat blurry. Evidently, the status of this person was extraordinary. Despite the far distance, Su Qing could sense that the spirit energy fluctuations from the other party were extremely dense, surpassing everyone he had ever seen before. This caused Su Qing to feel wary. At the same time, he had a guess in his heart. This person was probably the camp leader of this campsite. This was because Su Qing saw the guy with the three-stroke beard from yesterday bending beside him, carefully giving the latter a report. As the camp leader sat down, the guy with the three-stroke beard stood on a tall platform and made a gesture to those below. Very soon, at the boundary of the beast fight arena, a wooden gate was opened. Now, waves of roars from ferocious beasts sounded even clearer without the obstruction of the wooden gate. And as the sounds echoed out, a group of scavengers emerged. They were split into 4 teams of 3, each carrying a large metal cage as they slowly walked out. Inside each metal cage, a ferocious beast could be seen roaring and prancing around, as though they wanted to tear the cage into pieces. Su Qing rapidly glanced over and his gaze swept past the 4 metal cages. He saw that there were 2 giant wolves, one larger and one smaller. However, both their teeth were extremely sharp. Their bodies were pitch black, and their gazes were blood-colored. There were also large amounts of drool dripping from the corner of their mouths. As they stared at Su Qing and the other 4, they revealed savage expressions. There was also a red-furred bear. Its thick arms were even larger than the thigh of an adult human. As for its expression, it was filled with violence as it continued to rattle the cage. The small team of 3 scavengers carrying it evidently found it very strenuous to do so. As for the ferocious beast in the last metal cage, its aura was clearly much weaker in comparison. It was a gibbon. Its body was covered in pustules, which looked like they would explode with a single touch. This was especially so since the gibbon seemed to be in very great pain. It kept slamming itself against the metal cage, causing a number of pustules to keep breaking. It was a shocking sight. Their appearances sent the surrounding audience into another uproar. In just a moment, the expressions of the 2 youths beside Su Qing paled. That little girl also had intense terror in her eyes. As for that youth who was originally a scavenger, he was also much more nervous at this moment. Why are there only 4 creatures? Su Qing was astonished as he glanced at the tunnel inside the wooden gate. At the moment he looked over, the 4 ferocious beasts in the cages who were struggling and roaring instantly fell silent. It was as though they were intimidated. And at the same time, a gigantic metal cage twice the size of the previous cages was slowly carried out by 6 scavengers from the wooden gate. As the gigantic metal cage appeared, the surrounding audience immediately exclaimed out loud. Giant horn python. This time around, the camp leader actually managed to capture a giant horn python. But then again, in his eyes, this python can't be considered valuable at all. To these brats, whoever draws this python will surely die. Even if we encounter it in the wilderness, we will require 2 people to stake their lives before we can kill it. The ferocious beast inside was actually a gigantic python. The thickness of its body was comparable to the waist of a human adult, and the color of its body was a mix between gray and black. If one looked closely at the dark patterns, they looked like jagged mountain peaks. At this moment, it lay motionless in the cage. Its large head then slowly lifted, and its yellow vertical pupils shone with sinister coldness as it looked outside. Under its stare, regardless of the giant wolves or gibbon, they were all trembling. Only the red bear let out a low roar after being provoked. It looked like it didn't mind retaliating, but its body was actually slowly retreating. It retreated until it reached the back end of its metal cage. Please don't let me draw it, please don't let me draw it. Behind Su Qing, the 2 youths immediately shivered. When the 2 of them were praying in low voices, a sharp glint of light appeared in Su Qing's eyes. He knew about giant horn pythons. When he was in the slum, someone had hunted one and dragged the corpse back. At that time, he heard the experienced person saying that the strength of this python was very great. Once something was entangled by it, even giant logs of wood would be snapped. Besides, the python's skin was very thick. However, its body was clumsy and its speed comparatively couldn't be considered fast. In addition, its gallbladder contained very good medicinal potency. It would cleanse part of the taint in one's body. Also, the snake meat was very nutritious. When Su Qing thought about this, he recalled that Captain Lei had told him that he liked eating snakes. Su Qing had also caught plenty of snakes when he was younger. Hence, he couldn't help but lick his lips. Also, the mutation point on his body grew darker and darker the more he cultivated. Yesterday during his cultivation, he faintly felt some piercing pain radiating from it. Su Qing was thinking that if he could eat the snake's gallbladder, much of the taint in the mutation point might be neutralized. While he was staring at the giant horn python, the lot drawing started. A scavenger arranged by the guy with the 3-stroke beard carried 5 bamboo sticks with him as he walked over. Each of the bamboo sticks contained the names of the ferocious beast in this martial training session. The oldest youth was the first to draw. When he saw the bamboo stick he drew, he clearly heaved a sigh of relief. After that, it was the 2 other male youths and the little girl. The expressions of the 2 youths were slightly bitter as they prayed while drawing the lots. However, the gaze of the little girl was filled with despair when she looked at the lot she drew. The bamboo slip in her hand was none other than the one that corresponded with the giant horn python. Hence, the last of the 5 bamboo sticks was the smaller wolf. This was also clearly the weakest ferocious beast among the 5. Su Qing took that bamboo slip and frowned as he pondered. Very soon, the scavenger departed. They, the combatants, were then arranged behind a corner barricade. As the cheering of the surrounding audience rang out, the first match began. Chapter 13. Chapter 13, My Treat to You, 2. The person arranged to make an entrance was one of the 2 youths. He walked out shivering. The ferocious beast set against him was none other than that muscular red bear. The fighting process was very quick. That youth basically wasn't a match for the red bear. After barely clashing a few times, he was overpowered. Eventually, his body was directly torn apart while he was in despair. As a result, fresh blood splattered in 4 directions, causing a commotion in the surroundings. There was also the sound of cursing that was filled with regret. This scene caused the other youth to be so scared that his body shivered unceasingly. He, who was originally supposed to fight in the second round, suddenly shouted loudly that he wanted to give up the match. Hence, under the booing from the crowd, Su Qing saw the youth being brought away by the scavengers. As for the youth's ending, it was clear even without thinking about it. The person arranged to go for the third match was the scavenger youth. He had managed to draw the larger black wolf, but his experience as a scavenger made him much more ruthless compared to an ordinary person. After a shocking life-and-death battle, he panted heavily and killed that wolf while suffering many injuries. He became the first case of success in martial training this time around. The gate opened. After that, he clutched his chest and left freely. The fourth match was the little girl. When the cage of the giant horn python was unlocked, the girl shivered and gritted her teeth. She was about to walk past Su Qing in despair to fight the battle. But at this moment, Su Qing suddenly spoke. "Let us swap." The girl started, but before she could react, Su Qing already swapped the bamboo stick he had drawn with her. The moment he took the bamboo stick with the python's name, he no longer bothered with the look of gratitude the girl showed him. He directly walked toward the giant horn python. As he entered, the surrounding scavengers immediately caused an uproar. Evidently, they had seen the sequence of matches earlier. However, other than the gamblers who bet on him and the girl, the other spectators wouldn't care about things like this. They wouldn't care, and neither would the camp leader. Everyone was free to choose their life or death. In the beast fight arena, Su Qing calmly moved toward the cage. At the same time, the giant horn python within coldly stared at Su Qing as it slowly crawled out. When its thick and muscular body emerged from the metal cage, its scales caused an ear-piercing grinding sound as they brushed across the metal poles of the cage. Its animalistic instinct felt that this youth before its eyes was different from the prey it usually met. So, after it crawled out, this giant horn python didn't attack immediately. Rather, it coiled its body outside the metal cage and lifted its head high warily, staring at Su Qing, who was continuously moving closer to it. This scene caused the surrounding audience to be filled with excitement. The sounds of the commotion also reduced slightly. Su Qing's expression was as calm as ever, and he slowly moved nearer step by step. Maybe it was because he had entered the giant horn python's attack range, or maybe because it was provoked by his aura. The yellow vertical pupils of the giant horn python flashed with a cold murderous intent, and its tail violently slammed against the ground, creating a loud bang. As this explosive sound rang out, its body borrowed the pushing force from the tail and ferociously charged forward. After that, the gigantic snake maw opened wide in the air, revealing malicious sharp fangs and letting out a pungent smell to the air. Its head whooshed through the air, wanting to devour Su Qing. Seeing this scene, Su Qing narrowed his eyes and coldly watched the giant horned python rapidly charging over. The instant the snake got near, his body dodged to the side. However, he didn't choose to counterattack using this opportunity or care about the large snake head that passed by him. His gaze only gleamed coldly like a hunter as he attentively observed the belly of this python. From his observation, he saw the python missing its attack and letting out a low roar of annoyance. It then twisted its body, and its tail slammed the ground again, creating the ear-piercing whistling sound as it ferociously lunged at Su Qing. Its hunting instincts made the python forcibly turn at this moment. Its head flexed toward its tail, as though they were about to join together, forming a circle as it charged at Su Qing, wanting to entangle him in its coil. Su Qing was silent. His gaze was still closely observing the belly of the giant horned snake. When the snake's tail got close, his right hand suddenly clenched and punched out the instant the tail lashed over. Bang! Although his cultivation of the mountains and seas art was only at the first level, the augmentation it provided Su Qing's strength wasn't small. At this moment, when the snake's tail got blasted away, it folded backward directly, unable to coil toward its head. The giant horned python clearly felt some pain, but it wasn't fatal, so it only caused its anger to surge greatly. Its eyes then turned red as its head rammed over, wanting to devour Su Qing with a single bite. Su Qing focused his eyes as sharpness gleamed within, having found the spot he was looking for. At this moment, he strode over, choosing to advance instead of retreating and directly climbing onto the middle section of the giant horned python's body. After that, he exerted force and punched out ruthlessly with his right hand. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. His punches blasted out. The impact of Su Qing's fists made the giant horned python continuously retreat. Its roars grew even more intense as it attempted to coil around Su Qing. However, the strength contained within Su Qing's punches made it hard for it to coil around. As for the belly part that was being pummeled, due to the scales there being weaker, after several punches, cracks actually appeared and blood seeped out. This was the first time it got injured. After seeing this, Su Qing's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he didn't wait for the giant horned python to change its posture. His left hand immediately shot toward the dagger on his thigh. As the dagger glimmered coldly, he plunged it into the flesh of the giant horned python in an incomparably ferocious manner. It instantly broke through the flesh and stabbed inside ruthlessly. As a result, blood splattered around. Amidst the mournful hisses of the giant horned python, a shocking wound was torn through its belly, revealing a whole snake gallbladder. This snake was very large and clearly showed signs of mutation. However, the gallbladder was very small, only the size of an egg. Even so, Su Qing didn't hesitate. His right hand stretched into the wound, and he grabbed the gallbladder before pulling it out forcefully. Under the sharp cries of the python, he forcibly took the gallbladder out. Fresh blood then splattered on the sand and soil below. Su Qing ignored the blood stains, and a strange light gleamed in his eyes as he held the gallbladder. Glancing at the surrounding scavengers who had a variety of expressions, he directly placed the gallbladder in his mouth and swallowed it. While he was calmly swallowing it, the giant horned python whose gallbladder was forcibly removed was struggling madly from the pain. Its hisses grew increasingly mournful, and its body was whacking the ground heavily, causing clouds of sand and dust to kick up. It felt like the snake wanted to vent the intense pain it was feeling. After that, its head knocked toward Su Qing even more ferociously. Its blood-red eyes now showed a hint of craziness as it widened its maw to the extreme limits as though wanting to swallow Su Qing completely. However, Su Qing only glared at it icily. The instant the snake got near, he suddenly leaped up and once again evaded the snake's head. He, who was now in midair, brandished his right hand, and the black-colored iron stick appeared. When he lowered his head, killing intent flashed in his eyes. His body heavily landed, and he borrowed the momentum to increase his strength, speed, and body weight to plunge the iron stick ruthlessly with the greatest impact he could muster into the heart area of the python. As a result, the snake scales in that area cracked under Su Qing's monstrous strength, and he penetrated the snake's heart with a single blow. An explosive sound echoed out. This giant horned snake's body then trembled intensely like it no longer had the strength to support its body. After that, its head and tail heavily landed on the ground, and its mournful hiss abruptly stopped. Only the weak sounds of its tail thrashing on the ground could be heard. A long time later, when the clouds of dust and soil had settled down, the scavengers spectating this battle were still badly shocked. Many people stood up and stared at the scene in the beast fight arena with heavy expressions. At this moment, the youth was plucking his iron stick out from the snake's corpse. If an adult killed the giant horn python like this, it wouldn't cause them to have such expressions. However, for a small and skinny kid to do all these. The kid had cleanly devoured the snake gallbladder after snatching it forcefully and killed it in a single blow the next moment with no changes to his cold expression. In the camp, such a scene was very rarely seen. The smaller wolf and red bear in the cage were evidently frightened as well, and they were both trembling. This wasn't martial training but a hunt. Under the stares of everyone, the youth put his iron stick away. One of his hands then grabbed onto the wounded part of the giant horn python, and he walked toward the large gate of the beast fight arena. Behind him, the fresh blood of the giant horn python left a red trail behind. It was truly a shocking sight. Standing next to the closed gate, Suqing turned his head and glanced at the high platform. The guy with the three-stroke beard only came back to his senses after some time. After that, he felt some lingering fear as he immediately showed a hand gesture. Very soon later, the huge gate rumbled as it opened. After Suqing exited, he saw Captain Lei with his arms crossed leaning against a wall. Clearly, Captain Lei had waited for a long time. He smiled as he looked at Suqing. "Can I stay at your place now?" Suqing dragged the snake corpse along as he inclined his head and looked at Captain Lei. "You can." Captain Lei smiled. Suqing nodded and tossed the snake corpse over. "Since you like to eat snakes, this is my treat to you." Captain Lei was stunned. After that, he laughed uproariously as he caught hold of the giant horn python's corpse. As he laughed, he brought Suqing along and gradually walked away. Meanwhile, only after they had walked far away did the audience inside the beast fight arena erupt forth with an explosive uproar. Amidst the commotion, in a corner of the crowd, an old man wearing purple robes sat with an expressionless middle-aged man who seemed like a servant. The glabella of the middle-aged man had a 5-point star totem. Regardless of their clothes or demeanor, they were clearly out of place when they sat there. However, no one seemed to be able to see their existence. Even the camp leader's vision couldn't detect their figures at all. The old man had a rosy face, and there seemed to be lightning concealed in his gaze. It felt like everything could be destroyed if he unleashed it. All in all, his entire being was extremely extraordinary. At this moment, he sat there and stared at the departing back of Suqing as he couldn't help but laugh. This youth is pretty interesting. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls. At the scavenger campsite, Captain Lei walked in front while Suqing followed. The sunlight was currently streaming down, landing on them. From afar, despite the sight of one being tall and one being short, one being old and one being young, there was actually a faint sense of harmony. It was as though in this cruel world, such a sense of harmony was very hard to find. Or maybe it was the python corpse in Captain Lei's hand that exuded a sense of threat, causing the passers-by in the surroundings, who hadn't been to the beast fight arena, to not disturb them. Suqing liked this feeling very much. Regardless of whether they were eating the snake later or enjoying the sunlight at this moment, both made him feel very warm. He felt very comfortable and yearned for this. Every time his gaze landed on the python corpse that Captain Lei held, he could feel more saliva in his mouth. He was also fond of eating snakes. Captain Lei's house was located in the center ring region of the campsite. Compared to the brick houses in the inner ring region and the crude tents in the outer ring region, the houses in the center ring region were mostly constructed using stones and wood. In addition, 3 small houses would usually be built in a row together. Although the space within each house wasn't that wide, Suqing could see that it was much better compared to the place he had lived in the slums. This was especially so considering the fact that Captain Lei's house still had a small courtyard. This was even rarer to come by. At this moment, he pushed the bamboo gate leading to the courtyard open. Under Suqing's observation, Captain Lei walked to the secondary room in his house. He then casually pointed to the second tiny house and spoke. "Kid, you can stay here from now on. You should first get yourself familiarized with the surroundings. I will call for you once the meal is cooked." After speaking, Captain Lei began his preparation and the sound of meat being chopped rang out later. Su Qing gulped down his saliva. He first observed the tiny courtyard carefully before entering the second house. There was a bed, a quilt, a table, and a chair there. Other than these things, there were no other objects. The ground was very clean, there was also no dust on the table and chair. Evidently, they were often cleaned by someone. Even the quilt was washed until it was very clean. There was the smell of it being dried by the sun. Everything made Su Qing feel very satisfied. He didn't like a large house. What he liked was a house where he could see everything in one glance, a small house where he could project everything in his mind. This would make him feel safer. Hence, after a meticulous check, Su Qing looked at the clean bed. He pondered for a moment but didn't go over, choosing to directly sit on the ground instead. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, beginning today's cultivation. During cultivation, as the spirit energy flowed into him, the sound of oil crackling could be heard from the house next door. Very soon, waves of fragrance flowed through the tiny gaps of stone and wood on the wall and permeated his small house. This also whetted Su Qing's appetite, causing him to feel a sense of hunger as his stomach produced grumbling noises. It smelled very fragrant. Su Qing's throat involuntarily moved as he opened his eyes and glanced in the direction of the secondary room. After living for so many years in the slums, he already couldn't remember when was the last time he smelled such fragrance. Hence, he suppressed the hunger in his stomach and closed his eyes to calm himself down before continuing with his cultivation. Just like this, time slowly passed. Very soon, the evening had arrived. When the voice of Captain Lei rang out from outside, asking him to come and eat, Su Qing, who had just ended a day of cultivation, immediately opened his eyes. He stood up and swiftly exited the house. He then saw Captain Lei standing at the end room waving his hands to him. Beside Captain Lei, Su Qing saw that there were 7 to 8 different snake dishes placed on the dining table. Some were deep-fried, some were braised, some were steamed, and there was even snake soup. Evidently, Captain Lei had extremely good cooking skills, and the dishes he prepared were excellent in their tastes, appearances, and smells. Su Qing's eyes couldn't turn away his gaze after he took a look. Looking at this, Captain Lei laughed and turned to pick up sets of chopsticks and bowls. Su Qing also moved closer and entered the end room. The fragrance was even thicker here. However, he didn't sit down immediately. Rather, his gaze suddenly froze after he saw Captain Lei placing the sets of chopsticks and bowls. There were 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls. There's someone else. Although the fragrance was very tempting, the appearance of the 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls caused Su Qing to cast the temptation aside. He cautiously looked at Captain Lei and asked in a soft voice. "You don't have to be nervous. This is a habit of mine. That is for a person who would never come." Captain Lei calmly spoke as recollection flashed in the depths of his eyes. However, that look of recollection soon disappeared, and he sat down on a chair. Su Qing nodded and sat down as well. He couldn't control his urges anymore and directly took a piece of deep-fried snake meat. He then put it into his mouth and began to chew. It was very hot, but he was also extremely satisfied as he ate it. His mouth was full of grease. After he finished eating one piece, he licked the grease above his mouth and his hand stretched out to grab the braised snake meat. But at this moment, Captain Lei coughed lightly. "Use the chopsticks." "Oh." Su Qing clumsily took the chopsticks and after a period of getting used to it, he carried a piece of braised snake meat into his mouth and wolfed it down ravenously. During the entire process of the meal, both didn't speak. It was just that their eating appearances were completely not a match. Captain Lei chewed the meat slowly before he swallowed them, not looking like a scavenger. He only tried 2 to 3 pieces for every dish. As for Su Qing, he was ravenously wolfing down the meat. His appetite far surpassed Captain Lei's. Seeing how Su Qing ate, Captain Lei couldn't help but speak. "Why was it so different back then when I gave you the bun? You ate the bun small mouthful by mouthful." Su Qing forcefully swallowed the piece of snake meat in his mouth. He then lifted his head and looked at Captain Lei as he seriously answered. "The buns belong to you, but the snake meat belongs to me. One was food others treated him to. The other was food he was treating others to." The thinking process of this youth was very simple. Since this belonged to him, he naturally would eat it in a way that perfectly justified the fact. Captain Lei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He then looked at Su Qing, who kept picking up pieces of snake meat to eat while also drinking the snake soup. However, he also noticed that the youth didn't eat from every snake dish. He only took meat from the dishes near him, and he also drank the snake soup with restraint. He only ate the portion that belonged to him in such a way. Your python is extremely huge, so it is enough for us to eat for half a month. In addition, its skin and bones have some value as well. So, Captain Lei casually spoke. I will pay you rent. You don't have to deduct the rent from these, Su Qing suddenly said. The snake meat was to repay Captain Lei for the buns and sleeping bag. The value of the snake skin and snake bones was to pay back Captain Lei for helping him conceal the matter about Broken Ox. As for Captain Lei bringing him away from the ruins and to the campsite, that was a debt of gratitude. Su Qing felt that it was somewhat inappropriate if he tried to repay the debt by giving material objects. So, he remembered the favor in his heart instead. Captain Lei cast a deep glance at Su Qing and could see the seriousness in the youth's eyes as well as his personality of clearly separating grudges and kindness. Hence, he nodded. After he pondered, he spoke again. Kid, you probably had many guesses about my identity when we were on our way here. Su Qing didn't speak, but his eating action slowed slightly. The others call me Captain Lei. As for my name, it is not important. In the scavenger campsite, no one will use their real name. Captain Lei picked up a piece of steamed snake meat and placed it into his mouth as he slowly chewed. As to why I have this title, it was because, in the scavenger camp, I met a few friends who were willing to share life and death with me. We form a small team, but the name of our small team is a little crude. It's known as Thunder. Usually, everyone will accept individual missions. If we encounter a mission with greater difficulty, our team will gather and complete it together. Including me, there are a total of 4 people. But the 3 of them are still out and have yet to return. After they return, I will introduce you to them. In the future, you can follow us and become a new member of Team Thunder. You will then be able to do missions to earn a living as well as cultivation resources. Captain Lei seemed to be somewhat full. He put his chopsticks down and looked at Su Qing. Su Qing wasn't surprised by the words cultivation resources. Even Su Qing could somehow sense that Captain Lei was a rogue cultivator. After having interacted with each other for such a long time, even if Su Qing was in the body refinement realm *, Captain Lei would naturally be able to sense it through his observation. Sure. Su Qing didn't hesitate as he nodded his head. This caused him to breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. He who grew up in the slums deeply knew that it was impossible for someone to show kindness and offer help while wanting nothing in return. There was a reason for everything. You can continue eating. I'm already old and won't be able to digest the food if I eat too much. Captain Lei coughed a few times and his face turned a little red. However, he soon recovered. He stood up and walked toward the outside as he spoke. The spirit energy in this world is like poison. If you keep cultivating so assiduously as you did on the way here, your body might not be able to last very long before the mutation overcomes it. Cultivation requires one to build a solid foundation. You must not be hasty. Su Qing fell silent and didn't speak. The old man who walked to the door turned and looked at Su Qing as he shook his head. However, by cultivating like this, you are also correct. The scavenger campsite lies beside a forbidden zone, and it is different from the one you were in previously. The items and objects within the forbidden zone cause many low-level rogue cultivators and fugitives to gather here. Since you are staying here, you will surely need to make a trip to the forbidden zone sooner or later. So, cultivating more is also good. Captain Lei then left. Su Qing sat here alone until he finished all the snake meat. However, he didn't leave immediately. He first cleaned and put the tableware down before he returned to his small house. Upon returning, he sat down cross-legged and continued to cultivate. Su Qing was very clear that if he didn't want to struggle whilst on death's door and bend his back to survive, leaving the right of his life and death in the hands of others, his own strength would be the root of everything. This was especially so in the scavenger camp. There were plenty of rogue cultivators here, far more than the number he had seen in his 6 years in the slums. Not a single one of these people was a pushover. If the slums were a nest for dogs, this place was a den for wolves. If he didn't work hard, even before he mutated, he might have already died without a burial place because of a conflict or dispute. As for the anomalous substances in his body, Suqing learned from the bamboo slip that contained the mountains and seas art that alchemy pills might be able to neutralize them. Although they could only treat the symptoms and not the root, the pills could still be used to cope with mutation. On the way here, he also learned the name of one of such pills from the conversations of the scavengers. The pill was named White Pills. In the nearby Forbidden Zone, an important herb necessary for the concoction of white pills was produced there. So, there would surely be people selling white pills inside the campsite. After thinking of this, Suqing touched the location of the purple crystal in his chest. During this period, he clearly sensed that other than granting him a boost in recovery, it also provided a huge increase in his strength and speed. This had something to do with him achieving the first level of the mountains and seas art. However, Suqing felt that his first level seemed to be somewhat different from the introduction of the first level described on the bamboo slip, where he would gain a tiger's worth of strength upon reaching the first level. I think I can beat many tigers to death. Suqing mused silently as he sensed the spirit energy in his body. On the way here, he had been assiduously cultivating and he was soon about to break through to the second level. Today, I will attempt to break through to the second level. Suqing's gaze revealed determination. He then closed his eyes and started his breathing exercise. Very soon, spirit energy fluctuations flooded over from all directions. The spirit energy outside Forbidden Zones had much fewer anomalous substances in comparison to the spirit energy within Forbidden Zones, and so it could increase the cultivator's cultivation speed by quite a bit. For this point, Suqing had discovered it yesterday when he was in the wooden shed of the beast fight arena. At this moment, he relaxed his body and exerted force to absorb the spirit energy in conjunction with his breathing. There was also a weak flash of purple light from his chest that was covered by the leather coat. Time flowed by. Gradually, light popping sounds echoed from Suqing's body, and his pores began to secrete black-colored impurities once again. The flesh and blood of his entire body seemed to be nourished and became more tenacious. It was like there was a greater strength within them that was gradually bursting out. And at the same time, in the darkness outside, the little girl whose bamboo stick got swapped by Suqing walked toward the courtyard Suqing was in. She stood there and hesitated. It was like she wanted to knock on the gate but also felt some trepidation. After a long time, she seemed to have gathered the courage and knocked lightly on the bamboo gate of the courtyard. It was just that the sound of such knocking was too weak. There was basically no way for it to be transmitted within. The moment the little girl knocked on the gate, the popping sounds from Suqing's body also reached their most intense moment. As a rumbling sound roared in his mind, Suqing opened his eyes. At this moment, purple light flashed in his eyes once again as joy appeared on his face. He then lowered his head and glanced at his arm. The second mutation point had appeared there. The second level of qi condensation. 1. The end room seemed to be connected to the second house where Suqing is staying. 2. Suqing is in the qi condensation realm, but the Ross used here was body refinement. Might refer to the cultivation art Suqing practiced. The mountains and seas art is said to be one that tempers and refine one's body. You can view the reference from Chapter 6 if you are interested. Chapter 15. Chapter 15, Consequences of Threat, 1. I've finally broken through. Suqing stood up and punched out, producing a crisp sound echoing through the air. In fact, the blast of wind even caused the door to the house to shake a little. This scene caused Suqing's eyes to open wide. He sensed that the current him was simply much stronger compared to yesterday. If the current him fought against that giant horned snake, Suqing believed that he could blast through the belly scales of the snake with a single punch. Not only that, but his senses were also sharper than before. His vision was clearer, and his hearing also became more sensitive. Hence, the sounds of knocking from outside the courtyard could now drift into Suqing's ears. Suqing started and walked to the side of the house's door. Under the moonlight, he peered through the gap and saw the figure of the little girl standing outside the courtyard's gate. It seemed that she had injuries on her body, and she was trembling slightly. Suqing frowned. He originally didn't want to bother about this, but the girl persisted and continued to knock lightly. Hence, a long time later, Suqing finally pushed the door of the house open and walked out. After seeing Su Qing's figure, the girl evidently grew nervous. She bore the impulse to retreat and stared at Su Qing through the bamboo gate. "Is something the matter?" Su Qing asked. I also obtained the residency right of the campsite and also found a job in the campsite." The little stuttered a little as she spoke. "Understood." Su Qing nodded and was about to turn and leave. "Wait, thank you." "I came here to thank you," said the girl hurriedly. "No need to thank me. It was me who wanted to eat the snake. This has nothing to do with you." After Su Qing finished speaking, he returned to the house. The girl pursed her lips as she looked at Su Qing's departing back. She suddenly spoke loudly. "No matter what, I still have to thank you. This debt of gratitude, I will surely repay you in the future." After she finished speaking, her figure ran away and vanished into the darkness. Su Qing turned and glanced over, not minding this at all. He then returned to the house and drew in a deep breath, sensing the changes in his body. In his heart, he felt more confident about his thoughts of living a better life. However, the faint piercing pain that originated from his left arm made him guess that the anomalous substances in his body must have been concentrated to a very high degree. Even the snake gallbladder didn't manage to neutralize much. At this moment, it was in the dead of the night, and there were no roars from ferocious beasts outside. Su Qing then walked to his bedside and saw the clean bedding there before he took another look at his clothes, which were filled with dirt and grime. He pondered a little before removing the clean bedding. After placing it to the side, he lay down on the wooden plank. His hand instinctively grabbed the black-colored iron stick as waves of sleepiness surfaced. This iron stick was the companion he trusted the most. Ever since he had found it after searching through the garbage many years ago, he had decided to bring it everywhere with him and use it as his own weapon after discovering how sharp and durable it was. "I will search the campsite for a place that sells white pills tomorrow." Su Qing silently mused as he touched his leather pouch. Inside was his savings of these few years as well as a few valuable gems he had found inside the city. He didn't dare to take too many gems as he understood the logic of the weak possessing a jade ring becomes a crime. He had seen cases like that when he was younger. As he contemplated, the feeling of sleepiness slowly overcame him, and Su Qing gradually closed his eyes. It was just that the iron stick in his hand was still clutched tightly, with no sign of relaxation. The calm night passed as the rays of the morning sun cascaded down. The next morning, Su Qing, who woke up early, had already left the small house. Before he departed, he looked in the direction of Captain Lei's room. The other party wasn't in, so maybe he had gone out. Hence, Su Qing retracted his gaze and went to wander around the campsite. Maybe it was due to the shock he had caused everyone when he forcibly harvested the gallbladder of the snake yesterday. When Su Qing was walking in the camp, he could clearly feel the gazes of the scavengers in the surroundings. They were somewhat different when they looked at him now. They no longer felt that he was easy to bully because he was young. From this, one could see the evil of human nature. Now, there were more hints of recognition and vigilance. At the same time, the listless gaze of those youths around the same age as him, who were hiding in corners now, had a hint of envy when they looked at him. Dignity was something one had to obtain by themselves. Su Qing silently mused in his heart. While he was searching for shops at the campsite, Su Qing also familiarized himself with the surroundings. He discovered quite a lot of wild dogs in the camp. They were barking at each other and snatching goods. Most of them were thin, but some looked even more muscular and sturdy than some of the humans. After paying attention to these wild dogs, Su Qing continued to observe the campsite. He did so until the map of the campsite was fully created in his mind. According to his mental map, he found a shop in the inner circle area of the campsite. The shop wasn't small and there were streams of people leaving and entering. This looked like a lively place, and it seemed to sell everything within. Su Qing observed it for a while from outside and noticed the little girl from yesterday with a staff attire in the shop. Clearly, she must be doing miscellaneous jobs here. She seemed very busy, and droplets of sweat covered her forehead. She only noticed Su Qing after he walked into the shop. However, just when she was about to speak, she was dragged to the side by a scavenger who wanted to inquire about an item. Su Qing didn't immediately pay attention to the things for sale in the shop. Rather, he first took a look at the people in the surroundings who came to shop. There were a total of 7 people. Some were browsing through the items for sale, some had their heads lowered as they contemplated, and some were bargaining. Two among them, one skinny and one fat, seemed to be part of a group. The fat guy had a rotund figure, while the skinny guy had a horse-like face. Evidently, their attitudes were unyielding, and spirit energy fluctuations that weren't weak radiated from them. One of them was currently scolding the little girl as though he was very unsatisfied with her answers. And as the little girl anxiously apologized, Suqing began to check out the merchandise in the shop. Things were the same as what he had guessed. This place was a general goods shop. There were alchemy pills, weapons, clothes, food, etc. They had everything. Hence, he retracted his gaze and walked to the counter. He then calmly spoke as he looked at the shopkeeper who had an indifferent expression when he smoked a pipe. Chapter 16. Chapter 16, Consequences of Threat 2. How are the white pills sold? The white pills are limited, so we only sell 5 of them per day. There are still 2 pills remaining in the quota today. Each pill costs 10 spirit coins. The shopkeeper lifted his brows and swept a glance at Suqing. Maybe it was because he recognized that Suqing was the youth who had fought against the beasts yesterday. His attitude was somewhat friendlier. However, after hearing the price, despite Suqing being mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but frown slightly. His savings after these few years were at most 20 to 30 spirit coins. However, the piercing pain from the mutation point on his arm didn't cause him to hesitate. He carefully took out 20 spirit coins from his leather pouch and handed them to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper kept the spirit coins with his right hand and took out a sack from a cabinet, tossing it to Suqing. Suqing grabbed it and opened the sack, revealing 2 white-colored alchemy pills within. However, his brows soon knitted again. Some parts of the surface layer of these 2 alchemy pills had turned greenish. Evidently, this was caused by a change in the quality, and they weren't very fresh. There was also no medicinal fragrance emitting from them. It looked like they were inferior pills. All white pills in the campsite are like this. We don't have any pills with good appearances here. For this item, even if it is rotted, it will still have some effect. You can rest assured and consume them. After the shopkeeper saw Suqing's bewilderment, he couldn't help but speak while having an insincere smile on his face. Suqing was very cautious, so he didn't consume them immediately. He planned to ask Captain Lei after he returned. Hence, he packed them up and wanted to leave. But at this moment, a gleam of sharpness flashed in his eyes, and his body quickly moved to the side. Almost at the same time as he evaded, a hand landed at the location he had been in previously, grabbing the air. Suqing coldly looked over and saw the scavenger with a horse face, who was previously berating the little girl, standing there with his hand retracted and looking at him with an astonished expression. At the same time, the scavenger with a rotund body stood at the entrance to block the way out as he stared at Suqing. He then grinned, revealing yellow teeth. They are Fat Mountain and Horse 4 from the Blood Shadow team. This kid should be someone Captain Lei brought back. Thunder and Blood Shadow have always been against each other, so I won't participate in your matters. However, don't waste too much time as I'm still running a business. The others in the shop also had their attention drawn by the actions of the 2. After they looked over, they began to whisper in low voices. The sentence spoken earlier was naturally from the indifferent-looking shopkeeper. At this moment, the pedestrians outside also noticed the commotion here. All of them looked inside with expressions of interest. Don't worry, this won't take long. The guy with a horse face smiled. He then looked at Suqing as his eyes gleamed sinisterly. Kid, I've killed plenty of giant horn pythons, so I won't make things difficult for you. I only need the white pills. Give me the 2 white pills you just bought and I will let you leave here safely. If not, I will help slit your throat and take the white pills from your corpse. These words caused Suqing's gaze to turn even colder. He looked at the other party's neck and the fatty blocking the entrance. Noticing that there were quite a lot of people outside, he started coming up with a plan. The spirit fluctuations from these 2 fellows weren't weak at all. They should be around the 2nd level. He was confident to deal with one of them as he was sure he could finish the fight in the span of 10 breaths. However, if the 2 of them cooperated, he would also be able to kill them, but it would take longer. In addition, this was the downtown area. Once the fight began, since the other parties were members of a team, they would surely have reinforcement. He didn't wish to put all his hope on praying that Captain Lei would arrive in time. This wasn't his personality. He didn't like putting hope in others, as depending on himself was the best solution. Hence, Suqing expressionlessly swept his glance at the neck of the scavenger with a hoarse face again. His right hand then took out the sack containing the white pills and tossed it over with no hesitation. After the other party caught it, he turned his head back to glance at the fatty before he laughed complacently. His companion, Fat Mountain, also laughed and moved aside from the entrance. After that, Suqing didn't even turn his head and walked out immediately. The surrounding crowds, be it whether they were in the shop or outside, felt that this was very normal. Under the rules where the weak were eaten by the strong, the weak naturally had to know when to bow down. This was the path of survival. The little girl also heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, she had been sweating profusely. Now that she saw that the crisis had been averted, she continued to busy herself. As for Fat Mountain and Horse 4, they swaggered out of the shop while laughing uproariously as they walked into the distance. It was just that, no one noticed that a figure, which seemed as though it had vanished after walking a great distance away, was following them like a shadow patiently, not exposing itself in the slightest. Its eyes were like a wolf staring at prey, paying close attention to the two of them. This figure was none other than Suqing. Time flowed and the sky gradually darkened. Fat Mountain and Horse 4 went to many places in the campsite, and even after an entire day had passed, they didn't notice that a figure had been following them from the start. The two of them finally separated when the moon was high in the sky. The place Fat Mountain went to had a bonfire, while Horse 4 showed an expression of lust as he headed to the dark area in the outer perimeters of the campsite, planning on entering one of the feathered tents. Just when Horse 4 was about to arrive at the dark area, he suddenly heard the sound of wind gushing behind him. Hence, Horse 4 turned around immediately with vigilance, but there was nothing behind him. He started and his expression couldn't help but change. It was already too late. An instant later, a small hand shot out beside him, tightly clamping his mouth. At the same time, a sharp dagger sliced forcefully across his throat without hesitation at all. Whoosh! Fresh blood spurted all around. As a result, Horse 4's eyes were wide open and he wanted to struggle. However, the small hand that clamped down on his mouth possessed very great strength. Horse 4's body was then dragged backward, and it was futile no matter how much he struggled. His feet could only helplessly tap on the ground, unable to stop him from being dragged into the darkness. Finally, his end was like that of a slain chicken, tossed into a corner. Even until now, the small hand clamped on his mouth didn't move away. The owner of the hand waited for a long time, and only after he was sure that Horse 4 had lost all resistance from suffocation and blood loss did he finally relax his hand. He then slammed Horse 4's weak and shivering body onto the ground. Only now did the despairing Horse 4 see the expressionless face of the youth clearly with the aid of the dim moonlight. Woo, woo. Horse 4's gaze contained disbelief. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that the youth who had obediently handed the white pills to him in the morning would be so decisive and ruthless when he acted. He seemed as though he wanted to tell the youth that his words of slitting the youth's throat in the morning had been nothing but a threat. He wouldn't have really killed him. However, the blood gushing out of his throat made it impossible for him to speak. With despair, he could only whimper weakly and looked at the youth who was crouching down and emotionlessly searching through his pockets. When everything was taken out, Suqing found his white pills with an additional 5 more. Other than these, the other party also had some spirit coins and miscellaneous items. After Suqing kept them, as Horse 4's terror reached an extreme limit, Suqing removed the sackcloth covering a snake head carefully and used the snake's fangs to pierce Horse 4's body with great familiarity. As a result, Horse 4's body instantly convulsed and started melting from the location of the wound. The pain and agony from being melted alive caused him to break down mentally. Only until Suqing lifted his hand and covered Horse 4's eyes did Horse 4's world lose its light forever. His body melted and became blood that seeped into the earth. Suqing had learned his lesson from his previous negligence. At this moment, he took out a prepared pouch and put Horse 4's clothing and items away before he turned to leave. And after he left, 2 figures appeared from the darkness at the location of Horse 4's death. They were none other than the 2 men no one could see yesterday in the beast fight arena. One of them was an extraordinary old man clad in purple and the other was his servant. The old man lowered his head to look at the pool of blood seeping into the ground before lifting his head to glance at Suqing's back in the distance. A hint of admiration could be seen in his eyes. This is a good seedling. He has great tolerance and is decisive when it comes to killing. What's even rarer is that although he's ruthless when he acts, he can still handle the aftermath cleanly. Not bad at all, said the old man. The servant who was at the side revealed a surprised expression. He had followed this old man for many years, and it was very rare for him to hear the old man praising others as not bad. In addition, this youth had caught the attention of the old man twice. Hence, he also lifted his head to stare in the direction where Su Qing vanished. An interesting little fellow. The old man smiled before casually asking another question. When will Grandmaster Bai arrive again? Old Master 7th, according to Grandmaster Bai's schedule, he should arrive here in 1 or 2 days. The servant withdrew his gaze and respectfully spoke. He's finally going to arrive. This time around, this old man has to properly persuade him. The stupid purple earth is full of stupid rules. What's there to miss? He might as well come and join my 7 blood eyes so he can be more relaxed and carefree. The old man laughed and seemed like he was very happy. He then glanced in the direction Su Qing left. Let us go take a look at what this little wolf cub wants to do next. 1. The Lei in Captain Lei's name stands for thunder. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, New Clothes, 1. During March, although spring had returned, the weather was still somewhat chilly. If Su Qing had just exited the Forbidden Zone, the cold wouldn't matter to him. But if he was outside for too long, his body would still feel the bone-chilling cold. This was especially so during the night. The icy chill would feel heavier. As the cold wind gusted by, Su Qing's figure didn't stop in the slightest. He merely wrapped his coat tighter around himself. He still had a mission he hadn't completed. Hence, he was carefully making his way through the campsite during the night. On his way, he saw some wild dogs that bared their teeth as they rushed at him. However, after he glared at them, it was like they could sense the smell of blood on him, so they ended up shutting up and hiding away. Su Qing's gaze shifted away from the wild dogs as he continued on his way. After he arrived behind a house in the center ring region, he crouched in the dark and remained motionless as he stared at a large house far away. There were signs of an extinguished bonfire there. Su Qing remembered that Fat Mountain, who separated from Horse 4, had gone there. So, he wanted to wait and see if the other party would travel out during the night. The icy chill invaded his body, but Su Qing's body was as though it had been petrified, remaining completely motionless as he waited patiently. At this moment, behind him, on the rooftop of a building, Old Master 7th and his servant had also followed over. When he saw Su Qing crouching there, Old Master 7th couldn't help but break into a smile. As per what I expected. This little wolf cub is going to weed out the roots. This old man is now filled with great expectations. If this brat entered the Forbidden Zone beside our camp, what performance would he show? Old Master 7th squatted down, watching with interest while speaking to the servant beside him. The servant smiled and squatted beside Old Master 7th, also surveying Su Qing who was in the distance. Time flowed by, and after seeing an hour had passed, Su Qing gradually frowned. After thinking about it, he turned and left, walking into the darkness. His entire person was like an apparition, coming and leaving silently. However, he didn't return to Captain Lei's residence but chose to circle the surroundings for a round. After confirming that no one was following him, Su Qing headed back to Captain Lei's courtyard and quietly returned to his little house. After entering, he drew in a deep breath and rubbed his hands, wanting to dispel the chill in his body with the aid of this motion. He then wiped away the blood stains on his body. Only after that did he sit cross-legged on the bed with a look of pondering in his eyes. These scavengers would head out for missions at irregular timing. Luckily, Horse 4 was a horny individual, so as long as not too much time has passed, no one would realize that he is dead. Fat Mountain probably wouldn't be on his guard because of this either. But for the sake of safety, it's best that I get rid of Fat Mountain as fast as possible. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. Just like how he had killed Broken Ox back then, he who was now in the scavenger campsite wouldn't permit any concealed danger that would threaten his life. He killed Horse 4 because the other party had snatched his item and threatened him. This was also the reason why he was preparing to deal with Fat Mountain. After a period of silence, Su Qing took out Horse 4's items from the pouch and carefully inspected them. Most were miscellaneous stuff. There was also a palm-sized metal plate that looked ordinary, appearing like an ingredient. Other than these, there were about 70 plus spirit coins. To Su Qing, this was already considered a huge sum of money. He meticulously counted them once before taking out the white pills. After comparing his white pills with Horse 4's white pills, he discovered that these white pills were truly not of good quality and didn't look fresh. Hence, he began to believe 70% of the shop owner's words. After pondering for a while, Su Qing took out one pill and swallowed it. After that, he closed his eyes to silently sense the effect. Very soon, he felt a current of warmth rising in his body. The current gathered on the mutation point on his left arm, and he began to feel a sense of comfort. After some time, this feeling disappeared. Su Qing opened his eyes and immediately looked at his left arm. The 2 mutation points had grown slightly lighter in color, and the piercing pain was also reduced somewhat. It's effective. Su Qing revealed joy in his gaze and took out the second pill to consume. The same feeling emerged. As it vanished, the sensation of piercing pain also vanished with it. He felt a sense of coolness in his body. It was very comfortable, as though his flesh and blood were being cleansed. This caused Su Qing to sense that his speed and strength seemed to be enhanced by a little. As for the remaining white pills, he didn't continue to consume them. He placed them in his leather pouch and began to close his eyes to cultivate. The next morning, Su Qing opened his eyes and rose to head out. Just when he pushed the house's door open, he saw Captain Lei sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, doing breathing exercises. Su Qing didn't disturb him. He then opened the courtyard gate softly and carefully closed it before setting off. The wind today seemed even colder than last night. When it blew on someone, they would involuntarily shiver. Even those wild dogs were hiding in their caves, rarely venturing out. When Su Qing breathed out, he could see mist forming, and this caused his brain to recall some unpleasant memories from when he was in the slums. To homeless vagrants, the cold wind was like a calamity. One had to forcefully struggle before they could survive. At this moment, Su Qing, who passed by a clothing shop in the cold, involuntarily halted his steps and glanced at the thick and clean clothes hanging in the shop. He gingerly touched his leather pouch before turning to enter. The shop didn't have many customers. When Su Qing entered, he cast his gaze on those clothes that were hanging on the wall, looking at them seriously. At the counter, the shopkeeper cast a glance at Su Qing and wasn't too bothered as he continued instructing his staff at the side. Go and handle things at the back. Take the past month's custom-made clothes that the orderer failed to collect and hang them in front to sell. But what if the person who ordered the custom-made clothes comes back to collect them in the future? The staff hesitated, appearing to be someone new. Come back. There would be people going missing periodically in this campsite. Some died in the Forbidden Zone, and some vanished mysteriously. Only ghosts can return. Quickly go and follow my instructions. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, New Clothes, 2. The shopkeeper impatiently waved his hands, and the assistant quickly ran into the back hall. Not long later, before Su Qing had chosen his clothes, the assistant already returned with a large number of clothes in his arms. After he hung them up, Su Qing immediately had his eyes on a deep-colored inner fur leather jacket. This was something someone custom-made but had no way to return and buy it. After the amount of time it took to finish burning an incense stick, when Su Qing walked out of the shop, the article of clothing he was wearing was none other than that deep-colored inner fur jacket. This clothing could isolate the cold and wasn't thick or heavy. Moreover, the degree of warmth Su Qing felt when he wore it was far greater compared to the clothes he had worn before. The only bad thing was that he was too small and skinny. So, this jacket looked like an overcoat on him. The sight of it wasn't very matching. However, Su Qing was very happy. When he was walking on the road, he carefully avoided some places that were slightly dirty. Just when he was about to search for Fat Mountain, he noticed that there were sounds of a clamor from outside of the campsite. Also, many of the scavengers in the campsite walked out at the same time. There was a hint of anticipation in their eyes as they moved in the direction of the sounds. Su Qing also lifted his head to look over. Gradually, under the sunlight, he saw a group of over 10 horse carriages driving over here in a majestic manner. For those seated there, even the clothing of the guards was incomparably vibrant. Their faces were rosy, and their gazes were sharp. Also, shocking fluctuations of spirit energy could be sensed from them. As for the people inside the carriage, Su Qing couldn't see any, but he could guess that they were people with very important status. Su Qing had also heard of such a convoy from Captain Lei before. It seemed that they would come to the campsite often for trading or to purchase the 7-leaf grass used to concoct white pills. Fat Mountain's silhouette also appeared among the crowd, and after Su Qing's focus was attracted, he no longer paid any attention to the convoy. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Fat Mountain, starting to follow him secretly. Maybe it was because of the convoy's arrival, but the campsite today was very lively and a bazaar was created. Hence, from the start until now, Su Qing couldn't find an opportunity. This lasted all the way until late at night. He saw Fat Mountain returning to that big house again. Thus, he could only keep the dagger in his sleeves and turn to leave. Although he had no chance to act today, Su Qing had plenty of patience. After he returned to the small house, he wore his newly bought clothes and sat down to cultivate. Even when he was asleep, he didn't take off his new clothes. This lasted until the next morning when he was preparing to head out to find opportunities. Only then did he lovingly remove his inner fur jacket, changing back to his tattered coat. Looking at his new clothes, Su Qing felt that he had been somewhat too impulsive yesterday. At this moment, Su Qing wore his tattered coat and walked around the campsite. As he passed by a crowded market, his gaze seemed to be surveying the passing carriages, but he was actually searching for Fat Mountain's figure. Far away, Old Master 7th yawned and was with the servant on a rooftop. His gaze swept past the carriages and turned to Su Qing. After that, he casually asked the servant beside him, "Have you sent the invitation to Grandmaster Bai?" "Old Master 7th, I've delivered it. But Grandmaster Bai said that he feels a little unwell recently." "Unwell? Isn't he a doctor?" "He really is, sigh. Anyway, I remember that this kid bought new clothes yesterday, but why did he change back to his old ones today?" As Old Master 7th spoke halfway, he noticed what Su Qing was wearing, so he couldn't help but be puzzled. While Old Master 7th was puzzled, Su Qing locked onto Fat Mountain in the crowd from the corner of his eyes. Just like this, an entire day passed as Su Qing followed his target. As late night came, Fat Mountain, who originally wanted to return to his residence, suddenly changed his direction for an unknown reason. He actually headed to the Outer Ring region in the middle of the night. That place was comparatively more remote. Has he discovered me? Su Qing frowned and narrowed his eyes. His gaze gradually became colder. He didn't continue to follow but surveyed the surroundings instead. After confirming that the other party was indeed heading there alone, he circled around and continued advancing in the darkness, reaching the outer ring in advance before Fat Mountain did. He ascertained that there were no ambushes here first. His eyes then gleamed with coldness as he hid in the darkness. And at this moment, Fat Mountain also arrived in the area, but his footsteps suddenly stopped. "Brat, I already sensed someone following me yesterday. Just come out, this place is very remote and is suitable for burying your corpse. If you don't dare to come out now, I'll no longer be alone next time. Even if Captain Lei protects you, us blood shadows will still be able to make you pay a price." Su Qing's eyes narrowed. The other party had stated it this way, so there was no longer a need to hide. Hence, he walked out of the darkness. Horse 4 didn't secretly accept a mission and head out, right? He must have been killed by you. I have underestimated you. Fat Mountain malevolently laughed and looked at Su Qing, who walked out. But no worries, I've long since found him unpleasant to my eye. Even if you didn't kill him, I plan to finish him off in our next outing. So, I still have to thank you. Also, I don't care about his life or death, but there's something in his pouch that I want. It should be in your hands now, right? Fat Mountain glanced at the leather pouch at Su Qing's waist as a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. He didn't wait for Su Qing to answer. His body shifted as his rotund figure actually erupted forth with a speed that exceeded the second level of chi condensation. The spirit energy fluctuations from him were much stronger than before. In fact, it even formed a layer of airflow around his body, bringing the cold wind along. His entire person was like an ice ball ramming towards Su Qing. He wasn't at the second level of chi condensation. From the spirit energy fluctuations at this moment, he had reached the third level. It was also precisely because of this, in addition to the item he wanted from Horse 4's pouch, that he decided to come out tonight alone. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. This was his first time fighting a head-on battle against another cultivator. To make it even worse, the airflow barrier around Fat Mountain's body was something formed by spirit energy. Fortunately, Suqing was confident in both his strength and speed. Hence, at the instant the other party came near, Suqing also rushed out ferociously. He erupted all his strength and unleashed his maximum speed, causing his movements to leave behind some afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he dodged Fat Mountain. When Fat Mountain was clearly startled, Suqing had already arrived behind him. After that, he lifted his right hand and erupted forth with the entirety of his strength in a single punch. Chapter 19. Chapter 19, New Clothes, 3. This was the first time Suqing used all his strength. This punch directly caused thunderous claps and created an explosive boom when it landed on Fat Mountain's body. As a result, Fat Mountain's entire body shuddered immensely. The air barrier formed outside his body then shattered inch by inch as his inner organs churned wildly. Pooh! When the sound of coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood rang out, the killing intent in Suqing's eyes grew even more intense. After that, the iron stick appeared in his lifted right hand, and Suqing's body swayed as he brushed past Fat Mountain, who was retreating in a hurried manner. The iron stick then followed with the flow and pierced toward Fat Mountain's head. But at the next moment, Suqing's expression drastically changed as he decisively retreated with explosive speed. The instant he retreated, Fat Mountain's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. Two black lines abruptly drilled out from his ears and flew toward Suqing's face one after another, producing a whooshing sound through the air. These two black lines were none other than winged centipedes. Their speed was extremely fast, and they were about to reach Suqing in the blink of an eye. However, Suqing slashed out with his dagger using his left hand and directly sliced them apart. The last one was only 7 inches away from Suqing's eyes when he finally killed it. This dangerous scene caused the killing intent in Suqing's eyes to deepen as he charged over again. During the window of opportunity created when Suqing retreated, the churning of Fat Mountain's inner organs also recovered somewhat. At this moment, his rotund body continued to retreat rapidly. His hands performed a set of mudras, and his face instantly flushed red. A moment later, he spat out a mouthful of poison mist at Suqing. The mist churned with an exceedingly large radius, floating toward Suqing. Everywhere the cloud of mist passed by, crackling sounds could be heard. From this, one could see how intense the poison was. After he finished doing all this, Fat Mountain's countenance was pale, and his fat belly got reduced by an entire size. He retreated once more. There was ruthlessness in his gaze along with some lingering fear. Suqing's strength had exceeded his expectations. He didn't expect that despite him being at the 3rd level of qi condensation, in addition to his poison attacks, he had actually failed to kill the other party in a single blow. Also, this poison mist was one of his ultimate killing techniques. If he could still do nothing to his opponent, he would have to shout for help and cause Suqing to feel trepidation. However, if he shouted for help, it most probably would be very difficult for him to obtain that item of Horse 4. Actually, he still had a taboo item he didn't use. The side effect of using this item was exceedingly great, but he still took it out. It was a piece of amber. As he hesitated in his heart, he glanced at the area that was covered in the poison mist where Suqing was in. However, the instant he glanced over, the poison mist suddenly started parting violently in all directions as Suqing's figure dashed out from it. His speed was so fast that Fat Mountain felt his eyes being dazzled. His heart pounded, and he wanted to crush the amber with his right hand and shout for help. But sadly, it was already too late. A raven-black iron stick shone with incomparable sharpness and instantly penetrated his head with the ease of a hot knife going through butter. As a result, fresh blood splattered out, landing on Suqing at the side. Fat Mountain's body stiffened. He wanted to turn his head but failed to do so. His corpse then slowly fell to the floor and became motionless. Not glancing at Fat Mountain's body, Suqing panted as he warily regarded the surroundings with vigilance. This place was a remote location. After ascertaining that he didn't attract any attention, he quickly moved toward Fat Mountain's corpse and took away his leather pouch. Just when he wanted to use the poison fang, Suqing suddenly noticed that Fat Mountain's right hand seemed to be holding something. Hence, he pried his fingers open and saw a piece of amber that was half-cracked. This item looked ordinary and there didn't seem to be anything miraculous about this save for the fact that there was a scorpion tail encased within. Suqing carefully kept it. He then melted the corpse and only left speedily after the corpse had turned into a puddle of blood. As he departed, he wiped away the bloodstains on his body and vanished into the night. Old Master Seventh and the servant walked out from the darkness at this moment. He then gazed at the location where Su Qing vanished. Old Master Seventh wasn't really concerned about the fight between Su Qing and Fat Mountain. But after a moment of thought, he revealed a look of sudden realization. I understand why that brat didn't wear his new clothes. He must be afraid that it would be stained by blood. He must have been living in poverty and would feel heartache if the new clothes got stained. The servant who was at the side also breathed a sigh of relief. Throughout this entire day, Old Master Seventh had been wondering why this brat refused to wear his new clothes. Right now, there was finally an answer. So, this meant that he didn't need to keep hearing and pondering over the reason why every time. Chapter 20. Chapter 20, Assemble, 1. In the darkness of the night, Su Qing's figure was like a cat. He proceeded forward nimbly and silently. His hand pressed against his mouth occasionally as he forcefully bore with the impulse to cough. During the first few times of this process, it was still tolerable. However, as Su Qing continued moving, as well as with his many times suppressing the impulse, his lungs gradually felt like burning, and this caused his countenance to become paler and paler. Luckily, this place wasn't far from his residence. Besides, the campsite wasn't very large, so Su Qing saw Captain Lei's courtyard not too long later. He didn't directly rush in. Instead, he stood at his original location and breathed deeply, trying his best to make himself seem somewhat more normal. Only then did he reduce his speed and proceed forth in a manner that was neither hasty nor slow. He pushed open the courtyard's gate. After that, Su Qing's gaze swept through the surroundings, and he slowly entered the little house. The instant he entered, Su Qing couldn't endure it anymore and directly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The blood was black in color, and when it landed on the ground, it actually emitted a sizzling sound. As he coughed up this mouthful of poisoned blood, Su Qing's countenance turned somewhat more normal compared to the paleness earlier. He panted heavily and sat down cross-legged as he began to use his breathing technique. It was only a long time later that he opened his eyes. The color of his face had now recovered completely. What a fierce poison! Su Qing mumbled. That breath of poison mist unleashed by Fat Mountain at the end contained extremely high toxicity. However, in that situation, if Su Qing had chosen to dodge, the other party would have surely fled immediately while calling for help to attract attention. At that time, things would become much more complicated if he wanted to handle things. Besides, even if he pretended he was injured, it would most probably be very hard to swindle the cunning Fat Mountain. Ever since Fat Mountain sensed he was being followed, everything he did was to mask his intentions. His only miscalculation was his wrong estimation of Su Qing's strength. So, at that crucial moment, Su Qing had chosen to believe in the recovery prowess brought about by his purple crystal. He forcibly endured the invasion of the poison mist as he decided to push ahead and finish the fight quickly, taking his target's life with a single blow. From the looks of things now, his choice wasn't wrong. The purple crystal indeed possessed a very strong recovery characteristic against the invasion of poison. On his way back, the burning feeling in his lungs and the impulse to cough were actually his recovery prowess taking effect. There are indeed no simple people among scavengers. Most probably, if it wasn't for me being quick enough during my attack on Horse 4 and not giving him time to retaliate, he was going to be very hard to handle as well. Su Qing silently mused as he started to analyze the aspects where he was insufficient during these two battles. A long time later, Su Qing inhaled deeply and lowered his head to look at his leather pouch. A strange light then gleamed in his eyes. Fat Mountain was moving about alone because he wanted an item from Horse 4. So, he was preparing to counterhunt me and take away the item belonging to Horse 4 from me. Su Qing opened his leather pouch and poured everything belonging to Horse 4 out, including the spirit coins. He then arranged the items before him. His gaze swept through the items, and he examined them closely. Ultimately, he eliminated the possibility of all other objects and stared at the metal plate. He frowned and couldn't be sure. In reality, Horse 4's items were all very common. Hence, this metal plate could be considered to be somewhat out of place and unknown when compared to the other items. Is it this item? But there doesn't seem to be anything marvelous about it. Could this be a very valuable ingredient? Su Qing pondered as he kept it carefully. He prepared to find a chance in the future to find out about the origin of this item. After that, he took out Fat Mountain's leather pouch and inspected it. There were no white pills inside, but there were plenty of spirit coins. Suqing also found many bottles of poison. However, since he didn't know the art of poison, he didn't dare to carelessly open them. Finally, he took out the amber that was filled with cracks, recalling the appearance of that fatty who was clutching it before he died. What's this item then? It seemed that the fellow was about to crush it before he died. Suqing was puzzled. He felt that he lacked the relevant knowledge, so he put it away after thinking about it. After he finished doing all these, he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. During these few days, Suqing discovered that after he broke through to the second level of qi condensation, the duration of his sleep didn't need to be as long as in the past. He would be able to regain his energy in just roughly 2 hours of sleep. So, he spent the vast majority of his time immersed in his cultivation. Moreover, because he didn't have any targets he needed to follow today, he cultivated even longer. In fact, he cultivated the whole day. However, when the night just descended, Suqing sensed something, so he opened his eyes and looked outside his house. The moment he glanced over, he heard Captain Lei's voice coming from there. "Kid, come to the courtyard." Upon hearing this, Suqing sat up and silently walked over as he looked at Captain Lei, who was in the courtyard. There was a large table in the courtyard with some meat dishes and wine. Moreover, there were a total of 6 chairs and 6 sets of chopsticks and bowls. Captain Lei was sitting there, and he waved his hands at Suqing when he saw him. When Suqing swept his gaze across the table and sets of tableware, he had a guess in his heart. He then walked over lightly and sat beside Captain Lei. "Have you gotten familiar with the campsite during these few days?" Captain Lei glanced outside the courtyard. His attitude was casual as he spoke to Suqing. "Relatively so," Suqing replied. His gaze then swept past the food on the table. Maybe it was because he had cultivated for an entire day, or maybe the fragrance of the food was too tempting. Suqing soon felt his stomach making grumbling sounds. Captain Lei, who was at the side, laughed when he heard it. "Don't rush, wait for them." "Are we waiting for the people from the Thunder team?" Suqing had long since guessed some things in the past. Hence, he took this opportunity to ask about it. The old man nodded, and just when he was about to speak, he seemed to sense something and turned his gaze outside. At the same time, Suqing also sensed the same thing and followed his gaze. Outside the courtyard, in the dim streets, the figure of a burly man appeared. This burly man's muscular figure even surpassed Broken Ox. His entire person was like a small mountain, and the muscles of his body were extremely pumped, emitting a compelling aura. He carried a gigantic fine steel shield on his back and a mace that was even taller than Suqing in his hand. He was striding over with large steps. Chapter 21. Chapter 21, Assemble, 2. The thumping sound resounded with every fall of his step, coming closer until he was outside the bamboo gate. When the bamboo gate was pushed aside, the shocking stature of a large man stepped into the courtyard. With his existence, the courtyard seemed to have shrunk a little, and the imposing aura of his tall silhouette spread even more. Suqing felt like he was facing a formidable mutated beast in a ruined city, and his pupils constricted. "Leader, I'm back." The large man grinned at Captain Lei, his voice muffled. When his gaze caught the food on the table, his eyes lit up. As he came closer, he cast his shield aside and threw the mace on the ground. Thereafter, he sat down right away. A hair-raising creaking sound was then emitted from the chair, as though it could hardly support the weight. From the start to the end, he didn't look at Suqing. It was like he didn't care. Captain Lei laughed but said nothing. Meanwhile, the large man stared at the food but didn't lift a finger. He waited quietly. As for Suqing, he looked at the shield and mace on the ground. From the sounds earlier, he could make an elementary judgment that the weight of these 2 items probably far exceeded his weight. Not long after, amid the silence within the courtyard and the streets outside the bamboo gate, 2 silhouettes appeared, a man and a woman. The man was a youth with a longbow on his back. He had a tall and straight figure, but he had a scar in the shape of a cross on his face. It looked as though it was forcefully carved by someone. While it was a ghastly sight, his eyes were particularly sharp. As for the woman, she looked to be around 30 years old and had an ordinary appearance. However, with the full body of tight leather clothing, her figure was very hot, emitting a type of primeval temptation. The two of them walked into the courtyard and greeted Captain Lei before sitting on the seats. After that, the youth carrying the bow shot a glance at Su Qing as though he was examining him. On the other hand, the woman by his side had a curious look. Her tone was a little coquettish when she smiled and spoke up. "Leader, we were only out for a trip. How did you gain an extra child? You're old but strong, huh, leader? Don't tell the reason you called us here today is to let everyone know that you have an offspring but have kept it a secret from us." "The age isn't right," the burly man muttered. Su Qing didn't speak. He shifted his left leg slightly away, allowing a smooth retrieval of the dagger tied around his calf. He felt a little uneasy. Each of these three people who came gave him a feeling that they were very strong. They felt even stronger than Fat Mountain from yesterday. This was especially so for that man with the bow. He gave Su Qing a faint feeling of needles prickling on his back. Barbaric Ghost, the third level of body refinement *, innately born with godly strength. Captain Lei didn't bother with her joke. He only looked at Su Qing and pointed at the burly man. Luan Tooth *, the third level of Qi condensation, able to communicate with ferocious beasts. The wild dogs you see at the campsite are mostly her spies. Cross, the great circle of the fourth level of Qi condensation, people within the same realm are hardly his match. Captain Lei introduced them one after another and then pointed to Su Qing in front of the three people. Kid, the second level of body refinement. As Captain Lei spoke, the expressions of the three people on the team grew much more solemn. Su Qing sat at the side and listened attentively. "Eat first. We'll talk as we eat." Captain Lei started flatly as he swept his gaze across the four of them. He then picked up a small piece of meat and ate it. "I called you all back earlier because this year's spring harvest has been brought forward. The camp leader has issued a mission, and it is about the 7-leaf grass. Apart from the original purchase value, the party with the most harvest will receive 3 clear dust pills. Its effect far exceeds that of the white pill. We can start harvesting in advance from the piece of land we hid in the Forbidden Zone. What are your opinions?" The moment Captain Lei made his speech, there was a glimmer in the eyes of Barbaric Ghost and the other two. They looked at each other and then nodded. Su Qing had never heard of clear dust pills, but it was clear from Captain Lei's words that they were better than white pills, with superior effects. "Since you have all agreed, let us prepare. The kid will follow us on our trip into the Forbidden Zone this time around," Captain Lei said slowly. "Him." The 3 team members turned toward Su Qing. Cross furrowed his brows slightly. "Leader, the second level of body refinement is too weak. It will be a little inappropriate for us to take care of him on top of completing the mission. There's a first for everyone." Captain Lei's gaze swept past Cross, and he looked toward Su Qing. "Kid, decide for yourself." "I can do it." Su Qing nodded. He still had 5 white pills in his pocket. Su Qing didn't have a great need for the pills, but he understood that to live within the scavenger campsite, he would have to enter the Forbidden Zone sooner or later. If that was the case, then he could learn more by going with a team with abundant experiences. Cross fell silent, not speaking anymore. "Let's disperse after you are done eating. We will gather here tomorrow morning and set off." Once Captain Lei was done, he got up and returned to the house. Su Qing's fork stabbed into a large piece of meat. After consuming it, he took a look at the 3 people and then returned to his room quickly, not wanting to stay there. Su Qing had always stayed vigilant toward strangers from the start. It was a night of silence as the preparatory work wasn't much for Su Qing. Because of his habit, he was at the level where he could undertake a task at lightning speed, anytime and anywhere. As such, the next morning, the group of 5 walked around the campsite under Captain Lei's lead. Today, the sky was azure blue and the sun shined brightly. In the air, a single eagle circled the campsite as if it was staring, and their figures attracted the attention of scavengers all around. This was seemingly because of Barbaric Ghost's abnormally large stature coupled with Luan Tooth's graceful figure. Some people from the group of carriages, which had arrived a few days ago, looked toward them as well. Today, there were even more scavengers around the carriages, and it was a rare occasion for them to stand in a queue. It looked as though they were waiting. As Su Qing didn't head out at all yesterday, he had no idea what happened. As his gaze swept across, Luan Tooth smiled and spoke up from the side. I heard someone talking last night that these carriages were from Purple Earth. There seems to be a doctor with superior medical expertise there. Yesterday, he healed the leg injury of that old pervert, Lame Jackal. So, many people queued up to have their injuries checked. That doctor must be earning quite a bit, Barbaric Ghost muttered in envy as he heard this. Su Qing was envious too as he glanced from afar. The moment he retracted his attention, his gaze hardened slightly. Not only him, but even Barbaric Ghost and Luan Tooth's eyes sharpened in that instant. Only Cross and Captain Lei maintained their usual expression. However, upon closer look, one would be able to see the coldness in their eyes. That was because of another team gathering members ahead. There were 7 or 8 of them in that team, men and women included. Every one of them emitted a savage aura. This was especially so for one member who was an old man like Captain Lei. People were clustering around him. His hair was disheveled, and he had a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. At this moment, he was sitting atop a stray dog's corpse and eating a raw dog leg. He then said some chilling words. Go find those 2B** stards, Horse 4 and Fat Mountain. How dare they be late for set off? They must be sick of living. It was none other than the Blood Shadow team. That old man eating the raw meat appeared to be the captain of the Blood Shadow team. His body released fluctuations of unrestrained spirit energy that caused Su Qing, who heard these words, to squint slightly and cover the glint in his eyes. After Luan Tooth saw the meat in the Blood Shadow team captain's hand and the dog's corpse under his body, intense rage and murderous intent filled her eyes in an instant. That was her dog. At the same time, the Blood Shadow team spotted the Thunder team too. The old man sitting on top of the dog's corpse grinned and licked his lips, looking at Luan Tooth. Little coquettish hussy, the quality of your dog's flesh is not bad. I wonder what the flesh of your body will taste like. 1. Body refinement seemed to correspond with chi condensation, but it might be referring to the type of cultivation art they practiced. The Ross the author used was 4 body refinement, even when he introduced the MC's cultivation level. For example, the mountains and seas art that MC is practicing is one that tempers and refines his body. 2. Luan is a mythical bird related to the Chinese phoenix. Chapter 22. Chapter 22, Forbidden Zones Taboo, 1. Faced with the Blood Shadow's challenge, the killing intent in Luan Tooth's gaze grew even more intense. She then looked at Captain Lei. Captain Lei's expression was just like usual, and he spoke up calmly. Cross. Hearing that, Cross picked up his bow without saying a word, instantly drawing it and shooting an arrow toward the air. He was so fast that a sharp sound was created, and the arrow instantly pierced through the eagle circling in the air like a bolt of lightning. As a result, blood burst out and the eagle let out an agonizing cry, falling. With a bang, it landed on the ground between the two groups. At the same time, the body of someone in the Blood Shadow team shook tremendously, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His countenance instantly turned extremely pale. That was his eagle. Unlike the dogs that Luan Tooth kept, he had integrated his spirit energy into this eagle to control it. Hence, because of the backlash effect, he received a severe injury. The other people in the Blood Shadow team instantly sent out strong killing intent, but they were stopped by the Blood Shadow team captain. The latter slowly stood up from the dog's corpse and stared at Captain Lei instead of looking at Luan Tooth. Captain Lei also looked at him coldly. The two of them stared at each other for a very long time before both let out cold snorts. Let's go. Captain Lei said calmly and continued walking forward. Luan Tooth and the others followed behind him. Su Qing was amongst them too. He felt the great hostility between the two teams and thus turned back to take a look at those people from the Blood Shadow team. He could tell that they were waiting for Horse 4 and Fat Mountain, but it was a pity that the two of them would never appear again. Su Qing withdrew his gaze silently and followed Captain Lei and the others, gradually leaving the campsite. The Forbidden Zone didn't seem far from the campsite, but it was still a bit of a distance to go there on foot. The group then walked for over an hour before they saw the pitch-black jungle from afar. From the outside, this stretch of Forbidden Zone jungle seemed to stretch on endlessly, and it was unknown how wide an area it covered. It was now late in the morning, and the sun was very strong. However, the jungle in the Forbidden Zone seemed to be a different world compared to the outside world. They could see a tempest gathering in the sky above the end of the jungle. The many bolts of lightning that could be seen by the naked eye were especially dazzling, giving the entire Forbidden Zone a mysterious and dangerous feeling. Su Qing observed everything and quietly followed the group. On the way, no one in the Thunder team said a word. However, as they got closer and closer to the Forbidden Zone, Su Qing sharply noticed that everyone's muscles were gradually tensed up. It was the same for him. This continued until the feeling of having stepped into a cold world appeared on Su Qing's body, and all the warmth on his body was instantly removed. He had entered the Forbidden Zone. It felt as if all the scenes he saw in the normal world had been wiped out as well. The familiar bone-piercing chill awoke his memories of being in the abandoned city ruins and under the blood rain. Therefore, he took a deep breath and became extremely vigilant. He instinctively grabbed onto his iron stick tightly, just like he had done back in the ruins. What was different was that there were a lot of crumbling walls and ruined curbs in the city, but here, the trees were warped so badly that they looked like vicious ghosts, and the muddy ground was so loose that they seemed to be from hell. Also, the branches and leaves of the trees permeated out like claws and teeth covering up the sky. However, the Thunder Team's members seemed to be very familiar with this place. They carried their weapons on their back, and the path they took was clearly one they had often taken, with each step taken very meticulously. Some places seemed normal, but they would jump past them, and there were places that seemed dangerous, but they just walked through them. There were also areas from which they made a detour for no reason. This continued on and they avoided all the dangers on the way. Su Qing followed behind them and paid attention to remember all the details. However, he also noticed some strange things. Captain Lei didn't take the lead for the entire journey. Sometimes, it'd be Barbaric Ghost and sometimes it'd be Luan Tooth. They went in rotations. Although they didn't progress at a very fast pace, other than them hearing some ferocious beasts' roars in the far distance, it had been quite safe. There were some venomous bugs, but they didn't get close after Luan Tooth had lit an incense. After they walked for about 2 hours without saying a word, they finally stopped beside a muddy place with silt and let out a sigh of relief. Su Qing noticed that Luan Tooth had taken out some medicinal powder and scattered it into the mud. Very soon, a bunch of hostile venomous bugs came out. However, Luan Tooth kept a normal expression as she swung her hand, scattering out another type of powder. After that, the venomous bugs quickly scattered off restlessly, and the muddy spot calmed down. After completing all these, everyone squatted down and scooped up the silt with great familiarity, covering it all over their bodies. Did you remember the details on the way here? Captain Lei gestured for Su Qing to do the same while he was spreading the silt onto his body. Su Qing nodded and started doing the same without any hesitation. At the same time, his gaze swept past Luan Tooth. He felt that she seemed to know a little about poison techniques. The reason we jumped across certain places was because the leaves looked seriously decomposed yet were intact. This means that no ferocious beasts passed by them, and there are unknown factors that exist. The areas we crossed through were because there were ferocious beasts' feces on the ground. Living creatures instinctively choose safe areas for excretion. Therefore, it means that there aren't any excessive dangers or mud swamps that devour humans. As for the areas we made a detour from, it's because of Barbaric Ghost's nose. His nose is sharp and can smell the scent of some dangerous mutated beasts. You'll learn many things on this journey, so just try to remember whatever you can. Hearing this, Su Qing looked at Barbaric Ghost. Barbaric Ghost also turned his head at this moment and bared his teeth to smile at Su Qing. As for this silt, it's a place that our team found many years ago. It contains the shed skin of night lizards. Not only will we be able to cover our scents after wiping them all over our bodies, but it'll also instill fear in other creatures to a certain degree. The place we're headed to is further forward. To the north is the venomous dragon swamp. The different terrains in the Forbidden Zone jungle have been segregated into multiple areas by the scavengers. The venomous dragon swamp is one of them, but this time around, we aren't going there. As Captain Lei said all these, he had covered his entire body with the silt. Chapter 23. Chapter 23, Forbidden Zone's Taboo, 2. Su Qing was also done. When he got up, Cross, who walked past him, despite doubting whether it was a good decision for Su Qing to tag along with them earlier, still chose to speak out, albeit with an indifferent expression. Pay more attention to your mutation points. The density of anomalous substances in the Forbidden Zone is very dense, so you must pay constant attention to it. Once the mutation goes over the limit, no one can save you. Su Qing nodded. He had noticed this point long ago. He could sense that the density of anomalous substances in this forbidden zone was extremely high, but it was a lot weaker when compared to the peak in the city ruins. However, he had now accumulated quite a lot of anomalous substances in his body, so even though he wasn't cultivating now, the mutation point on his arm was starting to give him a faint piercing pain just from him breathing. Therefore, he took out a white pill and put it in his mouth. He didn't swallow it but kept it in his mouth to let it slowly melt. Very soon, everyone was done covering themselves with the silt. They checked out each other and then continued on their way. However, things were a little different from before. Their travel speed became even slower, and everyone had their weapons drawn. Su Qing glanced at their weapons. Barbaric Ghost's weapons were a fine steel shield and a mace, Captain Lei's weapons were a pair of boxing gloves, Cross's was a longbow, and Luan Tooth took out a serrated dagger that shone with a cold gleam. When Su Qing had gone out a few days ago to Tail Fat Mountain, he had other gains too. Due to his sharp hearing, he had heard a lot of conversations between scavengers and learned a lot of information he didn't know of in the past. For example, he already knew that weapons were classified into magic treasures, runic treasures, and ordinary treasures. Amongst them, magic treasures were considered legendary and extremely rare. Rumor had it that each magic treasure had a different degree of anomalous substances within, and the amount of anomalous substances would increase with usage, being extremely hard to eliminate. Therefore, they were practically non-renewable resources. In addition, their might was exceptional, and thus they were considered extraordinarily precious. This led to the birth of unique existences like treasure nurturers. They tended to be kept from a young age, using their bodies to dilute the magic treasure's anomalous substances. Captain Lei had mentioned this in the past. Apart from magic treasures, there were also runic treasures and ordinary treasures. Although runic treasures were also rare, they were more attainable compared to magic treasures. Last but not least, ordinary treasures were commonly seen. They tended to be weapons that were forged from unique materials and could be used by ordinary people as well. Su Qing felt that his iron stick might be an ordinary treasure, and what these people were using was clearly of the same category. Time passed by slowly and Su Qing followed the Thunder team, entering deeper and deeper into the Forbidden Zone. They did encounter some troubles on their way, but the troubles were nothing major. Barbaric Ghost was enough to deal with them by himself. When they occasionally encountered some stronger ferocious beasts, Cross's bow would fire intensely. As for Luan Tooth, her attacks were mainly spells. She seemed to be able to perform some intimidating skills that caused the ferocious beasts to pause in their movements and become less agile. There was also once when Su Qing attacked. He grabbed a venomous snake that shot out from behind them and crushed it. After Su Qing had done this, Cross also noticed during their journey that Su Qing was able to keep up with them without making any newbie mistakes. Hence, there was less judgment in his gaze when looking at Su Qing. He also imparted to him some of his experience. "Kid, this forbidden zone might seem dangerous, but to us people who are veterans here, as long as we don't encounter 3 types of situations, we're basically safe. You must remember these 3 situations. The first one is the encounter of unfamiliar mutated beasts from the depths of the forbidden zone heading to the outer area. Such situations aren't common and our activity areas are basically on the outer edges. However, the moment we encounter one, it'll be extremely dangerous. It's because we only understand the habits and abilities of the mutated beasts on the outer edges. Moreover, the forbidden zone is too big and there are various mutated beasts in it with different abilities. If we aren't careful, we'll die." The second type is singing voice. At the mention of this, Cross revealed a wary expression. There's a saying that a singing voice appears in this place, and not a single person out of 100 who heard the voice can survive. However, I have never heard it before. Among us, the only one in our team who has heard it is Captain Lei. Su Qing looked toward Captain Lei. Captain Lei didn't say anything but looked into the depths of the forbidden zone with a hint of complication in his eyes. Let me talk about the third one. Luan Tooth, who was at the side, smiled and said. She took a look at Su Qing. "Kid, the third type of danger here is very commonly seen. It's labyrinth fog. When labyrinth fog appears, it's like one is blinded and loses their way. Moreover, the labyrinth fog usually exists for a very long time. Once a person loses their way in here and can't find their way out, the anomalous substances in the fog will corrode them, causing the anomalous substances in their body to gradually rise. This also tends to represent that death is coming. However, there are two ways to deal with this. One is fire, while the other is coming from people who were either born with or cultivated to gain strong mental energy. The former doesn't tackle the problem from the roots, although fire can drive the labyrinth fog away within a small range, allowing one to regain vision. The labyrinth fog is mysterious and it's hard for fire to sustain for long. As for the latter, they are very rare and there might only be one in the campsite in a few decades. People like these tend to leave very quickly as they have better room for growth elsewhere. There's a fourth type of danger, and that is encountering malicious sneak attacks from hostile enemies. Barbaric Ghost, who was leading the group, said gloomily. Luan Tooth was about to say something. However, Captain Lei, who was looking far away, suddenly changed his expression and let out a low bellow. Quiet. At the next instant, Cross drew his bow, Luan Tooth's eyes revealed a cold gleam, and Barbaric Ghost's muscles tensed up. Su Qing's hair instantly stood up. A strong sense of danger suddenly emitted out from the pitch-black jungle in the far distance. Very soon, streams of cold light appeared in the darkness. They were many pairs of eyes, which looked at them with indifference and coldness. There were exceptionally a lot of eyes. With the appearance of these eyes, many huge wolves with the size of water buffaloes and black scales growing all over their bodies walked out slowly. There were at least several dozen of them. Moreover, there seemed to be even more of them in the far distance, and the numbers might be in the hundreds. Upon sensing that each wolf emitted the energy around the second level, Barbaric Ghost and the others' countenances changed. Black-scaled wolf pack. They usually only live near the boundaries between the depths and the outer edges of the Forbidden Zone. Why did they come here? Cross's pupils contracted and Luan Tooth's face also turned a little pale. They were very clear that although one black-scaled wolf might not be much, wolves in such large numbers would be a harsh trial for them. Most importantly, the density of anomalous substances in the Forbidden Zone was very strong. If one were to deplete too much spirit energy in their bodies, they could only absorb spirit energy from the surroundings for replenishment. During the battle, they wouldn't be able to separate the anomalous substances. If that was the case, the anomalous substances in their bodies would accumulate extremely quickly and the risk of mutation would be magnified. Su Qing's breathing also hastened slightly. The pressure coming from the wolf pack was tremendous. You guys, retreat first. I'll stay here and obstruct them. Amidst everyone's shaken state, Captain Lei spoke up in a deep voice and walked out slowly. At this moment, a spirit energy wave that surpassed Cross's by at least a fold erupted as Captain Lei stepped forward. The wolf pack also paused in their footsteps, all of them staring at Captain Lei. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Evil Shadow, 1. Let's go. Cross's gaze swept across the Thunder team and backed off decisively. Luan Tooth and Barbaric Ghost, who were next to him, also retreated rapidly. Su Qing narrowed his eyes and watched as Captain Lei walked toward the wolf pack. Spirit energy burst out from all over his body and created a sense of intimidation for the wolf pack. Su Qing didn't move his feet but raised his iron stick slightly as a cold glimmer flickered at the iron stick's tip. Kid, do you know why Captain Lei is the captain? Cross's voice rang out from a distance after he had leaped away. It's not just because Captain Lei's 6th level of Qi condensation cultivation realm far surpasses ours, but even more so because of his ability to assume responsibilities and his decisive judgment in the face of danger. The moment Cross's voice rang out, a loud boom echoed out as well. It was a big tree that was 200 zhongs away that was broken by Cross's bow and fell to the ground. Barbaric Ghost and Luan Tooth did the same thing as well. Many big trees now toppled over, forming a barrier. After leaving a space like an entryway, Cross and Luan Tooth didn't stop and started running once again. Only Barbaric Ghost, who held a shield and mace, stayed behind, leaning against a big tree. He resembled a small mountain as he guarded the small path. At the same time, Captain Lei abruptly erupted forth with strength, his hands releasing a piercing dazzle as he charged into the wolf pack. Every time he passed through and had contact with the wolf pack, there'd definitely be flesh and blood breaking down and horrible deaths. However, the wolf pack was too large, and Captain Lei's figure was quickly engulfed. There were only sounds of explosions and wolf howls that kept ringing out. Cross, who was in the distance, also appeared at this moment as he let out a low bellow. Kid, come over and meet up with us. There'll be a time for you to fight. Su Qing made a call that this was the Thunder Team's battle plan and thus stopped hesitating and ran straight to where the barbaric ghost was at. Barbaric Ghost grinned and pointed to the entryway behind him. Su Qing then took a look at him and darted through the gap, chasing after Cross and Luan Tooth, who were far away. Very soon, he saw Luan Tooth, who was busy clearing up an area and using trees to put up blockage around it. She then took out a lot of powder and scattered them on the sides. After that, she even bit through her finger and drew a diagram that no outsiders would understand on the ground with her blood. After noticing Su Qing, she didn't have the time to say anything and only used her gaze to gesture for him to hurry up and move. Su Qing glanced over and passed by her quickly without any hesitation. He continued on until he was 200 jongs away behind Luan Tooth, and he finally saw Cross, who was crouching on top of a large tree. This tree was extremely large, as though it was a vantage point that could allow one to have complete vision over the entire battlefield. Cross, who was squatting there, watched as Su Qing quickly got close before he spoke in a low and deep voice. "You'll take charge of the area that is beyond 200 jongs behind me." Su Qing nodded heavily, understanding the Thunder Team's battle plan. He swiftly moved over, and when he reached the 200 jongs range, he immediately scanned the surroundings. He didn't make any changes to the environment but hid in the slit beneath a shrub. This was like how he had been hunting in the city ruins back then, remaining completely immobile. At the instant he hid, an even more intense explosion rang out. With the trees covering his vision, Su Qing couldn't see the scene beyond 800 jongs away. However, he could sense that the battle was very intense. In fact, this was how it was. At this moment, Captain Lei's figure charged out from the wolf pack 800 jongs away from Su Qing. Even though he was at the 6th level of qi condensation, it was hard for him not to be in a bit of a battered state when he couldn't overdeplete himself. Thankfully, he had great control of his spirit energy. He saved half of his spirit energy and retreated toward where Barbaric Ghost was while being chased by the black-scaled wolves. Barbaric Ghost smiled sinisterly and raised the mace in his hand. The moment Captain Lei jumped past him, he smashed the mace fiercely toward the pursuing black-scaled wolves. Cross, who was at the highest spot, also focused his vision at this instant, suddenly drawing his strong bow. Many arrows formed from spirit energy whistled sharply, leaving wind marks as they landed on the wolf pack to support Barbaric Ghost. When the cries rang out once again, Captain Lei had left the place where Barbaric Ghost was and moved close to Luan Tooth. Behind him, Barbaric Ghost was alone, blocking everything like a mountain. Just like that, Su Qing, who had hidden himself in the slit, saw that the first to return was Captain Lei, who had dashed past Luan Tooth and Cross. Captain Lei sped past Su Qing and threw a glance at Su Qing's hiding spot from the corner of his eyes. He didn't have any time to speak, so he just nodded. He then headed 200 jongs away and sat down cross-legged as he swallowed a white pill to meditate. While reconditioning himself, he also made preparations for the next round of fighting. This was the Thunder Team's retreat plan. As the strongest one amongst them, Captain Lei was the first to stop the wolves while Barbaric Ghost was the second line of defense. When Barbaric Ghost was almost out of energy, he would retreat and the mission to stop the wolf pack would be left for Luan Tooth to continue, followed by Cross. The cycle would repeat like this. This would allow them each to have their own rest time. This was the most suitable cooperative battle method for teams in forbidden zones where the density of anomalous substances was very high. Out of which, the ones who felt the most fatigued were Captain Lei and Cross. The former had to spend the most time holding back the wolves and killing most of them, fighting for more time for his teammates at the back. As for the latter, other than having to do his part in the cycle, he also had to be the safety assurance from the highest point when his teammates were retreating. It could be said that everyone's position was very important, and the most important thing was their cooperation and trust. Is this what a scavenger's team is like? Su Qing's gaze was firm and he continued to hide without moving. As time passed, he soon saw Barbaric Ghost panting and moving nearer. A short moment later, he then saw Luan Tooth clutching her chest while having a pale countenance. The last one to pass by him was Cross. His countenance was cold and appeared normal, but Su Qing still sensed that Cross's spirit energy had almost depleted. The densely packed wolf pack howled and was giving chase behind him. When Cross passed Su Qing by, he seemed a little hesitant. Chapter 25. Chapter 25, Evil Shadow, 2. I can do it. Su Qing saw the other party's unspoken meaning and said in a deep voice. Cross didn't say anything and left. An instant later, the wolf pack came surging over. The wind that kicked up blew past Su Qing's face, bringing along a stench. The 10 or so wolves who were at the very front had pitch-black bodies and crimson eyes that emitted viciousness and craziness. Clearly, the first cycle of Thunder Team's battle arrangement had caused these wolves to suffer quite a bit of casualties. Stimulated by the blood, these black-scaled wolves became incomparably berserk. At this moment, they seemed to not have noticed the hidden Su Qing and wanted to chase after Cross. However, the instant they got near, a dagger suddenly flew out. With a whooshing sound, the dagger pierced into the forehead of the black-scaled wolf at the very front. It was with such great strength that the dagger instantly pierced through the wolf's head. This black-scaled wolf let out an agonizing cry and died instantly. As his corpse landed due to inertia, Su Qing's figure shot out like a bolt of lightning. The raven-black iron stick flashed with a cold gleam, fiercely piercing into the eyes of another black-scaled wolf, penetrating the head. After that, Su Qing's body swung and he clenched his left hand into a fist, smashing it toward the third wolf at the back who was pouncing on him for a sneak attack. The wolf head was instantly smashed and blood splattered all over Su Qing. After killing the third wolf, Su Qing's figure moved once again. His speed was perfectly displayed at this moment. He was extremely agile, like a massacring Rakshasa star. He was moving through the wolf pack with an icy gaze, attacking decisively. As the black iron stick gleamed, many black-scaled wolves' agonizing howls rang out and spread to the surroundings. Blood from more and more wolves got onto him and his hands were also dyed red. Although it felt sticky, his grip on the iron stick was still firm. At this moment, even the color of the iron stick had turned crimson. However, because the wolf pack was scattered, some still managed to pass by him. Some of their claws and fangs also left marks on his body. However, with Su Qing's speed, he managed to charge out and somehow stop the wolf pack. As for his injuries, his purple crystal's terrifying recovery abilities displayed amazing effects during this battle. All of his external injuries quickly healed in a few breaths' worth of time. Even the wounds that were more serious stopped bleeding. Because his entire body was covered by wolf's blood, other people wouldn't be able to see this clearly. Compared to his wounds recovery, his stamina recovery was even more terrifying. Hence, his battle prowess was sustained to a shocking extent. Gradually, his surroundings were covered by wolf corpses. At this moment, the coldness in his eyes deepened, and his battle duration exceeded everyone else's, causing the wolf pack to show a hint of being somewhat intimidated. When seen from afar, when the sunlight streamed through the densely packed tree leaves and landed on his body that was covered in blood, the refracted light seemed to turn him into a blood glow. This scene was also seen by Captain Lei, who was 200 jongs away, as well as Cross, who was at a vantage point. The two of them were shocked by Su Qing's ruthlessness and tenacity. "Kid, retreat," Captain Lei suddenly said. Su Qing still had some strength left, but he could also feel the serious depletion of his spiritual energy. Although the purple crystal could recover his stamina and heal his injuries, the consumption of spirit energy couldn't be compensated. Fortunately, he was a body refiner, unlike Luan Tooth, who wouldn't be able to act the moment she exhausted her spirit energy. However, he was still affected somewhat, and this caused him to have no choice but to absorb the spirit energy from the surroundings that had dense anomalous substances in them. At this moment, the piercing pain in his arm's mutation points became increasingly intense. Therefore, after hearing Captain Lei's words, Su Qing didn't hesitate and immediately backed off. The instant he did so, a black-scaled wolf with eyes that weren't completely red but had one black eye instead, leaped up and pounced toward Su Qing. Upon seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes, and his iron stick transformed into a bloody arc that suddenly pierced through the wolf's head. He then wanted to continue retreating, but at this moment, under the spotted sunlight, he had no idea if what he saw was an illusion, but the shadow of this fallen black-scaled wolf seemed to have become distorted. It then rapidly extended out of the ground toward where Su Qing was at. Right now, the sunlight on the ground was mottled and not strong, so he was unable to ascertain what he was seeing at the first instant. At the next moment, that shadow came into contact with his body. After that, Su Qing's body violently trembled. An evil intent that was hard to describe wanted to invade his entire body. However, at this moment, something happened to the purple crystal, which hadn't done anything thus far other than providing recovery abilities. At this moment, it suddenly vibrated and a cold stream erupted from it. With the eruption, the feeling of being invaded by evil intent instantly disappeared. This cold stream came quickly but also vanished equally quickly, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The purple crystal then returned to how it normally was, remaining completely motionless. Su Qing was stunned, but he didn't have time to overthink it for now. After his body recovered, he quickly backed off. The scene earlier had happened in an instant, so neither Captain Lei nor Cross, who was far away, noticed anything amiss. Right now, as Su Qing retreated, Captain Lei came over. His gaze still had hints of astonishment in them. "You've done a good job. Hurry up and go to the back to get some rest." The black-scaled wolves prowl the depths of the Forbidden Zone. They like places with a high density of anomalous substances. And the outer areas have lower anomalous substance density in comparison. Therefore, no matter why they came here, they don't like this place. As long as they aren't able to win after a prolonged fight, they'll definitely leave. After saying that, Captain Lei erupted forth with all of his spirit energy and charged out toward the black-scaled wolves that were chasing Su Qing. Barbaric Ghost's figure also arrived rapidly. He had clearly been waiting at the back for a very long time, so he grew anxious. When he saw Su Qing covered in blood as well as the countless wolf corpses not far away, he inhaled and went forward, wanting to help Su Qing. "I'm fine." Su Qing didn't let Barbaric Ghost help him but turned to take a look at Captain Lei instead. He then quickly left under Barbaric Ghost's respectful gaze. When he passed by Luan Tooth, she seemed to have received the news as well, and her gaze had a hint of shock in them when looking at Su Qing. After giving it some thought, she took out a leather pouch and tossed it to him. Su Qing took it and felt the shape of alchemy pills inside. He understood what they were and thus thanked Luan Tooth. He then quickly left under Luan Tooth's gaze until he saw Cross. Cross was on a tree and didn't make a sound. He nodded at Su Qing with apparent recognition in his eyes. Su Qing didn't say anything either and gently nodded as a gesture. After he went to the very back, he found a place to sit down. He then exhaled a breath of turbid air and took out 3 white pills to swallow. As the alchemy pills melted, he started to absorb spirit energy from the surroundings for replenishment. Time flowed by, and Su Qing opened his eyes an hour later. His mental fatigue seemed to have eased a little, but he still had a hint of perplexity in his gaze. He noticed that the anomalous substances in his body didn't seem to be much. Therefore, he rolled up the sleeve of his left arm. Now, the perplexity in his eyes instantly turned into shock. To think that, he had 1 fewer mutation point on his arm. However, his cultivation realm was clearly at the 2nd level of body refinement. Moreover, after having experienced the killings earlier, not only was he not weakened, but he seemed to have become stronger after his recovery. He remembered very clearly that he had passively absorbed spirit energy during the slaughter, and he had felt piercing pain from the 2 mutation points on his arm. As for the white pills, it wasn't as if Su Qing hadn't eaten them before. Their effects shouldn't be this amazing. However, there didn't seem to be any other explanations for his situation. Other than what had taken place in the instant the purple crystal released a cold stream. Shadow, evil intent, crystal erupting cold stream. Su Qing narrowed his eyes and recalled the strange scene from earlier. He was certain that it wasn't his eyes playing tricks on him when he saw a shadow coming into contact with him. It wasn't an illusion from the scattered sunlight either. Therefore, he carefully thought back on the scene of the crystal erupting with a cold stream. It was as if at that instant, the evil intent that attacked him was washed off and absorbed into the crystal. Was it eaten up? Su Qing guessed, feeling a little surprised. Footnote 1. Rakshasa is a type of demon or goblin in Hindu mythology. Chapter 26. Chapter 26, Danger lurks around every corner. 1. What exactly is the purple crystal? And that shadow which possessed the intention of malicious invasion, what was that as well? Does it have something to do with the disappearance of my mutation point? Su Qing didn't understand. While he was muttering to himself and analyzing, Captain Lei and his comrades returned one after the other. All of them looked at him as they passed by. Su Qing composed his thoughts, and there was a glimmer in his eyes. Regardless of what that was, it was not important right now. After reconditioning, it was his turn to continue fighting. Su Qing stood up and wiped the iron stick on his body. Once the cold gleam returned, he rushed out the instant cross past him. His speed was quick, and he neared the pursuing wolf pack immediately. After that, the sound of fighting and blood-curdling screeches were mixed together, as though it was a baptism session for the youth. Under the scattered afterglow of the sunset, it made him, who had survived the opening of the god's eyes and the blood rain, display the sharpness gained after gradually improving. This time, he persisted for even longer. Time slowly slipped by with the Thunder Team's ceaseless retreat and rotational resistance. Now, the setting sun had disappeared and the bright moon hung up high. Night had fallen in the Forbidden Zone, but the sound of fighting continued. This lasted until their exhaustion reached an extreme and all the white pills had been consumed. Just when the concentration of anomalous substances in their body was about to reach the critical point of mutation, dawn arrived. The wolf pack finally began to retreat. Following the sprinkle of the first rays of the morning sun, the last black-scaled wolf in the jungle of the Forbidden Zone looked at them tiredly and disappeared in the distance. Their surroundings then quietened down slowly. At this moment, all of them were covered in a thick layer of blood and were lying on the ground, panting. Su Qing was no exception. Even with the restorative power from the purple crystal, the psychological tension still caused his entire body to be exhausted beyond comparison. Finally, we survived. At the side, Luan Tooth mumbled and struggled to sit up. When she looked at Su Qing, she spoke softly. "Thank you." Barbaric Ghost was also panting and flashed Su Qing a thumbs up. During the night of fighting, the duration of Su Qing's turn exceeded Captain Lei and Cross. It could even be said that without him, one of them might have already mutated before the wolf pack retreated. Now, Su Qing lay looking at the sky. He was tired, but at the same time, he felt profound doubt from the bottom of his heart. The accumulation rate of anomalous substances in his body was slower by a lot compared to before. It even made him feel as though the anomalous substances in his body were disappearing on their own at times. While everyone was resting, Captain Lei rubbed the area between his brows. His serious gaze swept across Cross and the others before he said hoarsely, "This incident couldn't have happened by chance." The continual pursuit of the black-scaled wolves seemed as though something was attracting them. "So, you all, take out any external objects you have gained during this time. Let us inspect them carefully. I suspect that something, or someone is the cause of this." Listening to Captain Lei's words, Cross and the others thought that it could be true as well. Hence, all of them began taking out their items in succession and started checking themselves. Something clicked for Su Qing as well. While he was considering if the reason behind this could be that metal plate in Horse 4's belongings, Luan Tooth, who was at the side, suddenly let out a surprised cry and pointed toward Barbaric Ghost. Among the items that Barbaric Ghost had obtained was a wooden box. The wooden box was broken and seemed to be corroding on its own. Also, a wisp of faint scent emanated from it. As it was mixed with the scent from within the Forbidden Zone's jungle, they didn't take a closer sniff since it would be difficult to distinguish. How did this thing corrode on its own? Barbaric Ghost was flabbergasted. Captain Lei immediately stepped forward and took the wooden box before passing it to Luan Tooth. Luan Tooth took a careful sniff and nodded with an unpleasant expression. "How did you get this?" Captain Lei looked at Barbaric Ghost. "I bought it on the day I came back to the campsite from one of the street vendors. It should contain insect repellent powder," Barbaric Ghost scratched his head. "This was made from the feces of butterfly rabbits. When in contact with the outside world, it would self-ignite and attract scale-type lifeforms. The black-scaled wolf is also considered a type of scale-type lifeform." Luan Tooth looked at Barbaric Ghost and said slowly. Barbaric Ghost was dumbfounded. All of a sudden, the atmosphere of their surroundings seemed to freeze. Even Su Qing narrowed his eyes. After a long time, Captain Lei shook his head. Barbaric Ghost was deceived. To be able to lay such a trap for us within the campsite, it is easy to imagine who it could be. Blood Shadow Team. Cross spoke up coldly from the side. For the Blood Shadow Team to set such a trap, it would be hard to say that they didn't have a way to escape. "And we are not in good shape right now," Luan Tooth hesitated. "Then, do we continue to the harvest point and complete the mission, or do we withdraw at this point? What do you all think?" Captain Lei lifted his head and gazed at a faraway place as he asked slowly. Su Qing looked thoughtful but did not speak. The others also made eye contact with each other. Ultimately, it was Cross who spoke with difficulty. "Leader, we are not far from our harvest point and everyone has lost too much this time around. If we return empty-handed..." Captain Lei was silent as he regarded Barbaric Ghost and Luan Tooth. The former lowered his head in guilt, while the latter seemed reluctant. After a while, he sighed softly. "Continue forward. When we arrive at the harvest point, do your best to collect them as quickly as possible. Thereafter, everyone will spread out and take a different route. Everyone will leave on their own and meet back at the campsite." Captain Lei made the final decision. After a simple reconditioning, everyone proceeded once more within the jungle of the Forbidden Zone. On their way, Suqing walked close to Luan Tooth. He then took out the amber he had obtained from Fat Mountain and sought her advice on what the object was. At the sight of the amber, Luan Tooth was surprised. She took it and inspected it carefully before informing Suqing that the item was the stinger of the ghost-faced scorpion. This scorpion was venomous, but it didn't mean that its poison couldn't be neutralized. It also had great medicinal properties. After being poisoned, it could cause the potential of the user's body to erupt in an instant, but it couldn't be sustained. After the eruption, the poison needed to be detoxified immediately. Hence, it was reared by people for the most part and was worth a considerable amount of value. Chapter 27. Chapter 27, Danger lurks around every corner, 2. Suqing understood. After thanking Luan Tooth, he put away the item. Thereafter, everyone stayed vigilant. They observed their surroundings closely as they traveled swiftly forward. Compared to before, their journey this time around was a lot quieter. Perhaps because of the appearance of the black-scaled wolves yesterday, most of the other ferocious beasts in this area had dispersed. As such, the Thunder team didn't encounter any danger on their way there. Just like that, they arrived at the boundary between the depths and the outer edges of the Forbidden Zone. The landform of this area wasn't just a jungle. There were a few hills and streams as well. However, the stream was black and non-potable. And at a part of the dense forest, there was a small hidden alley, and at the end of it was the beautiful scenery of a small canyon. When Suqing and the others stepped into the canyon, the sight that greeted him was like another world. The top of this place was covered with thick rattan, akin to a roof, so sunlight couldn't penetrate it at all. Also, there were no large trees, but plants and flowers were everywhere. Fist-sized flowers with a variety of different colors filled the whole canyon. They were accompanied by grass that was emitting blue shimmery light. Every stalk had 7 pieces of leaves. They emitted lights that were like the constellations, as if transforming the quiet canyon into a peaceful, starry sky. There was a kind of unique beauty to it. This was the harvest point that the Thunder team had discovered, and each of such harvest points was top secret. It was the foundation of the team's survival. When they arrived at the place, seeing that harvesting required a special technique, they didn't allow Suqing to participate. Instead, they spread out and began their own picking. This way, they would be quicker and more efficient. Suqing took note of their technique but didn't forcibly participate. Instead, he sat cross-legged and quietly practiced his breathing technique. After the experience of yesterday's battle, he realized that his cultivation base seemed to have increased by much from the ceaseless training. Now, it had reached the boundary point where he could try for a breakthrough. To prepare himself for even better survivability during the next crisis, Suqing didn't waste his time. Even if he was in the Forbidden Zone, he still circulated the mountains and seas art in his body, absorbing the spirit energy from his surroundings. With the emergence of spirit energy, the wind within the canyon picked up. Captain Lei looked at Suqing, but he didn't stop him. He was well aware that the possibility of being ambushed on the way back was high. At such a time, any increase in strength was an additional chance of survival. It wasn't long before Suqing's body gradually emitted thumping sounds while they were picking. As a result, bursts of filth spilled out from the pores of his body and melted the blood on the outer layer. When combined with the expulsion of filth, the flesh and blood of his entire body absorbed the spirit energy rapidly, and they were growing increasingly tenacious by the nourishment. The sound became stronger and stronger, but it suddenly stopped after reaching the limit. At this moment, there was a roar in Suqing's mind. The blood vessels in his entire body suddenly swelled beneath his skin. At the same time, his flesh and blood were full of spirit energy as though it held even more astonishing strength and speed than before. All of it turned into a penetrating breath, pervading his body. After that, the spirit energy outside his body fluctuated and spread in all directions as well. The third level of mountains and seas art. Suqing slowly lowered his head and opened his eyes. No one could see the fleeting purple light, but there was no joy of breakthrough in his eyes. Rather, it was replaced by profound doubt. What he saw when he looked down was the mottled shadow of himself under the scattered sunlight. He had felt something off when he had been cultivating just now. After the process of separation from the mountains and seas art, the purified part of the spirit energy nourished his body. But unexpectedly, the anomalous substances didn't flow into the mutation point on his arm. Instead, it had flowed into his shadow. It was as if the shadow had swallowed the part with the anomalous substances. It was only after a long while did Suqing lift his head and suppress all his doubts to the bottom of his heart. He looked at Captain Lei and the others who were done picking and then gazed into the distance, along the end of the canyon and into the depths of the jungle. Vaguely, he could see a building somewhere in the far distance ahead. It was like there was a group of several temples linked together into one, sitting silently during this time and emanating an ancient air. That's a building left from an unknown era and the farthest boundary we scavengers can go. You can't go past the building, but if you encounter any danger nearby, you can still choose to take shelter there for a while. After harvesting his portion, Captain Lei came to Suqing's side and followed his gaze toward the cluster of temples, speaking slowly. Boundary. Suqing nodded his head. That's right. Someone said during that era, the reason this forbidden zone was formed was because the god looked at these temples. Some scavengers searched the place too, but there was nothing there except for a special kind of stone which appeared at times. Captain Lei extracted a portion of the 7-leaf grass he picked and kept it in another leather bag. How are the stones special? Suqing asked curiously. Grind it into powder and sprinkle it on top of a scar that isn't formed too long ago, and it can remove the scar. It will not leave the slightest mark. However, that's useless to scavengers like us. However, some important figures will want it occasionally. After Captain Lei said this, he looked toward Cross and the others. At that moment, Cross, Barbaric Ghost, and Luan Tooth were done picking as well. Under Captain Lei's arrangement, each of them extracted a portion and placed it in the leather bag that Captain Lei was holding. In the end, the 7-leaf grass was portioned out into 5. Captain Lei then passed the 5th bag to Suqing. This is yours. From now on, everyone will leave separately. By breaking up the team into individuals, there's a greater chance for some of us to make it out. Once Captain Lei was done, he looked at Suqing and gave him a map. Kid, the target on me is too big and I'm bound to be the focus that Blood Shadow is paying attention to. Also, with my role as the captain, I have to protect you all as well. You should get out as quickly as possible and wait for me at the campsite. Chapter 28. Chapter 28, Danger Lurks Around Every Corner, 3. Captain Lei spoke in a deep voice and walked out of the canyon under the other teammates' silent gazes, disappearing into the distance. Suqing wanted to say something, but before he could, Captain Lei had left far away. Cross then patted Suqing's shoulder and left as well. Barbaric Ghost and Luan Tooth were the last to leave. Both of them shared their experiences with him in detail and then left hurriedly. Suqing looked at them quietly, put away the 7-leaf grass, and then turned back to look at the temple cluster in the far distance. A short moment later, Suqing turned around and inhaled deeply. He then ran toward the canyon's entrance. His speed had clearly gotten faster after he had reached the 3rd level of body refinement, and he disappeared from the entrance in an instant. Suqing moved agilely like a monkey, darting through the forbidden zone jungle endlessly. He didn't take the path they had used but followed the map and took a detour. He also made use of the experiences he had learned on their way here on how to differentiate dangers. Even though he encountered a few mutated beasts on the way, he managed to take care of them successfully. At the same time, he also paid attention to his shadow under the sunlight on many occasions. A strange glow then flashed in his eyes. He had tried things out. Regardless if it was to absorb spirit energy or when he inhaled deeply, all the anomalous substances would slowly gush into his shadow after they entered his body. This was just like how he had felt when he had broken through earlier. Thinking back, he realized that this started when the purple crystal released a cold stream. After he had reached the 3rd level of the mountains and seas art, it became even more apparent. It seemed that after the purple crystal consumed the black-scaled wolf's shadow, his shadow had mutated. This strangeness caused Su Qing to slowly squint his eyes. He rolled up his left sleeve and looked over. There was only one mutation point on his arm, and it had become extremely faint. If he didn't take a closer look at it, it would be hard to notice any traces. If this development continued, the anomalous substances in his body would get increasingly lesser until his body reached a stage of perfect purity. And this perfection. Su Qing had seen it on the mountains and seas Art's bamboo slip before. Only the extremely distinguished people in the Wangu continent, the place of origin for the human race, could enjoy this perfection. Is it the effect of the purple crystal? Su Qing mumbled. He squatted on a branch, looked at the sky, and went into a daze for a while. Very long later, he touched his chest where the purple crystal was embedded and fell silent for a moment. When he raised his head again, he suppressed all his doubt to the bottom of his heart. His body then swayed and he sped into the jungle, continuing on his way. Although the anomalous substances were no longer a threat to him for now, this was just one of the many dangers in the Forbidden Zone. Su Qing still encountered other dangers as he went on his way. For example, he now saw two mutated bears whose auras surpassed that of Captain Lay's. Each of the bears' backs had a colorful huge spider lying on them, with countless threads coming out from the spiders' stomachs and digging into the bears' bodies. It was as though they were under the control of the spiders. This caused the two enraged bears to lose control over themselves as they ran. The trees were knocked down by them. When they encountered other mutated beasts that tried to stop them, the bears would also tear them up. They displayed great brutality. If it wasn't that the target they were chasing was a red tiger and they didn't pay any attention to Su Qing, in addition to the fact that Su Qing also quickly escaped at the first instant, the situation would probably be extremely dangerous. These weren't the only dangers in the Forbidden Zone. 2 hours later, when Su Qing was checking the surroundings warily on top of a tree, he saw a living creature from afar. It was a creature that didn't seem to belong to the forest. Its entire body emitted an icy chill, its size so massive that it looked like a mountain. It was a jellyfish. Its entire body emitted a glow, and it drifted in the air above the Forbidden Zone. When sunlight passed through its translucent body, one could see that there were countless rotting mutated beasts' corpses in it. A tremendous number of tentacles swayed, and each of them had many eerie eyes growing on it. However, half of these eyes were currently shut. At this moment, the jellyfish was flying leisurely toward the depths of the Forbidden Zone. Wherever it passed by, the part of the jungle below it would be instantly sealed in ice. All existences couldn't escape from the freezing calamity. The strength of its aura surpassed Su Qing by many folds, to the point that even the two berserk bears that Su Qing had encountered earlier felt extremely fragile before this jellyfish. Su Qing's body stiffened up just by glancing at it from afar. He then felt an intense danger that rose from the depths of his soul. It was only until the jellyfish disappeared did Su Qing heave a sigh of relief. His heart was filled with trepidation as he looked toward the far distance, at the jungle area that was sealed in ice. It looked like a straight line that extended to a great depth. If this jellyfish flew in my direction, Su Qing gasped. He understood that since his shadow could absorb anomalous substances, he had additional advantages in this Forbidden Zone forest which had dangers lurking around at every corner. However, this advantage could only allow him to stay longer in the Forbidden Zone. This was unless he became stronger one day. When that happened, this advantage would be magnified endlessly. A short moment later, when Su Qing left, he became even warier inside the Forbidden Zone. Just like that, time flowed by slowly. Very soon, the sun was setting, leaving only a bit of remnant light illuminating the area. More roars started to ring out in the jungle. Su Qing, who was running through the forest, silently estimated the direction stated on the map. He knew that if he were to travel through the night, he should be able to get out of the Forbidden Zone before daybreak. Just as he was in deep thought on whether he should travel through the night, a boom suddenly rang out from a far distance in the jungle. There was also a sharp agonizing cry that sounded very familiar. Barbaric ghost. Su Qing's eyes narrowed as he recognized that voice. He immediately leaped up and carefully got closer. His small and skinny figure was moving agilely in the jungle while concealing himself. It was hard for him to be discovered by others. Not long later, he arrived at the place where he had heard the cry and hid at the crown of a tree. He looked down and saw about 6 to 7 corpses there. One of them was Barbaric Ghost. His entire body was greenish-black, clearly from mutation. His head was broken off from his body, and his death state was extremely horrible. The huge fine steel shield was also broken into two, with one piece bigger than the other. As for the mace, it lay at the side, covered in blood. Clearly, he had gone all out before his death and then perished together with his enemies as he mutated. Su Qing fell silent and grief rose in his heart. He then saw Captain Lei not far away, being surrounded and attacked by 5 people. His body was also turning a greenish color, and he was close to mutating. This scene caused Su Qing's pupils to contract. He then grabbed his iron stick firmly and sharp killing intent erupted forth instantly in his gaze. Chapter 29. Chapter 29, Blood-Colored Dusk, 1. He saw that the people attacking Captain Lei were from the Blood Shadow team. The sun was slowly setting, being covered by the darkness in the far distance at a rate that could be seen by the N*Ked eye. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before darkness would cover the entire land. Waves of coldness also gradually spread out from the darkness, spreading in all directions. The jungle that was amidst the glow from the setting sun was like a struggling old man, not willing to leave the stage. However, the light from the setting sun didn't seem to have much strength to put up a fight. It could only helplessly stream through the densely packed tree leaves, seeming dull and sparse. However, Su Qing, who was hidden on top of a tree, was different. He looked at the battlefield coldly and took in the entire scene with his ice-cold gaze. Out of the group of 5 from the Blood Shadow team, 2 of them were the main attackers while the other 3 blocked off the escape paths, preventing Captain Lei from escaping. The 3 of them seemed to be of similar cultivation base as Luan Tooth, at the 3rd level. They didn't dare to get too near and only circled around. However, their existence caused Captain Lei to have no choice but to be distracted. As for the 2 people in front, one of them released spirit energy fluctuations that were only a little weaker than Captain Lei. He was clearly at the 6th level of chi condensation, and he was also an old man. His hair was disheveled and his gaze was fierce. There were cuts on his clothes, and it could be seen that his muscles were so pumped that they looked like they were going to explode. It was none other than the Blood Shadow team's captain who had eaten raw dog meat. At this moment, this Blood Shadow team captain licked his lips and attacked rapidly while staring coldly at Captain Lei, whose body was turning increasingly green. Today, the Thunder team will have its name removed from the campsite. Captain Lei, you might as well commit suicide. Otherwise, you'd be like that barbaric ghost, unable to get a complete corpse even after fighting until you get mutated. That's too undignified. If you were to commit suicide, I'll take good care of your team members. That's right, Captain Lei can be assured. After you die, we'll take good care of the other members of the Thunder team. I've wanted to have a taste of that Luan Tooth long ago. As for that kid you brought back, he should be worth some money if we were to sell him off as a treasure nurturer. The one who spoke up after the Blood Shadow team captain was the one attacking Captain Lei together with him. He was an ugly middle-aged man whose back was bulged up as if it was distorted. He was blinded in one eye, and his remaining eye gleamed with bloodthirst. Although his spirit energy wave wasn't as strong as his captain's, it surpassed Su Qing's impression of the spirit energy that Cross had, reaching the 5th level of chi condensation. However, it wasn't very stable. He seemed to have just broken through recently. Faced with the duo's verbal challenge, Captain Lei was expressionless, but he seemed to have the intent to die and attacked even faster and more ferociously. The Blood Shadow duo, who had been unwilling to suffer serious injuries from killing Captain Lei, were forced to back off slightly, and they started guerrilla tactics. Clearly, they were very determined in succeeding today. Therefore, they were prepared to drag things out. 1 at the 6th level, 1 at the 5th level, and 3 third levels. The killing intent in Su Qing's eyes was strong. He could leave, but he viewed debts of gratitude very highly. Captain Lei had treated him quite well from the beginning, so Su Qing wasn't planning on leaving. Instead, he quickly scanned the battlefield and the surrounding environment. This place wasn't very spacious. There were many trees and the light was dim, with more dark spots. It was suitable for him to take action. After making an assessment in his heart, killing intent erupted forth from Su Qing's eyes instantly. His legs stomped the tree's top fiercely, borrowing the momentum to spring forward, moving closer and closer like an arrow that was released from the bowstring. The physical power brought by the third level of the mountains and seas art together with the purple crystal was instantly displayed at this moment. He was so fast that a clear afterimage was left at the top of the tree. Before everyone on the battlefield could react to things, Su Qing's figure had dashed into the battlefield in the blink of an eye. He appeared next to one of the trio who was blocking Captain Lei's escape routes. Su Qing's target was a small and skinny youth, and the latter's triangular-shaped eyes reflected the image of Captain Lei who was being jointly attacked. He didn't notice Su Qing's appearance at all. It was until he felt a cold wind blowing into his face did he start for a moment. And just when he was about to turn his head, at the next moment, an iron stick pierced through his temple with horrifying force. Su Qing didn't wait for the corpse to fall over or for the agonizing cries to ring out. He then bent over and kicked out toward the back, erupting in speed and charging toward another person like a hunting leopard. Upon seeing this, the second scavenger's countenance changed drastically, and his pupils contracted with fear. He wanted to retreat, but Su Qing had gotten too close. His fist displayed astonishing might from the third level of the mountains and seas art, which instantly arrived at his target. With a boom, the second scavenger was hit in the chest. As a result, his chest caved in, and then a bloody hole was blown through his back. The sounds of bones cracking echoed out as well. After that, Su Qing waved his left hand, and a dagger was thrown out with terrifying force, drawing a long arc in the air and shooting out with extreme speed at the third person. When the second scavenger's chest bone was smashed, his heart collapsed. And when his back burst open, only then did the third scavenger come to his senses. He was just about to take action when his vision blurred and a strong wind blew into his face. After that, his body instantly stiffened up and his eyes widened in surprise. With his last bit of strength, he raised his hand out of instinct and gingerly touched his glabella. An icy dagger had penetrated there. The great force from the dagger caused the area around his glabella to sink, shattering his skull. Everything happened at lightning speed. Su Qing was too fast and his moves were extremely decisive. At this moment, as the first and third corpses fell to the ground, the second target, whose chest caved in and whose heart was damaged, also fell down, revealing Su Qing's figure. Su Qing's posture was stooped low, and his long black hair covered half of his face. However, this couldn't hide his cold and sharp gaze that was like that of a wolf. At this moment, he looked up and met the gazes of Captain Lei and the two other men from the Blood Shadow. They were all stunned by his interference. Chapter 30. Chapter 30, Blood-Colored Dusk, 2. The surrounding wind seemed to have frozen up at this moment. Captain Lei's eyes that were filled with death intent finally had a ripple in them. He took a long look at Su Qing and then suddenly let out a low bellow. "Kid, hurry up and go." However, Su Qing didn't listen to Captain Lei's request but stared at the Blood Shadow team captain with narrowed eyes. The Blood Shadow team captain also took a proper look at Su Qing for the very first time. When he saw the three corpses next to the youth, his face twitched slightly. He had to admit that he had made a mistake in his assessment of the Thunder team. Barbaric Ghost's fearlessness of death was one of them, and this kid who had suddenly appeared was another. Kill him. The Blood Shadow team captain let out a cold snort and decided not to drag out the battle just to avoid injuries. As he spoke, his aura exploded forth and he punched out toward Captain Lei. Hence, he instantly got entangled in an intense battle with Captain Lei. On the other hand, the other middle-aged man at the fifth level of Qi condensation let out a sinister smile as he turned and ran toward Su Qing. As he moved forward, all of his spirit energy was released and he also cracked his knuckles, revealing a brutal expression. Even though this youth had astonishing speed and had instantly killed 3 of his comrades, he was still certain that given he had just made a breakthrough to the 5th level, it'd be an easy feat for him to kill this kid. At this moment, Su Qing narrowed his eyes and the cold light in them grew even more intense. Based on his judgment of his fights earlier, he felt that he'd be able to kill someone at the 4th level of Qi condensation, but as for the 5th level, he hadn't fought against one before, so he wasn't sure. With a sway, Su Qing charged out abruptly with great speed, heading straight for the middle-aged man. He then threw out a punch the instant he got close. The middle-aged cultivator's lips curled up into a disdainful smile. The instant Su Qing arrived, the spirit energy fluctuations outside the middle-aged man's body turned into an invisible barrier that came into contact with Su Qing's fist. As a result, a loud boom rang out, and cracks appeared on the barrier, but it didn't crumble. On the contrary, an intense counteracting force was emitted, causing Su Qing's wrist that came into contact with the barrier to emit cracking sounds. It was directly dislocated. Hence, Su Qing's eyes narrowed and he dodged to the side. At the same time, he swung out his right hand fiercely, forcibly connecting back his dislocated wrist. Viciousness flashed in his eyes. He didn't retreat but struck out another punch with all his power again. As a result, a rumbling sound rang out and the barrier that was covered in cracks finally broke down completely. However, the instant it broke into pieces, a crazy impact expanded out abruptly from within. The invisible force then kicked up soil while surging toward Su Qing, enveloping his entire body. The invisible pieces from the shattered barrier seemed like many sharp blades that couldn't be seen, leaving behind many bloody marks on Su Qing's body. It was a shocking sight. Su Qing's entire body trembled. His thin body then retreated unceasingly because of the impact, and many bloody wounds could be seen appearing on various parts of his body. Also, his wrist that had just recovered became dislocated once more and hung unnaturally by the side. Fool! A mere body refiner isn't worthy to fight a spellcaster, let alone someone like you who is at the 3rd level yet wanting to overestimate yourself to fight me who is at the 5th level. As the soil landed, the disdain in the middle-aged cultivator's gaze became even more intense. However, he was also surprised. He didn't expect that his spirit energy barrier would collapse after the second punch. Thankfully, he had made a breakthrough to the 5th level not long ago, causing his spirit energy barrier to be able to explode despite shattering. Otherwise, he'd be caught at a loss in the situation earlier. Su Qing frowned. He was staring at the middle-aged man as if he couldn't feel the intense pain coming from his entire body and his arm. While staring, he placed his right hand on the ground and used it as a medium to slam his wrist into, returning the dislocated joint back to its original spot. The middle-aged cultivator, who was walking toward Su Qing, saw the viciousness he displayed and couldn't help but pause in his footsteps as his eyes narrowed slightly. He then raised both hands and quickly performed a set of mudras. Spirit energy once again gathered outside of his body. After that, it transformed into a fireball the size of a human head and whistled toward Su Qing. This fireball had astonishing power, causing distortion in the surroundings. This showed that its temperature was extremely high. After the fireball got near, Su Qing shifted to the side and dodged it. However, the fireball continued to chase after him. The middle-aged man's eyes were now gleaming with killing intent. He didn't forget to erect another barrier outside his body as he simultaneously performed a set of mudras, manifesting the second and third fireball that also pursued Su Qing. Su Qing's eyes contracted as he watched the 3 fireballs coming for him, sealing up all his escape paths. He rolled over to one of the corpses he had killed earlier and threw it fiercely toward one of the fireballs. With a boom, the fireball and corpse came into contact and the corpse instantly burned up. The entire process lasted less than 3 breaths of time before the corpse turned into ashes. This gave Su Qing a direct assessment of the fireball's might. At this moment, the air was radiating heat from the fireballs, and it caused his entire body to instantly turn red. Hence, he moved his body and wanted to dodge, but the second and third fireballs had already gotten close. Under the middle-aged man's sinister gaze, the fireballs exploded fiercely the instant they got close, not allowing Su Qing to have a chance to escape. Boom. The flames spread to a very wide range, and the resulting high temperature had a shockingly high level of killing prowess. It was hard for Su Qing to completely avoid the impact in this area. Although he had avoided half of the flames with his speed, he still ended up with a lot of blisters. Moreover, as the water vapor in the air evaporated, it felt as if even his internal organs were burning. Fire Crow, hurry up! The Blood Shadow team captain, who was engaging Captain Lei in the distance, let out a low bellow. Understood, Captain. This B***** can at most take 2 more of my fireballs before he completely turns into a dry corpse. The middle-aged man who was called Fire Crow laughed. As he looked toward Su Qing, the cruelty in his gaze grew even more. After that, he raised his right hand and 2 more burning fireballs appeared next to him. When he swung his hand, the fireballs flew quickly toward Su Qing. He was worried that Su Qing would dodge, so he repeated what he had done earlier, controlling the 2 fireballs to suddenly explode when they got near Su Qing. The explosions then permeated the surroundings, sealing up all of Su Qing's escape routes. As a result, blazing heat spread and fire was burning on the ground. Many trees were then burned down into ashes, unable to cover the light from the sky. This caused the sunlight to shine upon the ground, merging with the light from the flames and temporarily obstructing Fire Crow's vision. However, he was very confident that there wouldn't be an issue for him to kill someone on the 3rd level with his fireballs when he was at the 5th level. Therefore, he wiped his hands. Although he was a little out of breath, his gaze was still disdainful. He turned and walked toward where Captain Lei and the Blood Shadow team captain were fighting. "Captain Lei, your subordinate is useless." Fire Crow sneered coldly as he walked over. However, he didn't see any despair in Captain Lei's eyes. On the contrary, he saw a change in the Blood Shadow team captain's expression. Fire Crow's reaction was very fast as well, and he quickly dodged to the side. However, it was still too late. A small and skinny figure shot out from behind him, landing 2 consecutive punches to the spirit energy barrier outside Fire Crow's body. As a result, the barrier shuddered intensely and shattered a moment later. Under the impact eruption, although the small and skinny figure was forced to back off, a dagger and an iron stick flew forth ruthlessly in a sneak attack. Even so, the impact caused by the collapse of the barrier obstructed the weapons to a certain extent, causing the dagger's speed to be slower when moving closer to Fire Crow. This gave Fire Crow a chance to dodge. Fire Crow rapidly evaded, but the dagger still cut through one of his ears, sending blood splattering everywhere. As for the iron stick, it penetrated his chest, causing him to spurt out blood. It was a pity that he wasn't hit in critical spots, so the attacks weren't fatal. The intense pain caused Fire Crow's eyes to turn red and made him howl. After he miserably dodged the attacks, he stared furiously behind him. In his vision, he saw the wolf-like figure of the youth stomp the embers on the ground and retreat 7 to 8 jongs away. He was half-crouching and looked ready to take action. His body was flushed red and still covered in blisters, but at this moment, the glow from the setting sun reflected in the youth's eyes. In his eyes, there was a gleam as cold as ice. His killing intent hadn't diminished at all. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, You asked when I shall return, I have no idea. 1. Under the twilight, the youth's figure caused Fire Crow's heart to be shaken. He was a well-experienced scavenger. If it was a newbie in his shoes, they'd definitely be shocked despite the fact that their cultivation level clearly surpassed the other party. Even he felt shaken, but that was quickly suppressed by the viciousness and fury of being injured. At this moment, his eyes revealed intense killing intent. Be ****, I'll pluck out your teeth one by one as my spoils of war. As Fire Crow spoke out in a deep voice, he tugged off his clothes and revealed a skinny upper body. Not paying any heed to the injury to his ear and chest, he performed a set of madras with both hands. When his face flushed red, a fireball that was even larger than the ones earlier suddenly appeared. Upon seeing this, Su Qing's eyes narrowed and he abruptly moved. Scatter. Fire Crow let out a low bellow and the big fireball in his hand split into 5 smaller fireballs that headed straight for Su Qing. After that, explosive sounds instantly resounded and flames covered the ground. Amidst all the burning, Su Qing's figure dashed out once again. He launched 2 consecutive punches as he did before to shatter the barrier. Although his body would inadvertently be pushed back from the impact, in addition to suffering burns from the high-temperature flames, his speed didn't reduce at all. His killing intent also didn't slacken in the slightest. Just like that, using such a method that ignored his own injuries, he started a fierce battle in the jungle against Fire Crow. The battle became increasingly intense. It was true that Su Qing wasn't a match for Fire Crow. Regardless of whether it was the spirit energy barrier or the fireballs, they were all very disadvantageous for Su Qing. The former made it hard for him to perform close-range attacks, while the latter posed an extremely great threat to him. However, Su Qing's recovery ability was astonishing, and it allowed him to quickly recover after he got injured. His injuries didn't affect his battle prowess. Besides, his stamina was as abundant as at the start of the fight. Although the prolonged pain from his body would form a mental torment, he, who grew up in the slums, had nurtured a tolerance that surpassed that of ordinary people. The most important thing was, the spirit energy that contained a high density of anomalous substances didn't have any influence on Su Qing at all. However, to Fire Crow, it was completely different. It was still fine for the ear's injury, but the injury on his chest became increasingly aggravated. The most important thing was his spirit energy. Even though his cultivation base was at the 5th level of chi condensation, he was unable to withstand such a depletion. Hence, he could only passively absorb spirit energy to replenish his consumption. Moreover, the pressure Su Qing brought him in the intense battle caused him to have no time to catch a breath at all. With that, the amount of anomalous substances in his body kept surging and accumulating. Very soon, the anger that Fire Crow felt in the beginning transformed into nervousness. In the end, anxiety actually appeared on his face. He had noticed that something was amiss with his body and that there was a problem with this young man. Anyone else at the 3rd level of chi condensation, or even at the 5th level, wouldn't have been able to hang on for so long in the face of such fireball attacks. They would have turned into dried corpses long ago. He felt that even if he was in Su Qing's shoes, he wouldn't be able to do what he did. However, this youth in front of him, despite his injuries increasing and looking serious, his speed and power didn't diminish in the least. This made the unsettled feelings in Fire Crow's heart grow increasingly intense. At this moment, the anomalous substances in Fire Crow's body kept on increasing, and he was getting close to mutation. This caused his breathing to become even more anxious. Fire Crow, you trash. Hurry up and end the battle. In the far distance, the Blood Shadow team captain who was fighting Captain Lei had no choice but to be distracted as he spared some attention to the situation here. When he looked at this scene right now, he roared angrily. He wanted to help, but Captain Lei suddenly exploded forth with attacks to obstruct him, making it hard for him to leave. Right now, he could only feel anxious. Moreover, Captain Lei could already tell that Su Qing's battle plan was to drag out the battle until Fire Crow mutated. Although he didn't know why Su Qing was confident nor why he was able to perform as usual amidst his injuries and pain, everyone had their own secrets. Captain Lei understood this point. He had his own secrets too. Therefore, he had no intention to probe further. What he could do was to not allow the Blood Shadow team captain before him to go over to help. The battle continued. Fire Crow cast 3 other fireballs but was still helpless against Su Qing. Hence, he, who was already anxious, now that he was scolded by his captain, the negative emotions in his heart completely erupted and turned into craziness. He abruptly raised his right hand and hammered his chest, spurting out a large mouthful of blood. After that, he quickly swung his left hand and caught some of the blood before the droplets fell onto the ground. As he chanted an incantation, the blood in his hand quickly turned black. At the sight of this, Su Qing's eyes contracted and he felt an even more intense sense of crisis. He charged out and wanted to disrupt the other party's spell. However, this time around, Fire Crow's spell was cast extremely fast. At the instant Su Qing moved, Fire Crow lifted his head abruptly and his expression became distorted. His gaze then flashed with cruelty as he waved his right hand. The black blood in his hand instantly swelled up to form a ball of blood that was the size of a human head. It seemed to be bubbling inside, and it flew toward Su Qing with astonishing power. Die! Fire Crow let out a low and sinister bellow. Perhaps because the spell this time was too exhausting and the anomalous substances in his body continued to increase, his legs were trembling weakly at this moment. On the other hand, the killing intent in Su Qing's eyes abruptly intensified. Just like Captain Lei had thought, he was indeed prepared to drag out the battle until the other party mutated. However, it wasn't exactly correct either. Su Qing had never given up on the thought of killing his opponent in his process of mutation. Although he was no longer holding onto the dagger and iron stick, he still kept on looking for an opportunity to deal the killing blow. This chance finally appeared now when Fire Crow showed his fragility. Almost at the instant the black-colored ball of blood fired over, Su Qing's advancing figure hastened his speed. He didn't dash toward Fire Crow in a straight line but shifted his direction slightly to where Barbaric Ghost's corpse was at. Barbaric Ghost's corpse was covered in burn marks from Fire Crow's large area of effect fireball attacks. But in this place, other than the corpses, there were also Barbaric Ghost's weapons. 1. A line from a poem by Li Shang. A translated version of the poem, To a Friend in the North on a Rainy Night, can be found here, https://28@cprojects.wordpress.com/2010/11/23/298/. Chapter 32. Chapter 32, You asked when I shall return, I have no idea. 2. There was a mace and 2 pieces of broken fine steel shield. However, Su Qing's target was the bigger piece of the broken shield. His figure instantly got close, and he grabbed the heavy fine steel shield. After that, with his small and skinny body covered by the shield, he charged out instantly, heading straight for Fire Crow, who was behind the black blood ball. A moment later, an explosive sound echoed out as Fire Crow's blood ball came into contact with Su Qing, smashing onto the shield before transforming into endless jets of black blood that shot out. That fine steel shield also couldn't withstand the attack, instantly fragmenting. However, it still withstood most of the impact. This caused Su Qing, who was behind the shield, to not suffer from a lethal attack despite being hit by some of the black blood. At this moment, he clenched his teeth tightly and didn't slow down, showing no hesitation at all as he sped forth like an arrow, closing onto Fire Crow. Fire Crow's gaze revealed a look of mockery, and he didn't plan on dodging at all. As he performed a set of mudras with both hands, the scattered black blood behind Su Qing quickly rose from the ground into the air. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before the blood would all levitate and transform into blood arrows that fired urgently at Su Qing. All of this left Su Qing with nowhere else to dodge, but he wasn't planning on dodging either. As he got close, his left hand clenched into a fist, but the punch being thrown out was done by his right hand instead. As a result, cracks appeared on the spirit energy barrier outside Fire Crow's body, and the inner part of Su Qing's right fist became bloodied. Amidst the blood, there were also scaled pierces of flesh. Before Fire Crow could see clearly, Su Qing's eyes turned bloodshot as he unleashed a second punch. With a bang, the barrier broke down into pieces and the tremendous impact wave spread out, pushing back Su Qing's body. This was like what had happened previously, and he couldn't get close at all as the impact waves forced him back. The mockery in Fire Crow's eyes grew. However, at this moment, Su Qing's body seemed to gain additional strength from nowhere. Amidst the impact from the shattering barrier, Su Qing wasn't pushed back as he was previously. He charged out fiercely and withstood the pressure, stretching out his right hand as he fiercely grabbed at the bloody part of Fire Crow's chest, where the iron stick had pierced through previously. However, it was like the additional strength only allowed him to have enough energy to make this grab. Although he tore open Fire Crow's injury, he was unable to deal a lethal blow and could only choose to retreat rapidly at this moment. Fire Crow's countenance changed and he stumbled backward. After he discovered that Su Qing's grab wasn't too much of a threat to him, he let out a sinister laugh and wanted to cast a spell to shoot the black blood. However, at the next instant, his countenance changed once again and he lowered his head abruptly. At the bloody part where his chest was, there were some shards of broken fangs as well as mushy flesh with scales on them. Right now, the flesh part of the injury corroded, and venomous blood flowed out. Wherever they passed by, his skin would rot rapidly. Unbearable pain gushed forth intensely at this moment, causing Fire Crow to let out an agonizing cry. A look of unprecedented terror appeared on his face. He then retreated unceasingly and saw Su Qing crouching in the far distance. The latter opened up his right palm and threw out some broken pieces of flesh and crushed fangs that looked similar to the one on him. If one pieced these broken pieces of flesh and crushed fangs together, they'd form the shape of a snake head. It was the venomous snake head Su Qing had used to deal with the corpses. Moreover, his left hand was shivering slightly and slowly opening up. As the shattered amber pieces fell, it revealed the ghost-faced scorpion's tail that pierced deeply into his palm. The former let his palm contain intense venom, while the latter caused him to have the additional strength to attack despite facing the barrier's impact. Fire Crow trembled, unable to say a word amidst his howls, let alone cast a spell. His gaze revealed intense dread in the face of death, and he struggled to wipe off the venomous blood on him. However, a tremendous amount of venomous blood gushed out, causing his stamina and vitality to seep rapidly. Su Qing took a deep breath. The recovery effect shown by the purple crystal in his fight with Fat Mountain allowed him to know that he could neutralize poison. His right hand, which had been tainted by the snake venom, didn't corrode. This made everything clear. This was the killing blow he had prepared for use against Fire Crow. Right now, he stood up and ran straight for Fire Crow. After that, the horror in Fire Crow's gaze turned into despair as Su Qing got closer. He struggled and retreated as he wailed in agony. "Captain, save me." This tragic scene caused the eyes of the Blood Shadow Team captain, who was currently fighting with Captain Lei, to open wide. He wanted to go and save Fire Crow, but Captain Lei's attacks kept obstructing him, making it hard for him to go over. He could only watch as Su Qing's figure rapidly closed in on Fire Crow. As Su Qing moved closer, Fire Crow's injuries and the breakdown of his mental state caused the dense anomalous substances that had accumulated in his body to not be suppressed any longer. Before Su Qing completely got close, Fire Crow's body stiffened up fiercely amidst his despair. After that, anomalous substances spread out in his entire body, and with an explosive bang, he turned into blood mist. Some people left behind greenish-black corpses when they mutated, while others exploded into blood mist. Su Qing halted his steps and looked at the spot where Fire Crow had turned into blood mist. After that, he turned and looked coldly at the Blood Shadow team captain. The sun was setting, but the dusk in the sky was different compared to the past. The dark night didn't come, but instead, the sky had a strange red glow covering it. Under this redness, Su Qing's figure was also dyed red. He stood there, covered in wounds, and his cold and sharp gaze emitted an indescribable pressure. This pressure caused the mentality of the Blood Shadow team captain, whose cultivation surpassed his, to tremble intensely. Fire Crow's death was too tragic, and this dealt an extremely great blow to the Blood Shadow team captain's inner heart. He had failed to take down Captain Lei despite fighting for a long time, and in addition to how bizarre Su Qing was, all of these factors caused the Blood Shadow team captain to feel great unease. At this moment, his gaze flickered, and the instant when Su Qing glanced over, he blasted back Captain Lei with a punch and rapidly retreated with no hesitation. He didn't wish to continue with the fight any longer. Chapter 33. Chapter 33, You asked when I shall return, I have no idea. 3. Captain Lei wanted to pursue, but when he raised his head and saw that smear of strange redness in the sky, his expression suddenly changed. His emotions then fluctuated, and he coughed out fresh blood as his body turned increasingly greenish-black. Clearly, he was on the verge of collapse. Su Qing approached hastily and supported Captain Lei. As Captain Lei was panting, Su Qing sat him under a large tree and looked up into the distant jungle where the Blood Shadow team captain was speeding away. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. You're alone, don't pursue him. With the Blood Shadow team destroyed, he cannot amount to anything. In addition, this redness in the sky. I think I have seen it before. Captain Lei grabbed onto Su Qing as he looked up and stared unwaveringly at the blue dome of the sky. He's a lurking peril, Su Qing said slowly. He didn't like any type of hidden perils, and within this jungle of the Forbidden Zone, Su Qing felt confident. Like how he had dragged Fire Crow to death, he would drag this Blood Shadow captain to his death as well. However, he instinctively looked up at the blue dome upon hearing Captain Lei's words. At that moment, a wave of faint and ethereal-sounding singing drifted from within this jungle. All of the mutated beasts' roars in the Forbidden Zone's jungle disappeared at this instant. In the silent jungle, the singing became clearer. It sounded as though a woman was holding a hidden bitterness about her husband's departure. Following the reverberations, waves of faint red mist appeared from where the Blood Shadow captain had sped toward. It swept up everything in the surroundings and filled the air. Su Qing's body trembled suddenly. Captain Lei, who was sitting below the large tree, also shuddered in that instant. Both of them instantly looked toward the origin of the singing voice. It was just that the former was incomparably vigilant, while the latter seemed to be in a trance. The singing continued to drift endlessly, and when the voice entered Su Qing's ears, it caused an indescribable coldness to fill his body. It felt as though he was under the icy blood rain in the ruined city from before. Even though he was currently at the 3rd level of body refinement, he still couldn't handle it. His teeth started chattering and he lost the mobility of his body. Su Qing's mind was in a rumble. He couldn't help but recall what Cross had said about the Forbidden Zone's taboos when they first entered. At the place they were staring at, the Blood Shadow captain stopped as well. His body was shivering uncontrollably. It was as if there was something invisible approaching him at the moment, causing him to lose all strength to escape. Su Qing personally saw wisps of white mist flowing out of the shivering Blood Shadow captain's 7 apertures, blending into the blood fog that pervaded the air. And in this process, the Blood Shadow captain's body swiftly withered and decayed until it turned into a dried corpse and shattered into dust. The fog covered the ground where it was and started spreading through the air toward Su Qing and Captain Lei. With the nearing of the fog, Su Qing's body trembled. Finally, he saw the cause of the Blood Shadow captain's death. It was a pair of bright red woman's boots, and they looked very tattered. This is, Su Qing panted and his eyes were wide open. He saw the pair of boots appearing in front of the distant fog, moving on its own on the soil and walking toward them step by step. There was nothing above the boots. Only the singing voice with hidden bitterness, coming closer and closer. It was as though there was an invisible body of a woman wearing this pair of red boots, singing as she walked over. The voice became increasingly clear. The blood-colored boots walking on the soil were heading toward Su Qing. This strange scene made Su Qing's pupils constrict intensely. His body wanted to move, but it couldn't do so. It was as if the cold had frozen his entire being, making even his teeth rattle. He could only watch helplessly as the pair of blood-colored boots stepped closer until it was half a zhang away from him. The threat of death covered all of Su Qing's emotions in that instant. He wanted to step back, but he was powerless. Only the large amount of blood veins appearing in his eyes divulged his violent struggle at that moment. Just when the pair of blood-red boots was about to take another step nearer to him, at that very moment, a trembling voice drifted over from beside Su Qing. It was Captain Lei. Red Peach. Is that you? The voice was hoarse and trembling with a hint of uncertainty. At that moment he spoke these words, the strange singing came to an abrupt stop. At the side, the boot that was lifted in the air stopped for a moment before changing direction unexpectedly. It was like the woman who was standing there had turned her body at that moment and looked at Captain Lei. Upon seeing this scene, Captain Lei's body trembled, and his breathing became unprecedentedly hurried. But at that moment, his exhausted body burst forth with leftover energy. There was an unprecedented glimmer in his eyes as he stared unwaveringly at the space above the pair of boots. It was as if in his eyes, he could see someone incomparably important to him, a woman that was as important as his own life, standing there. She was separated from him by a void, by the world, by yin and yang, as they looked at each other. The strong Captain Lei had tears falling uncontrollably at that moment. Have you returned? His trembling body lifted a hand, as though he wanted to grab something. That pair of red boots slowly lifted as well and walked up to Captain Lei. They then bent over slightly. The invisible woman seemed to have squatted down gently in front of Captain Lei's body, letting his trembling hand touch her face. However, Captain Lei's hand swept across the void and couldn't touch anything. As his efforts proved futile, his tears fell even more. Only his murmurings existed, basking in this desolate sadness. After a long time, it was as though the sound of the woman's soft sigh came from nothingness. That pair of red boots then slowly straightened and gradually stepped back. It only adjusted its direction after it had retreated by 3 zhangs. It bypassed Su Qing and walked into the distance with the red fog following. You asked when I shall return. I have no idea. Asking about a return date which seems uncertain. The fog hid the cruelty of the situation and the fog of singing distanced itself. The singing continued. With the hidden bitterness, the voice seemed to be filled with more agony and melancholy as it walked further away. Not only so, but the blood-colored fog also bypassed them. It seemed as though it was roiling and floated toward the distance. Only when the singing voice became weaker did the fog disappear completely. The voice then slowly dissipated as well. Su Qing's body finally regained its mobility. He panted heavily and his eyes were filled with horror. The first thing he did was to turn around and look at Captain Lei who sat there. At that moment, Captain Lei was staring blankly into the distance. There was a dazed look in his eyes, and the tears still continued flowing silently. Su Qing was silent. Whatever he wanted to ask, he couldn't get it out at that moment. After a long time, Captain Lei mumbled softly. Do you find it strange? Su Qing nodded quietly. Before, Cross told you that I'm one of the few who have heard that singing voice. Captain Lei looked into the distance and spoke slowly in a low voice. Do you know that the singing voice in this forbidden zone is really strange? Most of the people who heard it had died and only very few could survive. But if the person was able to survive it, then they would receive a gift from this forbidden zone. The next time the person hears this singing voice, it will let them see the person they miss the most in their entire life. I originally thought this was just a legend, and it was because of this legend that I've waited silently at the campsite for decades until my hair turned white. And today, I finally saw it. When Captain Lei spoke to this point, his entire being seemed to age by a lot. The wrinkles on his face stacked, and there was a sense of fragility emanating from his body. Do you also have someone separated by yin and yang *, and have someone you want to see? If you do, then don't learn from me, don't wait here. Even if you see them, it's still futile in the end, Captain Lei muttered bitterly. He closed his eyes, and the tears streamed down the folds of his face ceaselessly, dripping on his lapels. Su Qing was silent. He lifted his head toward the place where the voice disappeared to. In the depths of his eyes, recollection of his memory gradually emerged. There was someone he wanted to see too. Someone he really, really missed. 1. The yin and yang here refers to the separation between the yang realm, mortal world, and the yin realm, underworld. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, What are you exactly? 1. Perhaps it was because of the singing voice, but within this jungle of the Forbidden Zone, the howling of the mutated beast still didn't appear. It was as though the source of the singing voice was this Forbidden Zone's ruler. After its appearance, everything had to be silent. Captain Lei sat there quietly, still watching the faraway place. It was pitch black and there was nothing there. Su Qing had a complicated expression on his face. After a while, he swept his gaze across his surroundings, and it ultimately landed on Barbaric Ghost's mace and shattered shield fragments. Barbaric Ghost's corpse, like all the other corpses here, had turned into dust when the singing fog departed. It was as though they never existed in this world. And in many cases, scavengers didn't have many relatives. Hence, there might not be many who cared about their disappearance. Even if there were, they would eventually be forgotten with the passage of time. Thousands of years later, nobody would know or remember. Su Qing suddenly thought of the teacher who had treated him rather well back in the slums. During his latter days, before he died of sickness, he said something to a bunch of children. To have someone you can't forget is a kind of suffering, but to be remembered by someone else is a type of blessing. Su Qing didn't understand it at that time, but as he watched Captain Lei now, he could somewhat understand the meaning behind it. Hence, he didn't interrupt but walked quietly to the area where Barbaric Ghost's corpse had been previously. He then took his dagger and began digging the ground. Even if he didn't have a close relationship with Barbaric Ghost, or more accurately, they only knew each other for days and didn't speak much to each other, the other party still imparted his knowledge of the jungle to him. They had also fought and walked out of the life and death crisis against those wolves together. Ultimately, it was with the help of Barbaric Ghost's item that Su Qing had stopped the black blood. So, Su Qing thought he should do something. Just like how he had cremated the corpses of the entire city before he left the ruined city, he diligently dug a hole in the earth and deepened it into a pit eventually. He then buried the Barbaric Ghost's mace and shattered pieces of the shield. During the process, Su Qing was very serious. He didn't notice that Captain Lei had retracted his gaze toward the jungle and was now watching him from behind. There was a hint of astonishment on his face, just like when he first saw Su Qing in the ruined city previously. When he saw Su Qing burying Barbaric Ghost's weapons and looked like he wanted to make a tombstone, Captain Lei spoke up. Scavengers don't need tombstones. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. This is the life of a scavenger. While living, they struggled with the world, and after death, there was no need to offer sacrifice either. Peace would suffice. As Captain Lei said this, his breathing got weaker. With the serious injuries, the accumulation of anomalous substances, and the exhaustion of his mind, he was unable to hold on any longer. Gradually, the world turned fuzzy and he lost consciousness. Su Qing stepped closer and took out some of the seven-leaf grass from his pocket before stuffing it into Captain Lei's mouth. He didn't know if it would be useful but thought that since the item was a necessary ingredient to make the white pills, it should have some effects in alleviating anomalous substances. After that, he carried Captain Lei on his back and used the clothes to tie them tightly together. Only then did he take a deep breath. In the night, he traversed the jungle at full speed. When he went past the spot where the Blood Shadow Captain had turned to dust, Su Qing spotted a leather bag. He picked it up but didn't see any medicinal pills inside, only various miscellaneous items. As such, he took it and instantly sped away. When the weak Captain Lei regained his consciousness, an hour had already passed. He could vaguely feel himself being carried by a small body. With the motion of the movement, he slowly opened his eyes and saw the side of the youth's face in front of him. He fell silent. Su Qing probably sensed that Captain Lei had awakened. Softly, he started to speak. "Are you feeling better? There are a few hours to go, so you can continue sleeping. We should be able to get out of the Forbidden Zone before daybreak." Captain Lei didn't say anything. His frail body wasn't able to mask his old age. He tried to lift his head to see the pitch-black sky, but his vision slowly grew fuzzy. Just as he sensed that he was about to pass out again, he muttered, "Kid, do you know why I proposed to take you away twice in that ruined city?" Su Qing's body didn't stop moving. He shook his head. "Then, do you remember the scene when we first met?" Captain Lei's voice was a little weak. "I remember." Su Qing's body moved and he leaped over a huge tree. After that, he lifted his right hand and grabbed the area next to him, capturing a mutated lizard that hid there and was rushing at them at great speed. Seizing the opportunity, he threw it toward the ground ahead. With the bang, following the lizard's descent, a large number of vines on the ground twisted and swiftly twined around it. During the struggle of the lizard, its leathery armor was punctured and its flesh was devoured. Su Qing took this opportunity to leap up and avoid the danger before proceeding further ahead. At that moment, the mumbling of Captain Lei behind him was weak. Even with their close distance, it was difficult to hear him. "I saw the silhouette of you cremating the corpses. At that time, the fire illuminated you while you were standing beside the blaze. You looked like you had fused with the fire. It made me feel as though I have seen a trace of warmth in this cruel world." Su Qing's footsteps then stopped in his tracks and he fell silent. At this moment, Captain Lei fell into unconsciousness once more. After a few breaths, Su Qing quietly lifted his feet and continued speeding through the jungle, traversing past trees rapidly. Time went by and very soon, 2 hours passed. Su Qing avoided all danger, and the distance toward the boundary of the jungle became shorter and shorter. At this moment, when the sky was at its darkest, the gloomy cold from the Forbidden Zone invaded the surroundings. Fortunately, Su Qing was moving rapidly and the heat generated by his body instinctively resisted the cold slightly. However, as he moved forward, the cold became increasingly intense. After the amount of time it took for an incense stick to burn out, Su Qing stopped abruptly. His expression was somber as he looked ahead. Chapter 35. Chapter 35, What are you exactly? 2. In front of him, fog emerged from the jungle. The fog was extremely thick and had spread out into the distance. However, it wasn't the same as the blood fog Su Qing had seen before. The sense of oppression didn't seem too intense. It was just that, as far as the eyes could see, everything within the area that was shrouded by the fog was blurry. It was impossible for Su Qing to see anything in the surroundings clearly. Especially since it was currently dark, it made the cover of the fog even more intense. Su Qing wanted to avoid it, but after running for a long time, he saw that the fog was still approaching. He knew what this was. Cross and Luan Tooth had mentioned this when they just entered the Forbidden Zone. This was one of the dangers within. It was a type of fog known as the labyrinth fog. When engulfed by this fog, a person would lose their sense of direction and ultimately lose their way. And once the fog formed, it would usually take a long time for it to disperse on its own. Su Qing felt that he might be able to endure until the fog dissipated, and the amount of anomalous substances in his body wouldn't skyrocket. However, the weak Captain Lei wouldn't be able to. If he was trapped in it, it wouldn't be long before he died from mutation. This gave Su Qing no choice but to retreat, attempting to circle around the fog by going further out of its range. But the fog was too heavy. No matter how quick he was still caught in the situation where the fog surrounded them in all directions. There was nowhere to hide as they were drowned by the fog. However, very soon, the fog that drowned the area around Su Qing thinned out gradually until it ultimately revealed a bewildered Su Qing once again. He lowered his head and looked under his feet. There were no shadows at night, but Su Qing could feel the fog around him. It was rushing rapidly into the space beneath his feet at that moment. It was like the shadow that couldn't be seen had formed a vortex and devoured its surrounding fog. The speed of this devouring wasn't quick. It also seemed to have had its fill after a while and stopped absorbing. This allowed the fog to drown the silhouette of Su Qing yet again. However, after the shadow was done swallowing, a force seemed to pour into Su Qing's body, converging at his eyes. The thick fog as far as the eyes could see became transparent in his vision. Or perhaps it couldn't be described with sight but perception. The fog was clearly there and was incomparably thick. However, with his perception, it was only slightly fuzzy, far from the stage where it would obstruct sight and make someone lose their way. This caused Su Qing's breath to hurry. He lowered his head and looked at the missing shadow. What exactly are you?" Su Qing muttered. After a while, he lifted his head and sensed his surroundings. Following a moment of silence, his body started moving immediately without reducing speed. Within the fog, he was like a ghost speeding past. Not long later, as Su Qing was speeding through the thick fog, he saw living people. It was 2 scavengers. Su Qing could vaguely remember seeing them at the campsite. These 2 people were currently holding each other's hands. Within the thick fog, they were like blind people as they slowly probed and moved forward. However, with Su Qing's perception, he could see that they were going in circles as they moved forward. It was evident that they had each realized it as well. The perspiration on their forehead and the heavy breaths revealed their anxiety and despair about their future. After taking a glance at the 2 persons, Su Qing retracted his gaze and wanted to turn and depart. He didn't have an overflowing amount of sympathy. Living in this cruel world, he had seen too many examples of people saving others without motive, in exchange for backlash against themselves. However, for those whose vision had been obscured, their sense of hearing would be extremely sharp. As such, Su Qing's footsteps as he was leaving were still detected by them. The 2 looked nervous immediately. They couldn't distinguish the sounds of a human from a beast. So, one of them bellowed to express savageness, as though wanting to intimidate a beast. The other shouted for help. To show their sincerity, they even took out the white pills and spirit coins from their leather bag, verbally promising to give them out for a chance of survival. Su Qing paused for a moment, turning back to look at the white pills in the person's hand as he considered Captain Lei's poor health. After some thought, he rummaged through the leather bag and found a candle to light. It illuminated the surrounding with a glow. However, the fire was weak, and with the suppression of the fog, it was slowly becoming dimmer. Under the cover of the light from the candle, Su Qing retreated some distance away and looked at the 2 people in the near distance. Then, he spoke slowly. "Go right and walk straight for 7 steps, then 10 steps to the left." As Su Qing's voice came through, the 2 scavengers trembled. Their faces donned a look of ecstasy, and with hastened breaths, they followed Su Qing's instructions. Very soon, they circled left and right under Su Qing's successive instructions and avoided the spots where there was danger. The fog in front of them thinned as they got nearer to the lit candle. It lasted until they walked into the range of the candle that was about to be extinguished. The path around here was illuminated by the flames. Like a blind man who had regained sight, they fell beside the candle in an instant. They were agitated, their emotions intensely boiling over. As for Su Qing, he was hiding at the edge of somewhere dark. Even with the illumination of the fire, his figure was still blurry. Watching the agitation of the 2 persons with a poker face, he spoke flatly. "Give me white pills." One of them trembled. After surviving the calamity, he didn't have the slightest hesitation. He threw the leather bag containing the spirit coins and white pills to Su Qing immediately and thanked him repeatedly. The other person was just about to take out his pills, but as his gaze swept across Su Qing's silhouette, his excitement vanished. At the dark spot where Su Qing was standing, the fog lingered thinly. Hence, in that person's eyes, although they couldn't make out Su Qing's face, they could see his petite body and that he was carrying an unconscious person on his back. As such, there was a gleam in his eyes. However, he wore a smile on his face and displayed a sincere demeanor when he spoke. "Little brother, I have eaten all the white pills that were on me, but don't worry, when the fog has cleared or if you have a way to escort me out, I will doubly repay you." With that, there was a glint in his eyes as he looked toward where Su Qing was, with an eagerness to try an idea out. The companion next to him grew a little annoyed at the moment, feeling as though he had given his pouch too quickly. Su Qing then stared deeply at the scavenger who had yet to give the white pills, but he didn't speak. With a wave of his right hand, a gust of wind blew and extinguished the candle's light in that instant. The surrounding plunged into pitch-black darkness and labyrinth fog once more. As a result, a cry of surprise came from one of the 2 scavengers. Su Qing then approached them in a flash and plucked the leather bag from them. Following that, a serene voice echoed all around. "There's no need anymore. You can stay here." Wait. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I'll give you the white pills, The man was suddenly in a hurry, seemingly wanting to grab onto something. However, his body tripped over a tree that was in the way, and he fell. When he got up, his calls were even more anxious, and the deep regret he felt filled his body and mind. "Little brother, listen to my explanation, Su Qing didn't bother about the man's shouts and approached the other scavenger who had given him the white pills. His expression was one of horror. Getting caught in the labyrinth fog once again filled him with panic. Without detecting it in the slightest, Su Qing had passed by him and spoke quietly. "Follow the sound of my footsteps." With that, Su Qing didn't turn back and continued walking. As for the person, when he heard Su Qing's words, his breaths grew hurried and he immediately listened for the footsteps and followed. At that moment, in the depths of his heart, he was exceptionally grateful for the speed of his repayment earlier. It was especially so after he heard the anxious wailing behind him turning quickly into a frenzied cursing after failing to call for help. The despair in that tone made his heart tremble. Toward the owner of the footsteps ahead of him, he held them in greater awe. Chapter 36. Chapter 36, Grandmaster Bai. Su Qing didn't pay attention to the person following him. As Su Qing walked with Captain Lei on his back, he took out the white pills from the leather bag and fed them to the latter. Perhaps it was the effect of the white pills, or maybe it was the efficacy of the seven-leaf grass. Captain Lei's complexion gradually stopped turning greenish-black. It was just that the anomalous substances in his body were too dense, and even with Su Qing's white pills, it couldn't be completely suppressed at this moment. As such, Captain Lei was still in a state of unconsciousness. It was apparent that what he experienced on this journey to the Forbidden Zone had affected him greatly. Hence, on the way back during this dark night, when Su Qing encountered more scavengers who were in despair from being trapped within the labyrinth fog, he allowed them to follow behind him at the expense of white pills. They would then follow the sound of his footsteps to move forward. Of course, among them, there were still some blind people. However, they ultimately became a reference for the grateful followers behind Su Qing and caused them to revere him even more. Most of them speculated that he must be one of those who were born innately with great mental energy, because only such a person would not be confined by the labyrinth fog. And with regard to this type of people, Su Qing had heard about them from Luan Tooth previously. It was also what he thought about when he saved the first person in exchange for white pills. Hence, it became a cover-up, and he didn't worry about exposing his secret. His accumulation soon surpassed 10 white pills, and this finally caused Captain Lei's complexion to recover, turning from the greenish-black to merely green. His breathing was evidently smoother by a lot as well. At the same time, Su Qing discovered that the feedback from his shadow couldn't be sustained for a long period. Following his journey forward right now, the perception of the fog ahead was less transparent than before and gradually turned fuzzy. It seemed like it wouldn't be too long before his sight became the same as others. It was fortunate that the remaining distance to the outside world wasn't that far. Hence, as his vision started to turn blurry, Su Qing hastened his speed, and the darkness in the sky dissipated when the early sun rose. The first rays of the morning sun spilled over the ground at that moment. He, who was carrying Captain Lei on his back, finally passed through the small crack between the branches and leaves and saw the outside world in the near distance. Su Qing's mood fluctuated. His body leaped toward the boundary in an instant and headed out of the jungle in strides. The moment he stepped across the cold boundary, the breeze from the outside world carried the warmth of the sunlight, falling onto Su Qing's body. Because the sun rays were too bright, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. As he stood there, he took a deep breath of the air. At that moment, the followers behind him also regained their sight one after another when they neared the edge of the boundary. Each of them held the agitation of someone who had narrowly escaped death, and they rushed out. As they stepped past the boundary, they became incessantly spirited. An old man even knelt on the ground and gently kissed the soil of the earth. At that moment, they could finally take in Su Qing's appearance and Captain Lei whom he was carrying on his back. Not many people knew of Su Qing, but there was no one who didn't know Captain Lei. Hence, when the sight of Su Qing and Captain Lei reached their eyes, their recollection of Su Qing surfaced one after another as well. Kid. Captain Lei. The 4 or 5 followers were shaken, but as Su Qing's gaze swept over them, they instinctively shut up. To be honest, the coldness Su Qing had displayed toward those scavengers who harbored ill intentions had long since intimidated them. After that, Su Qing didn't bother with them and retracted his gaze. He was about to make a beeline for the campsite when 2 figures whizzed over at that moment, approaching swiftly. It was Cross and Luan Tooth. They had returned but didn't wait at the campsite. Instead, they were anxiously waiting outside. They had discussed it among themselves that if Captain Lei and the others didn't return that day, they would head back in again to search and rescue them. Hence, when they saw Su Qing's silhouette from a distance, the two of them swiftly approached him. And when Cross noticed Captain Lei on Su Qing's back, his pupils narrowed intensely, but when his gaze landed on Su Qing's body, it softened. There was a change in Luan Tooth's expression as well, with her murderous intent spreading immediately. She looked toward the people who followed Su Qing out. As a result, the breathing of those people grew hurried one after another. They all grew alert. It has nothing to do with them. We were also fortunate because of them, or else Captain Lei might not have been able to press on. Su Qing spoke up, dissolving Luan Tooth's murderous intent. After that, those who followed him out let out a breath of relief. Now, when they looked at Su Qing, it contained gratitude on top of awe. They then cupped their fist in the other hand as a sign of respect and left separately. After they left, Cross stepped forward to help Captain Lei off Su Qing's back, but he was stopped by Su Qing. Let Captain Lei sleep a while more. I can still carry on. Su Qing took a deep breath. All right, let us return to the campsite first and bring the leader. To the doctor. Cross nodded and took a white pill to feed it to Captain Lei. With Luan Tooth, they escorted from each side, and the three of them sped toward the campsite. On the way, there were many times when Luan Tooth wanted to speak. But in the end, she still couldn't help but ask. Where's Barbaric Ghost? Are the Blood Shadow team still pursuing and attacking? Su Qing stayed silent and spoke softly after a long while. Barbaric Ghost mutated and died in battle. That sentence stopped Cross and Luan Tooth in their tracks. They were speechless. Even if they were mentally prepared, there was still an intense sadness growing. Luan Tooth was even a little despondent. It was Su Qing's second sentence that shook them, making them look at Su Qing in disbelief. Blood Shadow team, completely annihilated. Su Qing lowered his head and slowly said while walking. Is that why leaders' injuries and anomalous substances are so serious? Luan Tooth muttered as though she had an answer. To their side, Cross's expression was a little odd. He thought perhaps that was not the case. As such, he stared deeply at Su Qing but didn't ask about the details. Su Qing didn't explain nor mention the incident with the singing voice. That was Captain Lei's secret, so whether or not it should be divulged wasn't up to him. Just like that, the three of them dashed the whole way, and it wasn't long before they reached the campsite. They then headed immediately to the carriage convoy from outside, where the doctor who had gained much popularity during this time was located. The people in the queue felt the somberness of the Thunder Team's members from their appearance. Spotting the unconscious Captain Lei, the person at the front of the queue outside of the doctor's tent cleverly gave way. This allowed everyone from the Thunder Team to step into the tent very quickly. The tent was huge and filled with a strong medicinal scent. In addition to a few guards in iron armor, there was also an ill-looking scavenger visiting the doctor. The person who was attending to the sick was a meager old man. He wore a set of ordinary but cleanly washed gray long robes. Although wrinkles scattered around his face, there was vigor in his eyes. It seemed wise and far-sighted, like the stars, as if it could see through a person's heart. On either side of the old man sat a young man and a young lady respectively. The man was a youth who seemed similar in age to Su Qing. He wore a blue-colored long gown from silk with a black-colored jade headband on his head. Moreover, there was a jade pendant engraved with a dragon figure hanging by his waist, with a gold tassel scattered at the edge of the round cushion. The young man was handsome with a well-kempt appearance, but it seemed like he was still not fully awake. One of his hands supported his chin and he held a medical book in the other. He didn't seem like he had the energy to read it and was yawning from time to time. On the other side was a young girl, about 16 or 17 years old, in a long dress. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and she had a standard oval face. Her skin was snow white, and she appeared refined and elegant. She had a pair of bright eyes that were as clear and bright as the multitude of stars. At that moment, she noticed the young man dozing off beside her and cracked a faint smile. Then, she lowered her head toward the pharmacopoeia in her hands. In that smile, her eyes curved like a crescent moon, and it seemed as if her charm was overflowing. And between this frown and a smile, she revealed her elegance naturally. One couldn't help but gasp at her sharp and elegant radiance. The pair of golden boy and jade maiden asterisk had a clear spirit that scavengers rarely saw. It made Luan Tooth feel inferior, and even Cross took a few glances. As for Su Qing, he looked at the medical books in their hands, and his expression revealed envy. Soon, however, he retracted his gaze and placed more focus on the doctor in front of him. At that moment, the doctor was giving the scavenger who visited some instructions. After the scavenger left in gratitude, he washed his hands with the copper basin by his side and lifted his head to look at Su Qing and his companions. His gaze swept past them and landed first on Su Qing. His eyes seemed to be filled with some deep meaning behind them. Then, he looked at Captain Lei, who was on Su Qing's back, as he spoke slowly. "Put him down." Su Qing didn't know why, but under the old man's gaze, he felt a little nervous. It was like he was back in the slums and was facing the sir who had taught them. As such, with the help of Cross, the two of them put Captain Lei down carefully, letting him lay flat in front of the old man. And it was at that moment that Captain Lei slowly regained consciousness. He started when he saw the tent and also spotted the doctor, Su Qing, and the others. Just as he was about to get up on his feet, the elderly doctor spoke indifferently. "Lie down properly." Those words made Captain Lei turn toward the doctor. As they looked at each other, Captain Lei still continued to get up without a word. After that, with Cross stepping forward to lend his arm as a support, Captain Lei bowed to the doctor. "It's just a few injuries, but they still sent me here. I won't trouble Grandmaster Bai. I'm fine. You know who I am." The elderly doctor was puzzled as he looked over at Captain Lei. "I've seen Grandmaster Bai once from a distance, many years ago." Captain Lei nodded respectfully. Grandmaster Bai stared deeply at Captain Lei and said slowly, "Your recent injury isn't too serious, and the anomalous substances in your body are also suppressed, so it's not a major issue. As for the exhaustion of your state of mind, it is obvious that there was an undue fluctuation in your emotions lately, which hurt your heart meridian. Although the combination of all these is a little troublesome, it is still all right and treatable. But this is not the main point. The main point is that there is an internal injury to your body that was incurred many years ago. I'm guessing someone crippled your foundation in your early years and your current cultivation was rebuilt from scratch. To be able to reach this level of cultivation after having your foundation crippled is not easy. It's just that, with all these mixed together, you've overused everything. It is difficult to treat them with ordinary medication, so I am also powerless. I'll give you a set of medications. To what extent it would be able to heal will depend on your fate. But you must remember at all costs that from now on, you cannot continue your cultivation breathing technique. Otherwise, when the anomalous substances increase and cause the internal injury to relapse, then you'll meet certain death." Hearing Grandmaster Bai's words, Cross and Luan Tooth fell into silence. It was apparent that they knew Captain Lei's foundation had been crippled before. However, Su Qing didn't know about it and looked toward Captain Lei, suddenly recalling the singing in the Forbidden Zone and that pair of red female shoes. "Is there no other way?" Cross asked slowly. "There is. If you can find the Heaven Fate flower, which belongs to the category of heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures, then you can naturally continue to cultivate for another generation. It was said that one of such stalks once appeared in the Forbidden Zone near here." Cross went silent and Luan Tooth looked anxious. At this moment, Su Qing looked at Captain Lei. Compared to them, Captain Lei looked calm and smiled slightly. "It's not that serious. It's all chronic illnesses. We won't disturb Grandmaster Bai any longer," Captain Lei said and bowed to Grandmaster Bai. After that, he called out for Su Qing and the others to leave. The three people, including Su Qing, respectfully thanked Grandmaster Bai in succession and left with the medication in hand. However, Su Qing, who had something on his mind, wondered if he was imagining things. When he took his leave after expressing his gratitude, he felt that the gaze Grandmaster Bai held toward him was one of scrutiny. The Thunder team stayed quiet the whole way. When they were back at Captain Lei's residence, Cross and Luan Tooth looked as though they had something to say, but they were sent away by Captain Lei. It was only after they had left that Captain Lei took out some tobacco from the residence and a pipe from the leather bag. After loading it, he lit it and sucked a deep breath from it. As he exhaled, he let out a long and relaxed sigh. Looking at Su Qing's concerned expression, he waved the pipe and laughed. "I didn't think about smoking while in the Forbidden Zone, but taking a puff upon returning is truly comfortable. This thing is more effective than any medication." Su Qing was just about to speak. What do you feel like eating today? I will make a meal for you. Accompany me for a drink. Captain Lei didn't let Su Qing speak, as though he didn't wish to listen. Hence, Su Qing looked at him quietly and nodded his head after a long while. I want to eat snake. 1. Golden Boy and the Jade Maiden are from Chinese mythology. In novels, they are often used to describe attractive and well-matched couples. Chapter 37. Chapter 37, Fireworks in the Human World. Within the scavengers' campsite, apart from the necessities for survival, meat was the next thing they had in abundance. This was due to the proximity to the Forbidden Zone. Some scavengers headed there every day, which was why there were several stalls selling edible meat. Captain Lei's wrinkled face broke into a restrained laugh upon hearing that Su Qing wanted to eat snake meat. He understood that the reason why Su Qing said snake meat was because of what he said back then. It was obvious that the kid in front of him had committed it to memory. As such, he stopped Su Qing when he was about to head out to buy the meat. Those bunch of people in the campsite are all deceitful. You are not that knowledgeable about the mutated beasts from the Forbidden Zone. It'll be easy for you to get scammed and find yourself in a situation where you are being coerced to buy. It's still better for me to go instead. Captain Lei said as he stood up. Upon hearing the words, coerced to buy, Su Qing subconsciously touched the iron stick and answered seriously after some thought. They won't. Captain Lei glanced at the iron stick and couldn't help laughing. Without speaking, he walked out of the courtyard. Watching Captain Lei's figure, Su Qing deliberated, then walked into the side room. He washed the pans and bowls meticulously, then arranged and cleaned the table. Finally, he prepared 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks and placed them on top. Looking at the additional set, Su Qing suddenly understood something. That is for a person who would never come. The words Captain Lei had once said surfaced in his mind. In his silence, he placed the 3rd set of a bowl and chopsticks beside Captain Lei's set. He did the same for the chair. After doing these, Su Qing turned his head and looked at the courtyard outside the house. At this moment, the sky had turned into dusk. There was a little chilliness in the breeze and within that, there were some indistinct snowflakes. During the end of March season for the eastern part of the Nanhuang continent, while the weather was beginning to warm up again and everything was coming back to life, the winter days didn't seem to be resigned. From time to time, there would still be snowflakes falling, as though to tell all things that it hadn't left yet. At that moment, the snowflakes swayed in the overcast sky, blown down by the wind. They seemed to fall from heaven to the human world. They then got scattered across the world, then swiftly melted from the warmth as well. Ultimately, you could see that it was just a land full of mud. No matter how prestigious a place it came from, no matter how clean it was, when it was in the human world, it would still be mixed with sludge. Blending together, indistinguishable from each other. There was no telling if it was the wind that held the snow, causing it to be icier. Or, was it the snow that infected the wind, causing it to be even more chilly? At the moment, as it was gusting through the earth, through the campsite, through the bamboo courtyard and residence, Su Qing felt a little cold. Even though he was a cultivator, in the depths of his memory, there was still the fear of cold which had accumulated for years, and this made him feel somewhat uncomfortable in this freezing cold. It was until he saw an unsteady silhouette in this cold gust, shielding against the blizzard as they walked from afar and opened the door in the courtyard. The moment the figure was revealed, their voice which was laced with laughter penetrated the blizzard. Kid, you're in for a treat today. Look what I managed to buy. This is a red flower snake. The quality of meat on this snake can be regarded as premium. I'll show off my abilities for you in a while. Captain Lei carried the body of the snake and walked into the side room in large strides. Noticing the tidiness within the side room, the arrangement of tables and chairs, the bowls and chopsticks, and especially the 2 sets which were placed side by side, Captain Lei's wrinkled-filled face broke into a smile and stared deeply at Su Qing. Do you want to learn how to cook a snake? Captain Lei asked. I do. Su Qing's eyes lit up. He was thirsty for everything that he didn't possess the knowledge of, especially the snake that Captain Lei cooked. It was delicious. Captain Lei laughed and called Su Qing to his side. He introduced as he made it. Logically, you'd have to behead and remove the tail of this snake, but those people don't know that the reason you must remove its tail was because of excretion. However, as long as you have removed the venom in the snake head, it could lift the flavor of the snake meat on a whole, enhancing its freshness. Captain Lei was delighted when he spoke about cooking. Suqing listened attentively from the side as well. Watched as Captain Lei cleaned the snake, skinned it, then removed the internal organs and other junk from the body. He then chopped it into pieces before placing it to the side. Kid, you have to remember, whether there will be an aftertaste or not is still dependent on the soup. With that, Captain Lei began to slow boil the soup in a clay pot and added many medicinal ingredients to it. At last, the snake head which had been treated previously was thrown into the mix as well. After doing these, following the aroma which permeated the whole place, Suqing gulped. Witnessing this, Captain Lei laughed out loud and retrieved a clean wok. He then began to stir-fry the snake meat at high heat. In that instant, the pitter-patter sounds of the oil reverberated. Wafts of heavy fragrance assaulted the senses in waves, spreading out in the side room as it drifted out. It was as though it had dispersed all of the cold, making Suqing's stomach rumble uncontrollably. Looking at the boiling snake meat, even his eyes became straight. Very soon, following Captain Lei's fire, the stir-fried snake meat was also added to the pot. As he covered the lid, he looked toward Suqing. Have you learned it? Suqing stared at the clap pot and nodded his head vigorously. He watched the entire process and didn't think it too difficult. Captain Lei smiled a little and left the side room. When he returned, he carried 2 alcohol flasks. He threw one of it to Suqing and held on to the other, exclaiming with praises when he took a gulp. There is no lack of meat in the campsite, but this alcohol is a rare commodity. Suqing lifted the flask and looked into the turbid liquid. He had never drunk alcohol before. Just as Captain Lei said, this was considered a rare commodity. There was none of it in the slums, only some of the important figures in the cities would be able to taste it. But looking at the enjoyment on Captain Lei's face after drinking it, Suqing hesitantly placed it to the corner of his lips. After drinking a sip, his brows furrowed. He felt as though his entire mouth was filled with spiciness, but he still swallowed it. A stream of heat emerged from his throat as it flowed down his esophagus and into his stomach. Then, it exploded violently and heat spread throughout his entire body. It turned into a breath that gushed to his mouth, causing him to open it and let out an alcohol-laced breath. It's not pleasant. Suqing looked at Captain Lei. Captain Lei burst out into laughter when he heard that and pointed to Suqing. You're still too young and can't taste the flavor of alcohol. When you've grown older, you'll surely like it. With that, Captain Lei was about to take the alcohol flask from Suqing's hands, but the latter dodged it. I will try some more. Suqing replied seriously and then took another sip. He was still frowning, but at the same time, he got used to the strange taste. Not long after, under Captain Lei's good-natured teasing towards Suqing, the snake meat was done cooking. When he served the clay pot, the aroma diffused the moment he opened the lid. Suqing's Adam apple involuntarily twitched and he put down the flask. He waited for Captain Lei to pick up a piece before he stabbed into one and wolfed it down. He still couldn't change the habit of wolfing down his food ravenously when eating. Just like that, while the wind and snow mingled outside, inside the residence, the old and young drank as they ate the meat. The feeling of warmth gradually suffused the atmosphere. Watching Suqing's awkward posture as he exerted his strength when using the chopsticks, Captain Lei's eyes revealed some gentleness behind them. He muttered in his heart. After all, he's still a child. It's a pity that he lived in such a cruel world. When the blizzard gusted from outside, as there were gaps in the residence's structure, it managed to slip in through the cracks. Despite being covered in perspiration from eating the hot food, Suqing had some resistance to the cold wind as it landed on him, causing him to merely curl his body slightly. That small gesture was caught by Captain Lei. He looked pensive, but he didn't speak. After a long while, Suqing mimicked Captain Lei in taking another big gulp of alcohol and exhaling an alcohol-laced breath. The former watched the old man who brought him out of the ruined city and settled here, then spoke up abruptly. Your injuries. No matter. I've already lived with it for so many years, why would I die this easily? It's fine. Suqing went silent. He wanted to question Captain Lei about the crippling of his foundation, but when he recalled the scene in the Forbidden Zone, he didn't ask in the end. They ate the meal for a long time. Only after the alcohol flask in Captain Lei's hands was empty did he stand up. His eyes looked a little hazy as he returned to his room. Looking at his figure, Suchin could clearly feel that the vigor Captain Lei used to exude seemed to have dissipated a little after their return from the Forbidden Zone. Suchin was quiet and only got up after a while. He tidied up the dining table and cleaned the pots and bowls, before placing them neatly. Only then did he return to his room. Sitting on the bed plank, he raised his head towards the blizzard outside. He curled his body and retrieved the leather bag he picked up from the Blood Shadow Captain when he was in the Forbidden Zone. Even though there were no alchemy pills in it, there were a lot of spirit coins. There were also several miscellaneous items that Suchin checked through. Finally, he took out a black glove. The texture of it didn't feel like leather, more like metallic. When he tried it on, Suchin realized the item was very tough. It provided an impressive amount of protection. So, he struck a few punches with it on and thought it was not bad. Only then did he take it off and meditated with his eyes closed, starting his breathing technique. It was a night of silence. At dawn, the flurry of snow continued falling, but it was warmer by much. After a night of freezing cold, the snowflakes which fell to the ground could finally exist for some time. Hence, when Suchin stepped out of the room, he saw traces on the snow. Suchin held his clothes tighter around him and glanced toward Captain Lei's residence. After exiting the courtyard, he thought he ought to do something. For example, buying some white pills for Captain Lei. As such, after heading out, the snow that Suchin stepped on let out a crunching sound as he walked toward the general store. When Suchin passed Grandmaster Bai's carriage fleet's tent, he could hear the faint sound of the young man and lady studying. That sound made him stop in his tracks, and there was a look of envy in his eyes as he glanced over. After a while, he turned his head without speaking and continued towards the general store. As he neared, he could see the general store from afar as well as the little girl who was diligently clearing the snow tracks outside of it. Her garments were something thin, her tiny hands were red from the cold, and there were clouds of vapor coming from her mouth. After days of not seeing her, the little girl seemed to have adapted a little to the life at the campsite. Though it was tiring, she was still earnest in cleaning up. Even though the snow was still falling, she still continued to sweep. It was just that the scar that ruined her face was a little obvious under the morning sun. When Suchin neared, the little girl seemed to sense it. Raising her head, her eyes lit up when she saw Suchin, revealing a joyful smile. Morning. Morning. Suchin was not used to such greetings. He nodded and then looked inside the general store. Perhaps it was because the sun had just come up, or maybe it was due to the weather, but there was no one inside. Not even the shop owner. What do you want to buy? I'll get it for you. The little girl smiled. White pills. Suchin looked at her. At the sound of that, the little girl leaned the broom in her hands against the wall to her side. After she brought Suchin into the store, she ran to the back of the counter and rummaged through some things. Very soon, she took out a few leather bags as she opened them, and put them back. It was quite a while later before she a bag out and handed it to Suchin. The boss dictated we can only sell 5 a day, so I can't sell you more. The little girl was apologetic as she looked at Suchin. Suchin could understand it. He took the leather bag and opened it to check. After that, his gaze froze slightly. He noticed that the white pill in this leather bag had a quality that was a lot better than what he bought previously. Among them, there were 3 which didn't have a smear of green, and there was even a faint medicinal fragrance wafting from them. He thought back to the little girl's actions and then raised his head towards her. It's nothing. It's within my scope of authority. The little girl blinked and smiled. Suchin stared deeply at the little girl. You don't have to thank me for such a trivial matter. I'm the one who owes you my thanks. If it's not for you, I might not have survived until now. The little girl's smile was radiant and there was a glimmer in her eyes. After saying that, she seemed to have remembered something and whispered to Suchin as she escorted him out. I heard the boss talking about it yesterday. Recently, there were a lot of young people disappearing from the campsite, and according to his expression, it seems like he didn't think it was caused by the dangers of the Forbidden Zone. More like it was caused by humans. Keep an eye out for yourself. There was concern in the little girl's eyes, and Suchin was not used to such a gaze. He retreated a few steps and nodded, leaving after saying his thanks. He didn't walk too far before he turned his head. He stared at the figure of the little girl who continued to sweep the snow, and at the scar on her face under the sunlight. He suddenly remembered what Captain Lei said before, that there was a stone that could remove scars in the temper cluster at the Forbidden Zone. If there's a chance, I'll go find one for her. Su Qing muttered in his heart, then turned and left. The young man walked away, leaving a trail of tracks in the snow. The wind and snow behind him grew even heavier. Chapter 38. Chapter 38, Home. 1. Amidst the wind and snow, Su Qing returned to the courtyard. However, before he could even enter, he already heard the joyous laughter of Captain Lei from outside. Following that were the sounds of dogs barking. Pushing aside the gate, Su Qing saw more than 10 wild dogs in the courtyard. They all lay there and stared coldly at Su Qing. However, Su Qing swept his gaze past them without any ferocity. It was just a simple look, but the fur of those wild dogs stood, and they retreated slowly. A soft cry of surprise echoed from Captain Lei's room. As the gate opened, Cross and Luan Tooth walked out. They looked from Su Qing to the tens of dogs, and then Cross cracked a small smile. "Kid, the dogs are saying that there's a really strong baleful air coming from you." Luan Tooth squatted down and softly caressed the head of a wild dog by her side, smiling as she told him this. Su Qing didn't say anything but looked at Captain Lei, who had walked out of the room. Captain Lei was wearing a thick leather coat and carrying a tobacco pipe in his hand. When he stepped out, he pointed toward Luan Tooth and spoke exasperatedly. "Luan Tooth, this girl thinks I'm injured and worries about my safety at the campsite. So, she insisted on sending these dogs to guard the house and protect the yard." It was a simple sentence, but Su Qing understood the meaning behind it. Captain Lei didn't tell them about the incident involving Su Qing, just like Su Qing didn't mention the singing voice. He let Captain Lei make his own decision, and Captain Lei also left the right to divulge that incident to Su Qing. Su Qing nodded. He then retrieved the leather bag with the white pills and passed it to Captain Lei. Captain Lei took it and swept a glance. He then laughed and didn't stand on ceremony. "All right, I do need these things, but don't buy them anymore in the future. I have a lot of them saved up. I even have enough to sell." With that, he looked at Cross. "Cross, the kid is back too. Whatever it is, you can talk about it now." Cross stopped smiling and his expression turned solemn as he slowly spoke. "I came here today for 2 matters. The first is about Captain Lei's medicine. Luan Tooth and I have purchased them, and it is about a month's worth of medication. Afterward, we'll purchase again when you're done with it." With that, he took down a leather bag by his waist and placed it to the side. Then, the second thing. Due to the elimination of the Blood Shadow team, even though other scavengers also participated in the harvesting of 7-leaf grass, none of them harvested as many as ours. Luan Tooth and I handed it over to the camp leader yesterday and received the reward. However, as per the camp leader's habitual deductions, he didn't give us 3 clear dust pills. There was only 1. As Cross said this, he looked at Luan Tooth. Luan Tooth took out 4 leather bags and placed them to the side. She retrieved a wooden box after that. In front of everyone, she opened it and revealed a green alchemy pill, the size of a pigeon's egg. The medicinal fragrance spread out. It was evident that this was much better than the white pill. Barbaric Ghost didn't have any relatives, so I took the liberty to distribute his share among us. These 4 leather bags contain our respective portion of spirit coins, and about this clear dust pill. At that, Cross looked at Captain Lei and awaited his allocation. "Let's give it to the kid," Captain Lei said quietly. At that moment, some of the imposing manners he had as the leader of the Thunder team returned. Cross nodded. Luan Tooth was stunned for a moment, then fell into deep thoughts. When they asked Captain Lei about what had happened in the jungle earlier, he didn't reveal it. However, with this allocation, the answer was obvious. About Barbaric Ghost. It was right to distribute his share. We are his relatives. Captain Lei sighed softly and picked up his share. Cross and Luan Tooth then picked up their respective portions as well. Su Qing didn't make a noise and similarly picked up the leather bag. Regarding the clear dust pill that Luan Tooth passed over, Su Qing took a look at Captain Lei after taking it. There was a sternness in Captain Lei's eyes that made Su Qing understand the meaning behind it. Hence, he quietly kept it. The 4 conversed for a while, mainly between Cross and the other 2 persons. As usual, Su Qing was reticent and listened quietly from the side. Yet, regardless of Cross or Luan Tooth, none of them neglected Su Qing's existence. They would occasionally ask for his opinion. Just like that, as the time passed, noon came quickly. Following the temporary halt of the wind and snow, Cross and Luan Tooth chose to leave. Before they left, Cross whispered to Su Qing. "Kid, Luan Tooth and I have accepted a mission and will need to head out for a trip. During this time, the leader is in your care." As he said this, he took out a dagger and passed it to Su Qing. "Your dagger is full of rust. Use this instead, it's very sharp." Luan Tooth passed him a whistle as well. "Kid, although you are strong in combat, you'll still need eyes and helpers, right? This whistle can easily control the wild dogs on the campsite. If there's a need, you can blow it. They are very smart and will know what to do." After a round of urging from the two of them, they cupped their fists with the other hand and took their leave. Looking at their silhouettes, Su Qing kept the whistle and stuffed the dagger Cross gave into his boots. However, he didn't throw away the original dagger he had. Thereafter, he raised his head and stared at their figures until Cross and Luan Tooth disappeared from his vision. Su Qing then turned his head and looked at Captain Lei's room. It was only after some time did he decide to walk through the wild dogs and into the residence. He then closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in meditation. The wind was strong outside and it made a whimpering noise. As it blew across the earth, the snow on the ground was mixed with the snow falling from midair. It then entered through all the gaps in the entrance of the tents and houses, alarming the people inside. It also reached the body of Captain Lei, who was resting in the house. For someone who was long used to it, he didn't mind the cold wind. However, in his mind, the image of Su Qing curling up in the cold surfaced. As such, he turned his head in the direction of Su Qing's room, and after a moment of silence, he took his leather hat and left the residence. Chapter 39. Chapter 39, Home. 2. Time flew by and it was 3 days in a blink of an eye. In those 3 days, it was like the blizzard was using up its last remaining power and scattered its leftover chill, causing snow to fall ceaselessly. The snow on the ground hadn't had time to melt before it accumulated a thick layer. Even though the weather was bad, for scavengers, survival was more important than the cold. As such, there were gradually more people at the campsite. Some continued to seek treatment for their illnesses, while the others headed toward the Forbidden Zone. At the same time, as the Blood Shadow team didn't return for a long time, it slowly led to discussions among the scavengers. It wasn't known where the rumors came from, but they said that the Blood Shadow team had completely perished in the Forbidden Zone. Not many believed this at the start. After all, the members of the Blood Shadow team couldn't be underestimated. Especially the Blood Shadow captain, who was one of the strongest among the scavengers on the campsite. A person like that had visited the Forbidden Zone countless times, so the possibility of the entire team being wiped out was slim. However, 2 more days went by and there was still no sign of anyone from the Blood Shadow team. This made the scavengers from the campsite believe in the rumors one after another. In addition, they recalled the day when Captain Lei returned in his unconscious state. And they also made the connection with Barbaric Ghost's disappearance. Everything seemed to have been answered. No matter if it was true or false, without Blood Shadow, the Thunder team was now the strongest on the campsite. Hence, when Su Qing headed out these days, what he saw most was the respectful gazes from the scavengers all around. He knew that what these people respected was the Thunder team and not him personally. But he didn't mind it. Nowadays, he was puzzled about Captain Lei, who always left early in the morning but returned late at night. He didn't know what the latter was busy with. However, Su Qing understood that everyone was independent and so he didn't see a need to disturb him. Besides, there were a lot of things he had to do as well. For most of the time, Su Qing stayed alone in the residence and cultivated quietly. With his diligence, his cultivation base improved slowly, and his strength and speed steadily increased. Regarding his shadow, Su Qing looked into it many times as well. However, it seemed like the shadow still didn't have any changes apart from absorbing the anomalous substances. Everything was just like before, and it also caused the mutation point on Su Qing's arm to vanish completely. The purity in his body caused Su Qing to feel that his cultivation progress was evidently much faster than before. In the afternoon 2 days later, Su Qing sat cross-legged and meditated. He prepared to first stabilize his cultivation from the past few days before attempting a breakthrough to the 4th level of Mountains and Seas art. But at this moment, he frowned slightly and opened his eyes. The stray dogs were barking outside and someone was knocking on the bamboo gate. Suqing walked out of the residence and noted that Captain Lei wasn't back yet. He then looked to the other side of the bamboo gate and saw a scavenger with a look of hesitation on his face standing there. Suqing had seen that person before. He was one of the 7 or 8 people he had rescued before he returned from the Forbidden Zone. As the scavenger noticed the appearance of Suqing, he promptly clasped his hands. "Brother Kid, it's me. I'm Bone Blade. What's the matter?" Suqing donned a poker face and asked flatly. This, Bone Blade had some reservations, but after a quick thought, he still gritted his teeth and then continued. "Brother Kid, I wish to use 5 white pills in exchange for your insurance." With that, he threw a leather bag toward Suqing. Suqing didn't catch it and looked at Bone Blade suspiciously. Hence, the leather bag that the person threw landed on the ground. The stray dogs at the side went to take a look but didn't dare to approach it. Sensing Suqing's suspicion, Bone Blade, who was outside the bamboo gate, hurriedly gave his account of what he meant. And after listening to what he had to say, Suqing began to understand the meaning of this so-called insurance. According to Bone Blade, he wanted Suqing to head toward the Forbidden Zone's venomous dragon swamp area if the former didn't return in 3 days and rescue him just like before. "Brother Kid, I'm not worried about the mutated beasts in the Forbidden Zone, it's my fate to die in their mouths. What I'm worried most about is the labyrinth fog. I'm truly not willing to die to it." Suqing had a strange look on his face, not expecting the other person to make such a request. Hence, he thought about it and asked, "What if there is no fog in those 3 days, or if you make an early return? You don't have to return the alchemy pills then. I'm just buying for peace of mind." Bone Blade bowed lowly to Suqing with a pleading look. Suqing stayed silent as he regarded the leather pouch. With a hook of the tip of his foot, he picked it up and checked its contents. There were 5 white pills in it. Although he did not need it, this was the campsite's currency. And so, after some thought, he figured that this request was feasible. Hence, after pondering, Suqing nodded. Seeing as Suqing agreed, Bone Blade let out a breath of relief. With gratitude, he cupped his fist and left. Suqing took the leather bag and squinted his eyes. He was naturally vigilant, and it wasn't like he completely believed the person's words. However, he didn't think that there was a huge possibility of it being a trap. If the fog didn't rise, then he could choose not to go. And if the other person could accurately estimate the timing of the fog 3 days in advance, then with such an ability, there was no need for him to play tricks on others. Even so, Suqing remained vigilant and planned to make a decision only when the time came. Thus, he turned and returned to the residence and continued with his meditation. A night then passed. The next morning, Suqing had just completed his cultivation when he raised his head and looked out of the room. He heard the dogs outside barking. When he stepped out, he witnessed a strange scene. Captain Lei was currently packing up. He tied big bags and small parcels on the stray dogs' bodies one by one, causing them to stick out their tongues. Some of them were about to collapse on their stomachs from the weight. "You're done cultivating. Let's go, I'm bringing you somewhere." Captain Lei wiped his perspiration and smiled as he spoke. After that, he patted the stray dogs by the side and opened the bamboo gate. He then waved to Suqing. Suqing was confused. He followed over with those stray dogs trailing behind. Just like that, the 2 people and a pack of dogs strode through the campsite. From the center ring region to the inner ring region. There were a lot of shops here, and the houses were largely made of bricks. All of them looked very solidly built. They walked until they reached a huge courtyard with 4 independent brick houses in it. Each one of them was much better than all the places Suqing had resided before. They were much sturdier and denser in comparison. After he looked at this, Suqing turned toward Captain Lei. "This will be our new home from now on, Captain," Lei said with a smile. New home. Suqing was stunned. The word, home, gave him a familiar sense of unfamiliarity. "I have been busy for half my life and saved a lot. Since my body is giving way now, I might as well move to a bigger house and enjoy life." Captain Lei laughed and walked ahead. After that, he took the baggage from the dogs and began to get busy. Suqing stood there and slowly began to enter only after a while. He looked at the bricks on the floor and at the houses in front of him as he fell into a trance. Even after Captain Lay called him to help out, he still hadn't gotten used to it. After that, it was half a day of hustle and bustle. When the night arrived once more, the cold wind still gusted outside. The blizzard was still there, and while the whistling sounds of the gale filled the atmosphere, Su-ching and Captain Lay sat beside a stove in the house. The warmth gushed toward them and filled the air in the whole room. There were no cracks in the wall here, so the ice-cold wind couldn't enter at all. Su-ching quickly realized this and felt his body was comfortably warm. Not cold anymore, right? Captain Lay had a smile on his face. Not cold anymore. Su-ching nodded. Under the light of the stove, there seemed to be a glimmer in Su-ching's eyes when he looked over at Captain Lay. He was indeed not cold anymore. In this warmth, Su-ching even felt a fluttering in the depths of his heart. After a long time, when Captain Lay returned to his room, Su-ching was sitting near the stove on his own and muttered, "Home." At that moment, in the house by the side, Captain Lay, who returned to his room, had the remnants of a smile on his face. However, his face soon turned somewhat red. He covered his mouth and coughed a few times. After a while, he swallowed the fishy taste down his throat. With a soft sigh, he stood beside the window and lifted his head as he looked toward the forbidden zone. Memories surfaced in his gaze as he mumbled, "I really want to go there and take a look again." Chapter 40. Chapter 40, Thirst for Knowledge. That very night, Su-ching had a dream. This was the first time in over 6 years that he stayed in such a luxurious house and didn't feel the chill from outside. At the same time, it was also a rare night where he had dreams. In the dream, this world wasn't a cruel one. The sky didn't have the fragmented face of the god, and his parents were also beside him. He even had an elder brother. Also, he was living a worry-free life and going to school with a group of play companions. After school, he returned to his warm house and ate the piping hot dinner together with his loved ones, enjoying a beautiful sleep later at night. However, all his loved ones in the dream had somewhat blurry appearances. He really wanted to see them clearly, but there was always a layer of mist shrouding them. The dream lasted all the way until morning arrived. Su-ching, who was lying on his bed, finally opened his eyes. He stared at the ceiling and rested for a moment as though he was completely awakening from the dream before he silently stared at the surroundings. Inside this grayish-black room constructed from bricks, not only were there a table, chairs, and a bed, but there was even a bathroom with lingering warmth on its floor. This warmth was something left behind by the heat of the stove last night. On the floor, there was a mat weaved from straw, and there was an empty bookshelf at the side. This place looked simple, but in Su-ching's heart, it was already very luxurious. Su-ching took a deep breath and walked toward the bathroom. He then carefully stretched out his hands and placed them inside the water. As he watched, his dirt-covered hands slowly reverting to their normal color from the water, he swiftly lifted them up. He lowered his head and stared for a moment before wiping them on his body and getting them dirty again. After that, he glanced up and looked at his reflection in the mirror. A large leather coat, a head full of messy raven-black hair, a dirt-covered little face, and that pair of clear eyes. After some time, Su-ching turned and gazed toward the windows. The clarity in his eyes was then replaced by indifference. The wind and snow had stopped in the world outside the window, and sunlight streamed down. This was the final snow of winter, and the snow on the ground was slowly disappearing. On the trees in the distance, as the remnants of snow melted, green buds could be seen. It was as though they were telling everyone that spring had truly arrived. Su-ching walked out of his room and habitually cast a glance at Captain Lay's residence. As for the over 10 wild dogs in the courtyard, they didn't even lift their heads. They merely swept their tails across the ground in greeting. "What should I do?" Su-ching silently mused as a hint of determination appeared in his gaze. Hence, he pushed the courtyard gate open and walked out. His target was clear. It was none other than the tent where the doctor of the carriages was in. During the early morning, there weren't many scavengers at the campsite. As Su-ching moved closer to the fleet of carriages, all the guards there swept their gazes over to him, and Su-ching could faintly hear the sounds of studying drifting from the tent the doctor was in. He hesitated for a while before he quietly stood outside the tent, waiting in silence. The guards around the convoy all looked at him with scrutiny. After observing for some time, half of them retracted their gazes, but a few were still observing him closely. Su Qing wasn't bothered by these. This was because he could hear the sounds of studying drifting out from within. As he listened, he gradually fell into a daze. He also discovered that there wasn't only the sound of people studying inside the tent, the teacher inside was testing his students too. Gold turngrass, also known as the three-leaf pearl or the cold scatter grass. It is the white water sedge that belongs to the Cyperaceae class of plants and would only be birthed after many years. It grows in forests under the hillsides and in spacious wet areas. They can be found in Lingyou, the southern part of Nanhuang, and the 2 continents of Guangling. Its effects consist of soothing the lungs and stopping coughs, mild detoxification, dispersion of bruises, and curing venomous snake bites or injuries from a fall. It can be matched with. The young girl's voice that was originally filled with confidence started to have some hesitation as she continued speaking. Match with what? In the tent, Grandmaster Bai's imposing voice was filled with strictness. It can be matched with the rhino fire flower to be concocted in the medicine. Borrowing yang to transform yin, it can become a drop of poison avoidance liquid, which is one of the basic ingredients for the great transformation pill. The young girl seemed to be a little afraid. Her speed of speaking increased by quite a lot, and she even heaved a sigh of relief after she finished speaking. Su Qing stood outside the tent and grew increasingly serious as he listened to these. Whiteback root, also known as It belongs to the Euphorbiaceae class, the root of a plant named turn in the wind. Its taste is slightly bitter. It can be found in, and the effects are treating something of the 5 inner organs. That youth began to hesitate as he spoke, and at the end, he directly stopped. Evidently, he had forgotten it. Inside the tent, the youth who sat together with the young girl now had a look of nervousness on his face. He was very anxious, but he simply couldn't recall. Hence, he glanced pleadingly at the young girl. The young girl beside him clearly knew the answer. But she didn't remind him no matter what. In the end, the youth could only have a depressed look on his face. And in front of them was Grandmaster Bai. At this moment, he turned his head and glanced outside the tent. The guard there immediately looked over and immediately asked with his eyes if Grandmaster Bai had any requests. Grandmaster Bai thought about it before slightly shaking his head. After that, he coldly snorted at the stammering youth. Tonight, you shall copy the grasswood scripture 10 times. This time around, the youth really wanted to cry, but he didn't dare to make any rebuttal. Hence, he could only hang his head depressedly and silently wailed. After Grandmaster Bai finished testing his 2 disciples, he calmly continued and spoke about the lesson today. His voice was slightly louder than before and also much clearer. The youth didn't notice this, but the young girl was meticulous by nature. Hence, she felt a little puzzled and blinked her eyes while casting a glance at the tent entrance. As she looked over, she could see a small and skinny figure standing near the tent under the reflection of the sun. Su Qing, who was outside the tent, listened even more seriously. Every word and sentence spoken by Grandmaster Bai was deeply remembered by him, as he was afraid he might forget even the slightest bit. To him, knowledge was something extremely valuable that he thirsted for. Just like this, time slowly passed. Today, the duration of Grandmaster Bai's lesson also exceeded the norm by almost twice. Only after the sun was high up in the sky and there was a long line of scavengers waiting for treatment queuing up did Grandmaster Bai end his lesson. A hoarse-sounding voice then rang out. The youth outside, you can enter. Su Qing quivered and was awakened from his state of learning, which he didn't want to end. He then took a deep breath and carefully pushed the tent's flap open guiltily. After he entered, he stood silently at the side, feeling somewhat ill at ease. Originally, he wouldn't be like this, but he had come here to make an inquiry today, and he had even eavesdropped for such a long time outside. In the slums, such behavior would easily inspire disgust from others. As though Grandmaster Bai could see the youth's nervousness, he slowed his pace of speaking and calmly spoke. What's the matter? As his voice rang out, the young girl at the side surveyed Su Qing with curiosity. She had some recollection of this kid. She remembered that several days ago, this kid had carried an old man here for medical treatment. I greet Grandmaster Bai. Su Qing lowered his head and imitated what Captain Lei did, dipping into a deep bow toward Grandmaster Bai. After that, he hesitated for a while before saying that he wanted to inquire about the Heaven Fate flower. After he spoke, he took out 5 white pills from his pouch and placed them before Grandmaster Bai. The usual fee was a single white pill, but Su Qing felt one white pill was insufficient given that he had listened to a lesson from the other party. In fact, even 5 white pills were not enough. He then took out another 10 spirit coins and placed them together with the white pills. Only after doing this did his heart settle down. Grandmaster Bai cast a deep glance at Su Qing before turning to the young girl at the side as he slowly spoke. "Yu Ting, you will answer his question." The girl sat up straight and had a solemn look on her face as she confidently spoke. The Heaven Fate Flower, also known as the Life Extension Blaze and the Divine Spirit Grass. It is a mutated variant of the Divine Class plant, Compound Wood. According to records, there are a total of 73 variants, but only the first variant can be used in medicine. It grows in any area within a forbidden zone, but there are no rules to dictate where it might be found. It is extremely rare. Its effects consist of allowing broken limbs to regenerate, even capable of reigniting one's life force. Other than soul injuries, it can cure everything. As she spoke, the young girl swiftly took out a book from the side. After flipping a few pages through it, she revealed the picture on the page. Its appearance looks like this. What was seen in the picture was an ordinary stalk of herb that didn't seem to have any marvelous aspects about it. Only the jagged edges at the side of the grass were a little obvious. At the same time, there was a strange symbol formed by a silk thread in the middle. Su Qing looked at it attentively. After memorizing it, he bowed deeply at both Grandmaster Bai and the young girl. He then turned and prepared to leave. Before he left, he heard the calm voice of Grandmaster Bai behind him. This herb can only be acquired by luck and not actively sought after. There are always powerful mutated beasts around it. You should know your limits. Upon hearing this, Su Qing bowed again. After he left the tent, he rapidly sped through the campsite. After he used his greatest speed to return to his residence, he immediately took out a piece of bamboo from his leather pouch and used a bamboo stick to engrave everything the young girl had spoken about the Heaven Fate Flower as well as the picture down. After some contemplation, he also recorded the content of the lesson he had heard today. Finally, he glanced at the bamboo piece that was densely filled with countless tiny words as he felt very satisfied in his heart. He then kept it well carefully like it was a precious treasure. How good would it be if I could continue to listen, Su Qing muttered in a low voice. He started to think of ways to listen to the lessons. After some time, he refocused and started to cultivate. During that night, after Captain Lei returned, he told Captain Lei that he wished to make a trip to the Forbidden Zone. When Captain Lei heard this, he wanted to stop Su Qing but hesitated. Eventually, Captain Lei still nodded and told Su Qing about his experiences. Just like how the elderly at home would be worried about their own descendants venturing out, Captain Lei's stories were extremely detailed. He only finished telling Su Qing about his experiences when dawn almost arrived. After Su Qing remembered them, Captain Lei gave him another leather sack that contained the various types of medical powder Luan Tooth left behind. After understanding their specific uses, when morning came, Su Qing bid farewell and left the campsite. He traveled rapidly through the wilderness and arrived outside the Forbidden Zone not long later. The instant he stepped into the boundary, the warmth of the sunlight outside seemed to be isolated, and a sinister chill drilled into his body. Su Qing's eyes narrowed with vigilance as he transformed into a fleeting shadow as he sped into the jungle. His figure vanished completely after a few breaths of time. This was his second time entering the jungle in the Forbidden Zone. Su Qing's familiarity with this place was already different from the past. But the more it was so, the more cautious he became. As he leaped forward, he also paid attention to the flowers and herbs in the surroundings. Very soon, he arrived at the location where the silt was found back then. He copied Luan Tooth's previous actions and smeared the silt onto his body before he continued to advance. Time flowed by and an entire day soon passed. When he arrived here this time around, Su Qing didn't encounter the fog. And although there were powerful mutated beasts, due to Su Qing's cautiousness, he managed to avoid them all. On his way, he also paid close attention to the flowers and herbs around him as he searched for the Heaven Fate Flower. At this moment, he encountered the place where they had met the black-scaled wolf previously. He surveyed the surroundings, and he could still see traces of their previous arrangements. It was just that the majority of the wolf corpses on the ground then had now transformed into rotting bones. He attentively observed the rotting corpses and discovered that there were no signs of them being bitten, but they had rotted naturally. Su Qing then heaved a sigh of relief. This indicated that most probably, no mutated beasts had come here. Hence, he found a nearby area in the surroundings and decided to spend the night there before continuing after the sky turned bright. Very soon, night descended and the jungle fell into darkness. Suqing was now hiding inside a tree crack and staring in the direction of the seven-leaf grass canyon. Further down that direction was the group of temples. This time around, other than wanting to find the Heaven Fate flower in the Forbidden Zone, he had another thought. He also wanted to help the little girl find a stone that could remove scars. Let's go and take a look, Suqing mumbled. Chapter 41, Temple 1. Chapter 41, Temple 1. Suqing wasn't unfamiliar with the dark night of the Forbidden Zone. Regardless of whether it was the ruins of the city or this jungle. He lived in the former for over 10 days and he has also experienced several nights in the latter. At that moment, he, who was hiding in the cracks of a giant tree, had his eyes half squinted. While he was taking a nap, he silently cultivated the spirit energy in the Forbidden Zone that was mixed with dense anomalous substances. After the spirit energy entered his body, it was separated by the mountains and seas art. The pure part nourished his entire body while the anomalous substances fused into his shadow. Suqing was already used to such changes. He even had a faint feeling that he cultivated in this Forbidden Zone because of his shadow, or it might be because this place was dangerous and so he was constantly on high alert. Under his high concentration, his cultivation speed also increased greatly. He wasn't far from the 4th level of the mountains and seas art. It feels like sharpening a knife, Suqing mumbled. He didn't understand any great logic but he remembered that the blacksmith in the slums had once told people that a good saber needed a better whetstone to completely reveal its edge. At that moment, the dangerous Forbidden Zone seemed to have become Suqing's whetstone. During this day of tempering cultivation, Suqing silently opened his eyes after a long time. He lifted his head and stared at the darkness of the night outside through the crack in the tree. At night in the Forbidden Zone, the roars of mutated beasts rose and fell from afar, echoing through the jungle like the low-pitched cries of gods and demons. The cold intent was from the myriad of life forms that invaded this place also entered the cracks between the trees where Suqing was hiding and permeated his body. It was freezing. This scene made him feel as though he had returned to the ruined city. Slowly, a hint of loneliness permeated his body. However, Suqing was already very familiar with loneliness. After a long time, he closed his eyes again and continued cultivating. Just like that, time passed. Because the resting place he found was very correct, the night was considered safe. Only in the middle of the night did Suqing, who was cultivating, hear footsteps from the outside world. It was very messy, as though many people were moving forward in a line. Suqing's expression turned serious as he narrowed his eyes and looked at the outside world. However, it was pitch black outside the crack in the tree. There was nothing there. However, Suqing's heart suddenly sank. This was because the moment the sound of footsteps rang out, the roars of the mutated beasts in the nearby jungle instantly disappeared. This caused Suqing's vigilance to rise abruptly. He recalled the singing footsteps he had encountered previously. However, the feeling it gave him now was somewhat different. It's not like the footsteps that sang that day. Also, there was no singing voice. Suqing quickly analyzed and didn't act rashly. He forced himself to calm down and held his breath as he stared at the dark night outside. Gradually, the sound of footsteps became clearer, as though a group of people was lining up and gradually approaching. At the same time, waves of coldness that exceeded the possible scope of it, as if it could freeze one's body, also invaded fiercely at this instant. Suqing wasn't unfamiliar with this coldness. Regardless of whether it was the singing voice back then or the strange existences that appeared at night in the ruins of the city, they all emitted this kind of temperature. However, the degree of coldness was different. Back then, the singing voice could freeze his soul but the cold now only made him feel unwell. It didn't cause him to lose his mobility. It's an existence similar to the bizarre existences in the ruins. After Suqing made his judgment, he clutched the iron stick tightly and took a deep breath to control the fluctuations in his heart. He then forcefully closed his eyes, not wanting to open them. Don't look, don't touch, don't see. After Suqing closed his eyes, the sound of footsteps suddenly grew hurried, getting closer and closer. It was as though countless people were circling around the tree he was on. Suqing's heart trembled. He tried his best to control his impulse to open his eyes and see what the other party was like. After a long time, when the sun rose in the sky, the chaotic footsteps finally stopped lingering and slowly moved away. The sky was bright. Su Qing didn't open his eyes immediately. He waited for a moment before he slowly opened his eyes. He then saw that there was a thick layer of ice at the entrance of the tree he was in, and his entire person was sealed within it. Through the layer of ice, the sunlight cascaded onto Su Qing's body. He let out a breath and pressed his left hand on the ice. With a violent push, cracking sounds rang out as the ice layer shattered and fell to the ground. Su Qing slowly emerged. He first observed his surroundings and saw that the wolf corpses still there yesterday had all disappeared. Also, there were a large number of footprints on the ground. They were human footprints. There were so many of them that it looked like hundreds of people had passed by. Su Qing had never heard of hundreds of people entering the Forbidden Zone simultaneously. Especially since these footprints were really footprints and not shoe prints. Su Qing fell silent and retracted his gaze after a long time. He could sense the strangeness of the Forbidden Zone even more deeply now. At this moment, he took advantage of the fact that the danger in the Forbidden Zone was lesser at dawn compared to the night. Su Qing didn't give up on exploring and left in a flash. A few hours later, Su Qing finally reached the furthest place they had gone previously, the small canyon where the Thunder Team plucked the 7-leaf grass. The interior of the canyon was the same as when they had left. The sunlight streamed down from the top of the vine tree and landed on the ground. The fragrance of flowers filled the air, isolating them from the dangers of the outside world. It was like a paradise. At that place, Su Qing heaved a sigh of relief. He then lifted his head and looked at the other end of the canyon where the cluster of temples was located. After staring for a moment, Su Qing retracted his gaze and rested for a while. His body then sped off, heading straight for the cluster of temples. The jungle outside the canyon was even lusher and there was less sunlight there. Chapter 42, Temple 2. Chapter 42, Temple 2. It was unknown if it was because this group of ancient temples still emitted the glory and authority of their era, but there were very few dangers when he got close after exiting the canyon. The lush jungle seemed to be much gentler in terms of aura. In fact, the jungle closest to the cluster of temples wasn't much different from the trees Su Qing saw in the outside world. It was no longer malevolent or pitch black. There was also some 7-leaf grass here that was picked up by Su Qing. Everything here made Su Qing feel a little surprised, but his vigilance didn't decrease. He cautiously approached. 2 hours later, when dusk was about to arrive, he walked out of the jungle and arrived in front of the cluster of temples. There were very few trees here and the sunlight shone down on a large area, causing Su Qing to feel a little dazed. What reflected into his eyes were huge domed buildings that were hundreds of feet tall. Even though it had collapsed, even though it was dilapidated, and even though it was covered in moss, the temple, which was piled up neatly with rocks that were much larger than his body, still felt vast. Walking inside and stepping on the broken bricks on the ground, Su Qing felt as though he had arrived in a country of giants. Broken walls could be seen everywhere and each of them exuded an ancient feeling of age, as though they were telling Su Qing about their experiences. Further ahead was a collapsed statue. The lower half of the statue was gone, turning into countless pieces that were hard to piece together. Its head was still intact, but its appearance was already blurry. Even so, it was still over 300 feet tall. One could imagine that before it collapsed, it was at least 2,000 feet tall. Standing in front of it, Su Qing's existence was very insignificant. At that moment, a gust of wind blew over. It was like the sound of a flute, desolate and echoing. At the same time, it seemed to isolate space and time, causing the former glory to only be left with the gazes of future generations. Su Qing quietly stared at the statue and fell silent for a long time. He thought of the ruins of the city outside the slums. He wondered if the people of the future would be like him, entering the Forbidden Zone carefully and looking at that city as though it was history. A long time later, Su Qing retracted his gaze and searched the temple complex, but he didn't find the special stone that Captain Lei mentioned. When he arrived at the residence, he had already asked around. This special stone would emit a rainbow-colored glow. It was as though it grew naturally and the timing of its appearance was irregular. After failing to find anything, Su Qing felt some regret. His body agilely leaped up and with a few undulations, he arrived at the top of a temple. He then stood there and gazed at his surroundings. Behind him was the outer area of the Forbidden Zone's jungle. Although he couldn't see the end, he could still see part of it. Calculating the time, today was the 4th day mentioned by Bone Blade, who had bought insurance from him. Yesterday, when Su Qing was in the jungle, he didn't see any fog. Today, there was still no fog, so he didn't need to save them. Hence, he turned his head and looked in another direction from the temple cluster. That place was the depths of the Forbidden Zone's jungle. After pondering for a while, Su Qing lifted his head and noticed that it was getting late. He planned to explore a small area in the depths and rush back before the sky turned dark. He would rest here tonight and return tomorrow morning. With this plan in mind, Su Qing immediately moved. He jumped down from the temple and headed toward the depths. The instant he stepped into the depths of the jungle, his nerves tensed up intensely and he became even more vigilant and cautious. This was because he knew that the degree of danger here was much greater than the outer perimeter. In reality, that was indeed the case. After an hour, Su Qing's figure once again appeared within the range of the temple. His expression was gloomy and there was still lingering fear in his eyes. However, his leather pouch bulged as though it was filled to the brim. Previously, he had only walked for less than a mile when he saw much aged 7-leaf grass. It seemed like it hadn't been picked for a long time. This surprised Su Qing because those aged 7-leaf grass were very valuable. However, when he was picking them, he felt that the density of the anomalous substances had doubled. If it wasn't for the fact that his shadow could absorb them, it would have been difficult for him or others to take a single step in. Also, he saw the strange jellyfish he had seen in the Forbidden Zone from afar again. There were over 10 such jellyfish here, but they were much smaller. However, the cold aura on their bodies was still very obvious. Fortunately, most of these jellyfish were sleeping on trees. After Su Qing saw them, he carefully avoided them. However, as he moved forward, he had a very strong feeling. It was as though there were countless gazes in the depths of the jungle. They seemed to be corporeal and were filled with greed as they landed on him from an unknown location. All of this caused Su Qing to feel like needles were pricking his back. This place was only the edge of the depths of this Forbidden Zone. The area inside was even larger and it was impossible to imagine how many terrifying existences there were. Su Qing didn't dare to continue forward and retreated safely. It was only when he retreated to the temple's boundary that the feeling of the needles pricking his back dissipated. It was as though this temple was a boundary that stopped the malice from the depths of the Forbidden Zone. Su Qing took a deep breath. Taking advantage of the fact that the sun was about to set, he found a temple that was barely intact and stepped into it. He found a stone crevice and crawled in, preparing to spend the night there. Captain Lei had said that this place could temporarily avoid danger. He had also checked the interior of the temple. This place was very spacious and exuded a strong sense of the passage of time. Regardless of whether it was the knife-wielding stone statue enshrined on the main seat or the numerous human statues carved on the surrounding walls, they all became blurry in the quicksand of time. At the same time, there weren't many traces of mutated beast feces in the temple. If there were none of them, or if there were many of them, Su Qing wouldn't have chosen the place. This was because neither was normal. Only when there were only a few traces of their existence would it be relatively safe. After all, although the temple was in the jungle, there were very few trees there. Therefore, it was reasonable for mutated beasts who were used to living in the jungle to not come here often. Very soon, night arrived. As the roars from the outside world rang out, Su Qing silently cultivated. Time flowed by and it was in line with his judgment. There were very few mutated beasts in the temple group at night. Although the roars could be heard, they were mostly coming from afar. However, just like yesterday, when Su Qing was cultivating in the middle of the night, the strange and chaotic sound of footsteps appeared once again. This time, it appeared outside the temple. Again. Su Qing frowned. He didn't know why the footsteps would appear at the location he was at twice. He felt a little uneasy. After some thought, he did what he did yesterday and didn't open his eyes. However, this time, the footsteps didn't gradually fade away like yesterday. Instead, there were more and more footsteps. As they continued to gather, waves of cold intent permeated the air. It was as though countless bizarre existences had gathered outside the temple and were about to invade it. Su Qing's heart sank as he gripped his iron stick tightly. His mind quickly constructed the environment of this temple as well as a way to deal with any dangers. At that moment, the sounds of footsteps converging outside suddenly disappeared and it became incomparably quiet. This silence didn't make Su Qing heave a sigh of relief. On the contrary, it made him feel as though a storm was coming and all the hairs on his body stood on end. He could faintly sense that the strange aura that had gathered outside the temple seemed to be hesitating about entering. At the next instant, amidst the silence, the bizarre entity outside ultimately chose to step into the temple. Su Qing then heard the sound of footsteps on the stone bricks as they entered the temple. Smack! This sound was like a huge rock that fell into Su Qing's mind, causing his heart to sink. However, at this moment, waves of murmurs suddenly echoed in the temple, containing incomparable holiness. There were also strands of golden light that suddenly spread out from the walls of the temple, illuminating the entire temple and permeating the air around Su Qing. This caused the world under his eyelids, which was originally pitch black, to instantly shine with light. Under this golden light, Su Qing felt a piercing pain in his eyes. This was the first time he opened his eyes after encountering such a strange situation. Chapter 43, That Strike, 1. Chapter 43, That Strike, 1. He saw a golden light. It came from all the blurry human figures on the inner walls of the temple. Each of them was a small source of light. At this moment, the light gathered, causing the entire temple to become incomparably bright. However, the largest source of light wasn't them. It was the main statue enshrined in the temple, the stone statue that held the stone saber. Under the golden light, Su Qing's mind trembled. He also saw a black foggy figure standing at the entrance of the temple. He couldn't see its appearance clearly, but he could see a blurry human figure that was distorted in the golden light. Outside the temple behind him, there were hundreds of black fog figures that looked like blurry human figures. There were humans and beasts. At that moment, all of them emitted an astonishing chill that gathered together, transforming into a monstrous chill that seemed to be connected to the black fog that had seeped into the temple. This caused the only black shadow that entered the temple to slowly raise its head under the illumination of the golden light. It let out a roar that seemed to be able to shake souls and took another step forward. This step seemed to have offended someone and touched a taboo. On the instant he landed, Su Qing was shocked to see that the saber-wielding stone statue that emitted boundless light seemed to come alive as it directly walked down from the ground. With supreme dignity and an indescribable holiness, he was like a god that had descended to the mortal world. He strode forward and walked toward the black shadow amidst the rumbling sounds on the ground. He raised his hand and struck down with his blade. This strike was simple and unadorned. However, it seemed to contain a certain charm of the great Tao, shocking the heavens and earth. One's ears couldn't hear it, but one's soul could sense the mournful voice emanating from the black shadow. The fog instantly evaporated, revealing a rotting body in tattered clothes. He could tell that it was an old man with empty eye sockets. At the next moment, its body directly collapsed and evaporated like fog. As for the black shadows outside, they were also affected, one after another. The black fog around their bodies became somewhat blurry, allowing Su Qing to see a familiar face among those figures with the help of the golden light. It was the Blood Shadow team captain. At that moment, he was within the group of black shadows. His skinny face had no expression at all. As the golden light spread out, his entire body seemed to have been purified and dissipated. A long time later, in the darkness outside, the figures that hadn't dissipated slowly retreated and finally disappeared completely. At the same time, the golden light in the temple gradually decreased. The imposing figure then turned around and returned to his original location with the light. As the light on his body completely dissipated, he seemed to have transformed back into a stone statue. He stood there and gazed in the direction of the gate, as though he was waiting and guarding it. He didn't move at all. After a long time, everything returned to normal. Only Su Qing, who had seen all of this through the crack in the rocks, was panting heavily. Disbelief could be seen in his eyes. The Blood Shadow team captain who had clearly died in the singing fog and turned into dust still existed. It was just an ordinary temple, but at night, it emitted boundless golden light. The motionless stone statue walked down like a god descending to the mortal world. That strike was incomparably profound. At that moment, sunlight appeared outside. A new day had arrived. It took a long time for Su Qing to calm down. He then silently crawled out from the crevice. He looked at the light outside and then at the human statues on the surrounding walls. Finally, his gaze landed on the stone statue with the saber. He didn't know what kind of existence the other party was. Was he alive or had he passed away? It was unknown how old this cluster of temples was or how glorious they were. However, everything that happened last night shocked him greatly. This was especially so for the imposing aura contained in that profound saber strike. It caused Su Qing to be deeply shocked, as though it had been carved into his soul and was impossible to forget. He couldn't imagine that in this forbidden zone that was filled with dangers, there was actually an area where darkness couldn't enter. Captain Lei hadn't told him about this matter. Perhaps even Captain Lei didn't know about it. The scene last night didn't appear very frequently. At the same time, no one could stay in the forbidden zone for a long time like him. Therefore, even if others had seen it, the number of people that did was extremely few. What was more likely was how this matter was turned into an unproven legend. Su Qing fell silent. He then bowed deeply toward the stone statue and the surrounding people. After some thought, he took out a piece of candle from his leather pouch and placed it in front of the stone statue. He then lit it and bowed again. He turned and left the temple. Even after he walked out of the cluster of temples, he still turned his head back to look at the temple's direction from time to time, as though he wanted to engrave this place in his heart. At the same time, the scene of the strike kept appearing in his mind. This scene was incomparably clear in his mind, so much so that Su Qing, who had left the range of the temples, raised his right hand when he was walking in the jungle. He instinctively wanted to imitate it. Every time he copied the move, he felt it deeply. If the cultivation of the mountains and seas art was an imitation and visualization of the Shao diagram, then the current Su Qing had replaced the Shao diagram with the image of the saber strike in his mind. During this imitation, his cultivation unknowingly broke through and his mountains and seas art advanced to the 4th level. Perhaps it was because he had copied the saber strike, but the increase this time not only increased his strength and speed by several folds, it also allowed him to make some mental breakthroughs. This kind of breakthrough caused Su Qing's thoughts to be even sharper. At the same time, when he lifted and lowered his right hand, there was a faint hint of the feeling of a falling blade from a god statue. This made Su Qing very surprised. Gradually, 2 days passed. Maybe it was because he was in the periphery, or maybe it was because of the intimidation from the temple, he didn't encounter any strange footsteps on the way back. Chapter 44, That Strike, 2. Chapter 44, That Strike, 2. As for the mutated beasts, Su Qing encountered some of them. However, the increase in his cultivation base allowed his ability to protect his life to increase. It could be considered successful if he was careful. Although he didn't find the heaven fate flower and scar-repelling stone, his harvest of the 7-leaf grass wasn't small. If he went back and sold them, he could exchange them for quite a lot of spirit coins. At this moment, when dusk was about to arrive, Su Qing also saw the world outside the jungle. Just when he was about to walk out, his footsteps suddenly paused. He lowered his head and looked at a blade of grass beside him. The appearance of this grass was somewhat similar to the heaven fate flower. However, even with his meager knowledge of plants and vegetation, he could tell that this wasn't the heaven fate flower after taking a closer look. However, Su Qing thought about it and looked around guiltily. After some hesitation, he still plucked it in the end and kept it in his leather pouch. He sprinted all the way out of the jungle and returned to the campsite at night. It wasn't late at night yet, so the campsite was still very lively. This was especially so for the areas with feathers on the tents. Amidst the lively atmosphere, one could hear bursts of unrestrained panting. Su Qing didn't pay attention to these. When he returned to his residence, he had just pushed open the courtyard gate when he saw Captain Lei walking out of the house. Captain Lei only felt relieved when he noticed that although Su Qing was in a sorry state, there was nothing wrong with him. "What took you so long?" "I went to the temple." Under the moonlight and the light from the house, Su Qing saw the redness in Captain Lei's eyes and the fatigue on his face. He hadn't had a good rest during this period of time. As for the reason, he had already realized it, so he felt some warmth in his heart. Temple. Captain Lei was a little surprised. He didn't expect Su Qing to have ran so far. At that moment, he called Su Qing into the kitchen and rolled up his sleeves. As Su Qing waited, he served the dishes that were already prepared. The food was still warm and there were no signs of it being touched. Su Qing started. He was very clear that Captain Lei didn't know when he would be back. So, the fact that he was able to heat up the food right after he returned could only mean one thing. The other party had prepared food every day and was waiting for him. Su Qing silently stood up and went to get the bowls and chopsticks. There were 3 sets of chopsticks lined up. After that, he sat down and started eating. It was very fragrant. There was a special taste that could only be experienced by the heart. Captain Lei ate very little. Most of the time, he was either drinking or looking at Su Qing with a smile on his face. Eat more. You're still growing. If you don't eat more, you might not become tall in the future. This sentence made Su Qing lower his head. After a while, he hummed in agreement and obediently ate more. After that, he told Captain Lei about what he had seen and heard in the temple. Captain Lei was originally drinking mouthful after mouthful of wine, but he was soon attracted by Su Qing's tales. After Su Qing finished speaking, he took a deep breath and slowly spoke. I've heard people talking about this before, but that was a long time ago. Some people seem to have seen a similar scene, but like the singing voice, it eventually became a legend. Now that I think about it, it seemed to have happened not long after the singing voice appeared. Captain Lei muttered. He suddenly thought of something and sadness slowly appeared in his eyes as he reminisced. Looking at Captain Lei, Su Qing knew what he was thinking about. He suddenly felt a little guilty and felt that he shouldn't have said this. Hence, he fell silent. After a while, Captain Lei regained his senses. He seemed to have seen the reason for Su Qing's silence and smiled. You're too sensitive. I'm not as fragile as you think. As Captain Lei spoke, he drank a large mouthful of wine and changed the topic. He then told Su Qing about the interesting things that had happened at the campsite recently. He chatted as he drank and Su Qing listened as he ate. They were like each other's family. Late at night, Captain Lei sat there and drank his wine. After Su Qing cleaned the table, Captain Lei smiled and got up, returning to his room. Su Qing also returned to his room. After he entered, he saw that the bedding had been changed to a new one. Moreover, it had been rolled up earlier and was laid out properly. There was even a hint of a sun-dried smell on it. Su Qing lifted his head and looked at Captain Lei's room next door. After a long while, he walked over and wanted to sit on it. However, when he lowered his head and saw the dirt on his clothes and hands, he still rolled up the blanket and sat on the bed frame with his eyes closed as he cultivated. Early in the morning, Su Qing opened his eyes. He was about to leave the room, but after some thought, he went to the bathroom and endured the discomfort to wash his hands. After making his hands clean and white, he took a deep breath and walked out of the room, heading straight for the tent the doctor was in. He knew that he couldn't go too early, nor could he bear to go too late. As for the former, Grandmaster Bai hadn't started lessons yet. As for the latter, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to hear the content at the start. Just like that, with Su Qing's calculations, when he arrived outside Grandmaster Bai's tent, the sound of an assessment rang out. Su Qing was very happy in his heart. He stood there silently and listened attentively. Green lotus flower dew, also known as green lotus dew. It's a flower bud from the water lily family's lotus. It's an aromatic water obtained by combining it with a special method of heating. It has the effect of flattening one's lungs and treating heat by coughing up blood. The voice of the young girl in the tent was as usual. Su Qing slowly fell into a trance as he listened, unaware of the passage of time. Very soon, more than 2 hours passed. It was until the tent suddenly opened that Grandmaster Bai stood there and looked at him. What's the matter? Grandmaster Bai's gaze wasn't sharp, but it was dignified. Su Qing was very nervous. He braced himself and took out the medicinal herbs he had plucked on his way back. He then lowered his head and spoke softly. Grandmaster Bai, I wanted to ask if this is a heaven fate flower. As soon as he said this, Grandmaster Bai was stunned. After his gaze swept over, there was a hint of strangeness in his gaze. He then looked at the youth's hands, which were much cleaner than before. After a long while, Su Qing grew increasingly nervous and he slowly spoke. This one isn't. Su Qing hurriedly bowed and left. On the way, he heaved a sigh of relief, but he still felt some trepidation in his heart. Hence, he turned his head to look at the tent and discovered that Grandmaster Bai was also standing there. Noticing the youth's gaze, Grandmaster Bai nodded. When Su Qing saw this scene, he stopped in his tracks and bowed deeply once more before leaving. After watching Su Qing's figure disappear into the distance, Grandmaster Bai turned and walked into the tent. At that moment, the guards, the young men and woman who were originally in the tent seemed to have been petrified and were motionless. At the place where Grandmaster Bai sat earlier, a table had been placed there at some point in time. On top of it were some delicacies and fine wine. Beside him was an old man in purple robes and behind him was a grey-robed old servant. Seeing Grandmaster Bai enter, the purple-robed old man laughed. "Grandmaster Bai, how was it?" "What do you mean how was it?" Grandmaster Bai didn't seem surprised by the sudden appearance of the purple-robed old man. He wasn't worried about the motionless crowd either. He sat opposite the purple-robed old man and took a sip from the flask. "I'm talking about that kid. I told you last time that I found a good seedling while waiting for you," the purple-robed old man said with a smile. "A good seedling. It's one thing for this kid to come here to eavesdrop for the first time, but this time, to eavesdrop, he casually found a medicinal herb and asked me if it was the heaven fate flower. If this continues, I reckon he'll use the excuse of asking about medicinal herbs to eavesdrop every day. If you didn't talk to me about him, I would have chased him away long ago." Grandmaster Bai glared and snorted at the purple-robed old man. The purple-robed old man laughed. "You have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. With your bad temper, if you didn't sincerely think that he was a promising talent, it would be useless no matter who introduced him." Grandmaster Bai let out a cold snort and didn't bother to defend himself. "Are you planning to bring him back to the Seven Blood Eyes? Your place is filled with foul air. All you would do is waste a scholar's seedling." "How is it a waste? What's the use of being a scholar? Cultivation is the most important thing in this world." The purple-robed old man raised his brows and replied. "A scholar is useless. Why did you still come here to wait for a mortal like me? You kept inviting me to your Seven Blood Eyes." Grandmaster Bai said angrily. "You're different," the purple-robed old man smiled awkwardly. "How am I different?" Grandmaster Bai glared at the purple-robed old man with a bad temper. The purple-robed old man helplessly slapped his forehead. I just remembered that there's something I haven't done. Grandmaster Bai, I'll take my leave first. I'll come back to drink with you tomorrow." With that, the purple-robed old man stood up and was about to leave. However, before he left, he turned back to look at Grandmaster Bai and spoke seriously. "Grandmaster Bai, if you really think that brat is a promising talent, then teach him some knowledge. Let him have a chance to become a scholar with cultivation in the Seven Blood Eyes." With that, the purple-robed old man left with the old servant beside him. After he left, the stillness in the tent instantly departed. However, no one noticed the abnormality earlier. The guard was still standing guard. The youth was still vexed and the girl was still smug. Only Grandmaster Bai lifted his head and looked in the direction Su Qing had left earlier, his gaze pensive. Chapter 45, Kid, You Answer. Chapter 45, Kid, You Answer. At that moment, Su Qing only heaved a long sigh of relief when he returned to his residence. He felt that it wasn't too good for him to do that, but his thirst for knowledge left him with no other choice. He also understood that his little trick had probably been seen through. "I have to repay you in the future." The youth mumbled and remembered this matter in his heart. He didn't know how he could return the favor, but that was what he thought in his heart. Maybe he would have this chance in the future. Worried that he might forget, Su Qing took out a bamboo slip from his leather pouch and used an iron stick to carve the words, Grandmaster Bai, on it. Upon closer inspection, other than Grandmaster Bai, there was also Captain Lei on the bamboo slip. There were also 3 other names on it. Those 3 names were all people who had helped him in the slums. Even if it was just a little, he remembered them by heart. Just like that, after carving the name, Su Qing took out another bamboo slip and recalled the content he had heard during this lesson, recording it down bit by bit. He even took out the bamboo slip from the previous lesson and silently memorized it. After confirming that he had memorized everything, his expression revealed satisfaction. "There are already 27 types of herbs that I understand." Su Qing was very happy. This feeling lasted for an entire day and he was also in a good mood when he cultivated. Hence, he woke up very early the next day. After selling some 7-leaf grass, he bought a herb that was similar to the heaven fate flower and went to Grandmaster Bai's tent with great familiarity. It was still the same spot as yesterday. He stood there and silently waited while paying attention to the lesson inside. When the lesson ended and Grandmaster Bai walked out to ask, Su Qing nervously took out the medicinal herbs and asked. Looking at the medicinal herbs, Grandmaster Bai coughed lightly. As he shook his head, he told Su Qing about the medicinal herbs he had bought. This allowed Su Qing to gain additional understanding of another type of medicinal herb. This caused his satisfaction and gratitude to deepen. After he bowed and left, he turned his head in the distance and saw Grandmaster Bai standing at the same spot as yesterday, nodding his head in acknowledgement. This scene was reflected in Su Qing's eyes and it was also engraved in his mind. Just like that, half a month passed. Su Qing would take all kinds of medicinal herbs almost every day and ask Grandmaster Bai after he finished listening to the lesson outside his tent. He learnt more and more about herbs. He even heard a lot about the method to mix herbs. This allowed Su Qing to gain a lot. He had recorded dozens of bamboo slips. As for Grandmaster Bai, he had never mentioned anything about Su Qing stealing his skills. Every day, he would patiently answer his questions about the medicinal herbs. In the end, not only were the guards used to the appearance of this kid in a leather coat every morning, but even the youths in the tent had a deep impression of him. He even came when it was raining heavily outside. Regardless of whether it was Grandmaster Bai or the young men and woman, they all thought that Su Qing wouldn't come. However, Su Qing walked over in the rain wearing a raincoat. No matter the weather. This left a deep impression on Grandmaster Bai and his two disciples. Hence, one day, when it was time for class and Su Qing didn't show up on time, which was a rare occurrence, the young men and woman would frequently glance outside. They seemed to be surprised that the dirty little scavenger didn't come today. It was only when Su Qing's fatigued figure appeared in the tent that the youth and young girl retracted their gazes. The reason why he was late was because other than attending Grandmaster Bai's lessons, Su Qing would also enter the Forbidden Zone to search for heaven fate flowers and scar removal stones. At the same time, he was also tempering himself by hunting mutated beasts. However, the search process wasn't very smooth. He still hadn't found these two items and Su Qing once again experienced the dangers of the Forbidden Zone. Even though he was at the 4th level of the mountains and seas art, he still possessed the keen judgment and observation of an old scavenger. If he was careful in the outer edges of the jungle, he might be able to survive or even hunt, but he would still encounter danger occasionally. That time, he was late because he had encountered a mutated beast that had walked out from the depths. He barely managed to escape death. After running for an entire night, he finally returned in the morning. After he returned, he didn't rest but quietly listened to the lecture. Other than that, during these few days, Su Qing had another gain that wasn't too big or too small. That was the insurance that Bone Blade had mentioned. Bone Blade lived very well. Ever since Su Qing bought insurance from him last time, he would come and buy it every time he entered the Forbidden Zone. Since the fog never appeared again, Su Qing didn't make a move either. However, Bone Blade was still persistent. In fact, for some reason, more and more people came to buy insurance from him. Out of caution, Su Qing didn't bother with most of them. He only agreed for the people whom he had saved before. This caused Su Qing's income to increase. Coupled with the harvest he obtained from hunting in the Forbidden Zone, his days slowly got better. Although Captain Lei couldn't continue with his mission, the rent money Su Qing offered was extremely high. Even though Captain Lei didn't accept it, Su Qing still insisted. In the end, Captain Lei could only accept it. Captain Lei spent most of the money on food. This allowed Su Qing to have hot food every time he returned from the Forbidden Zone. Captain Lei even bought some clothes for Su Qing. These clothes were all very new and Su Qing couldn't bear to wear them. Every piece of clothing was neatly folded and placed in a cabinet. He would occasionally take them out to take a look, feeling happy whenever he did so. Mealtime every day was also the warmest moment for Su Qing. This was because not only did he eat well, but Captain Lei also liked to talk about the trivial matters on the campsite at this time, just like how the elders at home would talk about their neighbors when they were old. During this time, Cross and Luan Tooth also returned. They accompanied Captain Lei for a while before leaving again. It could be said that this period of time was the time when Su Qing felt the most satisfied in the past 6 years. With hot meals, new clothes, and Captain Lei's company, his cultivation base was also improving. His knowledge of plants and vegetation was also increasing. Hence, other than feeling satisfied, he cherished everything he had now. Every day, he would attend lessons outside the tent and was exceptionally serious. On this day, under the morning sun, Su Qing, who was standing outside the tent, heard Grandmaster Bai's question to the youth. Chen Fei Yuan, tell me about this medicinal herb, Night Corpse Leading Ox. Chen Fei Yuan was Grandmaster Bai's name for the youth. Su Qing had learned about it during the past month or so, and he also knew that the girl's name was Tingyu. Hearing Grandmaster Bai's question, the youth didn't know how to answer. He stuttered for a while before stopping. Su Qing couldn't see the tent, but he could imagine that after the tent was opened many times, he would see the other party's mournful face from the corner of his eyes. Ignorant and incompetent. Tingyu, you will answer. Grandmaster Bai's voice was very stern as he named the girl to answer. However, this time around, the girl was not prepared enough. Night Corpse Leading Ox, also known as Poison Mountain Root Spot. Teacher, I forgot. After the girl said this, she fell silent. The tent immediately fell silent. It was obvious that Grandmaster Bai was brewing with anger. At that moment, Grandmaster Bai's voice resounded with unconcealable anger. Kid, you answer. Su Qing, who was outside the tent, started and subconsciously spoke up. Night Corpse Leading Ox, also known as Poison Mountain Root Spotted Chrysanthemum. It is the root and stem of the vine of the chrysanthemum plant, the thin-veined turtledove chrysanthemum. It is a woody vine that grows in ravines within energy, cold streams, or jungles. Its taste is astringent and slightly warm when it enters the mouth. It also has the feeling of rotting. It has the miraculous effect of reducing wind. However, it is excessively poisonous. It belongs in the typical extreme endpoint of yin and yang grass. Su Qing stopped here. What are the symptoms of an overdose? In the tent, Grandmaster Bai asked again while the two of them were feeling slightly unconvinced. The symptoms of poisoning are abdominal pain, dizziness and hallucinations. If we don't save a person in 15 minutes, he will die. Su Qing, who was outside the tent, was nervous, but he didn't stop at all and immediately answered. How to detoxify the poison? You can use the method of vomiting and stomach lavage, supplemented by egg white and red thorn stamen to treat the illness when the sun is strong at noon. The treatment time cannot exceed an hour and it can last for 3 consecutive days. Following Su Qing's answer, although Grandmaster Bai, who was in the tent, was expressionless, the eyes of the young man and woman beside him widened in surprise. What are the yin-yang dual polarity plants? Grandmaster Bai asked again. The two extremes of yin and yang, so-called the combination of good and evil, yang is medicine, yin is poison. Su Qing answered without hesitation. These were all the knowledge he had heard during this period of time, and he had memorized them many times, so he was already very familiar with them. How will this plant perform? Grandmaster Bai asked even faster. Using the Night Corpse Leading Ox as an example, when combined with the inch leaf, it can increase the yang effect by several times. It can also help soothe injury caused by anomalous substances to the soul. However, if it is combined with the fleece flower, the yin effect will increase greatly. The toxicity is so great that if an ordinary person accidentally eats it, they will die within 30 breaths of time. How do you deal with the fleece flowers? What's the use of an inch root? Grandmaster Bai asked faster and faster. The nervousness in Su Qing's heart gradually lessened and he answered equally quickly. Just like that, the old man and the young man questioned and answered each other across the tent. Time flowed by and the time it took for an incense stick to burn passed. Grandmaster Bai asked a lot of questions and many of them were answers that could only be known after combining the content of the lecture that had been held many days ago. However, Su Qing answered all of them fluently. As for the young man and woman, their previous shock had turned into extreme shock. They stared blankly at the figure projected in the tent. Finally, under the dumbfounded gazes of the young man and woman, Grandmaster Bai asked his last question. 3 stalks of 1-year-old Night Corpse Lead Ox, 6 stalks of 3-year-old Past Cloud Cluster, and 9 stalks of 10-year-old Random Chosen Sedge Grass of the Singlehorn Water Centipede. What are the effects of the medicinal liquid concocted? As soon as this question was asked, the expressions of the youth and the young girl changed rapidly and their breathing became hurried. This was because what was involved was no longer simple herbs but mixing them. This question was also the one that caused Su Qing to remain silent for the longest time. He pondered for over 30 breaths before he took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. It's hard for evil to suppress good. The yang is stronger than the yin, for the yin is weaker. Coupled with the effects of cloud grass, it can allow for the detoxification effect of the sedge grass of the single-horn water centipede to reach an astonishing level. After Su Qing finished speaking, his eyes widened as he vaguely realized something. This is 70% of the basic pill formula for the Great Transformation Pill among the detoxification pills. In addition to 3 other types of medicinal herbs, it can be refined after heating for 14 hours. Grandmaster Bai's voice rang out faintly from within the tent. After testing you so much, do you have anything you want to ask? Su Qing's mind jolted and his breathing became hurried. In the past month or so, he indeed had many questions that he didn't understand. However, he was only eavesdropping after all. Although Grandmaster Bai was kind and didn't stop him, it wasn't good for him to disturb the other party's lesson, and he couldn't ask about it. Upon hearing Grandmaster Bai's words, Su Qing hurriedly organized his thoughts and asked. Grandmaster Bai, regardless of whether it's in terms of origin or effects, the flamethrower hemp and impotent spike have something in common. What's the difference between the two? Why can't the spirit-stopping flower be picked during the day? The sap of the inch leaf has the effect of warding off evil spirits. Why can't it be used together with the life eye branch that is also warding off evil spirits? Su Qing asked one question after another, and Grandmaster Bai answered them one after another. Every answer was very detailed. As for Su Qing, it was as though he couldn't finish asking. It was only when the time passed far exceeded the duration of the lesson and the 2 youths looked at him as though they were looking at a monster that Su Qing glanced at the sky with a hint of longing and had no choice but to end the questioning. He felt that he had gained an indescribable harvest from this day. Most of the questions in his heart had been answered, and he even felt like he had mastered them. This made his thirst for knowledge even stronger. He was prepared to engrave everything when he returned. Just as he was about to leave, Grandmaster Bai's tired voice rang out from within the tent. From now on, you don't have to stand outside or take those messy medicinal herbs. From tomorrow onwards, you can enter the tent to listen to the lesson. Chapter 46, Poison Dao, Corpse Destruction Powder. Chapter 46, Poison Dao, Corpse Destruction Powder. When Su Qing heard this, his eyes abruptly widened. As his breathing hastened, he felt a rumbling in his mind. To be able to enter the tent and listen to the lecture was something he dreamed of. At that moment, in his excitement, he took a deep breath and bowed deeply toward the tent. Thank you, Grandmaster. Su Qing said these words very seriously. After a long time, he stood up and left the tent. On this day, he didn't see Grandmaster Bai when he turned his head, but he heard Grandmaster Bai criticizing the young man and woman in the tent. Su Qing didn't bother about these. He was already overwhelmed by intense excitement. When he returned to his residence, he immediately informed Captain Lei of this matter. Captain Lei was also very surprised, especially when he saw Su Qing's happy expression. His smile grew even wider and he felt rueful in his heart. Although he didn't tell him the reason why this kid frequently headed to the Forbidden Zone during this period of time, he knew that the other party was searching for the Heaven Fate flower that could extend his life. How could he not cherish such a loyal child who had saved his life in this cold world? However, he couldn't bear to see Su Qing exhausted every time he returned. At that moment, seeing that Su Qing was happy, Captain Lei was also very happy. Hence, on that day, Captain Lei cooked a rather sumptuous dinner for Su Qing. During this time, he kept reminding Su Qing to respect his teachers, respect Grandmaster Bai, and so on. Su Qing seriously memorized everything. Even after Su Qing finished eating and returned to his room, he was still in a state of excitement. He was excited at the thought that he could attend the lesson in the tent tomorrow. While Su Qing was filled with anticipation, he also found it hard to sleep. As he was worried about personal gains and losses, he suddenly thought of the first time he and the other children met the teacher in the slums. Hence, he opened the leather bag and tidied it up. In the end, he took out a relatively new bag and placed half of his spirit coins inside. There were also many of his white pills. From Su Qing's understanding, knowledge was priceless. It wasn't a big deal for him to give away all his savings. However, he had to consider Captain Lei's side, so he left half of it behind. After doing all this, he let out a long sigh of relief and silently closed his eyes. He then began to cultivate, waiting for dawn. This night was a long one for Su Qing. When the sun rose into the sky, Su Qing changed into a new set of clothes and washed his hands clean before walking out of the room. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Captain Lei, who hadn't woken up early during this period of time. While giving Su Qing detailed instructions, Su Qing nodded patiently and listened attentively. In the end, Captain Lei helped Su Qing tidy his clothes and passed him a leather bag. "You can't enter the tent empty-handed for a lesson." "I won't," Su Qing said softly. Captain Lei glared, but he saw the determination in Su Qing's eyes. Hence, he kept the leather bag and returned to his room to take out a flask of wine. "I know Grandmaster Bai. He likes to drink. Bring this with you." This time around, Su Qing didn't refuse. After receiving the flask, he left the courtyard. After taking a few steps, he turned his head and waved at Captain Lei, who was standing there. He then sprinted a few steps and headed straight for Grandmaster Bai's tent. Looking at Su Qing's back view, Captain Lei smiled. This kid wasn't this happy when we were distributing the 7-leaf grass. Mixed with happiness and nervousness, Su Qing arrived at the place where he had been standing outside of for the past month. He then took a deep breath and knocked on the tent's door. "Come in." Upon hearing Grandmaster Bai's voice, Su Qing lowered his head and checked his clothes. He then tugged at his clothes forcefully to make them look tidier before he slowly pushed the door open. He then saw Grandmaster Bai and the youth sitting inside the tent with the guards. When Su Qing looked at them, they were also looking at him. Compared to Grandmaster Bai's calm expression, the expressions of the youth and the young girl were much richer. Among them, the youth named Qin Fei Yuan had an unconvinced expression, while the young girl, Ting Yu, was more curious. Su Qing retracted his gaze and bowed deeply to Grandmaster Bai. After that, he took out the leather pouch and alcohol flask he had prepared earlier. He then imitated what he did in the slums and handed them over with both hands. Su Qing, who didn't lift his head, didn't see Grandmaster Bai at that moment. However, there was a hint of gentleness in his calm gaze. Grandmaster Bai didn't take the leather pouch. He only took the flask of wine and drank a mouthful in front of Su Qing, as though it was some sort of ritual. "Class has begun." After putting down the flask, Grandmaster Bai slowly spoke. It was still the first round of assessment. Ting Yu and Qin Fei Yuan seemed to be on par with Su Qing. It was obvious that they had done their homework last night and their answers were very straightforward. After answering, they immediately looked at Su Qing. Su Qing didn't look at them. Instead, he looked at Grandmaster Bai and answered all of his questions one by one. After that, Grandmaster Bai nodded and started the lesson formal. Su Qing listened attentively. He cherished the opportunity to enter the tent very much and wasn't distracted at all during the entire process. It was the same for Qin Fei Yuan and Ting Yu. This made Grandmaster Bai feel a little amused. Just like this, another 10 days passed. Su Qing was used to the lessons in the tent. However, his seriousness didn't reduce in the slightest and the knowledge he gained became increasingly abundant. However, compared to him, Qin Fei Yuan returned to his old self in just a few days. Only Ting Yu was still comparing herself to Su Qing. She was extremely serious. However, after class, the two of them chatted a little more. Most of the time, it was Ting Yu asking about life on the campsite out of curiosity. Su Qing didn't speak much and only gave a few simple answers. As for Qin Fei Yuan, from the start to the end, he wasn't convinced by Su Qing and didn't say much. Su Qing didn't mind this. He wasn't good at socializing to begin with, so he would leave for the Forbidden Zone as soon as possible after class. The reason why he went to the Forbidden Zone every day was because of the herbs. Before he understood about herbs, all the flowers and trees in the Forbidden Zone were no different to him. However, things were different now. Su Qing would often discover some medicinal herbs that he knew of. Every time he discovered something like this, his understanding of plants and vegetation would deepen by quite a bit. However, Su Qing also slowly discovered that the majority of the herbs in the Forbidden Zone were evil poisonous herbs. There weren't many medicinal yang herbs. Hence, his research on medicinal herbs focused on poison from the start. As he picked the poisonous grass, he also built a simple house in the small canyon and used it as a lab for studying poisonous grass. And with his body that could neutralize poison, Suqing was very bold in his research on poisonous grass. After trying out various combinations, he finally concocted an unknown venom. This venom was mixed with 8 types of poisonous grass and added with snake venom, using these 9 substances to concoct it. The poison contained intense corrosion. Suqing had tried it before. A single drop of the poison would cause the mutated beast's corpse to turn into blood within 5 breaths. However, it would only be so fast for corpses. For living creatures, for some reason, the time would increase by a lot. Even so, Suqing was already very satisfied with the first poison he concocted in his life. After he dried it into powder, he named it corpse destruction powder. As for the yang medicinal herbs, although there were very few of them, Suqing still managed to concoct some semi-finished medicinal liquids with the help of the yin-yang extreme art. A small portion of it was mixed with the 7-leaf grass and it had some effects of suppressing anomalous substances. Suqing had once asked Grandmaster Bai if he could cooperate on the prescription so it would have a better effect on Captain Lei. Grandmaster Bai told him that other than the Heaven Fate flower, everything else was useless. As for his prescription, it would eventually lose its effectiveness. That was indeed the case. Even though Captain Lei took his medicine on time every day, the weakness in his body could still be seen by the naked eye. When Suqing saw this, he fell silent. On this day, when the two of them were eating, Captain Lei wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he still told Suqing that he felt that it was unsuitable for him to continue staying at the scavenger campsite. He was prepared to buy residency rights in a nearby city in the near future. "Kid, I know that your path will definitely not stop at this small campsite. Your future will be even further, so I won't ask you to retire with me." The instant he heard this, Suqing, who was eating, paused. After a long while, he lowered his head and fell silent for a very long time before asking softly, "Are you coming back?" "Of course, I'll come back occasionally." Captain Lei smiled and raised his hand. This was the first time he touched Suqing's head. He sighed with emotion in his heart. He didn't want Suqing to risk his life in the jungle of the Forbidden Zone for him again. Suqing instinctively wanted to avoid it, but he glanced at Captain Lei and didn't move. This allowed Captain Lei's hand to land on his head smoothly. As he gently stroked it, Captain Lei laughed. "Besides, you can come and visit me anytime." When Suqing heard this, he nodded heavily. That night, Suqing opened his eyes many times during his cultivation and looked toward Captain Lei's room. This emotion was only buried in the depths of Suqing's heart after a few days. Every day, other than attending lessons at Grandmaster Bai's place, he spent more time in the Forbidden Zone, trying his best to find the Heaven Fate flower. However, as Grandmaster Bai had said, this flower could only be chanced upon by luck. Chapter 47, A Person's Dusk, 1. Chapter 47, A Person's Dusk, 1. The eastern part of the Nanhuang continent. The season was now summer. As the rain gradually increased, the weather also slowly turned hot. It's May. On this day, the sun was high in the sky. After Suqing left Grandmaster Bai's tent, he looked up at the blue sky and the dazzling sun as he mumbled. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed since he arrived at the campsite. He recalled his experience in Blue Drain City 2 months ago. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it was still vivid in Suqing's heart. However, compared to when he lived in the slums more than 2 months ago, the changes in his body were already extremely great. Regardless of whether it was the increase in his cultivation or the harvest from his knowledge of plants and vegetation, everything made Suqing feel that he was constantly growing. During this period of time, under Captain Lei's sumptuous meals, he ate a lot of meat. Hence, his body, which was originally small and skinny, became slightly more refined. Also, because he cultivated the mountains and seas art, his masculine qi and blood were extremely exuberant. The aura he instinctively emitted gave off a sharp feeling. Maybe it was because he had copied the saber move in the temple, but Suqing's eyes were much brighter than others. Also, the more he copied, the more he looked like that. This was especially so after he went to Grandmaster Bai's place for lessons. The accumulation of knowledge also gave him a scholarly temperament. All of this caused Suqing, whose hands were used to being clean, to be unable to conceal his delicate features even though the dirt on his face hadn't been washed off. This could be seen from the way the courtesans in the tents with feathers on them would often call out to him with their beautiful eyes. However, Suqing didn't care about these. His mood had been somewhat gloomy these few days. On one hand, they hadn't found the heaven fate flower. On the other hand, Captain Lei's frailty and old age were becoming increasingly apparent. Hence, Suqing visited the jungle in the Forbidden Zone less and less. Every day, after Grandmaster Bai's lesson ended, he would instinctively head to his residence. Even though he spent most of his time cultivating alone, Suqing would feel much more at ease when he sensed Captain Lei next door. He cherished dinner time every night even more. Today was the same. Suqing, who was walking silently on the campsite, didn't bother with the scavengers in the surroundings. He first headed to the general store. When the busy little girl saw his figure, she immediately ran behind the counter and took out a flask of wine, passing it to Suqing. She was already used to this period of time. Every day, Suqing would come to buy alcohol at this time. "Thank you," Suqing said softly and glanced at the scar on the little girl's face. Although she had a hideous scar, the little girl was very optimistic. She smiled at Suqing and was about to say something when she was called over by the other scavengers. Suqing didn't mind. He took the flask and prepared to leave, but his back view fell into the little girl's peripheral vision. She hurriedly exchanged a few words with the scavenger and ran to the gate. When she saw that Suqing was about to leave, she suddenly shouted, "Brother kid." Suqing stopped in his tracks. When he turned his head, he saw the little girl running over quickly. After she got close to Suqing, she stretched out her right hand and opened it. There was a piece of candy inside. "I don't know why you've been depressed recently, but every time I'm unhappy, my mother will give me candy. As I eat, I feel happier. This is my last piece of candy. This is for you." As the little girl spoke, she was afraid that Suqing would reject her, so she directly placed it in his hand and quickly ran toward the shop. When she reached the shop's entrance, she turned her head and looked at Suqing as she shouted loudly, "Brother kid, you have to be happy." Suqing stood there in a daze as he watched the little girl's figure enter the shop. He lowered his head and looked at the candy in his hand. After a long time, he carefully kept this piece of candy. On the way back, there was a commotion at the campsite. From afar, Suqing saw two carriages arriving one after another. Regardless of whether it was the carriage's brand new nature or the horse's sturdiness, the number of carriages in front of him far exceeded what Suqing had seen in the past. Not only were there guards, but there were also 3 to 5 middle-aged men among them. The spirit energy fluctuations emanating from their bodies were clearly powerful. They were not the core of the convoy. As the convoy arrived, a group of young men and women walked out. They were all around the age of 16 or 17 years old. They had tall and broad strides and were dressed in bright clothes. Their skin was fair and the men were handsome while the women were beautiful. Their identities and backgrounds were all extraordinary. At that moment, they seemed to despise the mess on the campsite, so they set up camp outside the campsite. The feeling of being bossy was very obvious. Moreover, each of them seemed to have a follower by their side. About 100 people were serving these 15 to 16 youths. As for the second convoy behind them, although they weren't bad compared to the former, they were inferior. Also, it was obvious that they knew the identities of those young men and women. Hence, the second convoy wasn't willing to come into contact with the former and avoided them as they entered the campsite. Most of the people walking down were very low-key. Suqing swept his gaze across them. The convoy at the campsite would appear every few days. They would either issue missions or enter the Forbidden Zone alone. There were all kinds of people in there. This was also the foundation of the scavenger campsite's existence. Suqing was used to it. When he returned to his residence, he saw Captain Lei exercising in the courtyard. Under the sunlight, there was a hint of twilight on Captain Lei's body, causing Suqing's heart to sink even more. "You bought me alcohol again. Not bad, not bad." Captain Lei smiled and spoke when he noticed the alcohol flask in Suqing's hand. "All right, go and clean up the kitchen. I'll go out for a stroll and buy some ingredients back," Captain Lei said and left with his hands behind his back. Chapter 48, A Person's Dusk, 2. Chapter 48, A Person's Dusk, 2. This was the agreement he had made with Suqing. He had to buy the ingredients. Suqing didn't refuse, but he paid even more rent. It was as though this was how he got along with Captain Lei. On this day, Captain Lei returned earlier than usual. Suqing had just finished cleaning up the kitchen when he returned with some meat. He smiled at Suqing and started cooking. Just like before, Suqing sat at the side and studied. However, as he watched, he felt that something was amiss. If this continued, the time for dinner would be brought forward and it wouldn't be in the evening anymore. After realizing this, Suqing understood something in his heart. He looked at the busy Captain Lei and wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he fell silent. As usual, Captain Lei chatted as he cooked. During this short period of time, before dusk arrived, the dishes were already cooked. After placing them on the table, Captain Lei looked at the silent Suqing and patted his head. "Kid, I've already bought the right to enter Songtao City. I'll pack my luggage later. I'll be leaving tomorrow morning." Captain Lei picked up the wine he had bought for him for a long time and took a big gulp. Suqing's movements were stiff. After a moment of silence, he lowered his head and spoke softly. "So soon?" Captain Lei didn't speak. After a long time, he laughed. "Actually, I've bought it a long time ago, but I didn't tell you. You don't have to be so reluctant. In this world, there's no banquet that doesn't end." As Captain Lei spoke, he took another big gulp of alcohol. "Come, let's eat." Suqing looked at the aged Captain Lei and silently picked up his chopsticks to eat. The food today should be very delicious, but it no longer had any taste in Suqing's mouth. Captain Lei watched all of this and sighed softly in his heart. However, he still wore a smile on his face as he talked about the trivial matters on the campsite. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn out, Suqing suddenly spoke. "Aren't we going to wait for Cross and Luan Tooth? They should be back soon. I'm not waiting anymore. If I return, I'll probably end up like you, adding to my sadness. Besides, if you have time in the future, just come and visit me." Captain Lei took out his pipe and took a puff. The smoke he exhaled covered his expression, making him look a little hazy. Captain Lei finished this meal very quickly. Even after he left to pack his luggage, Suqing still sat there silently. He looked at the food on the table and couldn't eat anymore. After a long while, he stood up. This was the first time he didn't wash the bowls and chopsticks. Instead, he went straight to Captain Lei's room. "Are you really leaving?" Suqing asked softly. "Don't be so sad. I'm going to stay in the city. You should be happy for me." Captain Lei laughed and called Suqing over to help him fold his clothes. Suqing walked over silently. He first washed his hands carefully before folding them neatly. With his help, Captain Lei's luggage was packed very quickly. He didn't want most of his stuff and left them for Suqing. "This house is also yours. I'll pay the rent," Suqing said seriously. Captain Lei smiled when he heard that, but he didn't talk about this topic. Instead, he pulled Suqing over and sat there. As time passed, he told Suqing about the characters of the scavengers at the campsite. He also emphasized on the camp leader. The camp leader of the campsite isn't a simple person. His background is the Diamond Sect. As for the Diamond Sect, it is the #1 faction in this large area. Dozens of cities and campsites are under their control. Their ancestor is even a Foundation establishment expert. In the future, you have to be vigilant against him at all times when you are here. At that point, it was already very late at night outside. Suqing noticed the fatigue on Captain Lei's face and silently stood up to leave. Looking at his figure, Captain Lei sighed softly after a long time. This night was also the first night Suqing didn't cultivate during this period of time. He sat there and stared blankly at the night sky outside until he saw the first rays of dawn. It passed so quickly. As Suqing mumbled, a sense of melancholy filled his heart. He didn't leave the room at this time like he usually did. Instead, he waited until he heard the sound of Captain Lei opening the door before he slowly walked out. The first rays of the morning sun scattered down. The old and young people in the courtyard looked at each other. "Kid, I'm leaving." After a long time, a smile appeared on Captain Lei's face. "I'll send you off." "No need. Hurry up and go to class." "You I'll send you off. Su Qing looked at Captain Lei and reiterated. Captain. Lei looked at Su Qing. After a long while, he revealed a helpless expression and nodded. Just like that, the two of them, one old and one young, left the campsite in the early morning while the other scavengers were still unconscious. When they passed by Grandmaster Bai's tent, Su Qing ran over. Grandmaster Bai hadn't arrived yet, and the youth, Chen Feiyuan, wasn't around either. Only Tingyu was there, carrying the medical books on her back. I'll have to trouble you to help me apply for a day off. After seeing Tingyu, Su Qing quickly spoke up. He then bowed and turned to leave. Tingyu was a little surprised. When she walked out, she saw Su Qing and Captain Lei's departing figures. The light of the rising sun shone on the ground, illuminating the area in front of Su Qing and Captain Lei. It also enveloped their figures as they moved further and further away. On the way, Su Qing took the baggage from Captain Lei and carried it on his back in silence. Captain Lei had mixed feelings as he looked at the stubborn youth. He wanted to talk about the trivial matters of the campsite's neighbors as usual, but after a few sentences, he couldn't continue. In the silence, the two of them walked into the mountain where they had come from and to the place where they had once rested. At that time, it was also the two of them. Captain Lei stood tall and straight in front while Su Qing cautiously followed behind. The former was as profound as a sword, while the latter was as reclusive as a wolf. Today, Su Qing was at the front while Captain Lei was at the back. The former was tall and straight like a mountain peak, while the latter was in his twilight years. Here, under Su Qing's insistence, he carried the old Captain Lei, just like back then in the jungle. Captain Lei sighed softly in his heart. He looked at the side profile of the youth in front of him and spoke softly after a moment of silence. After this, you have to pay more attention to those scavengers on the campsite. I know that your combat strength is very strong now, but you can't underestimate them. Scavengers are desperados. To them, unscrupulous means are a common occurrence. At night, don't forget to feed those dogs. These little fellows are the most trustworthy ones on the campsite. Also, you have to remember to eat. Don't eat cold food. Don't find cooking or heating troublesome. Eat it after it's hot. You're still growing, so you can't be careless. Otherwise, when you get older in the future, you'll know how tough it is. Oh right, don't sleep on the bed boards in the future. Don't be afraid of dirtying the bedding. Remember to bask in the sun after you're done bathing. Anne. Captain Lei spoke softly. His words were fragmented and contained deep concern. Su Qing carried Captain Lei on his back and nodded lightly, memorizing the other party's words. As Captain Lei spoke, he fell into a deep sleep due to his weak body. As he listened to the snoring behind him, Su Qing's footsteps also became gentler. He tried his best not to jump. Even if he had to take a detour, he would maintain a steady pace. Just like that, he walked through the wilderness with Captain Lei on his back and bypassed the basin. When dusk arrived, as the sky darkened, their silhouettes were elongated from the corner of his eyes. A city then appeared before Su Qing's eyes. It was also at that moment that Captain Lei woke up. He looked at the city gate and spoke softly after a long time. We're here. Su Qing let out a soft aha and felt a tightness in his chest. Under Captain Lei's request, he gently put him down. After taking the baggage from Su Qing, Captain Lei looked at the city gate and then at Su Qing. After a moment of silence, he smiled and lifted his hand to stroke Su Qing's head, messing up his hair a little. Kid, you can go back now. If you miss an old man like me in the future, you can come over anytime. I live in the southern part of the city, on Shuiqing Road, with the number 3. With that, Captain Lei took his luggage and walked toward the city gate. Su Qing stood there and looked at Captain Lei, who was walking further and further away. He had so many things to say in his heart, but he didn't know what to say. He could only stare blankly. It wasn't until he reached the city gate and submitted his entry permit that Captain Lei suddenly turned his head. He cast a deep glance at Su Qing and waved his hand. Under the urging of the city guards, he walked into the city and disappeared. Su Qing's expression was desolate. He waited for a very long time. When dusk fell and the city gate closed, his heart instantly felt empty. Take care. After a long while, Su Qing mumbled and turned around bitterly. The feeling of loneliness once again filled his entire body. As night fell, his lonely figure was gradually covered. He walked toward the wilderness alone, toward the basin alone, and toward the mountains alone. Further and further. Chapter 49, A Noblewoman is like Jade. Chapter 49, A Noblewoman is like Jade. In the mountain forest at night, wolf howls echoed. However, this sound only appeared for a moment before gradually dissipating. It was as though an existence even more ferocious than them was walking over alone. As Su Qing walked in the pitch-black darkness, the disappointment in his heart couldn't be quickly suppressed. He, who had grown up in the slums, was already used to parting ways. However, this time, it was exceptionally deep. That feeling of emptiness in his heart caused his mood to sink. In the silence, his figure grew increasingly bleak. When dawn was about to arrive, he, who had been walking the entire night, saw the campsite under the dawn. At the campsite, the lights were sparse. Su Qing thought back to the past. No matter how late it was when he returned from the Forbidden Zone, he would still be able to see the lights of a residence lighting up for him. However, today, one lamp was forever missing in that direction. The feeling of loneliness grew even stronger. Su Qing silently entered the campsite and walked to the pitch-black residence. He pushed the door open and saw the dozen or so wild dogs in the courtyard. They were also looking at him quietly. He lifted his head and saw that the three houses were completely black. There was no sign of human habitation, no lights, no breath. Yesterday's dinner was still lingering in the kitchen. Su Qing walked in and looked at the 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls on the table. After being in a daze for a long time, he sat there silently and lowered his head to eat the cold food. One mouthful, one mouthful. After he slowly swallowed it, he washed the tableware and cleaned the kitchen. He then took a deep breath and returned to his room. He closed his eyes and started cultivating. At that moment, outside the courtyard, the purple-robed old man and his servant were standing there. Their gazes seemed to be able to penetrate everything and saw Su Qing inside. They were all silent. After a long time, the purple-robed old man sighed softly. He's a loyal child. Old Master 7th, should we give him a token? The servant looked at the purple-robed old man. Wait until we get the cloud dream flower that Grandmaster Bai wants from the Forbidden Zone. With that, the purple-robed old man's body slowly dissipated. The servant beside him nodded and also dissipated. The next morning, when Su Qing walked out of his room, he instinctively glanced at Captain Lei's residence. However, he quickly retracted his gaze and silently headed to Grandmaster Bai's place for lessons before returning quietly. He cooked a meal by himself. There were still 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls on the table as he ate silently. From time to time, he would raise his head and look at the seat that Captain Lei used to be in. There was one less person there, as well as fewer voices. The entire meal was very quiet. The feeling of loneliness once again filled Su Qing's heart, but he forcefully suppressed it. After he finished eating alone and cleared the table, he took out the food for the wild dogs and threw it in the courtyard. Su Qing returned to his room and continued to meditate as he watched the pack of wild dogs eat. Days passed just like this. Very soon, it was the 6th day since Captain Lei left. Su Qing had already buried the disappointment in his heart and regained his usual coldness. However, if one were to take a closer look, they would discover that his coldness had become even colder. Other than when he went to Grandmaster Bai's class, Su Qing's sense of vigilance had always existed during other times. He wasn't unfamiliar with this state of vigilance because in the past 6 years, this was his normal state. Like a lone wolf, he cultivated more diligently than before. It was as though this was the only way he could find the loneliness he was familiar with as soon as possible. On the 7th night, Su Qing's cultivation broke through. He had broken through from the 4th level of the mountains and sees art to the 5th level. As the thumping sounds echoed in his body, the wild dogs outside also felt the suppression and retreated while trembling. It was as though there was an aura in Su Qing's room that caused them to revere in fear. This time around, the ringing in Su Qing's body continued for a very long time. In fact, from the perspective of time, it surpassed the previous time. A full hour later, when the filth seeping out of the pores of Su Qing's body had reached its limit, his eyes suddenly opened. At that moment, a flash of purple light appeared in the entire room. At the instant he opened his eyes, cracking sounds echoed out from Su Qing's body. It was as though his bones were growing and his flesh and blood were being pulled. the feeling of being torn apart was also felt. However, to Su Qing, all of this was still within his tolerance. Amidst his calm tolerance, another hour passed. When all of this slowly ended, Su Qing stood up. The clothes he was wearing had shortened by a portion. His slender body didn't look like it had been reborn, but there were major changes. It was very refined. This was especially so for his appearance. As there were no anomalous substances in his body, it was completely pure. This made his original delicate appearance even more obvious. Coupled with his coldness, there was a strange charm that even dirt couldn't conceal. However, Su Qing didn't care about this. He walked out of the house and tested his speed. After that, he threw a punch into the air and there seemed to be muffled thunder echoing. His strength was so great that it was more than twice that of the previous 4 levels. What was even more shocking was that when his fist landed, the spirit energy fluctuations were intense and there was a faint shadow of a wolf with fangs in its mouth. It looked like a malicious, powerful ghost. This is the power of one Xiao. As the surrounding wild dogs trembled, Su Qing glanced at his fist and muttered. It was mentioned in the mountains and seas art that for every level, one's strength would grow by that of a tiger's and the 5 tigers would form 1 Xiao. 2 Xiaos would form 1 Kuei. However, after some thought, Su Qing felt that his description didn't match the mountains and seas art. Right now, his strength had probably reached the level of 7 or 8 tigers and his speed was the same. He was even confident that when he cultivated the mountains and seas art to the 6th level, he would possess the strength of 2 Xiaos in advance. It should be due to the effects of the purple crystal. And the knife strike from the statue in the temple. Su Qing mumbled in his heart and looked at his right hand. After a moment of silence, he slowly lifted his hand. The image of the divine statue striking out with its blade appeared in his mind and the airflow in the surroundings seemed to be gathering towards him. A long time later, Su Qing didn't continue but instead, he lowered his right hand. Just a little more. Su Qing could sense that his attempt at copying wasn't enough. At this moment, he took a deep breath and was about to return to his room. However, under the moonlight, when he turned around, he lowered his head and saw his shadow. When he broke through earlier, all the anomalous substances had fused into his shadow as usual. At that moment, his entire body was pure from the inside out and there was no hint of anomalous substances at all. Staring at the shadow, Su Qing suddenly had an idea. I wonder if I can control this shadow. After this thought appeared in his mind, it grew deeper and deeper, causing Su Qing to keep staring at it. In his heart, he tried to make the shadow flick his fingers but after trying for a long time, he still couldn't do it. This made Su Qing sigh softly. He felt that he was too greedy and was about to give up. However, at that moment, the hand of the shadow suddenly trembled. This scene caused Su Qing's eyes to widen abruptly as his breathing grew hurried. He was sure that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. Also, he didn't move his hand earlier, so he increased the intensity of his gaze and tried it out. A long time later, when Su Qing didn't lift his hand, his shadow's hand lifted slightly. In just a moment, Su Qing felt as though his head was about to explode. It was completely empty. It took him a long time to recover from the headache. As he panted, his eyes revealed an intense light. I can control it. Su Qing lowered his head and stared deeply at the shadow. He knew that although it was very difficult to control it now, the emptiness in his brain earlier and the headache now told him that this matter had consumed a lot of energy. However, he believed that as he became more proficient and his cultivation improved, sooner or later, he would be able to flexibly control his shadow. By that time, the shadow would become his unexpected weapon. I hope that day will come soon. Su Qing took a deep breath and rubbed his aching forehead. He then returned to his room and sat cross-legged in meditation. He only recovered halfway in the morning and his expression was somewhat dispirited. He forcefully pulled himself together and changed into a set of slightly larger old clothes before rushing to Grandmaster Bai's tent. Chen Feiyuan wasn't around and Grandmaster Bai wasn't here yet. Only Tingyu was there, carrying the medical book on her back. When she saw Su Qing coming, she casually raised her hand to greet him before continuing to recite. It had been like this during this period of time. Su Qing had heard from Tingyu that some time ago, among the young men and women who came from the outside world, there were friends of Chen Feiyuan. Hence, he often applied for leave to go over and play. As for Grandmaster Bai, it was unknown what he was busy with during this period of time. He would arrive later every day and would leave very quickly after the lesson ended. Su Qing nodded and sat at the side. He then took out his bamboo slip and silently reviewed yesterday's homework. Ting Yu, who had lowered her head after greeting him, suddenly lifted her head and looked at Su Qing suspiciously. "Why do I feel like there are some changes to your body?" Su Qing didn't lift his head and continued revising. Ting Yu's bright eyes widened as she carefully inspected it. Very soon, Grandmaster Bai arrived, so she could only give up. However, during the lesson today, she glanced at Su Qing many times. If it was in the past, Grandmaster Bai would be strict. However, he seemed to have something on his mind today. After giving a few words of reprimand, he ignored it. After he finished his lesson and arranged the content for tomorrow's assessment, Grandmaster Bai left in a hurry. After the teacher left, Su Qing got up and was about to leave when Ting Yu's body moved and blocked the door. Su Qing frowned slightly and looked at Ting Yu. Ting Yu wasn't willing to be outdone. She lifted her head and stared at Su Qing with her large eyes that were like the stars and moon. Her beautiful eyes swept across his height and face as she spoke in a daze. "I know it. You've grown taller." "Yeah." Su Qing nodded and bypassed Ting Yu, wanting to leave. However, Ting Yu's body swayed and stopped him once again. Her eyes, which were as bright as the stars, contained curiosity. "Kid, your face is so dirty every day. I don't even know what you look like. You've changed again today." "No, I have to wipe your face for you and see what you look like." As Ting Yu spoke, she took out her handkerchief and was about to act. Su Qing was repulsed and was about to retreat when Ting Yu snorted. "Kid, I helped you apply for leave. This is a favor." Su Qing's movements paused. Taking advantage of the moment where he paused, Ting Yu's body instantly arrived. The handkerchief in her hand fluctuated with spirit energy and became moist, gently wiping Su Qing's face. His white cheeks instantly revealed his fair skin. Su Qing grew impatient and wanted to forcefully leave. "Kid, I'm your senior sister." Ting Yu shouted again, and the weight of the word "senior sister" was clearly very heavy, causing Su Qing's body to involuntarily stiffen. Ting Yu's eyes were curved like crescent moons, hiding a hint of spirit and craftiness. This time, her speed was even faster. She took a handkerchief and wiped Su Qing's face here and there. Although Su Qing strongly rejected the term "senior sister," he ultimately didn't dodge it. Just like that, as Ting Yu wiped, Su Qing's face was slowly revealed. Ting Yu's movements also gradually slowed down. Her eyes were wide open as she stared blankly at Su Qing's appearance. For some reason, sunlight appeared in her mind. This was the first time in 6 years that Su Qing's face was clean. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Taking advantage of the fact that Ting Yu was still in a daze, he immediately circled around and quickly exited the tent. As the sunlight shone on his face, Su Qing's discomfort grew even more intense. He felt as though he was walking naked outside. Hence, he lowered his head and picked up the mud on the ground, smearing it on his face. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He felt much more comfortable in his heart and regained his indifference as he walked toward the forbidden zone. It was only after he left that Ting Yu, who was in the tent, let out a long breath and muttered, He looks pretty good." As she spoke, she subconsciously lifted the tent's door and looked at Su Qing's back view, which was far away. Her elegant and exquisite little face was slightly red as she looked around in confusion. "He's much better looking than Chen Feiyuan." No, Chen Feiyuan is completely incomparable to him. Chapter 50, Walking in the Night Without Needing Light. Chapter 50, Walking in the Night Without Needing Light. On that day, Ting Yu, who had lived in Purple Earth since she was young, rarely knew the hardships of the human world, had a dream. In the dream, Chen Feiyuan was fiercely making things difficult for Su Qing. She was very angry. It was early in the morning when Ting Yu woke up from her dream. Her mood was a little different from the past. When she arrived at Grandmaster Bai's tent, she sat there and recited the pharmacopoeia, feeling a little distracted. From time to time, she would raise her head and look outside the tent. Until she saw Chen Feiyuan. Ting Yu's eyelids fluttered as she recalled the dream from yesterday. Chen Feiyuan yawned and rubbed his eyes as he lifted the tent flap. Just as he was about to sit down beside Ting Yu, the futon was moved away by her. Chen Feiyuan was stunned and looked at Ting Yu. "What are you doing?" Sit there. Ting Yu couldn't be bothered with Chen Feiyuan and pointed to where Su Qing usually sat. Why? Chen Feiyuan instantly got annoyed and his eyes widened. Based on the fact that you don't work hard in your studies, based on the fact that you've been taking leave frequently during this period of time, I'm annoyed by you sitting here. Is that enough? Ting Yu glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes and spoke very quickly, causing Chen Feiyuan to be stunned once again. After a while, he mumbled a few words to himself as though he didn't dare to provoke the other party. He then sat at Su Qing's seat gloomily. Sigh, Ting Yu, you. After sitting down, Chen Feiyuan was about to speak, but before he could finish, Ting Yu's eyes revealed hostility. Don't say the word sigh. What if someone hears it and misunderstands? Ah. What's wrong with the word sigh? Just when Chen Feiyuan was at a loss, the tent's door opened and Su Qing walked in. Upon seeing Su Qing, 2 shallow dimples appeared on Ting Yu's face. She then revealed a smile and patted the futon that originally belonged to Chen Feiyuan. Junior brother, sit here. Su Qing was stunned and so was Chen Feiyuan. What are you waiting for? Teacher is coming. Hurry up and come over. Ting Yu urged. Su Qing was a little hesitant. He looked at Ting Yu and then at Chen Feiyuan, who was sitting in his seat in a daze. At that moment, it was indeed time for Grandmaster Bai to arrive. Hence, Su Qing could only walk to Ting Yu's side and sit at the seat that used to belong to Chen Feiyuan. Chen Feiyuan was dumbfounded. He pointed at Su Qing and was about to speak when Ting Yu turned and glared fiercely at him. Shut up. I haven't even spoken yet. Chen Feiyuan was about to cry. He felt that it was unfair and was about to continue speaking when the tent door opened and Grandmaster Bai walked in. Chen Feiyuan could only hold back what he wanted to say and sat there angrily. On the other hand, Ting Yu seemed to be very comfortable. As for Su Qing, he felt a little uncomfortable and felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. As for Grandmaster Bai, after he walked in and saw where Su Qing was sitting, he then looked at Ting Yu and Chen Feiyuan, who looked like a punching bag. A hint of a smile appeared on his face, but he didn't disturb them and started the assessment. As usual, Chen Feiyuan stuttered as he was reprimanded. As for Ting Yu, she proudly completed the assessment and looked at Su Qing with anticipation. Su Qing's answer was even more perfect. He even asked some of his questions during the assessment. The entire process made Chen Feiyuan extremely depressed. So, when today's lesson ended, he was the first to run out of the tent. He felt that he had been discriminated against today. Su Qing felt uncomfortable sitting there during class. At that moment, he stood up and bowed to Grandmaster Bai. Just when he was about to leave, Ting Yu called out to him. Junior brother, why is your face dirty again? Ting Yu took out her handkerchief and wanted to try wiping his face. However, Su Qing frowned slightly and immediately dodged, leaving in a hurry. After he left, Ting Yu's expression was a little aggrieved as she looked at Grandmaster Bai, who was watching the show. Teacher, why is this kid so dirty every day? I helped him out of goodwill. Grandmaster Bai laughed and patted the girl's head dotingly. Because for people who live in misery and danger, it's not a good thing to attract too much attention. Ting Yu fell into deep thought and nodded. Su Qing didn't hear Grandmaster Bai's words, but his thoughts were the same as what Grandmaster Bai said. Growing up in the slums, he understood that the less attention he attracted, the safer he would be. Also, the people around him were mostly filthy. If he was different from the others, he would be like a torch in the dark night, adding to the danger. This was his rule of survival since he was young. As for those who didn't do so, unless their strength was extremely high, they wouldn't be able to live for long. It was precisely because of this that Su Qing developed the habit of not cleaning. He needed to blend into the environment and make himself inconspicuous. For example, the hunter hiding would only show his edge when he attacked. At that moment, Su Qing, who had left the campsite and arrived at the boundary of the forbidden zone, was the same. He picked up some rotten leaves from the jungle, crushed them and smeared them on his body. He tried his best to blend into nature as he slowly stepped into the forbidden zone. Although Captain Lei had gone to the city to stay, Su Qing didn't give up on searching for the Heaven Fate flower. Also, with the increase in his cultivation base and strength, coupled with his increasingly rich experience and knowledge about plants, as well as his usual vigilance, he encountered fewer dangers in the outer perimeter of the Forbidden Zone's jungle. Hence, the range of Su Qing's exploration no longer stopped at the temple. Instead, he slowly probed deeper. Even though the danger was greater, this tempering also allowed his combat strength to continuously increase. His herbs harvest also became richer. However, just like the outer region, although there were more herbs in the depths, the majority of them were still evil poison grass. As there was a lot of poisonous grass, Su Qing's knowledge of herbs was mostly on the concoction of poison. As he improved, he also gained a few more types of poison powder. For this reason, he specially went to a clothing shop and bought a jacket filled with pockets. Each pocket contained a different poison. As for the black gloves he had obtained from the Blood Shadow team captain's leather pouch, Su Qing put them on as well. He gradually felt that they were more comfortable to wear. Not only could this glove increase the lethality of his punches, but it also had a certain degree of anti-poisoning effects. Therefore, together with the dagger Cross had given him, it became a daily weapon like the iron stick on him. At that moment, as the sun was about to set, Su Qing, who had ended a day of tempering and researching poison, walked out of the small lab in the canyon. After tidying up his weapons and poison powder, he bent down and headed straight for the temple. Every time before he left the Forbidden Zone, he would make a trip to the temple to search for the scar removal stone. Although he had failed many times before, he had inquired about this stone and knew that it was naturally formed. It was colorful and could occasionally be seen. Hence, he persisted until this time. When he arrived at the temple, under the afterglow of the setting sun, he saw that there seemed to be a flash of seven-colored light between the brows of the stone statue head in the distance. Su Qing's eyes narrowed as he rapidly surveyed his surroundings. He then checked his hidden arrangements from before. After discovering that everything was fine, he jumped to the top of a temple and squatted down to observe again. After confirming that there was really no danger here, he headed straight for the stone statue's head. When he arrived, he saw a seven-colored stone growing in the crack between his brows. This stone should have been ordinary in the past, but in this mysterious temple, it had changed over time. Su Qing hurriedly took it down and quickly searched the entire temple cluster. He found 6 such stones. Looking at the stone in his hand, Su Qing let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally found one of the 2 items, the scar removal stone. After Su Qing carefully kept the 6 small stones, he cast a deep glance at the cluster of temples. After that, he bent down and bowed before quickly leaving, disappearing into the distant jungle. As he sped along, Su Qing's figure leaped up and down on the tree crowns. As the night fell and the roars of the ferocious beasts echoed, his pace didn't change. His speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow as he got closer and closer to the edge of the jungle. Not long later, when Su Qing jumped onto a tree trunk and wanted to borrow the momentum to move forward, the silt on the ground at the side suddenly exploded. A giant horned python suddenly rushed out and opened its mouth, wanting to devour him. Its body was even larger than what he had encountered back at the campsite. Faced with such a surprise attack, Su Qing's expression didn't change at all. He merely lifted his right hand and flicked out a finger, tapping on the head of the giant horned python that was trying to devour him. With a bang, the giant horned python couldn't endure it anymore. As soon as it let out a mournful roar, it abruptly stopped. Its tough skin was unable to block Su Qing's strength and its head was torn apart, its flesh crumbling. This collapse spread throughout his body in the blink of an eye until he turned into a ball of blood mist. Only his gallbladder remained unscathed as it fell from the blood mist. Su Qing then grabbed it and left. Just like this, at dawn, Su Qing walked out of the jungle and returned to the campsite. At the pitch-black campsite, there were very few lights at this time. As Su Qing walked, the happy mood that he had when he obtained the small stone also became gloomy as he got closer to his residence. His residence was also pitch-black. Only the dozen or so wild dogs lay on the ground and wagged their tails after sensing his return. After Su Qing entered the courtyard, he habitually glanced at Captain Lei's room and silently walked into the kitchen. He heated the leftover food from yesterday and swallowed it as though it was to fill his stomach. After he was done, he returned to his room and sighed softly. I wonder how Captain Lei is doing in the city. He should be doing very well. If I still can't find the Heaven Fate flower in the end, I'll save up some spirit coins and buy a spot too. Su Qing mumbled and closed his eyes, allowing himself to sink into cultivation. The next day, Su Qing went to class as usual. Tingyu returned to normal but the seat was still left for him. As for Chen Feiyuan, he had also resigned himself to fate and could only watch as Su Qing sat in his original seat. As the lesson ended, Ting Yu no longer spoke up to wipe his face. There was more understanding in her gaze. Su Qing felt this understanding. He lowered his head slightly and bid farewell to Grandmaster Bai. When he left the tent, Su Qing touched the small stone in his leather pouch and walked toward the general store where the little girl was at. However, before he could get close, he saw a group of strangers outside the general store from afar. Their clothes were very special. Their black robes were embroidered with blood-colored suns and a murderous and bloody aura was especially obvious on them. Chapter 51, I Breaking Fei Hong. Chapter 51, I Breaking Fei Hong. These black-robed men were all tall and muscular. Their black robes covered their entire bodies and their heads, making it impossible to see their appearances. However, the occasional cold gaze from within the black robe caused the hearts of the surrounding scavengers and desperados to tremble. The gazes of these black-robed men carried indifference to life. They didn't have the slightest hint of humanity in them, as though they were just machines used for killing. Even as they stood there, the heat of June was also dispersed by an invisible force, causing the atmosphere outside the general store to be extremely cold. As for their identities, the moment Su Qing arrived, he already knew from the whispers of the scavengers in the surroundings. It's the law enforcement team of the Litu sect. Litu sect. That's a bunch of lunatics. They rarely appear in scavenger camps. Why are they here this time? I heard they're here to find someone. They have already searched through all the cities and scavenger campsites in this area. As the sounds from the surroundings entered Su Qing's ears, his eyes slowly narrowed. With a flip of his hand, an iron stick appeared and he stared coldly at the general store. At the same time, 3 people walked out of the general store. 2 people were in front, one tall and one short. The tall man's figure was tall and straight, like a sharp sword that was stained with blood. His clothes were the exact opposite of the law enforcement team from the Litu sect. His robe was blood-colored and the sun pattern on it was black. At that moment, his head wasn't covered, revealing a head of black hair and a well-defined face. It was a youth. The instant he walked out, everyone from the black-clothed law enforcement team outside lowered their heads and knelt on one knee. Upon seeing this scene, Su Qing's eyes narrowed. The aura emitted by the other party made him feel as though he had encountered a powerful ferocious beast in the depths of the jungle. As for the shorter one beside the youth, it was the little girl. At that moment, an unprecedentedly happy smile appeared on her face as she forcefully grabbed the youth's hand. From his age, it seemed that the other party was her older brother. The coldness on the youth's body also became incomparably gentle when he lowered his head to look at the little girl. However, the sadness in his eyes that was difficult to melt was still very obvious. It was as though he was reminiscing about his loved ones who had passed away during the calamity. Behind them was the boss of the general store. He had a flattering look on his face as he carefully followed them and whispered. Looking at all of this, Su Qing silently put away the iron stick. He then touched the small stone in his leather pouch, feeling a little hesitant. At the same time, the little girl who walked out of the shop also saw Su Qing in the crowd. She hurriedly said a few words to the youth beside her. After that, when the youth's scrutinizing gaze landed on Su Qing, the little girl let go and ran toward him. The scavengers beside Su Qing instinctively retreated, allowing the little girl to successfully reach Su Qing and bid him farewell. My brother is here to pick me up. Brother kid, do you want to leave with me? During this farewell, the little girl looked at Su Qing with some anticipation. Su Qing shook his head. After receiving the answer, the little girl felt a little disappointed. She glanced at Su Qing before revealing a smile again. It's fine. When I grow up, we can still meet. Brother kid, I said that I would repay you for saving my life. I will definitely do it. I'm leaving with my brother. My brother is very good to me. He gives me whatever I want. Do you have a brother too? The little girl had a lot to say. As she spoke, the youth outside the general store called out to her. I'm leaving, brother kid. The little girl looked at Su Qing. During these 2 months at the campsite, the only person she was familiar with was the person in front of her. At that moment, she felt a little reluctant to part with him. Su Qing glanced at the little girl and took out a small 7-colored stone from his leather pouch, passing it to her. This stone can remove scars. I'm giving it to you. The little girl was stunned. She held the stone and looked at Su Qing, wanting to say something but hesitating. Her brother. Then called out again. In the end, the little girl cast a deep glance at Su Qing and held the seven-colored stone in her hand. She then returned to the youth's side and left amidst the crowd of black-robed people. On the way, she turned her head once and waved at Su Qing. Su Qing also waved his hand and watched as the little girl, who always had a happy smile on her face, walked away. He felt that it was right for her to leave this place. I wish you peace. After saying that, Su Qing turned and walked toward his residence. Life was the same as before. He silently cooked, ate, cleaned, meditated, and attended lessons. Time flowed by and 7 days passed like this. Su Qing had completely returned to his slum-like state. He also realized that Grandmaster Bai wouldn't be staying at the campsite for long. This was something that Su Qing had guessed after Grandmaster Bai's convoy had started organizing in the past 2 to 3 days. Grandmaster Bai had once told him that he came from Purple Earth. Su Qing had heard many people mention that it was the center of the Nanhuang continent. On that morning, when Su Qing arrived at Grandmaster Bai's tent, he didn't see any guards, nor did he see Chen Feiyuan or Tingyu. In the tent, there was only Grandmaster Bai. Su Qing already had an answer in his heart. During this lesson, Grandmaster Bai's lecture was very detailed. Su Qing listened attentively, but time still flowed quickly. Very soon, it was time for the lesson to end. Looking at the silent Su Qing, Grandmaster Bai sighed softly. I'm leaving. Before I leave, I'll impart to you some knowledge that will truly help you in your future life. Due to the restrictions of the oath, I can't tell you directly. Whether you can grasp it or not will depend on you. Grandmaster Bai cast a deep glance at Su Qing. Su Qing's eyes narrowed as he looked at Grandmaster Bai. The moment their gazes met, Grandmaster Bai's weak voice echoed in the tent. Kid, take the herbs I taught you on the 3rd day, the 7th day, the 11th day, the 15th day, the 17th day, and the 19th day and put them together in the ratio of 1 to 2 to 4, add the equivalent amount of 7-leaf grass, and you will be able to refine the white pills that countless people in this world need, which can be converted to spirit coins. The moment he said this, Su Qing's eyes widened and his breathing became hurried. At that moment, it wasn't like before when he didn't understand herbs. After almost 2 months of attending classes, he was very clear about the value of pill formulas in this world. That was an extremely precious resource in the hands of a large family or faction. This was especially so for the white pills that belonged to the category of basic hard currency. The value of the pill formula was so great that it was hard to describe. It couldn't be easily leaked. Now that he had grasped the method to make white pills, he didn't even need a high cultivation base. With this pill formula, he could live very well. This was a great kindness. Su Qing's body trembled slightly as he looked at Grandmaster Bai in front of him. He then looked at the white hair on Grandmaster Bai's temples and his gentle gaze. The scenes from the past 2 months surfaced in his mind. From eavesdropping outside the tent to listening to the lesson in the tent, the other party's earnest teachings caused the thousands of words in his heart to transform into deep gratitude and reluctance. Finally, he lowered his head and bowed deeply to the seemingly stern but amiable old man. Thank you, teacher. If it could be said that Captain Lei gave him the feeling of family, then this Grandmaster Bai in front of him was like a master, giving him an extremely important survival skill in this world. Grandmaster Bai looked at Su Qing's bow and a smile appeared on his face. He also noticed Su Qing's emotions and thus smiled. Kid, I'm treating you like this because you're good at learning and have a good comprehension ability. I loathe those people in this world who have set rules that they can't divulge their pill recipes. However, there are times when my identity gives me no choice. However, you're not the first person I've taught the Tao of alchemy and pill formulas to. I have traveled to the southern Phoenix and imparted many things to many people. The Tao of alchemy of our human race cannot decline because of the status barrier. Finally, between us, you have to know that the world is the guest house of all living beings. Time is a passerby from ancient times to now. As long as you don't die, we will meet again. I hope that the day I see you again will be the day you would have made use of your talent. Grandmaster Bai's words were filled with deep meaning, especially the last part. It was the most profound sentence Su Qing had heard in all these years. He firmly remembered it. On the same day, Grand Master Bai's convoy left. Before they left, Grand Master Bai left a thick herbal medicine book for Su Qing to self-study. Su Qing sent them all the way to the outside of the campsite and stared blankly at the departing convoy. He also saw Tingyu's figure in the convoy, constantly turning her head to look at him. In the dusk, they drifted further and further away. Under the setting sun, the youth's shadow was very long. He stood there for a very long time before slowly turning around and returning to the campsite. The campsite wouldn't be different because of the departure of a few people. There were no changes. It was still dirty. There were still all kinds of people from all walks of life. There were the shouts of old people, the cries of children, the laughter of burly men, and the low panting of women. Under the setting sun, the myriad of lives seemed to have transformed into a miniature version of the campsite. Su Qing walked among them but didn't return to his residence immediately. Instead, he unknowingly walked to the general store and looked at the new assistant who had taken over as the little girl. He then bought a bottle of wine. After Su Qing returned to his residence with the alcohol, he didn't eat that night. He looked at the empty room and sat there with his head lowered, staring at the alcohol flask. After a long while, he picked it up and took a big gulp. As the spiciness flowed down his throat and into his stomach, it exploded and spread throughout his body. Su Qing suddenly felt that this wine, which wasn't very delicious back then, seemed to have some flavor today. Hence, he took another sip. Another sip. In his slightly tipsy mind, the scenes from the past 6 years in the slums surfaced. The image of Captain Lei's figure walking into the city gate, Grand Master Bai's departing convoy, and the scene of the little girl walking far away appeared. The words the other party said before he left also surfaced. "Do you have a brother too?" "I also have an elder brother but I can't find him." Su Qing held the alcohol flask and leaned against the wall. He lifted his head and looked at the moon outside as he mumbled softly. Outside his room, the purple-robed old man and his servant stood there and listened quietly until the youth's murmur rang out from within the room. The world is the guest house of all living beings. Time is a passerby from ancient times until now. As long as I don't die, we will meet again. Chapter 52, An Accidental Blessing, 1. Chapter 52, An Accidental Blessing, 1. The stars couldn't be seen in the black sky and only wisps of dark clouds drifted past the bright moon. The wind was very strong but it didn't affect the flow of the moonlight. The bright moonlight poured down like flowing water. Some landed in the scavenger campsite, in the courtyard of Su Qing's residence and on the two figures in front of the door. Old Master Seventh, who was wearing a purple robe, stood there for a long time with his hands behind his back. Under the moonlight, his aged face was filled with contemplation. No one knew what he was thinking about. The servant beside him didn't want to disturb him, so he waited silently. As for the wild dogs in the surroundings, it was as though these two people didn't exist in their eyes and they couldn't sense them. Hence, they lay there without any abnormalities. The surroundings were very quiet. Only the laughter and screams from the outer ring area of the campsite echoed faintly. After those two sentences, the room fell into silence. Only the sound of breathing could be heard faintly. Time flowed by. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Old Master Seventh, who was standing at the door, sighed softly. He didn't push the door open but turned and walked out. "Give him a token." Old Master Seventh, who had walked to the courtyard gate, spoke in a low voice. "What color?" the servant asked. "The most ordinary one. Also, you don't have to say much to him." Old Master Seventh walked past the courtyard gate and gradually left. The servant's eyes narrowed as waves of emotions rose in his heart. During the time he had followed Old Master Seventh to the campsite, he had personally seen Old Master Seventh paying attention to that kid several times. After that, at Grand Master Bai's place, Old Master Seventh also went to greet him. All of this allowed him to know that this kid's opportunity had arrived. That was why he asked if he should give the other party a token last time. The token was the qualification to enter the Seven Blood Eyes. Only those who possessed the token could participate in the assessment. If they succeeded, they could enter the sect. As for the tokens, they were also divided into different colors. Purple was the highest, which meant that the new disciples were core disciples. Yellow was the middle, which meant that the new disciples were inner sect disciples. As for white, it was the most ordinary and the new disciples were just ordinary disciples. According to the servant's feelings, Old Master Seventh would at least give him a yellow token. However, it was only white, and he even emphasized that there was no need to say more. Such an abnormal scene made him have no choice but to ponder. His heart couldn't help but race a few times. There's only one answer. Old Master Seventh thinks very highly of this kid. Not only does he want to take him into the sect, but he also has the thought of taking him in as a disciple. So, he plans to inspect him. The first 3 princes all entered this way. Could it be that the 7th peak is going to have a 4th personal disciple? The servant was very clear about the importance of the word personal. It could be said that once one became the personal disciple of Old Master Seventh, this person would instantly attract the attention of various forces in the non-Huang continent. However, he felt that the possibility of this happening wasn't very high. After all, it had been a long time since Old Master Seventh took in a disciple. No matter what, he had to pay close attention to this kid. At the thought of this, the servant took a deep breath and collected his thoughts. He then slowly knocked on Su Qing's door. The instant the thumping sounds entered the room, the breathing sounds in the room instantly disappeared. At the next moment, the corners of the servant's mouth curled into a smile. His body then blurred and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the room. At the corner of the wall behind the room, there was a hole. It was very hidden and was covered by bricks. It seemed like it had been dug out for some time. At that moment, Su Qing's figure darted out rapidly. Just as he was about to take a detour to observe the person who knocked on the door, his body suddenly stopped when the servant appeared. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. His heart sank when he saw the figure who had suddenly appeared. The figure in front of him was a middle-aged man. He wore a gray robe and had an extremely ordinary face. The most eye-catching thing was the pentagonal pattern between his brows. This pattern was currently emitting a faint glow, and the surrounding moonlight was affected, causing it to distort. An even more intense sense of oppression followed. Su Qing's breathing became slightly hurried and he tightened his grip on the iron stick in his right hand. His left hand also grabbed a handful of poison powder without leaving a trace. The other party's appearance was too strange, and the oppression he felt from him far surpassed that of the older brother of the young girl he saw a few days ago. This was especially so when the other party's gaze caused all the flesh and blood in his body to tremble. It was as though he was shouting at himself, telling him that the person in front of him was extremely dangerous. This caused Su Qing's vigilance to reach the extreme. Also, the trembling of his flesh wasn't just a signal of danger. At the same time, it also told him that his body was prepared for all the next moves. Su Qing had already simulated the dangers he would encounter in his residence several times in his mind. The most dangerous situation in his simulation was something that could make the wild dogs not bark, and he didn't sense it at all. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes and attempted to slowly retreat. "I have no ill intentions." The servant smiled as he looked at the child in front of him who had metaphorically transformed into a wolf cub and could explode at any moment. Glancing at the hole in the wall behind Su Qing, he could guess that this should be the escape route the kid had prepared to prevent himself from encountering danger in his residence. To be able to make such preparations early on and not panic when encountering a sudden change but wait for an opportunity to resist. No wonder Old Master Seventh thinks highly of this kid. The scene of Su Qing cutting Horse 4's neck and killing Fat Mountain appeared in the servant's mind. A look of admiration appeared in his eyes as he took out a white token and tossed it toward Su Qing. Su Qing didn't catch it. He instantly leaped up and retreated. At the same time, he threw out a handful of poison powder. 2 cold daggers within the poison powder whistled toward the servant. Chapter 53, An Accidental Blessing, 2. Chapter 53, An Accidental Blessing, 2. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. However, at the next instant, Su Qing's eyes abruptly widened. He saw his dagger piercing through the body of the gray-robed man and pinning him to the wall behind him. However, it was as though the other party didn't have a physical body. There was no change at all. The poison powder was the same. It penetrated his body and splattered all over the ground. This scene caused Su Qing's nerves to instantly tense up. He paused for a moment and was about to continue retreating. At that moment, the gray-robed man laughed. His figure slowly disappeared from Su Qing's sight. First, it was his legs, then his body. When his head was about to disappear, his voice echoed. "Kid, Someone asked me to give you this token. It's an entry qualification for the 7 Blood Eyes. On the map on the back, you can use the token to teleport to any branch city once for free. After those words were spoken, the servant's figure completely vanished, as though he had never appeared. Su Qing, who was standing there, fell silent for a very long time as he watched everything. He could sense the strangeness of the other party and the helplessness of being weak. A long time later, Su Qing silently walked over and pulled out his dagger. He then lowered his head and looked at the token on the ground. The white token had its front facing up, and it was carved with complicated patterns. Under the moonlight, it seemed to be reflecting light, and it was filled with an ancient feeling. Su Qing fell silent and wore his gloves as he carefully picked it up to take a look. On the back of the token was a map. There were hundreds of bumps on it, indicating one city after another. 7 Blood Eyes, Su Qing mumbled. He had heard of the 7 Blood Eyes from Captain Lei and knew that they were one of the few great and ruthless forces in the non-Huang continent. Every year, countless people wanted to join their sect. However, the entry requirements for the 7 Blood Eyes were very strict. It wasn't something that could be casually entered. One needed an entry token. However, the distribution of this token was extremely rare. Su Qing didn't know why he had received it, nor did he know the gray-robed men or the authenticity of the token. However, after pondering for a while, he felt that with the other party's terrifying strength, there was no need for him to be fooled. Hence, there was a high chance that this token was real. Why are you giving it to me? Su Qing couldn't understand, but he noticed how the other party addressed him. The word kid had many meanings. There was a broad meaning and a special meaning. In this scavenger campsite, the term kid was a name that only belonged to Su Qing. To be able to call out his name at the scavenger campsite meant that the other party understood him very well. Moreover, the other party had mentioned in his words that someone had asked him to deliver the token. This meant that the gray-robed man had a companion, and this companion's status was much higher. Could it be Grandmaster Bai? Su Qing lowered his head and checked the token. After a while, he hesitantly kept it. At that moment, the sky was starting to brighten. Su Qing stuffed the bricks on the wall at the back of the house back to their original state and fed the wild dogs in the courtyard. Although these fellows were very useless, after raising them for a long time, feeding them had become a habit. Su Qing was about to head out for class when he saw over 10 wild dogs fighting to eat their food. However, he stopped after taking a few steps and sat silently in the courtyard. I'm also used to it, Su Qing mumbled. He sat there until the sky was bright. He then stood up and walked out of the courtyard, entering the campsite. He was very familiar with the campsite, but at that moment, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Cross and Luan Tooth hadn't returned for a long time as well. As Su Qing walked, he suddenly missed the lab in the canyon. Although that place was a forbidden zone that was filled with dangers, the longing in his heart was still very strong. At the same time, Su Qing also prepared to try concocting the white pills. Hence, he took a deep breath and was about to leave the campsite and head to the forbidden zone. However, before he could leave the campsite, someone shouted behind him. Kid, kid. The voice was somewhat familiar. Su Qing turned and saw a white-haired old man in a leather coat running toward him. This person was an old scavenger from the campsite. No one knew his exact name. Everyone called him Old Stone. He was also one of the 5 or 6 people Su Qing saved when he carried Captain Lei back. Later on, just like Bone Blade, he often came to Su Qing's place to buy insurance. Hey, kid, I took on a big job. Old Stone said excitedly. As he quickly explained, Su Qing understood. This old rock in front of him had used some unknown method during this period of time to successfully make the young men and women who had arrived a few days ago outside the campsite hire him as a guide to head to the cluster of temples in the Forbidden Zone's jungle. This time, he came to find him to buy insurance. As usual, 5 white pills. If I don't return in a week, I'll have to trouble you to come to the temple cluster to save me, Old Stone said with a smile. A week. Su Qing was a little surprised. That's right. This group of pampered people in the Purple Earth insisted on staying there for a week. However, the remuneration is very generous, so I decided to give it my all. After I finish this job, I plan to retire. Old Stone sighed. As an old scavenger, He was very clear that staying in the forbidden zone for a week would cause the risk and anomalous substances absorbed to increase exponentially. However, the reward was too much, enough for him to purchase the right to stay in a nearby city. Therefore, he wanted to risk it and prepared enough white pills. Su Qing frowned slightly. He wasn't prepared to continue taking on such matters, especially since he needed time to study the white pills. Hence, he was just about to reject Old Stone when he saw Old Stone's white hair and expectant expression. Su Qing couldn't help but think of Captain Lei. After a moment of silence, he nodded. This is the last time. With that, he accepted the white pills under Old Stone's gratitude and walked out of the campsite, heading straight for the Forbidden Zone. At that moment, the fog appeared in the Forbidden Zone, covering the area and spreading in all directions. Outside the range of the fog, near the Forbidden Zone's poison dragon pool, there was a scavenger hiding in a gap in a tree with a look of horror on his face. His body was trembling. Surrounding him were 4 figures. Their gazes were cold as they searched. There's fog. As long as I persist, the kid will definitely come and save me. The person hiding was none other than Bone Blade, who had bought insurance from Su Qing many times. There's fog. The instant he entered the jungle of the Forbidden Zone, Su Qing stopped in his tracks. He could feel his shadow distorting a little. He had encountered such a situation before. It was a sign that the fog had appeared in the Forbidden Zone. If one looked carefully, one could even see traces of very thin fog in the forest. Su Qing was a little hesitant, but after some thought, he still chose to enter the jungle. On one hand, he needed to go to the canyon lab. On the other hand, although the help from the shadow couldn't be sustained for too long, it was enough for him to head to the canyon. Moreover, when the fog appeared, it looked dangerous, but it was the same for mutated beasts. So to a certain extent, it was safer than before. However, the prerequisite was that he wouldn't get lost in the inner area and the anomalous substances wouldn't increase either. Hence, Su Qing sped up and shuttled through the jungle. 2 hours later, when the fog slowly grew thicker, Su Qing stopped in his tracks and arrived at the location where the night lizard's skin was located. He stood on a large tree at the side and tilted his head to look at the north. That's the area of the poison dragon pool. In the jungle of the Forbidden Zone, the scavengers had divided the terrain into several points and the poison dragon pool was one of them. Regarding this poison dragon pool, Su Qing had heard of it many times. Most of the time, it was what Bone Blade had said. This was because every time the other party bought insurance, the designated rescue area would be the poison dragon pool. Su Qing thought about it. Bone Blade had bought insurance too many times. He remembered that the other party had bought it once 2 days ago. Although it wasn't time yet, since the fog had appeared and he was nearby, he might as well go over and take a look. At the thought of this, Su Qing's body swayed and he leaped up from the tree crown, moving closer to the location of the poison dragon pool. As he got closer, Su Qing slowly narrowed his eyes. His expression revealed vigilance and his movements became increasingly concealed. He saw someone. The other party wore a black leather coat and had a sinister mask on his face. He held a long sword that emitted a cold light and was searching. His body emitted extraordinary spirit energy fluctuations, giving Su Qing the feeling that he had reached Fire Crow's level back then. Su Qing observed for a moment before he nimbly moved away. However, it wasn't long before he saw a second person dressed similarly. Their cultivation levels were similar, and this caused Su Qing to feel some doubt in his heart. He's not a scavenger. After Su Qing muttered to himself, he became even more cautious. After circling the perimeter of the poison dragon pool, he saw Bone Blade. Chapter 54, He Bought My Insurance. Chapter 54, He Bought My Insurance. At that moment, Bone Blade had lost all fighting abilities. His hands and feet were tied up and he had fainted. He was then carried on the shoulders of a tall and muscular man. Beside the burly dude was another person wearing a black leather coat. This person was an old man with a hunchback. Perhaps it was also because of this that he didn't wear a mask that concealed his identity. Under his messy gray hair was a face filled with wrinkles. His gaze was cold and he exuded a murderous aura. The fluctuations on his body were even more intense, surpassing that of Captain Lei and the Blood Shadow team captain back then. Clearly, he was at 70% of chi condensation. Su Qing had never seen such a cultivation among the scavengers in the campsite. Manager, This fog came at a very bad time. What should we do about the other meat treasures that have been marked? While Su Qing was observing from afar, the burly dude carrying the bone saber asked in a muffled voice. It's all this meat treasure's fault. He kept dodging and wasting time. The black-clothed old man coldly looked at the unconscious bone blade. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. Let the others come over. We'll go out first and wait for the fog to dissipate before we go look for those meat treasures. Boss is really too much. Couldn't he just capture them at the campsite? Why did he have to wait for them to enter the forbidden zone before letting us capture them? The burly dude grumbled unhappily. The old man at the side snorted coldly. What boss wants is a steady flow. It's not something that a pig brain like you can understand. If we capture people in the campsite, how will the campsite continue operating? When the burly dude heard this, he didn't think much of it, but he didn't refute it. He followed the old man's instructions and took out a whistle to blow. Very soon, the two men in black whom Su Qing saw earlier arrived swiftly. Su Qing didn't stop them, nor did he make a move. He squatted on the treetop in the distance and coldly watched everything. After confirming that there were indeed 4 people on the other side, Su Qing glanced at the unconscious Bone Blade when he saw that they were about to leave. If he hadn't seen this, or if Bone Blade hadn't bought insurance, or if it had happened outside the jungle, Su Qing wouldn't have bothered. He wasn't a saint and didn't have the energy to save others. However, he had his own principles. Since you bought my insurance, I have to ensure that you leave the forbidden zone. As for whether they lived or died after leaving, he didn't care. In the next instant, Su Qing's body rushed out. His speed was so fast that he left behind an afterimage on the spot. He was like an arrow that left the bow, heading straight for the burly dude with Bone Blade on his back. His previous hiding spot was too well hidden and his attacks were as quick as lightning. Therefore, the 3 men in black, including the burly dude, didn't notice him at all. Only the old man in black did. At that moment, his expression changed and he quickly turned around. He even raised his right hand and in an instant, numerous ice blades rapidly condensed and shot into the air. However, it was still too late. The ice blade missed and Su Qing had already arrived beside the burly dude. As the wind blew wildly, his long hair fluttered in the wind. The sharpness in his eyes and the cold gleam of the dagger in his hand clashed together, revealing his killing intent. The saber slashed across the burly dude's throat with such great force that the 5th level of his chi condensation didn't have the slightest chance to resist or react. He didn't even have the time to scream before his head flew off. Blood splattered everywhere. At that moment, Bone Blade fell to the ground. Su Qing grabbed onto his clothes and with a few steps, he appeared in the distance. After throwing Bone Blade to the side, Su Qing turned and stared coldly at the other 3 like a hunter. At that moment, the burly dude's dazed head, his corpse and the old man's empty ice blade landed on the ground at the same time. The surroundings instantly fell silent. The shock caused by this scene was extremely great, causing the black-robed old man and his 2 companions to feel their hearts pounding. All of them looked at Su Qing in unison. Kid. One of the 2 men in black behind the old man widened his eyes when he saw Su Qing and blurted out. Shut up. The old man in black in front immediately growled. The man in black also realized that he had misspoken and stopped talking. Su Qing cast a deep glance at the 3 of them. That sentence had already exposed everything. Kid, this matter has nothing to do with you. Scram immediately. I can treat it as though you never appeared. The black-robed old man's expression was gloomy as he stared fixedly at Su Qing. He didn't bother hiding it and spoke slowly. At that moment, a gust of wind blew over. When it passed by Su Qing's location, it scattered some of his remnant sea water and blew it over to where the old man and the other 2 were. The wind stirred up the leaves on the ground and caused them to rustle. It was as though the fog had grown thicker in the wind. Su Qing fell silent and didn't speak. Bone Blade had long regained consciousness, but he had been pretending to be unconscious. Now that he heard the old man's words, he grew anxious. He was worried that Su Qing wouldn't continue to save him, so he hurriedly opened his eyes. He felt that only by pulling Su Qing to the point where he had to fight to the death would it be safe. There was only one way to do this. Hence, he shouted. Kid, don't listen to him. They are the camp leader's men. Over the years, many of the scavengers who went missing from the campsite were secretly captured by them and sold to the merchant group as treasure nurturers. This is the camp leader's greatest secret. His words caused the old man in black to narrow his eyes. He stared at Su Qing and spoke again. I'm giving you one last chance. Don't be a busybody. Su Qing ignored Bone Blade's words. The cause and effect of this matter had nothing to do with him. His thoughts were very simple and direct. After buying my insurance, I will ensure that you leave the Forbidden Zone. As for your life and death after leaving, it has nothing to do with me. He bought my insurance, Su Qing said seriously. The black-clothed old man's expression turned even colder. However, in the next instant, the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile as he abruptly raised his hands. Immediately, a gigantic red halo appeared beneath his feet. Waves of cold wind suddenly rose into the air from within the ring, as though it had transformed into a tornado. Its aura was extraordinary. Kid, your experience is still too shallow. You actually gave me time to cast a spell. In that case, you can die. The old man let out a low roar and his hands trembled fiercely. Immediately, the wind rings around him became even more majestic and countless blood-colored ice blades rapidly formed. At the same time, the two men in black beside him also let out a sinister laugh as they charged at Su Qing from both sides. Bone Blade's gaze was filled with despair. Only Su Qing's expression was very calm from the start to the end. When the two figures from the left and right approached and the ice blade storm was about to erupt around the black-clothed old man, he spoke softly. I have to thank you too. Almost at the instant Su Qing spoke, the two men in black who were rushing toward him suddenly stopped in their tracks. Their expressions instantly turned ashen and their eyes widened in horror. Streams of black-colored blood actually flowed out of their 7 orifices. It was as though their bodies were poisoned and they couldn't even breathe. The two of them were horrified to the extreme and instinctively wanted to escape. However, after taking a few steps back, the two of them spat out a large mouthful of black blood. Their bodies lost all their strength and they stumbled to the ground. Their bodies twitched violently and their expressions were filled with extreme pain. It was as though they were enduring torture from the human world. They let out a shrill and shocking cry of agony and died abruptly in the next moment. This scene caused Bone Blade to be overwhelmed with horror. The mind of the black-clothed old man who was casting the spell also rumbled and the storm that was maintained in the surroundings became unstable. At that moment, black blood flowed out of his eyes. The old man's expression changed drastically. Unable to maintain the stability of the spell, he abruptly pushed it out, causing the ice blade to erupt in advance. However, due to the fluctuations in his mind, although the explosive power was great, there was a deviation in the area covered. Su Qing's body swayed as he grabbed Bone Blade and easily dodged the attack. He then looked at the black-clothed old man who was rapidly retreating and wanted to escape. Seeing the other party continuously taking out medicinal pills and swallowing them as he retreated, Su Qing didn't stop him. Instead, he mumbled softly amidst Bone Blade's terror. 1, 2, 3. The instant the word 3 left his mouth, the black-clothed old man coughed out a large mouthful of black blood. There were even rotting pieces of internal organs in it. His body staggered but he didn't fall to the ground. Although his face was pale, he seemed to still have some strength left and was about to flee quickly. When Su Qing saw this scene, he frowned. His body instantly rushed out and directly caught up to the old man. Under the despair on the other party's face, he threw a punch at his chest. A malevolent-looking shadow instantly appeared on his fist. He then silently laughed sinisterly and pounced toward the old man. Boom. The old man's body trembled and the clothes on his chest instantly shattered into ashes. His heart collapsed and he died. His corpse fell to the ground and the flesh on his chest caved in, forming a ghastly face. It was a shocking sight. In theory, the 7 types of poison powder that were spread through the wind should be used in a mixture. One would die after being poisoned for a few breaths. Why is he still able to persist? It seems like I still need to improve. Su Qing mumbled and ignored Bone Blade who was scared silly. He began to organize the spoils and finally took out the corpse-destroying powder, scattering it on the 3 corpses. As sizzling sounds rang out in the silent jungle, the 3 corpses turned into blood. After doing this, Su Qing looked at Bone Blade. Bone Blade was so frightened by Su Qing's attack that his body and mind were trembling. In his eyes, the figure of the youth before him seemed to have become the most terrifying existence in this world. Hence, when Su Qing's gaze swept over him, he immediately shivered. Amidst his shivering, he felt that it was somewhat difficult to breathe. The skin on his hands also turned green. This scene almost caused him to break down. Fellow Taoist kid, I was poisoned too. In this area with wind, all will be poisoned. Su Qing calmly said. Antidote, give me the antidote. Bone Blade was anxious. He felt a piercing pain all over his body. There's no antidote for my poison. Su Qing lifted his head and looked at the approaching fog. Amidst Bone Blade's despair, he calmly spoke again. I came to save you because you bought insurance, but this isn't something you can rely on to play tricks. Fellow Taoist kid, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. My body is starting to hurt. Look, I'm bruised. Bone Blade trembled and he saw that his hands were turning increasingly greenish-black. The scene of the two men in black bleeding from their 7 orifices and dying tragically surfaced in his mind, and the terror in his heart reached its peak. Su Qing coldly glanced at him. With a wave of his right hand, a packet of medicinal powder was thrown over. Bone Blade hurriedly caught it and directly poured it into his mouth. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to neutralize the poison if he ate too little. Very soon, the green color on his body dissipated, but his face began to swell. What did you feed me? My swollen mouth feels a little numb. Bone Blade felt that his face was very swollen and he couldn't speak properly. He looked at Su Qing blankly. Su Qing glanced at. Chapter 55, Life on the Left, Death on the Right, 1. Chapter 55, Life on the Left, Death on the Right, 1. Also poison. Bone Blade's eyes widened in despair. He wanted to say something, but at the next moment, he felt his head spinning and he fainted. At this moment, the fog also enveloped them, engulfing Su Qing and Bone Blade's figures. 4 hours later, at the edge of the jungle in the Forbidden Zone, at a crossroad, Bone Blade felt a sharp pain in his body. He woke up and opened his eyes. The instant he opened his eyes, he looked around blankly. However, he quickly jumped up nervously. After confirming that the place he was at wasn't dangerous and that he didn't see Su Qing's figure, he heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also discovered that the swelling on his face had subsided and there weren't many changes to his body before he was poisoned. I'm not dead. Bone Blade's heart pounded rapidly as the feeling of surviving a calamity was extremely intense. At the same time, he also noticed a piece of bamboo beside him with a line of words carved on it. The insurance has been used. Looking at these 4 words, Bone Blade felt complex emotions in his heart. He also felt a little ashamed of his little trick earlier. After a while, he sighed softly and bowed deeply toward the depths of the jungle. As he muttered, he turned and looked in 2 directions ahead. The one on the right was the path he had to take to return to the campsite, and the one on the left was the path he had to take to leave the campsite and enter Songtao City. He stood there and didn't sense anyone around him. Hence, he fell silent for a long time. The camp leader is from the Diamond Sect. Their sphere of influence covers all the nearby cities. Even if I escape into Songtao City, I'm afraid I won't be able to avoid the camp leader's anger, especially since his men are all dead. Bone Blade struggled. He knew that there was a way for him to have a chance to survive, and that was to go to the campsite and snitch on the matter of the kid killing the camp leader's subordinates. From there, he could throw everything onto the kid. With this, he should be able to survive. However, doing this went against his conscience. After all, the kid saved him. However, after pondering for a moment, the struggle in his heart turned into determination. In this chaotic world, surviving is the most important thing. I can't care about others anymore. Thinking of this, he suppressed the guilt in his heart. With a sway of his body, he sped in the direction of the campsite. However, the instant his body stepped into the direction of the campsite, a cold beam of light whistled over at an astonishing speed from behind him, instantly penetrating his head. With a bang, Bone Blade's entire body trembled and blood splattered everywhere. His eyes were wide open as he fell to the ground and twitched a few times. In his eyes, the world was covered by an approaching figure. It slowly turned pitch black until it became eternal. He breathed his last and died. Suqing stood in front of Bone Blade's corpse and silently took out the iron stick. Suqing had a deep understanding of human nature. Hence, he didn't leave but gave Bone Blade a choice. Life was on his left. Death was on his right. Bone Blade chose the right. Suqing was expressionless. He took out the corpse-destroying powder and scattered it on the ground. As the Bone Blade's corpse melted, Suqing calmly turned around and sped into the depths. As for the camp leader's matter, he couldn't be bothered to participate. At that moment, he was speeding through the jungle. Although there was fog here, it didn't affect him too much. Hence, at dusk, Suqing had already passed through the fog and arrived at the lab in the canyon. Almost at the same time he entered, a weak wolf howl echoed out. Suqing didn't mind it. He first observed cautiously to make sure that there were no traces of tempering in the small arrangement he had left behind before he left. Only then did he push open the door of the lab and step in. The lab wasn't big and didn't have a bed to rest on. Only the surroundings were filled with small wooden grids, and in each of the grids were different medicinal herbs and poison glands. Some of these medicinal herbs and poison glands had already been treated, while some remained intact. There were quite a lot of them, and there were hundreds of them densely packed together. Suqing's gaze swept over and waves of satisfaction rose in his heart. These were what he had gathered in this forbidden zone ever since he started learning from Grandmaster Bai. Most of them came from the outer edges of the forbidden zone, and a small portion came from the depths. There were a lot of poisons and very few medicinal herbs inside. Suqing first checked before he sat on the ground with a pondering look in his eyes. Although the white pill formula that Grandmaster Bai gave him was hidden in his daily lessons, Suqing had the habit of taking notes and had a good memory. Hence, he had sorted them out long ago. It was just that he didn't have all the medicinal herbs needed to refine white pills. Therefore, there's no way to refine it completely according to the pill formula. However, I should be able to replace or concoct it with other medicinal herbs based on their medicinal properties. Suqing mumbled. He didn't know if this method would be useful, but even if he failed, he could still increase his experience in concocting. At the thought of this, Suqing waved his right hand and 7 to 8 types of medicinal herbs instantly flew out from different compartments and landed in front of him. After taking a closer look, Suqing thought about it and left the lab to head to the backyard. Other than all sorts of colorful flowers, there was also a small piece of soil field that had been planted with many medicinal herbs. These were all plants that had a time limit and couldn't be left behind for too long. After Suqing moved them here, they eventually became a small medicinal field. At that moment, as Suqing walked closer to the small medicinal field, the wolf howls not far away became even clearer. Suqing's expression remained the same and he didn't bother with them. He plucked 3 types of medicinal herbs from the medicinal field and turned to leave. After returning to the pharmacy, he took out a stone basin and started mixing according to the knowledge he had learned. Regardless of whether it was plucking the leaves, extracting the juice, or flicking out the pollen, he did it very carefully. He strove to make sure that he didn't miss a single detail as he continued to mix. The medicinal liquid in the stone basin slowly turned pitch black. Chapter 56, Life on the Left, Death on the Right, 2. Chapter 56, Life on the Left, Death on the Right, 2. I'm missing 5 types of medicinal herbs. Suqing looked at the small cubicles around him. After thinking about it, he took out some more and tried to concoct a satisfactory effect with the help of the yin-yang extreme art. However, it was obvious that this kind of things was very difficult. Hence, it was only when the night had passed and the sky was bright outside did he manage to barely match the medicinal herbs he needed. Looking at the black mucus in the stone basin, Suqing frowned. This was different from what he had imagined the white pills to be. However, since he had already done this, he couldn't give up. Hence, Suqing gritted his teeth and took out a large bunch of 7-leaf grass, mixing them according to the ratio. At the next moment, the medicinal liquid in the stone basin directly boiled and its color showed signs of changing. However, this change only lasted for 3 breaths of time before it stopped. When he looked over, the medicinal liquid in the stone basin was no longer pitch black but brown. Suqing hesitated. He touched the purple crystal on his chest and considered the fact that his antibodies against poison were very strong. Hence, he felt a little more at ease. He then lifted his hand and carefully dipped it into the stone basin. After that, he grabbed some medicinal paste and kneaded it into the shape of a pill before bringing it to his nose to sniff. A stench spread out, causing Su Qing to be a little afraid to eat it. Can it be eaten? Su Qing's expression was a little conflicted. After pondering for a while, he took the medicinal pills and walked out to the medicinal field. As soon as he got close, the wolf howls rang out once again. Su Qing didn't stop walking. He passed through the medicinal field and headed straight for the source of the wolf howls. Very soon, among the weeds at the back of the medicinal field, a large cage made of iron vines and wood appeared in front of Su Qing. In the cage, a skinny black-scaled wolf lay there weakly. After seeing Su Qing, it immediately stood up, revealing its teeth as it let out a low growl. However, the terror in its eyes already showed its fear of Su Qing. This black-scaled wolf was something Su Qing had encountered when he was picking herbs in the depths of the jungle. At that time, the other party wanted to launch a sneak attack on him, but he didn't manage to kill it after capturing it. Hence, he locked it up here and used it as a medicine-testing beast. Upon noticing the black-colored pill in Su Qing's hand, the black-scaled wolf immediately trembled and retreated repeatedly. However, it was still too late. Su Qing's left hand reached into the cage and grabbed the black-scaled wolf's neck. As it struggled, he forcefully dragged it in front of him. Su Qing was expressionless as he stared coldly at the trembling black-scaled wolf. His right hand then took out the medicinal pill he had refined and placed it beside its mouth. The black-scaled wolf trembled even more. In the end, it submitted to the threat of death and obediently ate it. A long time later, the black-scaled wolf's entire body emitted black smoke and it started vomiting. A large bump then appeared on its head and very soon, it shattered with a bang. Its body then went limp and it lay there panting. Su Qing frowned and threw a few pieces of meat in. He then turned and returned to the lab, sitting there and thinking hard. How can it be ineffective? There are some problems with the final effects of the medicine. This isn't dissolving the anomalous substances but exploding them. A moment later, Su Qing felt that it should be because he lacked a primer. He needed a medicinal primer to purify the effects of these medicinal liquids. As for the primer, it can be mixed from snake venom. With a wave of Su Qing's hand, 3 different poison glands flew over. After he squeezed out the poison, the medicinal liquid in the stone basin immediately emitted a sizzling sound and green smoke. This smoke contained lethal poison. When Su Qing saw this, he immediately lifted his right hand and waved it, stirring up a gust of wind to disperse the poisonous fog outside the room. He then placed the medicine basin at the side and waited for it to ferment. While waiting, Su Qing sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate the mountains and seas art. When the sky gradually darkened, Su Qing opened his eyes and checked the medicinal liquid that was becoming increasingly viscous after fermentation. He then took out some and rubbed them before heading to the black-scaled wolf. A moment later, amidst a series of loud bangs, Su Qing returned gloomily. He sat there and continued to ponder. He even took out the completed white pill and melted it before studying it bit by bit. Just like that, 6 days passed quickly. During these 6 days, Su Qing seemed to have forgotten everything that happened outside and was immersed in the development of the white pills. He had used up more than half of the medicinal herbs in the small compartment in the lab and the medicinal field was almost empty. He had also improved the white pill liquid he refined more than 10 times. As for the black-scaled wolf, after the last test, the anomalous substances in the other party's body instantly reached their limits. It even caused the anomalous substances in the surrounding spirit energy to gather and instantly turned into blood mist that collapsed. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Qing's shadow could absorb anomalous substances, the convergence of anomalous substances back then might have invaded his entire body. That scene made Su Qing feel a little discouraged. However, he knew that the white pills weren't that easy to refine, especially since he didn't have all the medicinal herbs he needed to concoct them. This made it even more difficult. Even so, his experience in mixing still increased. At the same time, out of the 10 or so modifications, although the last one couldn't be considered a success, it still had some effect. However, this effect was the complete opposite of the white pills. The white pill dissolved anomalous substances and the last pill Su Qing improved was to rapidly attract anomalous substances over. At that moment, he lowered his head and looked at the stone basin in front of him. There was a layer of green membrane on the surface of the basin. It was formed from the melting of the 7-leaf grass. Under this membrane was an incomparably pitch-black medicinal liquid. The reason why the diaphragm was used was because once the diaphragm disappeared, the medicinal liquid wouldn't even need to be swallowed before it would automatically attract a dense concentration of anomalous substances. This was half of the reason why that black-scaled wolf died. Su Qing sighed and rubbed the space between his brows. Only after he sensed the fluctuations in his cultivation did the feeling of defeat dissipate. Although the medicinal pills didn't go smoothly, his cultivation base had grown very quickly during this period of cultivation. Now, he had reached the perfected 5th level of the mountains and seas art. I should be able to break through to the 6th level tonight. Su Qing took a deep breath and put the matter of the medicinal pills aside. His eyes revealed anticipation as he focused all his efforts on breaking through his cultivation. In this chaotic world, the stronger one was, the greater the chance of survival. That night, when the bright moon hung high up in the sky, a loud boom rang out from Su Qing's body. This time, the sound was much louder than before. Su Qing, who originally thought that there was no filth in his body, once again released a large number of impurities. An unprecedented sense of transparency filled Su Qing's body. At the same time, a faint roar rang out from behind him. The shadow that would only appear when he punched out previously also appeared behind him at this moment. Its body grew larger and its viciousness grew stronger. In fact, it no longer had a single leg but a pair of legs. This was especially so for the Shao shadow that appeared with a horn on its head. This wasn't Shao, but an embryonic Kuei. The instant it appeared, the soundless roars of embryonic Kuei spread in all directions, causing the cries of many mutated beasts in the dark jungle to come to an abrupt halt. Su Qing slowly opened his eyes and the purple light instantly illuminated the entire lab like a bolt of purple lightning. As the purple light filled the air and the roars of the young Kuei behind him rang out, the expressionless Su Qing sitting there actually gave off an unprecedented sense of oppression. A long time later, as the purple light in his eyes disappeared and the shadow behind him disappeared, Su Qing mumbled. 6th level of Mountains and Seas Art. Chapter 57, Eternal Darkness. Chapter 57, Eternal Darkness. The Mountains and Seas art was originally a very ordinary cultivation art and the degree of separation of anomalous substances was also very ordinary. There were many cultivation arts like this in the non-Huang continent. Most of them were cultivated by small families and small forces. Even if one cultivated it to the great circle of perfection, their combat strength wouldn't be very high. The content would often be exaggerated. For example, if a Shao could move a mountain, then Kuei could move the sea. This sentence was a typical exaggeration. However, when it came to Su Qing, the mountains and seas art erupted with unprecedented might. Even the creator of this cultivation art might not have reached this level before. When he was at the 5th level, his shadow was comparable to the 6th or 7th level of those who cultivated the mountains and seas art. Now that he was at the 6th level, it directly formed a Kuei shadow. Although it was only a fledgling, its might had far surpassed that of a Shao. One could imagine that when Su Qing's mountains and seas art reached the 7th level, his shadow would probably undergo a complete transformation. At that time, the mountains and seas art would be the end for all cultivators. However, he still had a long way to go. According to the description of the mountains and seas art, only by reaching the 10th level can one form the Kuei shadow. After reaching the great circle of perfection, the shadow will transform into an adult. Su Qing sat in the lab as a strange glint appeared in his eyes. According to my development, the 7th level should be able to transform into an adult. What about the 8th level? What about the 9th level, the 10th level, and even the perfected stage? Su Qing's anticipation was intense. He lowered his head and looked at his body. This time, he didn't need to test his speed and strength. He could clearly sense that the aura in his body now far surpassed the aura he had at the 5th level. The strength of this force surprised even him. His speed was the same. Su Qing had a feeling that if he were to sprint at full speed, the wind would become his only obstacle. He didn't know what level he was at now at the campsite. However, he was very clear that he could kill 2 7th-level Qi condensation cultivators like the old men in black a few days ago. A long time later, Su Qing drew in a deep breath and lowered his head to look at the ground around him. At this moment, it was night outside and the room was pitch black. However, he could still faintly sense the shadow's existence. His breakthrough seemed to have affected the shadow as well, causing it to absorb even more anomalous substances. The connection between the shadow and him became even closer and more subtle. In the silence, Suqing stared at the ground. Time slowly flowed by and the sky outside gradually brightened. As the sunlight streamed in, a blurry shadow appeared beside Suqing in this simple pharmacy, becoming increasingly clear. The instant it appeared, Suqing's eyes narrowed. He had been waiting for this moment. As his thoughts traveled, he could see his shadow contorting slightly. Gradually, the shadow's right hand slowly lifted. Suqing's breathing grew heavier as he stared at the shadow. He controlled the shadow's hand to move on the ground. When it reached the darkness, the shadow merged into the darkness and disappeared. However, Suqing's expression was calm. He could sense that the shadow still existed. This lasted until the hand he used to control the shadow reached the small compartment and slowly crawled over, grabbing a medicinal herb. The instant the shadow grabbed the medicinal herb, the anomalous substances on the herb instantly thickened and turned greenish-black. At that moment, Suqing's control had also reached its limit. As his head rang out, the part of the shadow that extended out was instantly retracted and returned to its original state. After a long time, Suqing lifted his head. His eyes were a little bloodshot and he had a splitting headache. He immediately closed his eyes and regulated his breathing. 2 hours later, Suqing opened his eyes and the throbbing pain in his head was gone. I still can't control it flexibly. Suqing cast a deep glance at the shadow and retracted his thoughts. He wasn't in a hurry. At this rate, sooner or later, he would be able to completely control it. At that time, the shadow would become his most secret trump card. At this moment, he rested a little. Suqing then lifted his hand and grabbed it. Immediately, that mutated herb flew over. After it landed in his hand, Suqing lowered his head and observed it carefully. It's exactly the same as the herbs in the medicine shop when the gods tainted it and opened it. So, the shadow's ability is to infiltrate anomalous substances into objects. Suqing mumbled and attempted to control the shadow again. Just like this, time flowed by. 4 hours later, Suqing had a rough understanding of the shadow's abilities. The other party couldn't release anomalous substances to invade and cover things at any time. Only under his control would the objects he touched mutate. This characteristic was unexpected and possessed astonishing lethality. However, Suqing was still on guard against the shadows. At this moment, he looked at the place where the purple crystal was buried in his chest. Suqing could sense that this purple crystal could restrict and suppress shadows. After a long time, Suqing retracted his gaze and put down the medicinal herbs in his hand. He then glanced at the small cubicles in the surroundings. Right now, less than 10% of the medicinal herbs were left, and all of them were now piled up in the stone basin. Glancing at the stone basin, Suqing sighed. He couldn't bear to throw it away. After some thought, he felt that this black-colored medicinal liquid was also a type of weapon if used well. Hence, after some thought, he kneaded the medicinal liquid in the stone basin into pills one by one. He then applied a layer of 7-leaf grass juice on the surface to form a membrane. In the end, he produced dozens of pills with pitch-black inner quality and a green exterior. Let's call it black pills then. Suqing kept them and walked out of the lab. He was prepared to head out and collect some medicinal herbs. At the same time, he had to think of a way to capture a black-scaled wolf. During this period of time, he had used the black-scaled wolf as a medicine-testing beast, so Suqing was very familiar with using it. After leaving the canyon, he headed straight for the cluster of temples. He arrived very quickly but didn't stop as he sped deeper into the forbidden zone. There were more herbs in the depths than the ones outside. Also, Suqing had explored the depths more than once or twice. Although he didn't cover a large area, he gained quite a lot each time. At the same time, not long after Suqing stepped into the depths of the forbidden zone, a group of people slowly explored the area at the edge of the forbidden zone. There were over 100 people in this group. There were men and women among them, and there were even a large number of guards surrounding them. There were even 5 to 6 middle-aged men with very powerful auras who were vigilant of their surroundings. The ones they were guarding were none other than the young men and women who had once been stationed outside the campsite. Their arrival was like they were having fun. One couldn't see the nervousness on their faces at all, and their laughter continued to ring out. As for their guide, it was Old Stone. However, at this moment, his face was filled with helplessness. From time to time, he would glance at those young men and women. Looking at their relaxed appearances, he sighed in his heart. This is the Forbidden Zone. Old Stone wanted to say something but hesitated. He knew that no one would listen to him. These people who had always lived in the city thought that they knew how dangerous the Forbidden Zone was, but in reality, they were far inferior to scavengers in understanding how terrifying the Forbidden Zone was. The former knew about the danger through books and conversations, but the latter experienced the danger personally. I hope the journey will be smooth and there won't be any changes. After completing this mission, I'll retire and won't come to the Forbidden Zone anymore, Old Stone muttered in his heart as he proceeded cautiously. No one noticed that among this group of youths, there was a beautiful young girl with long black hair wearing a green dress. As she chatted and laughed with the blue-clothed youth who was trying to curry favor with her, her right hand subtly scattered some medicinal powder. As the wind blew, the medicinal powder became colorless and odorless before dissipating. It was like some sort of primer that gradually caused some changes to occur in the depths of the Forbidden Zone. Su Qing soon sensed this change. At that moment, he, who was moving carefully in the depths of the Forbidden Zone, clearly felt that there were much fewer mutated beasts in the Forbidden Zone today. He even saw a lizard whose aura was comparable to the 6th or 7th level of Qi condensation and who was usually extremely aggressive, lying in the mud and hiding. Even when Su Qing got close, it didn't attack. It seemed to be afraid of the outside world. This caused Su Qing to be extremely vigilant as he surveyed the Forbidden Zone's jungle. An uneasy feeling rose in his heart. Hence, after picking some medicinal herbs, Su Qing prepared to leave. However, just as he was about to retreat, a cold aura erupted from the depths of the jungle. This aura instantly spread out, causing the surrounding trees to be frozen. Su Qing's eyes narrowed and he abruptly dodged. He then lifted his head and saw numerous translucent jellyfish flying out from the depths of the Forbidden Zone. Among these jellyfish, there were 6 with huge bodies and hundreds of small jellyfish followed behind them. They majestically flew toward the temple group. It was as though something in that direction was strongly attracting them. The instant he saw these jellyfish, Su Qing's existence also attracted the attention of the group of jellyfish in the sky. One of the large jellyfish paused in midair. When it turned to face Su Qing, half of the densely packed eyes on its tentacles suddenly opened. At this instant, a sense of danger erupted from Su Qing's heart. He could feel all the flesh and blood in his body trembling at this instant. Behind him, the Kuei shadow suddenly appeared and let out a soundless roar toward the jellyfish in the sky. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. At that moment, he was no longer at the 3rd level of Qi condensation. Facing the pressure of this jellyfish, he had no strength to resist. Right now, as the Qi and blood in his body swelled, the jellyfish that was looking at him seemed to hesitate as the shadow behind him roared. Maybe it was because the attraction from the direction of the temple cluster was greater, or maybe it felt that Su Qing was not a threat. It hesitated for a moment before turning around and drifting away. After the jellyfish left, Su Qing also heaved a sigh of relief. He looked around the Forbidden Zone and felt that the place today was too strange. Hence, his body flickered and he quickly left. Is the place they're heading to the temple cluster? Or is it further away from the temple cluster? I hope it's not the temple cluster and that they're just passing by. Otherwise, I'll have to take a detour. On the way, a look of contemplation appeared in Su Qing's eyes, but his speed didn't decrease. He transformed into a long trail that shuttled through the jungle. Time slowly passed. 2 hours later, following the rumbling sounds in the distance, Su Qing leaped up and landed on the tree crown, looking at the cluster of temples in the distance. This place was still an hour away from the temple cluster, so he could see the general outline of the temple cluster from afar. The instant he looked over, Su Qing's expression darkened. The scene he was worried about had appeared. At this moment, the group of jellyfish was in the air above the temple cluster. There seemed to be someone fighting against them and the rumbling sounds were faintly discernible. The distance was too far, so Su Qing couldn't see the appearance of the person fighting. Hence, after pondering, he carefully approached. At the same time, within the cluster of temples, Old Stone's body trembled and his lips trembled as he looked around in despair. There were a large number of corpses around him. They were the followers and guards brought by the youths. As for those young men and women, they were no longer as carefree as before. All of them had pale faces and injuries. Amidst their sorry states, there was fear. The remaining guards and followers protected them as they moved out while fighting a bloody battle. The ones attacking them crazily were none other than the hundreds of small jellyfish. In the sky, the ones fighting against the 5 to 6 large jellyfish were the 5 middle-aged cultivators with powerful auras whom the young man and woman had brought with them. How could this be? How could this be? It was clearly fine earlier. Old Stone trembled as he followed the panicked movements of the youths. However, he was old, and after taking a few steps, a small jellyfish passed through the guards and pounced on him. He didn't have time to dodge. In the next instant, the jellyfish floated past Old Stone and swallowed his heart, heading straight for the youths. Old Stone's body collapsed, twitching uncontrollably. Fresh blood flowed down his chest and filled the surroundings of Old Stone. Blood also flowed out of his mouth uncontrollably as if it was quicksand engulfing him. He muttered the last sentence of his life in his heart. The qualifications to enter the city. I can't buy them anymore. Old Stone opened his eyes and his aura dissipated. He didn't move at all. Everything in front of him became eternal darkness. Chapter 58, Unexpected Meeting. Chapter 58, Unexpected Meeting. Corpses were everywhere in the temple complex. There were guards, followers, and a few corpses who had an understanding of the dangers in the Forbidden Zone. The corpses of the youths retained the terror they had when they were alive as they stared blankly at the sky. Other than that, there were dead jellyfish. It was different from humans. After the jellyfish died, it would turn into a gray mud-like object that emitted waves of stench. It was completely different from the colorful scene when it was alive. At the same time, it emitted an extremely dense anomalous substance that invaded the surroundings and corroded everything. This sudden calamity was still ongoing. As the young men and women retreated in panic, the swarm of jellyfish howled as they pursued them. At the periphery of this jungle forbidden zone, slaughter and death continued to play out. When Su Qing arrived at the temple cluster, it was already 2 hours later. As he walked through the cluster of temples, Su Qing looked at the corpses strewn all over the ground. His expression didn't change much. He had seen too many corpses. When he passed by the corpses of guards and followers, Su Qing kept some of the dead jellyfish and prepared to head back to study them. As for the items on these corpses, almost all of them were invaded by the dense anomalous substances formed after the jellyfish died. They were no longer usable. This continued until Su Qing arrived beside a corpse. His footsteps then stopped. This was the corpse of an old man. There was a large hole in his chest and the blood that flowed out had already dried up. Within his dull eyes that were wide open, there seemed to be regret from when he was alive. Looking at this corpse, Su Qing sighed softly. He wasn't a god, so even if the other party had bought his insurance, he couldn't guarantee his safety completely, especially when the fog hadn't appeared. After a moment of silence, Su Qing squatted down and covered Old Stone's open eyes before burying him. There was no steel. Captain Lei had said before that scavengers didn't have any relatives when they were alive, so there was no need for them to pay their respects. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. This was the life of a scavenger. When they were alive, they would struggle in the world. After they died, they would be quiet. This kind of sad stories was normal for most scavengers. Standing in front of Old Stone's grave, Su Qing looked in the direction of the campsite outside the Forbidden Zone and recalled his life over the past few months. It had been 4 months since he arrived at the scavenger campsite. The Blood Shadow team captain was dead, Fire Crow was dead, Fat Mountain and Horse 4 were dead, Barbaric Ghost was dead, Old Stone was dead, Captain Lei retreated into seclusion, Bone Blade escaped, and even more scavengers died silently. In this cruel chaotic world, human lives were worthless. Only by becoming stronger can I survive, Su Qing muttered. His expression slowly turned cold as he turned and left. At that moment, amidst the afterglow of the setting sun, a gust of wind blew over, causing the clothes of the distant youth to rustle. This sound seemed to contain a hint of coldness as it gradually grew weaker until it disappeared into the jungle along with his figure. As the afterglow scattered down, the light gradually weakened. However, it still forcefully passed through the dense tree leaves, wanting to cast the sparse light onto the running youth in the jungle. However, the youth's speed was too fast. Even the light seemed a little powerless to chase after him. Not long later, Su Qing suddenly stopped in his tracks. After he stopped, he lowered his head and stared at the ground as doubt appeared in his eyes. Not long later, Su Qing squatted down and sniffed carefully. Finally, his gaze landed on a blade of grass. There was a smear of powder on it that was hard to detect. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Qing had a more solid grasp of the poisonous grass and his understanding of the smell in this forbidden zone, it would probably be very difficult for him to detect any abnormalities. At that moment, it took him a long time to identify it before he picked up the leaf that had a layer of powder on it. After a moment of concentration, he muttered. The exact composition is unknown, but there must be the blood of the aged centipede inside. Su Qing's eyes gleamed. In Grandmaster Bai's lesson, there was an introduction to the aged centipede blood. This blood had a certain amount of medicinal properties, but it was mostly a catalyst. Therefore, when combined with other medicines, it could be concocted into a medicinal catalyst that attracted specific beasts. It was often needed during hunting. Is the arrival of those jellyfish related to this? Su Qing's eyes narrowed. He put down this leaf that contained a fatal danger and took out a bag of poison powder to sprinkle on his body. After using this to disperse the aura of the old centipede's blood that he had touched earlier, his body swayed and he moved in a different direction. Su Qing didn't plan to head to the place where the youths brought by Old Stone had retreated. This matter had nothing to do with him and he wasn't willing to participate. Even if Qin Fei Yuan's friends were among these people, he had no obligation to help them. Moreover, these people had experts who could fight against the giant jellyfish. To Su Qing, it was equally dangerous. Most importantly, among these young men and women, there was a high chance that someone had intentionally lured the jellyfish over for an unknown purpose. Hence, after sensing their location, Su Qing changed his direction and circled around them. He then returned to the lab in the canyon when the sky was turning dark. After putting away the medicinal herbs he had picked, he continued to study the white pills. It was just that although Su Qing didn't go to the place where the young men and women had retreated to, when the night arrived, Su Qing, who was concocting medicinal herbs in the pharmacy, still heard the sounds of explosions and fighting in the distance. Moreover, it was getting closer and closer. This caused him to frown. After the sound of footsteps rang out, Su Qing sighed silently. He stood up and walked out of the lab. Under the moonlight, he looked in the direction of the canyon's entrance. There were sounds of surprise coming from there. There's a path here. Everyone, come in quickly. As the voice rang out, a few disheveled youths in tattered clothes appeared. Their faces were filled with horror. There were over 10 people behind them and most of them were companions of similar age as them. There were also 7 to 8 guards who were covered in injuries. A total of more than 20 people ran into the canyon. When the few guards guarded the entrance with all their might, these young men and women who had survived the calamity heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they noticed the environment in the canyon. They soon saw Su Qing's lab and also saw Su Qing standing there. Someone's here. The instant they saw Su Qing, these young men and women were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. They cried out in alarm and immediately retreated. The 3 guards behind them also arrived quickly and looked at Su Qing with vigilance and killing intent. This killing intent caused Su Qing's gaze to turn a little cold. After he coldly swept his gaze past these guards, he then looked at the group of youths. There were 2 among them that he paid special attention to. One of them was a little older than him, about 16 or 17 years old. Although he was also in a sorry state, he was different from the others. There was very little panic on his face, and he was more vigilant. The other person was a young girl with a very sweet appearance. Although her clothes were dirty and there was fear in them, Su Qing, who was used to seeing all kinds of people, could tell at a glance that this person's fear was fake. This was especially so since this woman was wearing a glove on her right hand. It looked like it was for the sake of cleanliness, but to Su Qing, who used poison, the glove had many uses. For example, sprinkling medicinal powder. There are 8 guards and their cultivation levels are between the 6th and 7th level of qi condensation. As for the others, their cultivation levels are below the 5th level and they are divided into 3 small teams. Only those 2 people. The man's cultivation level is at the 7th level and the woman should be the person who lured the jellyfish. As for the few experts who fought with the big jellyfish, they aren't among them either. There's a high chance that they lured the big jellyfish away. This was Su Qing's habit and those young men and women had no idea that Su Qing could see so many details with just a glance. However, these guards were different from those young men and women. They could sense the coldness in Su Qing's eyes and glanced at the medicinal room. They were all extremely vigilant. To be able to find such a canyon in the Forbidden Zone and build houses in it, all of this meant that this youth was not only familiar with the Forbidden Zone but also lived here. Such a person was extremely dangerous. Fellow Taoist, is your lord here? We don't have any ill intentions. It's just that the mutated beasts are chasing us outside, so we're using this place to hide. We'll leave at dawn. Please forgive us for disturbing you. These guards instinctively spoke politely. Their words also made the young men and women behind them, who were still in a state of shock, feel that something was amiss. They all looked at Su Qing. Among them, the oldest youth cast a few more glances at Su Qing with a solemn expression. As for the young girl wearing gloves, she narrowed her eyes. She swept her gaze across the pharmacy and smelled the faint scent of herbs in the surroundings. She now had a better understanding of this youth before her. Su Qing frowned and looked at them before looking at the entrance. He didn't speak for a long time and only tacitly acknowledged their existence. He then turned and walked toward the lab. His tacit agreement caused those guards to heave a sigh of relief. As for the young men and women behind them, they were mostly apprehensive. Only the young girl wearing gloves had a strange glint in her eyes. After that, she spoke in a low voice that was filled with caution and grievance. You're so rude. We just want to hide here for a while. There are mutated beasts everywhere outside. We'll definitely die if we go out. Her voice carried a sense of heartache and love, causing the surrounding youths who adored her to muster their courage and speak to Su Qing one after another. That's right. Why are you so cold-blooded? We don't have any ill intentions. We're just resting here. The Forbidden Zone doesn't belong to his family. Why should we ask him? Their casual words caused some people to feel hostility toward Su Qing. Although there wasn't much hostility, it still made the young girl feel a little smug. She wanted to make use of others to probe this youth's background. However, at the next instant, a cold light suddenly flashed from Su Qing's body. A whistling sound then rang out as a dagger shot out like a bolt of lightning, approaching the proud young girl. Her expression changed and she was about to dodge when the dagger flew past her ear, cutting off some of her hair. With a bang, it stabbed deeply into the stone wall behind her, creating some sparks. The young girl's heart trembled. As her breathing hastened, she instinctively lifted her right hand. When she looked at Su Qing, what she saw was the youth in front of her. His gaze was as cold as a wolf and contained killing intent. This gaze caused her heart to tremble. The surrounding guards and the other young men and women were all shocked. The former was extremely vigilant, while the latter made many alarmed cries. We met only by chance. Don't test me. Su Qing cast a deep glance at the young girl and suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He then slowly spoke and turned to walk toward the lab. Under the moonlight, his figure seemed to merge with the moonlight, revealing the coldness of the night. It flowed through the hearts of everyone in the canyon, causing them to slowly fall silent. To many people, the canyon seemed to be as dangerous as the jellyfish outside. In this silence, the instant Su Qing reached the entrance of the lab, a mournful cry suddenly rang out from the entrance. A small jellyfish found the entrance and penetrated the body of a guard. After devouring his internal organs, it rushed into the canyon. Behind it, a group of jellyfish whistled over. Chapter 59, Wrinkles from the Wind, 1. Chapter 59, Wrinkles from the Wind, 1. Su Qing frowned and turned to look. There were over 100 small jellyfish in a large group. They whistled over from the entrance of the canyon and pounced toward the guards and the young men and women. The expressions of these people changed drastically and they immediately resisted, especially the few guards who risked their lives to stop them. As for the slightly older youth whom Su Qing had noticed earlier, the spirit energy fluctuations of the 7th level of Qi condensation spread out and his attack was filled with multicolored light. However, there were too many jellyfish and these jellyfish seemed to have resistances to spells. When they landed on one's body, the damage would be greatly reduced. However, they were extremely fast, their attacks were sharp and their coordination was agile. This caused 7 to 8 people to die in an instant. A youth who was originally dressed in luxurious clothes now had a look of despair in his eyes. The instant a jellyfish pounced at him, he scrambled to his feet and retreated, calling out to his friend at the 7th level of Qi condensation for help. Young Master Bai, save me. As he spoke, a beam of light whistled over and landed in front of him, blocking the jellyfish for a moment. This caused the youth to dodge at the critical moment, still in shock. Although Su Qing was quite far away, he was still targeted by some jellyfish. 3 of them whistled toward him and were about to penetrate his body as usual. At the next instant, a cold glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes. He then lifted his right hand and punched out. With a boom, his fist landed on the body of a jellyfish. This jellyfish's entire body trembled, unable to withstand the impact, and directly broke into pieces. Su Qing didn't stop. At the next moment, the dagger in his left hand appeared and he moved closer to the other 2 jellyfish. His speed was faster than the jellyfish and his body was more agile than the jellyfish. In the blink of an eye, the 2-headed jellyfish's body was split into 2 halves. This scene was captured by most of the young men and women fighting against the jellyfish. As their hearts trembled, they instinctively moved closer to him. After consecutively killing the 3 jellyfishes, the other jellyfish also opened their demonic eyes and instantly pounced toward Su Qing. This time, there were over 10 of them. Su Qing's expression was as calm as ever. He didn't retreat but rushed forward instead, transforming into an afterimage as he abruptly closed in. The dagger in his hand emitted a piercing cold light, and wherever it passed, the jellyfish would collapse amidst popping sounds. Following their deaths, a large number of anomalous substances spread out, causing the vegetation in the canyon to turn greenish-black in an instant. This included those in Su Qing's lab. As for those injured guards, their expressions were also tainted by the anomalous substances. Seeing how his canyon had become like this, the killing intent in Su Qing's eyes intensified. His body charged out once again. This time, his speed was even faster. Wherever he passed, the dagger would be brandished and the jellyfish would collapse one after another. However, he soon frowned. Under the corrosion of this anomalous substance, the dagger in his hand gradually couldn't withstand the impact and began to shatter. Su Qing didn't have the time to feel heartache. With a wave of his hand, he drew the iron stick across several jellyfish in succession. During this time, he also scattered poison powder. Although the resistance of these jellyfish's bodies to poison wasn't small and it was difficult for the poison powder that permeated the surroundings to act up against them, Su Qing didn't give up. This was because the poison wasn't only used for killing but also for neutralizing odors. In terms of weapons, Su Qing was also lacking. Although the penetrative power of his iron stick was strong, it couldn't be compared to a dagger. At this moment, a low cry rang out from behind Su Qing. "Friend, use my sword." As he spoke, a sword that emitted a cold light was thrown over from behind Su Qing and he caught it with his backhand. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that the person who gave him the sword was none other than the youth called Young Master Bai. Su Qing didn't say anything. After he held the long sword, he immediately felt that this sword was extraordinary. As he swung it, a sharp cold light instantly spread out from the sword. Although he didn't know how to use a sword, with its sharpness, Su Qing still managed to slice through 7 to 8 jellyfish in an instant. As the number of jellyfish corpses on the ground increased, Su Qing's body was covered in the blue blood released by the jellyfish. As for the 3 remaining guards and the young men and women, they were now behind Su Qing. When they saw this scene, everyone's hearts pounded, and their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Too strong. He's a body refiner, but what level is he at? Could he have reached the great circle of perfection? Judging from the spirit energy fluctuations, it doesn't seem like it's at the 5th or 6th level. Cultivation isn't important. What's important is this person's ruthlessness. At this moment, the hearts of the guards and the young men and women trembled intensely. They were shaken by Su Qing's attack. Even young Master Bai sucked in a breath of cold air. The young girl in the crowd also felt her heart racing at this moment. She could sense how terrifying Su Qing was and put away all her thoughts. From Su Qing, she could sense the same aura from those clansmen who were known as monsters from her family. The monsters in her family were all people who had killed many people. Every time she saw them, she would instinctively feel fear. At this moment, the feeling this youth gave her was the same. She didn't want to provoke such a person. This was especially so now that she had completed her mission and attracted a large number of jellyfish. Whether the people in the church could successfully obtain what they wanted from the jellyfish's nest in the depths of the jungle had nothing to do with her. After all, the danger this time had exceeded her expectations. Hence, her right hand reached into her clothes and grabbed a jade slip. It was a talisman treasure with the function of teleportation. This was also what she relied on. Just when she was hesitating on whether she should crush it or not, there was a boom at the entrance of the canyon. Dozens of jellyfish crawled out from there and charged over densely. This scene caused her to no longer hesitate. She directly crushed the teleportation jade slip in her hand and her figure instantly vanished. Chapter 60, Wrinkles from the Wind, 2. Chapter 60, Wrinkles from the Wind, 2. Her departure also caused the companions beside her to have confused expressions. Su Qing didn't pay attention to these. He stared at the jellyfish that were pouncing over and calculated the time. After that, he stood there as the blood and qi in his body suddenly erupted. He then opened his mouth and let out a roar at the jellyfish that was approaching. As his blood qi swelled and the mountains and seas art circulated, the Kuei shadow immediately manifested behind him. Just like him, it let out a roar. The figure was sinister looking with a single horn on its head. Its entire body was pitch black and it looked as though it had crawled out of the netherworld. Purple light could be seen flickering faintly in its eyes, making it look bizarre and astonishing. Its roar was soundless, but when combined with Su Qing's roar, it seemed to contain astonishing intimidation, causing the jellyfish that were pouncing over to stop in their tracks. All their eyes opened and stared fixedly at Su Qing. They weren't the only ones who were intimidated. The expressions of the young men and women behind Su Qing also turned pale at this instant. When they saw the shadow behind Su Qing, their eyes narrowed. Blood qi shadow formation. This is a phenomenon that only appears when one's body temperament has reached the great circle of perfection. Shock surged intensely in their hearts. Those jellyfish could sense Su Qing's savageness. In addition, his poison had taken effect at this moment, causing the aura from everyone's blood to dissipate. Hence, after the solemn confrontation, those jellyfish slowly retreated and left rapidly through the entrance. Watching the jellyfish's departing figure, Su Qing heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He then turned around and stared coldly at the group of youths. What he focused on was the place where the woman in gloves was previously. He didn't see it. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. At the same time, as his gaze swept across the crowd, a few young girls among them were so frightened that they started crying. The current Su Qing looked extremely murderous. Under the moonlight, his entire body was covered in blue blood. The coldness in his eyes made him feel as though he had just walked out of hell. Coupled with the Kuei shadow behind him, he looked like a malicious ghost. Only the youth surnamed Bai forcefully suppressed the reverence in his heart and cupped his fists toward Su Qing. "I'm Bai Yundong. Thank you for your help, my friend. We will definitely repay your kindness." As though he had noticed what Su Qing was looking at earlier, Bai Yundong took a deep breath and explained. The one who teleported away was Li Wolin. Her family is skilled in array formations, so the life-saving item they gave her was a teleportation talisman. It would allow her to escape danger at any time. You guys don't have one. Su Qing looked at Bai Yundong. Bai Yundong smiled bitterly and the youths beside him fell silent as well. Although we're from a large purple earth family, we aren't direct descendants. We're just fresh on the surface. Su Qing nodded and tossed the sword in his hand to Bai Yundong. As the other youths thanked him, he looked at Bai Yundong and suddenly asked. "Who is Grandmaster Bai to you?" "That's my third grandfather." Bai Yundong was stunned. After answering, he asked another question. "You know my third grandfather?" Su Qing cast a deep glance at him and nodded without saying anything. He then turned and looked at the entrance of the canyon before glancing at the sky. The anomalous substances here are very dense. We can't stay here for long. I'll send you out of here. After he finished speaking, Su Qing walked toward the entrance of the canyon. Bai Yundong hesitated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and followed. The other young men and women also knew the pros and cons, so they followed him one after another. Hence, the group of youths walked out of the canyon and sped toward the edge of the jungle in the darkness. Although they were in a sorry state when facing the jellyfish, everyone had a cultivation base. After experiencing this life-and-death battle, it was a transformation for them. Hence, on the road at night, few people spoke. They all silently followed Su Qing. Even though a few of the girls didn't have much stamina left, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Just like that, the group of them walked for an entire night. Finally, at dawn, he saw the world outside the jungle from afar. Waves of excitement rose and fell in their hearts, and their exhausted bodies seemed to have the strength to spare. A whistling sound could be heard from afar. Su Qing immediately looked over warily and saw 3 figures whistling over from the sky. They were the experts beside the group of youths. Su Qing's previous judgment wasn't wrong. They were the ones who had lured away the largest jellyfish. At that moment, it was obvious that they had suffered some casualties. After they arrived, amidst the exciting narration of the youths, they cast a deep glance at Su Qing. Su Qing was vigilant and kept a certain distance from them. He then took the poison powder without leaving a trace. These 3 experts didn't approach Su Qing. Instead, they nodded at him and led the way. Although this place didn't seem to be far from the outside world, the group still only walked out when it was almost noon. When the group of young men and women walked out of the jungle and stepped into the outside world, everyone who had survived the calamity could no longer suppress the excitement in their hearts. Many of them started crying. Su Qing was the last to walk out. He looked at these people from afar and didn't speak. Very soon, the group of youths led by Bai Yundong arrived at Su Qing's place. After they cupped their fists and thanked him sincerely, they introduced themselves. "We came here to train at the last minute. Right now, we don't have anything too valuable on us and we've used up everything in the Forbidden Zone. Also, because the anomalous substances in our bodies are very dense, we have to return to Purple Earth through the teleportation array in the nearby cities as soon as possible. We won't forget your great kindness. This sword is for you." Bai Yundong bowed deeply and left his sword behind. Su Qing watched them leave and picked up the sharp sword. This sword was filled with orchids and gleamed with a cold light. Although it had killed many jellyfish and tainted them with anomalous substances, it wasn't damaged at all. When one looked at it, one could sense the icy intent on it. It could be considered a top-grade treasure among treasures. Although it was a little long and not as convenient as the dagger, Su Qing was still somewhat comfortable with using it previously. Hence, he wrapped it and hid the sharp edge behind his back. Looking at the sky, Su Qing walked toward the campsite. He prepared to go back and buy a few daggers. After a few days, when the jellyfish swarm completely disappeared, he would head to the Forbidden Zone. After noon, as the afternoon sun shone lazily, Su Qing arrived at the campsite. However, he only took a few steps before he frowned slightly. He felt that there was something wrong with the campsite. There were now some strangers at the campsite. As for the scavengers in the surroundings, their expressions were a little strange when they saw him. One of them was also someone he had saved back then. After seeing Su Qing, he wanted to say something but hesitated. Although he didn't speak, he subtly pointed in the direction of Su Qing's residence. Su Qing's heart skipped a beat. As he observed his surroundings, he quickened his pace. When he arrived at his residence, he immediately sensed many gazes on him. Coldly staring at him. Su Qing immediately recognized the owners of these gazes from their clothes. They were all guards from the camp leader's residence. At the entrance of an alley not far away, the men with the 3-stroke beard under the camp leader smiled coldly at him. Su Qing narrowed his eyes and pushed open the gate to the courtyard. He saw Cross sitting there with an extremely unsightly countenance, as well as Luan Tooth, who seemed to be heavily injured and weak. The instant Su Qing walked in, the two of them abruptly looked toward him. "Kid, Captain Lei, is in trouble." Cross's right hand was simply bandaged and was still trembling at the moment. After seeing Su Qing, he spoke in a low voice and coughed violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood. When these words landed in Su Qing's ears, it was like a bolt of lightning had struck. As the rumbling echoed, his heart instantly tensed up and his breathing grew hurried. His heartbeat involuntarily sped up and his body stiffened a little. The bad premonition instantly erupted, transforming into an extremely dense and astonishing baleful aura that rose uncontrollably from Su Qing's body. Even the surrounding temperature seemed to have turned cold. What happened? Amidst the coldness, an even more bone-chilling voice that trembled slightly rang out from Su Qing's mouth. Chapter 61, Kill Them All. Chapter 61, Kill Them All. Cross's hands were tougher than others as he drew the bowstring all year round. There were many calluses on them. Back then, when he encountered the black-scaled wolf pack and faced an entire day and night of slaughter, his hands didn't tremble as much as they did now. One could imagine what kind of fierce battle he had experienced before Su Qing returned. Moreover, she must have encountered someone she couldn't resist, which was why her fingers were like this. At the same time, she was also heavily injured. From Luan Tooth's weak and exhausted expression, it was clear that she had used up all her strength. When he entered the campsite, everyone's reaction, as well as those unfamiliar faces, as well as a large number of camp leaders outside the residence, as well as the cold gaze of the guy with the three-stroke beard, were all telltale signs. All of this allowed Su Qing to know who his enemy was. However, the more it was like this, the more uneasy he felt. Under his questioning, Cross and Luan Tooth also told him the reason in a low voice. In his early years, Captain Lei wasn't a scavenger but an ordinary man in a city far away from here. Due to his aptitude, he had once served as a guard in the city he lived in. It was also at that time that he obtained his cultivation method. He was also recognized by the city lord and had a fiancée who was his childhood sweetheart. Everything was beautiful, but everything changed with the arrival of a convoy. Cross and Luan Tooth didn't know what exactly happened either. They only heard that Captain Lei got drunk once many years later and mumbled that everything was gone. His fiancée died and his cultivation was crippled after he completed his revenge. He barely survived and left his hometown, cultivating again with great difficulty and becoming a scavenger. Decades later, he became an old man with one foot in the grave. Captain Lei, who originally had the intention to retire, had let go of everything until, when he was at the campsite, he saw the foreign convoy and a person in it. The person who had destroyed everything he had didn't die and lived until now. However, Captain Lei didn't choose to continue taking revenge. He seemed to be worried that he would implicate others, so he bitterly chose to escape and hurried to Songtao City. However, he didn't know that his enemies were already aware of his existence. Hence, the camp leader arranged for people to capture Captain Lei from Songtao City a few days ago and gift him to his collaborator, who was also Captain Lei's enemy in his early years. I saved someone under the camp leader. Luan Tooth and I came back 2 days ago and he secretly told us about it. Only then did we know about it and immediately headed over to save them. However, we failed. At the camp leader's place, I saw Captain Lei's enemy. The other party's foundation had also collapsed before and he was able to rebuild his foundation like Captain Lei. Although his foundation was higher than Captain Lei's, it wasn't by much, Cross said through gritted teeth. We have also made some inquiries about this convoy. Behind them is a mysterious organization called Night Dove. This organization is very large and has scattered countless convoys. In the entire Nanhuang continent, they travel through various scavenger campsites and small cities, trading with the camp leaders and city lords, buying people to be treasure nurturers, Luan Tooth said in a low voice. Camp leader, the convoy, Su Qing's breathing was hurried and the killing intent in his eyes was extremely intense. He felt as though there was a ball of raging fire burning crazily in his body, causing his eyes to turn bloodshot. There was also overflowing anger in them as he turned and walked toward the main gate. Behind him, Cross and Luan Tooth were a little anxious and hurriedly advised. Kid, we have to consider this matter at length. We need to cooperate with the other scavengers. This involves missing people for many years. There's no need. The instant Su Qing spoke, he raised his right hand and grabbed the long sword on his back, swinging it fiercely. The long sword instantly transformed into a cold beam of light that shot toward the gate of the courtyard like a rainbow. The instant it entered, the tremendous force contained within erupted with a bang. The gate of the courtyard shattered into pieces, revealing a camp leader's guard eavesdropping behind the gate. This person held a dagger in his hand and his eyes were wide open. His chest was directly penetrated by the long sword and he fell to the ground. As he spat out blood, his expression was filled with horror. As for that long sword, the power it contained was too great. After it pierced through the guard's body, it headed straight for the alley entrance in the distance. As the man with the three-stroke beard let out a tragic cry, it pierced into his thigh at lightning speed, nailing him deep into the ground. The two casualties caused the outside world to fall silent for a short period of time. After that, whistling and low roars immediately erupted. The 7 to 8 guards from the camp's main residence who were surrounding the area also got closer. As Cross and Luan Tooth's expressions changed, Su Qing dashed out like a bolt of lightning. The moment he walked out of the gate, his right hand grabbed the dagger of the dead guard and he arrived in front of one of them with a single step. He didn't even bother to take a look. The instant he walked past him, Su Qing lifted the dagger and slit open his neck. Fresh blood spurted out in all directions, but the redness couldn't be compared to Su Qing's eyes. In his bloodshot eyes, the image of Captain Lei in the campsite personally seeing his enemy from back then surfaced. However, he couldn't help but suppress the bitterness and grief in his heart. This caused Su Qing's killing intent to grow even stronger. He abruptly turned and punched out, landing on the chest of the guard who was about to attack. With a muffled boom, the man's 7 orifices bled and his internal organs collapsed. His body then rolled backwards like a kite with a broken string and landed on the ground. At the same time, 3 other people pounced over with killing intent. Among these 3 people, 2 were at the 5th level and 1 was at the 6th level. However, the moment they got close, Su Qing waved his right hand and the black iron stick instantly flew out. It directly pierced through the person's skull and the dagger in his hand gleamed coldly as he crouched down. He then appeared in front of the 6th level person and ruthlessly swung it toward the neck. There was a click sound. The 6th level person's reaction was also very fast. A spirit energy barrier immediately manifested to block Su Qing's dagger, but it couldn't stop his strength. As Su Qing's eyes turned red, he suddenly pushed the man, causing him to retreat continuously. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the man was directly pushed against the wall by Su Qing and pressed down forcefully. Under the horrors, the dagger cut through the spirit energy barrier and stabbed into the neck, piercing through it in an instant. The force was so great that the wall behind the corpse also collapsed with a bang. Su Qing, who was standing there, turned his head. The killing intent in his eyes seemed to have materialized. This caused the hearts of the remaining 4 to 5 camp leaders' guards to tremble and their eyes narrowed. Even though their cultivation levels were at the 6th level, they still trembled and retreated one after another. Even the agonizing cry of the guy with the 3-stroke beard stopped for a moment. His countenance couldn't help but turn pale and anxious. However, the slaughter was far from over. Su Qing's body suddenly charged forward. The 3 to 5 guards' minds were buzzing and they wanted to speed up their retreat, but it was still too late. Su Qing's speed was too fast. After he got close in an instant, his left hand directly struck the top of a guard's head. After the guard's head shattered with a bang, his body moved like a ghost and strangely appeared beside another person. As the dagger in his hand slashed past, he moved again and arrived in front of the 3rd person. This person trembled and let out a cry of despair. He opened his arms and wanted to hug Su Qing, wanting to perish together with him. However, what awaited him was a violent bump from Su Qing's forehead. The roar came to an abrupt end and the guard's forehead caved in. The moment he breathed his last, Su Qing's body suddenly retreated and knocked into another person. The dagger in his hand kept stabbing out behind him. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. He only lifted his head after he knocked the person into another wall. Banging sounds rang out as all the guards fell to the ground one after another. All of them had died and there were no complete corpses. After killing so many people in a row, blood splattered onto the ground. Under the sunlight that was nearing sunset in the afternoon, the bloodstains on the ground were a shocking sight. When the light landed on Su Qing's body, it caused the blood intent in his body to fill the air. When combined with his blood qi, he looked like a demonic god. It was also because of the massacre here that many scavengers who lived nearby immediately walked out and gasped when they saw this scene. It's the kid. Why is he so strong? Those who died are all the camp leader's men. He's going to fight against the camp leader. Cross and Luan Tooth also supported each other as they walked out. When they saw the corpses all over the ground and Su Qing's figure and the blood on the ground under the sunlight, their hearts trembled intensely. Amidst the commotion, Su Qing walked toward the trembling men with the 3-stroke beard. On the way, he kept the dagger and iron stick until he was in front of the men with the 3-stroke beard. The men with the 3-stroke beard shivered as cold sweat continuously flowed down his back. It was as though the intense pain in his body couldn't surpass the terror in his heart. He wanted to struggle, but the sword that was nailed to his thigh made it impossible for him to move at all. He could only let out a sharp cry with despair in his eyes. Kid, you are going to. Su Qing grabbed the long sword on his leg and slashed upward ruthlessly. The sharp blade slid down the man's thigh, past his stomach and chin. As fresh blood spurted out, the man's body convulsed violently as he let out a mournful cry and died. After doing all this, Su Qing was expressionless. Only his killing intent rose. Under the blood light reflected by the sunlight, he walked forward step by step. The scavengers who were watching everything from the front also felt their hearts trembling. When they saw Su Qing approaching, they immediately retreated to avoid him. They had seen ruthless people before, but most of them were adults, and they were even desperados. For a 14 or 15-year-old youth like Su Qing to be able to kill so calmly, and from the looks of it, he wasn't willing to give up, it was extremely rare. The direction he's going is the camp leader's residence. As everyone saw the direction Su Qing was heading in, the sound of heavy breathing instantly became a roar in their minds, causing all the scavengers to follow behind in unison. From afar, Su Qing was walking at the very front, rushing toward the camp leader's residence. Behind him, a large group of scavengers quickly followed. When even more scavengers heard about this, they also gathered. Other than that, there were also guards and strangers from the caravan in the camp's main residence. They suddenly moved closer to Su Qing, and there were experts among them who wanted to kill him. At that moment, in the camp leader's residence, the camp leader was drinking tea as he chatted and laughed with an old man with a cold and arrogant expression who was wearing a brocade robe. "Mr. Sun, you don't have to worry. The matter will be resolved in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. No matter how good scavengers are, they aren't a match for us sect cultivators. I originally planned to nurture this kid well. If he's used well, I'll recommend him to the sect. However, since he's so blind, I'll just kill him. It's better if you can capture him alive." The old man in brocade picked up the teacup and sipped. After he put it down, he calmly spoke. Chapter 62, To Have Power Over Life and Death. Chapter 62, To Have Power Over Life and Death. The moment the teacup was placed down, the long street outside the camp leader's residence was covered in blood and corpses. Su Qing's figure was like a ferocious tiger. Wherever he passed by, fresh blood would splatter out in all directions and the ground would be covered in blood stains. It was a shocking sight. As he walked, he killed. In front of him, the guards of the camp leader's residence rushed over from all directions. There were also tens of black-clothed strangers. They were cultivators from the convoy. Both parties had the same target, Su Qing. As he got closer, a gust of wind blew over, blowing the hair in front of Su Qing. He decided to carry the long sword he wasn't used to on his back and held the dagger in his hand. His entire person seemed to have melted into the wind as he rushed toward a 6th-level chi condensation cultivator in front of him. In that instant, their heads intertwined and flew up. As blood splattered, more black-clothed men and guards rushed over. Su Qing looked at these convoy cultivators and was in a daze for a moment. He recalled that Captain Lei had indeed gone out to buy ingredients on the day the convoy arrived, but he returned very quickly. It was obvious that he had seen his enemy that day, so he had to leave early. Su Qing fell silent and his killing intent grew even more intense. His speed erupted completely and he didn't dodge but rushed forward instead. In the distance, two people stood on the roof. One of them was old while the other was middle-aged. The old man wore a blue Taoist robe while the middle-aged man was dressed in tight-fitting clothes. The former stood with his hands behind his back and coldly watched the scene on the street. The latter sat there with a tendon-shaped rope in his mouth. Upon closer inspection, it was Cross's bowstring. Cross's bowstring was extraordinary. Ordinary iron weapons wouldn't be able to break it at all, but in this person's mouth, it was bitten off piece by piece. Interesting. He's also a body refiner like me, but he's only at the 6th or 7th level. He should be more fun than that person with the scar on his face. Do you want to do it or should I? The old man asked calmly. This is the territory of your diamond sect and the camp leader is an elder of your sect. Of course, it will be you, a newly promoted elder of the diamond sect. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of saliva that was laced with tendons and laughed sinisterly. As the two of them spoke, a loud boom rang out from the long street. There were even shrill cries echoing out as the 7 or 8 guards and men in black who surrounded Su Qing retreated. All of them staggered and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Each of them had fatal injuries on their bodies as they fell to the ground one after another, revealing Su Qing who had walked out from the encirclement of their corpses. He wore a fur coat that had been stained by countless amounts of blood, a pair of straw sandals that had been soaked black, long hair that swayed in the wind and a pair of eyes that were as cold as a lone wolf's. His right hand was hanging down and the dagger he was holding had blood flowing down the blade, dripping onto the soil. The 7 to 8 corpses beside him all died in miserable states. It wasn't that Su Qing wanted to torture them to death, but all the injuries to their vital parts were extremely tragic. As for Su Qing's attacks, his main focus was to kill. He didn't make any unnecessary movements, so the scavengers who saw this scene were all shocked once again. Su Qing didn't look at the corpses. He was expressionless, but the blood in his eyes was overflowing. He then stepped on the soil and moved forward rapidly. His target was the camp leader's residence, which was over 3,000 feet away from him. As he got closer, the remaining 10-odd black-clothed men and several camp leaders' guards in front of the camp leader's residence trembled in horror and instinctively retreated. After Su Qing sped up, he lifted his head and looked at the two figures on the rooftop in the distance. The auras of these two people were the strongest he had sensed during his journey of killing. At the same time, they were also the two strongest enemies he had faced. Su Qing was very clear that in today's situation, once he chose to make a move, he would have to kill his way to the end. Moreover, their current location was the only path they had to take to reach the camp's master residence. So, after he took a few steps, he raised his left hand and used it to provoke the two people on the roof. Arrogant. The blue-robed old man narrowed his eyes as a cold glint flashed in them. With a sway of his body, the wind kicked up beneath his feet as he directly leaped from the roof toward Su Qing. This scene caused the hearts of the guards, black-clothed men, and the scavengers at the back to tremble violently. From what they knew, only Foundation establishment experts could step on air. To them, Foundation experts were basically like immortals in the sky. Many people had never seen one in their entire lives. It could even be said that a Foundation building expert could become an ancestor of a small sect or family like the Diamond Sect. This blue-robed old man clearly couldn't be at the Foundation realm. He had just stepped into the 80% of chi condensation. Him stepping through the air was just a trick. It had nothing to do with the wind technique he cultivated. It didn't have any practical value and couldn't be sustained for too long. It was just a gimmick. However, to others, the shock brought about by this scene was enough to shock them. However, Su Qing didn't care. Almost at the instant the other party stepped through the air and arrived, he secretly scattered the poison powder and rushed out instantly. He was so fast that he left behind an afterimage on the ground. In an instant, when the blue-robed old man's expression changed drastically, Su Qing had already appeared in front of him. He directly punched out and a shadow of a kuei appeared on his fist, letting out a soundless roar. This caused the old man who was in midair to have no time to dodge. He could only hurriedly form a seal to form a defense. With a boom, the old man's defense shattered inch by inch. Even the old man's body was forced back repeatedly by Su Qing's punch. There was also a sharp gleam from the black iron stick that chased after the old man. There was a bang. The black iron stick was blocked by a shield. As the shield shattered into pieces, the power of the iron stick dissipated as well, revealing the blue-robed old man who was in an extremely sorry state as he coughed out blood from behind the shield. The old man's expression was ugly and he was about to speak. However, the expressionless Su Qing stomped his right foot on the ground and his body moved closer with a boom. The old man's eyes narrowed and anger filled the air. As he raised his hands, a violent wind instantly appeared in his surroundings, sweeping in all directions. He then fiercely inhaled, and the wind instantly gushed into his mouth, causing his face to flush red. His eyes also revealed a hint of cruelty and torture and he was just about to spit it out. However, at the next moment, his expression changed drastically and his eyes bulged. His skin turned pitch black and showed signs of being poisoned. His body then trembled intensely. Before he could finish speaking, Su Qing, who didn't stop at all, instantly got close. With speed, the dagger in his hand turned red as though it was being burned. Like a soldering iron, it ruthlessly sliced through the old man's neck. Fresh blood gushed out as he let out a blood-curdling screech. His head was then grabbed by Su Qing's left hand and directly separated from his body as he moved forward. Everything happened too quickly. At the next moment, Su Qing threw the greenish-purple poisoned head in his hand to the side of the middle-aged man who was standing on the roof with an extremely ugly expression and intense fear in his eyes. After that, he raised his left hand and provoked him just like before. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Be it the scavengers, the guards, or the people in the carriages, all of them felt waves of emotion surging in their hearts. All of them were dumbfounded, and indescribable shivers ran through their bodies. Too strong. Is it poison? What a strong poison. Among the scavengers, someone muttered with a trembling voice. The middle-aged man on the roof panted heavily. Are the Diamond Sex members all trash? They want to show off when fighting. He was very clear that the blue-robed old man couldn't be so weak. The other party's wind art was very astonishing, but his mistake was that he had stepped on air to show off and lost the initiative. He also underestimated the existence of the enemy, so he didn't notice the poison and actually took the initiative to absorb a bellyful of it. At the end of the day, it was the ease of the sex cultivators that caused them to be far inferior to scavengers in terms of ruthlessness and quick-wittedness when it came to tempering themselves under the struggle to survive. At the thought of this, the middle-aged man immediately took out 7 to 8 antidote pills and swallowed them in one go. After that, he gritted his teeth and cracking sounds immediately rang out from his body. His originally burly body became even stronger at this moment. He directly leaped up from the roof. With large strides and charged toward Su Qing like an eagle. Su Qing lowered his head and the black hair in front of him covered his eyes. His body also sped forward, getting closer and closer to the enemy. In the next instant, their figures erupted with speed at the same time and directly collided. With a boom, the middle-aged man's entire body trembled and an even more intense horror appeared on his face. The hair in front of Su Qing was blown back by the impact, revealing the sharpness in his blood-colored eyes. He could sense the astonishing power coming from the other party, but it was still inferior to his own. Moreover, his recovery was even stronger. At this moment, killing intent erupted from his eyes and the power in his body surged as he punched out again. The battle between body refiners was simple yet brutal. They kept bumping into each other on the long street. As the rumbling sound spread in all directions, the impact also caused many houses to collapse. Gradually, the middle-aged cultivator's breathing became hurried. His face was pale and his body trembled. The veins on his body bulged and his eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't hide the fear and despair in his heart. In terms of strength and speed, he was inferior to Su Qing, let alone his recovery ability. Hence, the entire process only lasted for about 30 breaths before his fist broke down into a bloody mess. His arm couldn't withstand the immense force from Su Qing either and it shattered into pieces. Fresh blood and shattered bones scattered in the air as Su Qing let out a blood-curdling screech. Su Qing then leaped up and ruthlessly slammed his knee into the middle-aged man's forehead. With a bang, the sound of flesh being crushed replaced the agonizing cry. The latter's voice then came to an abrupt stop and he died. Su Qing didn't even spare him a glance. The killing intent in his eyes was still as intense as ever. He stepped on the middle-aged man's corpse and leaped up, heading straight for the camp leader's residence. At this moment, the guards outside the camp leader's residence and the people in the carriages were already frightened out of their wits. When they saw Su Qing, who was covered in blood and rushing over like a demonic god, their desire to live surpassed everything. It was unknown who was the first to flee in all directions, but they all scattered in the blink of an eye. Hence, under the shocked gazes of the scavengers who had gathered at the campsite, Su Qing's figure stirred up the whistling of the wind as he headed straight for the main gate of the camp leader's residence. The instant he got close, the gate collapsed with a bang. As the gate broke into pieces from the inside out, a fist stretched out and directly collided with Su Qing. With a loud boom, Su Qing retreated for the first time. He took 3 steps back and lifted his head. His hawk-like gaze coldly stared at the camp leader, who was wearing a golden robe and had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Behind him, there was a gloomy-looking old man in embroidered clothes who looked mean. The old man was holding a familiar figure in his hand. The instant he saw that figure, Su Qing's body trembled violently as indescribable emotions churned intensely in his heart. That was Captain Lei. He was dying. Chapter 63, Kill Them All. Chapter 63, Kill Them All. Ignorant brat. The camp leader, who was dressed in a golden robe, had an extremely ugly expression. No matter what, he never expected that his men would be unable to take down this kid. This was especially so considering that he had boasted earlier that he would take care of it in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Now, the time it took for an incense stick to burn had indeed arrived, but the one who was taken care of was his guard. A bunch of trash. A cold glint flashed in the camp leader's eyes. He stepped out of the gate and walked toward Su Qing. As he moved forward, the spirit energy fluctuations outside his body grew increasingly intense and an astonishing amount of chi and blood burst forth from his body. His body under his robe swelled up, making his figure look like a mountain. There was even a faint golden light that spread out from his entire body. The camp leader was also a body refiner. However, it was obvious that the cultivation technique he cultivated wasn't a low-level technique like the mountains and seas art. It was an ultimate technique from the Diamond sect, the Diamond technique. At this moment, under full circulation, his aura erupted and his footsteps instantly sped up. He transformed into a giant shadow and charged toward Su Qing. His speed was extremely fast and he arrived in front of Su Qing in the blink of an eye. He directly punched out, and as he swung his fist, his entire body emitted a dazzling golden light that was filled with pressure. Su Qing swept a glance at the old man in brocade robes and Captain Lei, who was standing at the threshold and observing the situation. He suppressed his anxiety and narrowed his eyes slightly. He was very clear that once he gained the upper hand, the other party would very likely threaten him with Captain Lei. This was something Su Qing didn't wish to see. The only way to prevent this from happening was to act too suddenly. To be so sudden that the other party couldn't react in time. Hence, Su Qing narrowed his eyes and similarly punched out, colliding directly with the camp leader. With a loud boom, Su Qing's body staggered back 7 to 8 steps. However, he didn't move in a straight line but moved a few steps to the side. At this moment, the sunlight was behind him, reflecting the shadow on the ground. It also swayed as he moved. During the collision between the camp leader and Su Qing, he could feel the power coming from Su Qing. At this moment, his entire body trembled and he similarly retreated. However, when he lifted his head, a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. With a sway of his body, he charged toward Su Qing once again. The cultivation base in his body circulated fully, forming a rumbling sound. His tone was disdainful and his gaze was filled with superiority. However, when he attacked, he went all out. What he revealed on the surface was intentional. After all, to be able to become the camp leader and make a group of scavengers feel fear, he couldn't be underestimated although he was a sect member. Diamond First Art. The camp leader let out a low roar. As he spoke, his body swelled up once more and his strength and speed soared explosively. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before smashing down ruthlessly. Su Qing lowered his head, causing the camp leader to be unable to see his eyes. After that, he lifted his hands and blocked the attack fiercely. With a boom, he retreated once again, and the swaying of his shadow became a little more intense as he moved. However, no one discovered it. Diamond Second Art. Seeing that Su Qing had actually withstood 2 of his attacks, the camp leader, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th level of chi condensation, felt even more murderous. His body expanded once again as he threw another punch at Su Qing. The golden light that erupted from this punch was even stronger. However, the instant it landed, Su Qing abruptly lifted his head. The killing intent in his eyes erupted intensely at this moment. The location he moved to many times finally caused his shadow to face the old man in the brocade robe at the entrance. With the help of movement, he concealed the distortion he created when controlling the shadow. As for the sun in the sky, due to the angle, its shadow was elongated at this moment and it arrived not far in front of the brocade-robed old man. As Su Qing lifted his head, killing intent erupted from his body. He ignored the camp leader's fist and leaped up abruptly. The instant he ascended, his shadow also abruptly crossed the distance between him and the old man. Amidst the distortion, a portion of the shadow abruptly extended out and directly covered the right wrist of the old man who was holding Captain Lei. Su Qing's figure didn't fall behind at all on Captain Lei. This was also another important reason why he adjusted his pace earlier. In an instant, as Su Qing let out a low roar, the shadow's strange power suddenly erupted. In that instant, the old man's expression changed. Intense pain and the eruption of anomalous substances caused his right hand to turn greenish-black. This sudden change caused him to instinctively release his grip on Captain Lei's body. The instant he let go, Su Qing's entire body let out a rumbling sound. He endured the impact of the camp leader's punch and spurted out fresh blood as his speed completely erupted. His entire person transformed into an afterimage and directly disappeared from his original location, rushing toward the old man in the brocade robe. There was also an iron stick and a dagger that transformed into 2 streaks of cold light that were as fast as lightning. They whistled as they approached the old man in the brocade robe, forcing him, who was in the midst of having his right hand mutated, to retreat and dodge. As he dodged, Suqing rushed in and directly grabbed a hold of Captain Lei. He threw him out forcefully, and Cross and Luan Tooth's figures quickly leaped out from the crowd. They caught it and quickly retreated. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was incomparably fast. Your shadow. The expression of the old man in the brocade robe changed as he abruptly looked at Suqing. Everything that happened earlier was too sudden and unexpected. He couldn't react at all. The camp leader's eyes narrowed at this moment as well. Suqing's series of actions truly shocked him. Suqing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared coldly at the two of them. Under the setting sun, his figure was like a falcon as he spoke in a low voice. Now, it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, his body shot toward the old man in the brocade robe with a bang. Compared to body refinement, Suqing felt that the first person he wanted to kill should be someone who cultivated the Tao. At that moment, he charged out and instantly got close. The expression of the old man in the brocade robe was extremely ugly. He quickly retreated and performed a double-handed incantation gesture, pointing at Suqing. Immediately, fog rapidly condensed and transformed into the shadow of an evil ghost, charging ferociously toward Suqing. The camp leader also let out a low roar. His entire body erupted with golden light as he charged toward Suqing with a boom. Together with the old man's attack, they formed a pincer attack. Upon seeing the danger, Suqing's eyes gleamed coldly. At that moment, all the blood and qi in his body erupted. Amidst the rumbling, the power of his vital energy and blood swept out in all directions like a storm. A gigantic kuei shadow materialized ferociously, letting out a soundless roar that shook the surroundings. Suqing raised both his hands and clenched them into fists at the same time. One on the left and one on the right, they landed simultaneously. When they landed, the shadow behind him split into two and pounced toward the camp leader and the old man in the brocade robe at the same time. Blood qi shadow formation. This. The camp leader's expression completely changed. After his fist came into contact with Suqing's left hand, the golden light on his body instantly dimmed under Kuei Shadow's sinister smile. His entire body then violently retreated by 70 to 80 feet. As for the old man in the brocade robe, he also had a look of horror on his face. The evil ghost that transformed from his spell was trembling in front of the Kuei Shadow. After the ghost was devoured by the Kuei Shadow with a sinister smile, the Kuei Shadow didn't stop and charged straight at the old man. An explosive sound echoed in all directions and the old man in the brocade robe coughed up blood as he rapidly retreated. However, at that moment, a blue barrier of light appeared around his body, causing him to only vomit blood. His injuries weren't too serious. The source of the light barrier was a talisman. This was a talisman treasure. Suqing's countenance was also pale. Although he was strong, when faced with the camp leader and this old man's pincer attack, his internal organs were also churning. At that moment, fresh blood flowed out but his viciousness didn't reduce in the slightest. Taking advantage of the camp leader being intimidated, Suqing's eyes erupted with killing intent as he charged toward the old man in brocade robes. He punched with all his might. You're courting death. The old man's countenance was pale and his eyes revealed a sinister glint. As he retreated, he maintained the protection of the talisman treasure. At the same time, he performed a series of hand seals with both hands and fiercely waved them. Immediately, 7 to 8 evil ghosts appeared. Each of them was comparable to the 7th level of qi condensation. They let out cold roars as they attempted to devour Suqing. A ruthless glint flashed in Suqing's eyes. He didn't dodge and allowed the evil ghosts to pounce over and tear at his body. His speed didn't decrease and his aura didn't weaken at all as he punched out. Amidst the rumbling, the talisman treasure's defense trembled. However, this item was a talisman treasure after all. Unless it was completely exhausted, it would be very difficult to destroy it. However, it was obvious that even this old man would find it difficult to obtain a second talisman treasure. Moreover, this talisman treasure had been used countless times and the words on it had become much dimmer and blurry. At that moment, under Suqing's bombardment, it was speeding up and becoming blurry. This caused the old man's expression to change drastically again. He could sense Suqing's ruthlessness and knew that he was in a life-and-death crisis. Hence, there was also madness in his eyes. He performed a series of hand seals and spat out a mouthful of blood, turning into a blood shadow that whistled sharply as it approached Su Qing. However, at that moment, the blood and qi in Su Qing's body were surging. He couldn't be bothered with the other party's spell at all. He risked being injured and threw out another punch. Captain Lei is already in his twilight years, but you still won't let him off. Su Qing's eyes were red. At this moment, the Kuei shadow roared at the sky and fused with his fist before smashing down. Although the talisman treasure could resist it, the violent tremor still caused the old man in the brocade robe, whose foundation had once collapsed, to cough up blood. His body retreated abruptly and the madness in his eyes turned into panic. A feeling of impending death caused him to let out a sharp cry. Zhang Shiyuan, what are you waiting for? Continue attacking with me. Zhang Shiyuan was the camp leader's name. When he heard this from afar, he suppressed the shock in his heart and rushed over. At that moment, there was also a bloody hole in Su Qing's stomach where the blood shadow had pierced through. However, Su Qing no longer cared about the intense pain. The blood and qi in his entire body erupted once again and the anger and madness in his heart reached their limits. Captain Lei has already chosen to dodge, but you still want to pester him. Captain Lei's life has been miserable, yet you still want to be ruthless. Su Qing seemed to have gone mad as he threw out punches after punches. The Kuei shadow roared at the sky and coordinated with his punches to continuously land on the old man's defense. The rumbling sounds echoed throughout the entire campsite. The words on the talisman treasure became increasingly blurry, but it still didn't shatter. However, the old man in the brocade robe couldn't withstand the tremors from Su Qing's strength anymore. Waves of indescribable terror rose in his heart and the feeling of death grew even more intense. His talisman treasure had miraculous effects on spells, but against the resonance force formed by the bombardment of body refinement, his body, which had once had its foundation destroyed, couldn't last for too long. As the old man continuously spat out mouthfuls of blood, he was filled with anxiety and despair. He wanted to shout for help, but the assault of the resonance spread through his entire body, causing him to be unable to make a sound. Amidst his horror, his entire body trembled to the extreme. He was also unable to cast any spells due to the tremors and could only howl miserably in his heart. I don't want to die. At the next instant, the veins on Su Qing's forehead throbbed and his eyes turned red. He clenched his hands together and smashed them fiercely against the talisman treasure's protective barrier. Die. An intense and astonishing power erupted. The talisman treasure's defense distorted, but it still didn't collapse. However, the old man's body trembled intensely and his eyes bulged. At that moment, his body could no longer withstand the continuous tremors. His eyes instantly exploded and his internal organs collapsed. His flesh, blood, and bones directly shattered, turning into minced meat that became a blur. After doing all this, Su Qing panted and turned his head abruptly. His right hand punched out and collided with the camp leader who was rushing over from behind. His injured body was instantly sent flying back by 70 to 80 feet. Many wounds on his body that had mostly healed opened up once again and fresh blood filled the air. At that moment, Su Qing was covered in blood under the setting sun. As for the camp leader, his heart was also trembling intensely. He looked at his partner who had been blasted to pieces and then at Su Qing, whose body was covered in blood but was still crouching there, maintaining his attacking stance. Su Qing's gaze revealed killing intent as he stared fixedly at him and he felt a chill run down his spine. This scene also caused the scavengers in the surroundings to be shocked to the extreme. When they looked at Su Qing, they revealed astonishment and reverence. Part 1 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.